Everyone in the sparring session was stunned. In the crowd, Yunfeng's face was also particularly gloomy. If he also challenged Yu Futian later and received the same reply, he would be stuck in an awkward situation and lose all his face. At the moment, Baizhe was precisely in an extremely embarrassing spot. He was left on the Zhonggong battle platform just like this. However, he actually could not refute Yi Futian's words. Everyone knew that he had lost to Yi Futian in the assessment battle. It's different today. We have both entered the Holy Ji Palace. This is the sparring session, Baizhe said coldly. Yi Futian was deliberately humiliating him. Yi Futian glanced at Baizhe with much contempt. Obviously, he knew that this would cause Baizhe to feel awkward time, but he couldn't care less about his feelings. In the past, Baizhe had been acting superior. He had ignored Yi Futian's presence and disgraced Yi Futian openly. Baizhe was actually correct in some sense. Today was indeed different. In the past, Baizhe was the second young lord of White Cloud City, a famous genius. He was the most probable candidate for the top performer in the Holy Ji Palace assessment, while Yi Futian was known to none. On the other hand, both of them were Holy Ji Palace disciples at the moment. Baizhe wanted to regain his glory, but Yi Futian was too busy to play with him. Precisely because it's the sparring session, I'm not playing such a game with you. Otherwise, you will not receive a second chance after losing again, Yi Futian said emotionlessly. If one day your ranking on the low rank is higher than or close to mine, maybe I will consider accepting your challenge. Today, you're far from being a worthy opponent for me. Yi Futian's cold and toneless voice slammed onto Baizhe's face like a violent slap. In particular, his last line caused Baizhe's aura to erupt uncontrollably. As the second young lord of White Cloud City, Baizhe had never been humiliated like this. Above all, he was being shamed before all the other disciples. Everyone present stared at Yi Futian, looking interested. The top performer of the assessment was indeed way too arrogant, and everyone was looking forward to his performance. Yet, even when Baizhe challenged Yi Futian himself, Yi Futian still rejected it straight away. During the sparring session, when someone asks you to have a fight, even if your level is much higher, you should still accept the battle and guide your opponent. This is the whole point of the sparring session, someone from the Ken direction suddenly said. It was a cultivator who had a sharp expression on his face. He looked in Yi Futian's direction and continued coldly. You have just entered the palace. You are too imperious. The person who just spoke was called Du Yu. He was a descendant of an elder from Holy Sage Pavilion, and his talents were indeed extraordinary. He had a senior who was in the same generation as the Lord of White Cloud City, and they had cultivated in Holy Sage Pavilion together in the past. Yi Futian was the top performer this year and was ranked 81st on the low rank, but he was still just a grade 8 noble, a newcomer. He had rebutted Huafan's words just now and also humiliated Baizhe publicly at the moment. Arrogant, he did not look like a newcomer at all. It depends on who I am talking to, Yi Futian replied, smiling. Many people looked at Baizhe with some sympathy. Baizhe was really unlucky to have such an opponent. Yi Futian had humiliated Baizhe with every sentence. Baizhe's face had already turned completely dark. Staring at the people around Yi Futian, he said, You're avoiding the fight, but nobody beside you has beaten me, right? Who wants to accept my challenge? Hearing Baizhe's words, Yi Futian was somewhat surprised. Baizhe was really digging his own grave. This being the case, he would allow the second young lord of White Cloud City to remember this day forever. Yu Shang, be quick and clean. Yi Futian secretly transmitted his voice to Yu Shang. During the assessment that time, Yu Shang lost only because Suke was able to target his weakness. After entering the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian had been noting Yu Shang's improvement. He would be able to easily deal with Baizhe. Yu Shang nodded, after which he flashed and jumped into the air. Then, he landed on the Zhonggong battle platform below. Accompanied by a loud bang, the entire platform vibrated. From just his burly, violent body, everyone could feel how powerful he was. They knew that Yu Shang had also managed to enter the top 10 in the assessment. Just like Yi Futian, he had entered the Holy Ji Palace when he was only a grade 9 noble. He should not be underestimated. Looking at Yu Shang's appearance, Baizhe felt as if he was being targeted by a wild beast. Yu Shang's huge eyes were extremely cold. He was present when Bai Zai invited Hua Jieyu personally. That time, he had left Bai Zai to Yi Futian. Since he was the one fighting this time, he would, of course, not show any mercy. Bang! Dark golden radiance bloomed. A suit of demonic armor appeared on his body and a pair of demonic wings behind his back. A dark golden demonic halberd condensed in his hand and an extremely violent martial will erupted. The might from his will immediately swept across the entire Zhonggong battle platform. Bai Zai felt that a demon had just appeared before him, waiting for him to surrender himself. Yusheng was actually pressuring Bai Zai with martial will. Bai Zai released his life spirit. A terrifying pair of pupils and his spell scroll spirit appeared at the same time. Then, a powerful wave of spiritual will bloomed, and the entire place seemed to have turned into a gray world. Yusheng felt as though an invisible hand was grabbing him, wanting to drag him into the destructive gray world. In his mind, the pair of gray eye of devastation was causing him to lose himself. Spiritual attacks were most appropriate when fighting against martial arts cultivators. However, at the moment, an illusory, dark gold demon appeared in Yusheng's mind, guarding him. His demonic method focused mainly on martial arts, but it also contained a way to train his spiritual energy, namely the demonic meditation. It could allow his spiritual energy to be very stable. Although it contained little damaging abilities, it was sufficient for him to defend against spiritual attacks so that this would at least not become his weakness. Demonic might erupted wildly. Yusheng's body seemed to have turned into a black whirlpool, rapidly engulfing all the powers around him. That included the spiritual qi that was controlled by the Eye of Devastation. In the sky above the arena, many dark golden demonic halberds actually appeared. They then charged forcefully towards Bai Zai. Bai Zai raised his head to look at the halberds which had appeared in the sky, and his face was only filled with coldness. Was Yusheng trying to hurt him with this kind of attack in his eye sorcery zone? Even the speed of the halberds seemed to be restricted. Bai Zai extended his hand. Right away, many frightening golden light runes appeared before him, turning into a defensive screen. When the halberds landed, many violent bangs were produced, but the screen remained intact. As the demonic halberds were falling down, an alarming golden radiance was also flowing on Yusheng's body. Many beams of golden light penetrated across his body, all the way to his feet. Immediately, his power shot up again. In the sky, 2 of the stone statues lit up, one of which was extremely dazzling. Some of the radiance poured down onto Yusheng's body and actually became 6 zhang high. What? Some of the cultivators looked at the statues, astonished. The light from the statue glittered as if it was heavily stimulated. Why would Yusheng, a mere grade 8 noble, cause such an intense response? Was his artistic conception of martial arts really this strong? Dong! With a loud bang, Yusheng stomped his feet onto the ground and jumped into the air. His demonic wings flapped, and his speed was as quick as lightning. In an instant, his body penetrated across the space. Then he fell down from the sky and stepped towards Bai Zai as if he was a god from the heaven. Yusheng raised his arm and threw out the demonic halberd in his hand in midair. The halberd turned into a striking bolt of lightning and punctured through the air. With a loud bang, the golden light screen below was crushed directly. Bai Zai's face darkened. Yusheng's way of fighting was too domineering. Bai Zai could not move Yusheng at all with his spiritual energy. His Eye of Devastation was useful against spells, but highly ineffective against such a brutal martial arts cultivator. Bai Zai used all his might to stimulate his spell scroll spirit. At once, many spell scrolls flew out from his life spirit, giving birth to a destructive power. It was much stronger than when he fought with Yi Futian. Activating the Almighty Thunder Guide, countless chains of Thunder God immediately appeared on Yusheng's body. At the same time, many spell scrolls circled around him, wildly devouring the spiritual qi in the sky. Many storms bloomed and a golden lotus was being born. Bai Zai extended his hand. The roaring, golden storms converged together, forming a destructive golden lotus which had 81 petals. The petals of the lotus rotated wildly, destroying everything around them like sharp blades. Die! Bai Zai roared coldly in his mind. The deadly golden lotus charged towards Yusheng, who was coming towards him from the air. After being defeated by Yi Futian last time in just one strike, he was motivated by the bitter experience. In the end, he finally managed to learn this combined spell whose power was simply calamitous. Bang! Two brilliant beams of light erupted from Yushang's feet as he continued coming down. His dark golden, demonic body seemed to have become even more intimidating, and he stepped towards the destructive lotus. Is he mad? Many people were bewildered. Yushang was trying to kill himself. Was he going to take such a horrifying spell with his body? Even if he had entered Battle Sage Palace and was learning body-enhancing techniques from Sage Dojan, he should not be so crazy. After all, Bai Zhe was powerful and this particular spell was even more hair-raising. You're the one who's trying to kill yourself, Bai Zhe thought as he stared at Yushang who was in the air. Then Yushang stepped onto the destructive lotus directly. An ear-piercing noise erupted, followed by a loud bang. A godlike figure continued stamping down, and it was none other than Yushang. Although the dark golden armor on his body had already shattered, he had survived the attack from the golden lotus. Bai Zhe retreated backward. However, following a loud noise, Yushang landed on the ground and grabbed Bai Zhe's foot with his hand directly. Bai Zhe's body had just left the ground when he froze at his spot. Immediately, his face turned pale. Feeling the power from Yushang's hand, he was actually somewhat fear-stricken. In the next instant, he felt his body fly into the air. He quickly enveloped his body in spiritual qi for protection. Bang! After a loud bang, Bai Zhe was nearly unconscious. Nobody knew how many of his bones were broken and his mind was totally blank. Countless people stared motionlessly at the burly figure, astounded. After smashing Bai Zhe on the ground just once, Yushang let go of him. However, Bai Zhe continued lying on the ground, his body twitching uncontrollably. Dong! With another loud bang, Yushang jumped off the battle platform and ascended into the air, returning to the Li position. Yifutian widened his eyes at Yushang in dissatisfaction and said secretly, I only asked you to be quick and clean, not to be so serious. Yushang's external defense was broken and his shirt also had many holes, through which some blood stain could be seen. Clearly, even though he had activated his acupoints to release more power, his body was still damaged under the destructive power. He could have finished the battle in other ways. Of course, this was indeed the quickest and cleanest way. From the start to the end, he trampled Bai Zhe. I'm fine. Already used to it these days, Yushang replied. Yifutian was speechless. As for Bai Zhe, he would spend his remaining time in the Holy Ji Palace in sheer embarrassment. Bai Zhe's body was carried out on a stretcher. Many had learned of him before he went to study in the palace, and that was due to him having a brother of unparalleled talent. It was even rumored that his brother was to be made the successor of the Holy Ji Palace itself. Many thought that while Bai Zhe would not have been able to achieve what his brother was capable of, he would have at least become some important figure known by all. No one expected that he would have been beaten and humiliated by Yifutian during the battles to qualify them for entrance. Worse still, he ended up being walked over by Yushang in his sparring session in his very first year entering the palace. Bai Zhe's reputation was practically in the gutter. Bai Zhe found it difficult to live with dignity inside the Holy Ji Palace. Those two battles were simply too intense, especially the sparring session. He was practically being slaughtered. If Yushang's plane was higher than Bai Zhe's, that would have been seen simply as the natural course of things, as it was normal to be bullied by one of a higher level. There would have been nothing humiliating about his loss if not for the fact that Yushang was the one with a lower plane. That battle was simply too brutal for Bai Zhe in more ways than one. Many from the Holy Sage Pavilion felt rather uneasy at everything that took place. Even Hua Fan thought they had taken it too far, judging by how badly battered Bai Zhe ended up. Yifutian and Yuxing held nothing back in ridiculing Bai Zhe, which was more than enough to crush his pride and destroy his confidence. However one would have put it, Bai Zhe was still Bai Luli's biological brother. Futian and Yuxing simply did not give any face to Bai Luli or the Holy Sage Pavilion when they went about pounding Bai Zhe. But then again, Yuxing's strength was indisputable. He was thought to have been trained in Sage Dojan's art at body refinement as he sported appallingly powerful constitution. That, coupled with his own training in demonic arts, practically made him a devil. Many were astonished by what Yuxing was capable of. From the looks of things, the second most powerful among the newly added students was not Bai Zhe, it was Yu Sheng. It was the first time that a disciple of the Holy Sage Pavilion ended up completely overwhelmed by a disciple of the Battle Sage Palace. With Yi Futian and Yu Sheng both studying in the Battle Sage Palace, the upper ranks of the low rank would probably end up being bagged by the Battle Sage Palace. It was a situation that could have been overturned by the Holy Sage Pavilion if someone from there turned out to be some tremendous genius. That one battle allowed Yu Sheng to demonstrate his prowess that was worthy of being ranked in the top 3 in the law rank in the future. Just how far are those two going to go with things? Suke mumbled right beside Yi Futian. It was him who had bested Yu Sheng before, however. Suke did not manage to end up overwhelming Yu Sheng. He won only because he was taking the attrition warfare approach with Yu Sheng. Had both of them actually clashed head-on, Suke might have actually been the one who ended up losing. But then again, Suke trained in the killing arts and cared little about how he won. It was even more obvious that Yu Sheng had gotten stronger, and considerably so. Bai Zhe clashed head-on with such a monster, and it was only natural that he ended up losing terribly. Suke stepped onto the platform in a flash, and a sword appeared in his hand. The sword aura around him whipped about in furious howl, as streaks of formless currents of the sword flowed between the heavens and the earth. Suke was a grade 6 noble, and it was a given that he had become even more formidable. Lights from 2 statues were seen showering down onto him. Suke from the Sword Palace. Is there any one of the seniors here who wish to spar with me? Suke asked. A grade 5 noble went onto the stage and said, I've always wanted to see how powerful the killing arts of the sword of the Xianxia house are. It seems like I've gotten my wish. The figure taking the challenge leaped into the air, but Suke vanished from where he stood before his opponent made it to the ground. The faces of many looked funny. Strike without proper announcement, eh? Suke had launched his attack before the figure was even able to stand up properly. Suke's opponent lashed out with a palm attack, bringing the force of the mountains to bear on Suke in the front while being on guard against any attacks coming from the back. Streaks of killing sword aura went to attack him from the back, and all carried intense murderous intent. He responded by lashing out with his palms on both sides of his body. Cracking noises were heard instead. The overwhelming huge palm attack striking at the front ended up being cut right in the middle. A sword went swooping by at tremendous speeds as if it was something that came from the heavens heading for the throat of its target. The attack carried intense cold, sending chills to everyone's bones. The battle ended before the one who answered the challenge was even able to make it to the ground. I'm sorry if I have offended you. That was the sword technique of Xianxia house. No patterns, no rules, just seizing any opportunities there were to be seized. Suke sheathed his sword and backed away. Everyone was rendered speechless. It was the one who answered the challenge who claimed to want to know what the sword techniques of Xianxia house were like. And as such, he could not have blamed Suke for striking so suddenly. Everything happened so quickly that he was unable to process anything. However, other than the element of surprise, it was still true that Suke was powerful as he ranked 5th in the battles for entry into the Holy Ji Palace. It was only natural for him to become one ranked in the upper ranks of the law rank in the future. He would at least be able to make it to the top 20. However, the one he fought was not one personally instructed by the palace lord, but one who advanced from the 1,000 holy islands. Even if he were to fight squarely with Suke, there was no certainty that he would have come out on top. That attack would have been even more ferocious if it came from the front, Yi Futian said to himself after watching Suke fight. Yi Futian was thinking that Suke had definitely merged the essence of the sword techniques of the master of Xianxia house with those learned from the sword demon. It seems like the little brothers who entered this time around all sport incredible prowess. It would be wise to take them seriously, Huafan said. Many spectators looked amused. While the sparring session was definitely an opportunity for the newbies to show what they were capable of, the stage still belonged to the old-timers. Every time there were newbies to fight, everyone would allow the newbies to demonstrate their abilities for a bit before the old-timers went in to teach them a lesson. However, the newbies from that particular batch were interesting, especially those who had experienced sparring sessions 3 years ago. They felt the talents demonstrated by this particular batch were possibly higher than that of the last batch. At the very least, from the looks of things at the moment, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Suke performed admirably. Hua Jiu of Daozong Palace was also a divine spiritual sorcerer, and it was a given that she was meant for great things in the future. Understood. Many went on to try their hands against the newbies and the fights felt rather fun. There was nothing wrong with finding something amusing to do before the true mighty ones on the law rank were pitted against each other. Yuan Zhan stepped out and made it onto the platform. Its wild body coursed with overwhelming force. He looked like a meaty mountain made of gold by just standing. A mighty one who seemed to be basking in dazzling golden lights walked out, looking down on the ape. Many who saw him walking out looked amused. Yuan Zhan is really going to get hurt really bad. The one who walked out was someone from Tianxing Pavilion, a grade 4 noble with incredible powers. Boom! Yuan Zhan stepped forward and began running in the battlefield. His opponent, however, simply stood in the air, basking in showers of light. Rows of golden halberds appeared behind him, and lightning crackled about as if the end of the world was near. The golden halberds fell from the sky with a loud crackle of thunder, out to kill everything below. Ning Huang's god-slaying halberd. Yifutian watched the battle closely. The figure from Tianxing Pavilion was probably a student of Elder Ning. Yuan Zhan conjured a golden staff and struck with the 9 heavenly attacks. However, his opponent was simply too powerful. One halberd after another fell, accompanied by bolts of lightning, as if they were some form of divine punishment dealt on their target. A devastating thunder halberd fell from the sky soon after. The staff in Yuan Zhan's hand was utterly destroyed, and he ended up falling hard onto the ground with a roar. The golden halberds kept raining from the sky, landing around his body. Bullying at its finest, Xianxia said coldly at the scene. That is something everyone here has been through, Qijier added. But bullying newbies of my place, the Battle Sage Palace, eh? Other newbies walked up one by one, and every one of them ended up overpowered. Furthermore, they went about bullying newbies of other pavilions or palaces. Yi Wuqian was also targeted by people of Tianxing Pavilion and was brutally bashed. Xiaoshi, Zhongli, and all others were no exceptions. When Hua Jieyu stepped forth, it was Xiang Zhiqin, a disciple of Daozong Palace, who went to face her. Xiang Zhiqin was the princess of the Xiang Kingdom. It was a given that she was powerful, and she went on to overwhelm Hua Jieyu. Our little sister here possesses exceptional talents indeed, being able to reach grade 7 noble in less than a year. Furthermore, she's a divine spiritual sorcerer. I would advise you to quiet yourself and train hard. Lian Yuqing of Daozong Palace stood at a corner watching Hua Jieyu on the platform and commented. Hua Jieyu smiled and said, "Thank you for guidance, seniors." She went to take her place beside Yifutian as soon as she finished. Lian Yuqing looked in Futian's direction and said, "You are now the only one who has yet to step on to the Zhonggong battle platform among all the new students this year. It's better to not miss the chance to learn from this opportunity." Learn? Yifutian smirked. No newbies after Suke managed to win, and their opponents were those who seemed to target each one of them specifically. They did well in teaching the newbies by pummeling them to the ground. I don't see any meaning to all of this, Yifutian said plainly. All of you new little brothers and sisters were proud sons and daughters, and you all had an intense ego. This served as an opportunity to warn all of you to never be arrogant and keep your feet on the ground with your training. It is also an encouragement of sorts, Lian Yuqing elaborated. Whatever you say, senior, Yifutian smiled. I just think that as new students, the sparring sessions should have been one where we juniors get to watch our seniors fight, so as to remind ourselves to be diligent in our training. There is simply no meaning for us juniors to fight our seniors. If that is indeed so useful, why don't you seniors go pick fights with the sages and encourage yourselves? Is it not a part of your training to find out what you lack in battle and find out parts of yourself to improve? Lian Yuqing looked at Yifutian. I don't see the need to do so. Yifutian said, if there is anything lacking with us juniors, that would be level and plains. There is hardly anything else. You are indeed the champion. So arrogant. Many smirked at his comments. While such ways of encouragement did have its demerits, it had become the tradition of the place. As new students, they were expected to simply take it without question. However, Yifutian seemed adamant on challenging the rules. That way you put it, is it to say that other than differences in planes, there is nothing that sets you apart from your seniors? Lian Yuqing added. Even those who ranked high on the lower rank dared not say that they were free from weaknesses and reigned supreme over others. The sparring sessions have always served as a platform to find out one's own weaknesses by fighting others. This is to improve. Yi Futian looked at Lien Yuqing and smiled brightly, then said, "Indeed." The eyes of everyone present turned to look at Yi Futian. He actually said, "Indeed. I have never seen a newbie so insolent." Even Bai Luli did not behave in such an arrogant manner when he first entered the Holy Ji Palace. Seems like the number one this time is indeed different from everyone else. Yi Futian, in turn, returned the gazes beamed at him without any care about what they thought. Many new students looked at him and thought him to be immensely pompous. Shi Jia blinked and felt impressed. Our little brother is indeed no common folk. I never thought he would be daring enough to say something like that in front of his seniors. Lien Yuqing stared at Yi Futian. The newcomer had been pretty arrogant back in Daozong Palace, asking to spar with Yun Feng on the platform, then went on to practically beat Yun Feng to a pulp. The damage was so bad that Yun Feng had yet to overcome the resulting emotional trauma. His mind remained very much crushed. Yi Futian came to rank 81st since that last battle. Yun Feng, on the other hand, was eliminated from the law rank. He had been in a deep depression since, and his training stagnated. As Yun Feng's senior, Lien Yuqing was very dissatisfied with Yi Futian. While Lien Yuqing acknowledged Yi Futian's talents and thought him to be one who would reach top 3 in law rank in the future, the new student was nonetheless little more than a junior who had just entered the Holy Ji Palace. The newbie, however, was incredibly rude and tremendously insolent. Lien Yuqing resented people with such personalities. The arrogant newbie even went so far as to say that he did not see any difference between the new students and their seniors other than the difference in planes. Cultivation as a whole and the increase in planes came with the increase in one's awareness and comprehension. As a grade 1 noble, Lien Yuqing knew that very, very well. There were bound to be great differences of various sorts between those of lower planes and those of higher planes. The difference was far more vast than what Yi Futian had stated. If one with such arrogance and exceptional talent were to become powerful, it was a certain thing that they would have turned out to be nasty people who went about doing as they fancied. "You are quite insolent indeed," Lien Yuqing looked at Yi Futian and said. He grew to dislike the newbie even more. "Are you saying that none of the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are better than you in any way but difference in planes?" Shimin Hanzhong quipped. The way Yi Futian had put it was indeed too arrogant. Even he, the champion of the last batch, found Yi Futian insufferable. Shimin Hanzhong saw not even a single hint of humility in Yi Futian. All he saw was arrogance and rudeness. Hua Fan's gaze turned to Yi Futian as well. Yi Futian had never been one to follow rules right from the very beginning. Hua Fan came to know that from the very moment Yi Futian was accepted into the Holy Ji Palace. He had not been paying much attention to the newbie at first and had only heard things about Yi Futian. The disciples of various palaces and pavilions took an increasing interest in the champion of this very batch of newbies. There were many rumors circulating about Yi Futian in the Holy Ji Palace. He was called pretentious, vile, horny, and shameless. It seemed that he had even behaved insolently around Yun Shuixing in front of everyone. His reputation was quite literally in the gutter. It was not until he stepped into Daozong Palace, made peace with Yun Shuixing, went on the battle platform and beat Yun Feng that his reputation began to take a turn for the better. Hua Fan was finally able to see Yi Futian with his very own eyes, and everyone seemed to get to know Yi Futian in the flesh better. His flamboyant attitude, blatant disregard for rules, and even his handsome face all seemed to speak volume about his pride and confidence. Such people were utter geniuses. Yi Futian might have still been a low-grade noble for the time being, but no one could guess how he would turn out if he became a sage one day. Yi Futian cast his gaze at everyone present and said, if the sparring sessions are simply meant for gauging each other's strengths, there would have been nothing wrong with them. How it is done here, however, is simply an excuse for some to immerse themselves in the twisted joy of bullying those who come later. How is this even sparring? I participated with the intention to learn, to truly see the seniors spar against one another, and develop a comprehension about what I lack personally. I believe most newbies felt like I did. But from the battles that have taken place before, I failed to see any meaning in them. Yi Futian went on to look at everyone present. If all here actually believe that being oppressed equals being encouraged, why don't you all get tortured by the elders of the place a time or two and encourage yourselves? During training, Disciples at the top of the noble plane go looking for sages to evaluate their own progress. Do they have to spell it out for you? Lian Yuqing added plainly. While the sparring sessions were indeed a little bit too intense, doing so allowed for seniors to demonstrate their capabilities in front of the juniors, to test themselves out and to allow juniors develop an even deeper comprehension of many things. Yet, all you were able to see was how people of higher planes trampled over those of lower planes? Or rather, as you have said before, do you think that none of the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace are better than you in any way? That it's just a mere difference in planes? A tinge of anger was heard within Lian Yuqing's words, and his usual composure was cracking. No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. It is so indeed. Yi Futian looked at Lian Yuqing. Cultivation is something done in phases. One will develop some measure of comprehension when one reaches a certain plane. Cultivators themselves need to have absolute confidence in themselves, or they will fail to reach for greater heights. It isn't just me I'm talking about. I mean every single one of the new students who has been defeated today. I don't think any one of them is inferior to any one of you seniors. It is just a difference in planes, that is all. I believe they all feel the same. As soon as Yi Futian finished talking, the newbies, who had their share of getting beaten up, all turned to sport sharp looks on their faces and went on to stand tall and proud, shooting their gaze at the likes of Lian Yuqing. The sessions had all of them feeling frustrated and deeply resentful. Yi Futian had simply spoken what was on their mind on their behalf. Lian Yuqing smirked at Yi Futian's words and said, "What you have just said is another matter altogether. You are indeed good with words. Is this your excuse of not stepping into the platform?" Yi Futian had claimed to speak for everyone, and it was only natural that his words were taken as truths. Here is where you are mistaken again. Yi Futian looked at Lian Yuqing. You said it yourself, if such sessions were meant to have the newbies be aware of their own shortcomings, I indeed believe that there is no need for me to battle. Many looked rather amused at the words he just uttered. Is he admitting that he was being arrogant before? So you mean to? Lian Yuqing looked at Yi Futian. What I meant was that I was not interested in battling before. Now, it is the opposite. Yi Futian spared a glance at Lian Yuqing before flashing and leaping onto the Zhonggong battle platform beneath. All eyes were on him at that very moment. Yi Futian bowed at everyone present and went to look up at everyone, saying, "Since this is my chance to verify what was being said about the sparring sessions, I'd like to do it my way to prove what I have just said, and to let all seniors here see what I had in mind with such sessions. Is there any senior here willing to give me time to prove my words?" Many turned to look at Hua Fan, and he, in turn, turned to look at Yi Futian and said, "Very well." Hua Fan wanted to see for himself how Yi Futian would go about proving anything. Yi Futian nodded. He looked at everyone again and spoke. "My plane is low, as I'm but a grade 8 noble. If any of the seniors were to come spar with me, there would be no doubt that I would end up losing. Since this is a sparring session and the seniors think there is more to it than just being of a higher plane compared to the newbies, I'd like seniors who have fought the juniors before to come spar with me." He cast his glance at the ones from Tianxing Pavilion as soon as he was done talking, and added, "Are you the one who fought against Yuan Zhan earlier, senior? I would like to know, in what ways are you better than me, other than being of a higher plane?" Everyone within earshot looked bemused and came to somehow understand what he was trying to pull. This is one unbridled asshole indeed. He went pointing out individuals and asked how they were better than he was. How is anyone supposed to answer such a question? If the ones asked were unable to answer his question, it would have simply verified what he said before, that other than the difference in plane, they were no better than the juniors they had just bullied. Xianxia looked at the scene, dumbfounded, before looking rather amused. He knew that little brother of his well, after all. That little shit isn't trying to prove anything about the sparring sessions. He was simply trying to find a logical excuse to exact his revenge. Xianxia felt very astonished, thinking that his little brother was indeed the little brother he knew, one who stood tall and proud exacting his revenge. He had not, however, expected so many to have fallen into his little brother's trap. That disciple of Tianxing Pavilion glared at Yi Futian with cold eyes, then said with an equally cold tone, "I specialize in martial arts attacks, blending my will into the situation of things. We can't fight here due to our differences in planes. How are you going to prove anything? Of course I can, Yifutian said and leaped into the air. His speed was frightening as he gathered terrifying aura about him. Overwhelming martial arts will burst from his body. The martial arts statue shone the most brightly among all the 8 statues which appeared within an instant. The force gathered became increasingly powerful. Yifutian lashed out with his hand and conjured a staff in his hand. He stepped forward and dealt a strike with the staff. The air was shaken, yet there was no stopping the growth of his aura. The force gathering about him became more terrifying. The shining statue's light grew increasingly bright and blinding. Yifutian made consecutive attacks with his staff, and every strike felt like a thunderstorm, fearsome and unyielding. When he dealt his 5th attack, shadows of the staff were seen everywhere on the platform. The tremendous force went about pounding away at the air as the shining statue glowed with blinding light. He did not lash out with the 6th attack but stood in the air after dealing 5 blows. Many felt themselves trembling after seeing how he moved. While he was only a mere grade 8 noble, that force that he had just demonstrated in front of everywhere was extremely terrifying. He was, after all, the champion. Yunfeng's face went pale. He knew that even if he were to ask for a rematch, there was simply no way he would be able to beat Yifutian. Yifutian turned to look at that Tianqing Pavilion disciple and said, "I now ask for your guidance." He excused himself after he was done saying that. Yifutian's techniques with the staff, his bearing, power of the body, and martial arts will all seem to have blended perfectly. That Tianqing Pavilion disciple looked incredibly troubled. While his plane was indeed far higher than Yifutian's, and there was no doubt that his power would have been able to overwhelm what was demonstrated by Yifutian, none of the spectators were blind. As soon as he made his move, everyone could tell who was better in terms of mastery of the art. Yifutian seemed to be telling everyone with his actions that that was the sparring sessions that he had in mind. "Senior," Yifutian said. The person he addressed was now looking immensely troubled, as there was no way he could finish this without making a fool of himself. "I admit defeat," that disciple of Tianqing Pavilion said, causing an uproar from everyone present. It was to say that other than being of higher plane, he had admitted that the art that he was best at proved inferior compared to Yifutian. His actions, in turn, verified what Yifutian said before. "What about you, senior?" Yifutian looked at the one who had bested Yi Wuchen before, also a disciple of Tianqing Pavilion. That person looked troubled as well, as he specialized in martial arts just like the one Yifutian challenged. "So, even you seem to think that you only have the advantage in terms of the difference in planes," Yifutian quipped with a smirk at the other party's utter silence. He went on to look at Xianxia. "How about you?" Xianxia had beaten Hua Jieyu before. Resonance of wills, blending into spells. How will you prove your superiority? Xianxia glared at Yifutian with cold eyes. Yifutian stood silently. Fearsome spiritual qi circulated about him in an instant. Many were able to feel intensely dangerous martial arts willpower, and then, streaks of white flames danced in the air. The flames grew increasingly intense around him, and many were able to feel the eerie fires from above the Zhonggong battle platform, fires which felt incredibly cold. The fires felt as if they were capable of sucking the marrow from one's bones, and packed tremendously devastating damage potential. 3 statues glowed brightly when the fires appeared, which meant that the fires packed powers of 3 different elements. When Yifutian ceased casting the skill and stopped what he was doing, the fires remained dancing in the air as if they were fires that were capable of burning indefinitely. Yifutian looked up and said to Xianxia, "Please, your guidance." Xianxia felt the power infused with the fires and was speechless. Many were shocked to their core at the scene and came to understand what Yifutian was trying to do. He was retaliating as the champion of the battles to gain entry into the Holy Ji Palace. He was retaliating against everyone and proving his point along the way. It was natural that Lian Yuqing came to understand what Yifutian was trying to do, as he glared at the newbie with cold eyes. That guy is indeed a genius like no other. Lian Yuqing felt a bad taste in his mouth admitting that, but the truth remained the truth. You are indeed the champion, one to emerge once every 3 years. I have to admit that your talents are indeed exceptional. All of them are middle-grade nobles. While they are of higher planes, they are inferior compared to you in these areas demonstrated, and it is no surprise. Lien Yuqing went on to add, this hardly proves anything. Well then, what did all those battles before prove? Yi Futian looked at Lien Yuqing and continued. I wonder what you specialize in, senior? Countless eyes froze as soon as he finished. Did Yi Futian just ask Lien Yuqing that? Lien Yuqing, who ranked 5th on the law rank? Lien Yuqing was startled himself before shooting back at Yi Futian with a gaze as sharp as blades. I play the guqin. Do you? Yi Futian smiled and said, I know a thing or two about that. Everyone's eyes fell onto Yi Futian and Lien Yuqing on the sparring place. Yi Futian answered that he knew a thing or two. He even knows how to play the guqin? And is he really trying battle Lien Yuqing using the guqin? Isn't this going a little too far? Lien Yuqing isn't like those Futian has beaten. He is a grade 1 noble and furthermore one who at the pinnacle of the plane and ranked 5th on the law rank. The progression of one's cultivation was usually as most guessed. The higher one's plane, the deeper one's comprehension in all areas became. No one thought an outlier like Yi Futian would have appeared, let alone one capable enough to beat both the Tianqing Palace and Xianxia. However, it was only natural that Lien Yuqing's comprehension was definitely higher than Yi Futian's, as he was, after all, a grade 1 noble ranked 5th on the law rank. Just how did Futian think he was going to best Lien Yuqing playing the guqin? This is a joke. It was true that Yi Futian had demonstrated extremely eye-catching talents prior to this and proved his worth as the champion of the entrance battles. He was even deemed capable of taking the entire Holy Ji Palace in 5 years. His name on the law rank would have been incredibly distinct as well. However, now he behaved like a thug. If he were to actually fight Lien Yuqing, wouldn't he just be trying to embarrass himself? Of course, there were also those among the spectators who knew that Yi Futian was good at playing the guqin, like Zhuge Xing. Zhuge Mingyue was Yi Futian's second older sister, and it was only natural that he knew where Yi Futian came from, as well as the reason why Zhuge Mingyue was able to go home. The guqin song played on Sky Mountain all those years back. He knew what others did not, for many of the students of the Holy Ji Palace had trained only within the palace for the past several years. They would not have known much about a nobody like Yi Futian. If Yi Futian had been unable to make it into the Holy Ji Palace, those senior students probably would not have even learned of his existence. But Zhuge Xing was nonetheless curious. Even though Yi Futian inherited the scores of the Yukio song passed down by the 2 emperors, is he actually capable of playing the subtleties of the song as intended? Just how does Yi Futian compare to one like Lien Yuqing in the art of the guqin? Lien Yuqing's eyes never moved away from Yi Futian all that while. Know a thing or two. So, you mean to test what you are capable of against me? Lien Yuqing asked calmly. He felt something was amiss. Yi Futian playing the guqin against me? Lien Yuqing recalled the day on the law battle platform where Yi Futian said that he would like to hear Lien Yuqing play a song sometime in the future. By that day, did he mean this today? Lien Yuqing became curious as to how capable Yi Futian was at playing the guqin, and if Yi Futian was indeed as exceptional at the art of the guqin as he was at martial arts and sorcery. Even if he proves exceptional, so what? It would be my honor, Yi Futian said slowly as he fixed his gaze on Lien Yuqing. Lien Yuqing's gaze remained fixed on the silhouette on the Zhonggong battle platform. The tone Yi Futian had taken was similar to when he spoke to the Tianqing Palace students and Xianxia, calm yet brimming with confidence. Lien Yuqing was puzzled about what Yi Futian actually based his confidence on, yet the origin of the said confidence hardly mattered. He believed Yi Futian would learn that while it was indeed important for cultivators to have faith in themselves, they were also required to know their place. You are a new one on the law rank, and it shouldn't be someone like me to teach you anything personally. However, since you are so eager to prove your skills with the guqin, I am not in a position to refuse. Lien Yuqing replied and began taking his steps toward the Zhonggong battle platform. He dropped onto the platform and came face to face with Yi Futian. As both of them were standing on the Zhonggong battle platform and were going to determine who was better at the art of the guqin, it was only natural for them to do it with guqin songs. Yi Futian wanted to verify the validity of his idea about the sparring sessions, and as such, he was forbidden from fighting directly. There was, after all, little meaning for a grade 8 noble fight a grade 1 noble. How do you want to go about it? Lien asked Yi Futian. Yi Futian crossed his legs and sat. A guqin appeared in front of him. He caressed the strings with both hands, and the aura around him changed into something else entirely in an instant. At that very moment, Yi Futian looked calm and collected, as if he had become one with the cosmos around him and, of course, one with the Guqin before him. "I will let you decide on that, senior," Yi Futian said as he began plucking the strings. The sound of the Guqin was soon heard, depicting a realm within the minds of those within earshot. Tranquil and peaceful like a silent night, casting off all worries and being kept company by nothing else but the sound of the instrument. The song was one capable of cleansing people's minds, enabling those who heard it to relax. That demonstration was devoid of the prickly, antagonistic air demonstrated prior. At the very moment, those who heard the song felt as if they were basking under moonlight while listening to a soothing melody instead of being at the sparring place. The song was simple, yet the simple song was capable of bringing people of their levels into a realm that was so peaceful and quiet. Yi Futian's skill with the Guqin was indeed formidable. Yi Futian's mastery of the Guqin apparently was far more than what he had described himself, knowing a thing or two, and he was definitely a master at it. Seeing that tranquil and handsome young man playing the Guqin made everyone feel as if they were watching someone else altogether, as the one playing the instrument was devoid of any hint of obnoxiousness that he so happily demonstrated before. The spectators felt as if they were seeing another side of Yi Futian. Lian Yuqing knew what Yi Futian was trying to pull. He went on to sit cross-legged as well, and began playing the Guqin across from Yi Futian. The sound of his playing melded perfectly with the feeling exuded by Yi Futian. Sounds of both sides melded harmoniously with one another. Spectacular, many said to themselves. Lian Yuqing demonstrated his exceptional mastery at the art by blending in with Yi Futian's playing. While it was easy to learn to play the Guqin itself, it was very difficult to draw pictures in people's minds with it. Blending one's thoughts playing the Guqin with that exuded from the Guqin songs of others proved even more difficult. They seemed to clash and spar, using their own ways. Yi Futian's Guqin sounds went smoothly as intended, growing increasingly intense. It was as if a scroll painting was being unfolded gradually, being laid before the eyes of everyone. Yi Futian was not disturbed in any way by Lian Yuqing's playing. He kept playing his tune. The painting seemed to depict a young man learning to play the Guqin from a master. One simple Guqin song after another was blended seamlessly by Yi Futian into one song, as if every song had actually been a part of one long one. With the painting unfolded, the Guqin's sounds spread out as well. The melody of the white feathers garment was heard and many felt as if they saw a palace before them. The young man was playing his Guqin there for amusement, yet he also seemed to have been fighting and arguing with someone else. Lian Yuqing was still playing. His style changed continuously, following Yi Futian's changes, and went on to stick closely to Yi Futian's tempo, blending his tune into the illustration. He played a dance tune as Yi Futian was playing melody of the white feathers garment, and the two seemed to be benefiting from each other. Lian Yuqing's playing hardly affected Yi Futian's sounds. The illustration of the songs was still in Yi Futian's control. The World, a song depicting the grace and glory of the world, was soon quickly replaced by a chaotic nation, singing about the sorrows and bloody, noble sacrifices of the world in chaos. As the intensity of the Guqin's sounds grew, many were swept off their feet and taken into the realm illustrated by the Guqin's sounds. Many saw Yi Futian's expression change, blending many simple tunes and making one perfect tune out of them. He even infused the song with his own emotions. The resulting image depicted was rich and vivid. Is this what you'd call knowing a thing or two? However, what Lian Yuqing was capable of seemed even more out of this world. Regardless of the illustrations of the songs played by Yi Futian, Lian Yuqing had no problem keeping up, blending Yi Futian's style with compatible tunes. There was never a hint of messiness, and it spoke volumes of Lian Yuqing's mastery at the art. He must have mastered countless Guqin songs, being able to play with such poise and composure. Both men demonstrated their art at Guqin through different means and styles. He is illustrating his own life and experiences using the instrument. Many listened quietly, and their eyes were filled with astonishment as they looked at Yi Futian. The ups and downs and joys and sorrows of his life were made into something like a fine brew, all found within one song. One was able to feel the impulsive youth gradually turn into someone composed, reserved, and confident throughout his experiences. The state of his mind changed with the tune, yet the purity seemed to remain the same throughout. When the song, Elegance, was played at its climax, everyone's emotions burned alongside the sound of Yi Futian's playing. Streaks of light emanated from the statue, draping over Yi Futian as if it had achieved some mystical resonance with him. Lian Yuqing continued matching him with a compatible tune. The long robe reaching the floor billowed in the wind, making him seem like some legendary figure. Lian Yuqing is indeed a musical sorcerer ranked 5th on the low rank, able to blend seamlessly with other people's playing. While Yi Futian's skills with the guqin are indeed those of a master, brimming with youthfulness, Lian Yuqing's mastery is superior in terms of technique. Many thought it impossible for Yi Futian to learn songs from Lian Yuqing. However, Yi Futian paused and smiled. Your art is definitely exceptional, befitting of one ranked 5th on the law rank, senior. You are not bad yourself, Lian Yuqing replied. The tune I will play next will not require you to play something compatible. If you were able to play something remotely similar, it would be my defeat, Yi Futian said. If I'm unable to, I'd be the one defeated instead, Lian Yuqing replied forcefully. He deemed himself unbeatable in the art of the guqin. It is a song that I have acquired by chance. I seek your guidance for it, Yi Futian said, then lowered his head, plucking the strings. An illustration of some sort was born yet again, and it was different from what was played before. What Yi Futian was playing now was no longer about his own life, but was of a spectator telling the story of the life of another person. Lian Yuqing's expression was calm. He plucked the strings and played in a similar way. The faces of those around them began to change. They had heard the song on the day of the entrance battles. The one who played back then was Bai Luli. Furthermore, there were also some from the Holy Sage Pavilion who had heard the tune before, like Hua Fan. Yi Futian is able to play something like this? Many within earshot were swept into the intense illustration as the sound of the guqin reverberated in the air. Even the statues around them began to emanate beams of light, like they were being touched by the guqin's sound as well. Lian Yuqing began to look troubled. The tune seemed to be an exceptional kind. As time went by, he felt that it was rather difficult to keep up with. It was as if the tune was trying to knock him over. Those adept at the guqin knew to appreciate the songs played. Yi Futian's song directly interfered with Lian Yuqing's mind. It was as if that song had no equivalent. At the very least, Lian Yuqing did not feel the songs he knew were qualified enough to match it. His fingers plucked on the strings furiously. The speed of the tune he played slowed, then was sustained by only his exceptional mastery at the art. When the painting illustrated by the tune was unfolded, it was a mighty, brimming piece. The state depicted by the sound was that of a whole world, the heart of kings and emperors. All 8 statues were influenced by the tune, emanating dazzling beams of light in pulses, showering onto Yi Futian. Spiritual qi danced around in the air, and the spiritual qi in the Zhonggong battle platform pulsed to the tempo of the guqin sounds. Lian Yuqing looked incredibly troubled by then. However, he did not stop. The tunes he played changed from one to another, and exceptional sounds kept emanating from his instrument. But then again, even his exceptional mastery proved inadequate to cover the one played by Yi Futian. His tune became encroached one time after another, for the tune of kings and emperors would not tolerate being defiled by other sounds. Stronger illustrations were born. Wind danced on the Zhonggong battle platform and the 8 statues emanated dazzling light that circled around Yi Futian. The beams grew increasingly tall. Countless eyes were set on the silhouette of Yi Futian playing. With intense emotions welling up inside them, the spectators watched him play. Their minds seemed to have been entirely carried away by the illustrations drawn by the song, as if telling an incredibly epic legend. It told of the divine prefecture, its history and culture, the chaotic world and the yearning for one to bring order. The illustration became increasingly powerful and vivid as the tune went on. All 8 statues glowed with bright, tall beams of light. Air of terror seemed to have been swept in from nowhere. The clouds changed and endless worldly spiritual qi rained down from above. Yi Futian remained seated cross-legged, losing himself in all of it. Many even began to look at him with dazed eyes of admiration. Twang! A crisp sound was heard. Lian Yuqing's playing was completely swept away, halting abruptly. The string of Lian Yuqing's instrument had broken. The guqin was smeared with the blood spewed from his mouth. Lian Yuqing lost. A grade 1 noble ranked 5th on law rank and possessed unparalleled skill in the art of the guqin, yet he lost to another playing the instrument. He lost to Yi Futian, a grade 8 noble. If the competition had been one where the musical spells were used for fights, it would have been pointless as the victor would have been apparent. However, that competition was based on Yi Futian's ideas about sparring, where one's mastery of the art of the guqin was considered. Lian Yuqing had immense pride, especially when it came to the art of the guqin. It was unthinkable for him to attack Yi Futian. As such, he went testing Yi Futian's skills as a fellow musician of the instrument, matching the illustrations brought forth by Yi Futian through his own extraordinary mastery at the art. Lian Yuqing performed admirably, befitting of one who was ranked 5th on the law rank. Yet, the last song proved too much for him to handle. Despite giving his all, he failed to match the state illustrated by that last song. He ended up thoroughly burnt out, suffering intense mental trauma and physical injuries while the string on his guqin broke. Many understood what that outcome meant. Lian Yuqing lost to Yi Futian at a guqin competition. Having only arrived at the Holy Ji Palace less than a year ago, the champion of the entrance battles emerged as a newbie to question the rules of the sparring sessions, presenting his ideas of proper sparring to the veterans and old-timers. He claimed that he was not inferior to his seniors in any way but plain. He fulfilled what he had claimed, beating his seniors in both martial arts and sorcery. Now, even Lian Yuqing, the one who ranked 5th on the law rank, lost to him. It was a prestige for Futian like no other. Looking at the silhouette who was still playing his instrument, many looked dazed. Rumors about Yi Futian had been all over the place since the day he entered the Holy Ji Palace. Rumors which were all unsavory, claiming him to be vile, weak, and cowardly. So what now? He remained calm and composed even when facing the one who ranked 5th on the law rank. Yun Shuixing looked at Yi Futian with a tinge of interest in her cold eyes. She felt unable to read the young man before her. Xianxia's face went pale altogether. What happened before seemed like a joke. It was a sarcastic twist of fate like no other. Even the number 1 noble in the Daozong Palace lost, which meant that she had no place disparaging Yi Futian or doubting the one Hua Jieyu deemed worthy. She came to realize right there and then why Hua Jieyu reacted so intensely that day. Hua Jieyu knew him through and through while Xianxia knew nothing. Yun Feng looked at Yi Futian. He felt the light of Yi Futian was unbearably blinding. It made him feel worthless and despaired. Zhuge Xing had his eyes on Yi Futian as well. The impact Yi Futian brought forth then was even more intense than the one seen in the battles prior to their entry to the Holy Ji Palace. The one Yi Futian faced was not a newbie, but Lian Yuqing, who ranked 5th on the law rank. All those who were in the same batch as Yi Futian felt some kind of heat welling up in their chests. What Yi Futian had pulled just now was indeed a tale to be told in legends. That one song made him into the only truly unique being in the place meant for sparring. Hua Jieyu smiled, looking at Yi Futian with her clear eyes. What a good-looking guy indeed. That was the Yi Futian that she knew and loved. Yu Shang looked composed, and he was the only one capable of looking so composed. He ceased being surprised no matter what Yi Futian ended up achieving. He deemed such achievements to be Yi Futian's destiny, a glorious being admired and revered by tens of thousands. That was his destiny regardless of where he ended up, even in the Holy Ji Palace. Tremendously terrifying spiritual qi moved as a horrifying current was sensed from afar, encasing the entire Zhonggong battle platform. Yi Futian continued to play his instrument as if he had totally lost himself in the illustration brought by the song he played. It was no longer a match between him and Lian Yuqing. He played because he felt a resonating power coming from somewhere else. It was not just Yi Futian. Everyone in the sparring place felt the same kind of power. They looked far away and saw a gust of terrifying air moving toward them with the wind. Intense vibrations were whipped up around them. The air came from an area located between where they were and the law power zone. The area was incredibly vast, with many secret sites and ruins strewn about the place, as well as blessed sites for training left by the predecessors of the Holy Ji Palace for those who succeeded them. There were even places that were incredibly difficult to tread. The students of the Holy Ji Palace spent many years to advance themselves, not even having to go on pilgrimages outside. The reason for that lied within the tremendously rich resources for training in the Holy Ji Palace. Even if one were to spend 5 to 10 years studying there, it was still impossible for one to step foot in every single place for training there was. The song Yifutian was playing grew incredibly loud and vivid, reverberating everywhere. All 8 statues resonated and burst with dazzling light. Mystical energy was conjured in the air, resonating with the sound of Yifutian's guqin. The tune was practically heard everywhere by then, spreading far and wide, invoking even stronger vibrations. Its musical notes. Many were shocked to their core. Lian Yuqing looked up in the air. Countless musical notes were seen coming from the area of ruins, attracted by Yifutian's playing. They resonated with the sound of Yifutian's guqin, writing a new tune with him. Lian Yuqing's pride was practically shattered by then. He was utterly crushed by a student who had just entered the Holy Ji Palace. That day on the law battle platform, Yifutian said that there would be a day when he would have Lian Yuqing hear him play. Lian Yuqing did not bother with him. It was totally unexpected that that day would have come so soon. Within mere months, Yifutian indeed came to play him a song. That was the Yukio song. Although Lian Yuqing had no idea that the Yukio song was introduced to the barren state through Yifutian, he nonetheless knew of the song renowned to be one of the top 10 pieces in existence. What Yifutian played was infused with the will of rulers. Thus, it was none other than the Yukio song introduced to the barren state. It was said that Bai Luli learned the song, but it was unexpected that Yifutian knew how to play it as well and furthermore was able to be so richly illustrative with the Yukio song. Lian Yuqing lost to Yifutian in the art of the guqin. He was pitiful, yet he did not feel much sadness about it. To anyone who devoted their lives to the guqin, there was nothing to be sad in losing to someone playing the Yukio song. What was embarrassing about his predicament, however, was that the one who was playing the Yukio song was Yifutian. Yifutian, who Lian Yuqing disliked intensely, bested him with one such legendary song. The crazed rush of the current continued as more and more musical notes were seen. One figure after another moved to the site where the tune was played. Even some of the elders in the Holy Ji Palace were so moved that they had to hear the song in person. The minds and hearts of many were shocked. The sparring sessions attracted the attention of the elders due to Yifutian's actions. They had thought the sessions were just about to begin only to find out that it was already the climax. With such a magnificent display of skills and power demonstrated at such a stage, what more could have happened that was deemed capable of surpassing what was seen right there and then? Some of the Holy Ji Palace elders looked in the direction of somewhere in the area of ruins. They knew of a mystical place there, a place left behind by an extraordinarily powerful predecessor, and it was a place few were able to tread. At that moment, musical notes traversed the space between the two places to write a song with Yifutian. Following the trail of the musical notes, head to Guqin Valley. An elder told Yifutian as they looked in the direction of the Zonggong battle platform. A spark was seen in Yifutian's eyes, and he leaped up from where he sat, playing his instrument as he headed for the place where the musical notes came from. If it was a place the elders of the Holy Ji Palace told him to visit, then there was no doubt that it was a place worth visiting. So the resonating power came from Guqin Valley? Guqin Valley. Lian Yuqing went pale as he uttered the name of the place. It was as he had guessed. The sounds came from Guqin Valley indeed. He had tried multiple times to venture there, yet he was unable to enter the mystical place even now. However, right there and then, the possibility of Yifutian being given the right to enter was incredibly high. It was indeed sarcasm like no other. Lian Yuqing suffered a truly crushing defeat. Everyone stared at Yifutian as he left for Guqin Valley, and they turned their eyes to Lian Yuqing, feeling extremely uneasy. The sparring session had been rather cruel to Lian Yuqing. Not only did he, the one who ranked 5th on the low rank, lose to Yifutian at a Guqin battle, but the victor was also even summoned by the valley itself. It was natural that many had heard of the Guqin Valley. It was said that there was a frightening powerful figure in the Holy Ji Palace who reached incredible heights training with the Guqin, becoming an existence feared by many. His skill in the Guqin allowed him to mesmerize people and take control of their minds. It even allowed him to stimulate the latent potential of people, and his abilities were incredibly eerie in nature. Many top-class figures in the barren state avoided him like a plague. It was said that he was the #1 on the barren sky ranking of the previous generation. That figure was none other than Lu Guangxing, the 9-fingered Guqin demon told in legends. He had been a madman throughout his life, and his soul came to rest in Guqin Valley. Many in the Holy Ji Palace knew that Lian Yuqin tried many times to gain entrance into Guqin Valley to inherit the lineage of the ruins of Lu Guangxing. However, he failed at every single attempt and had never been able to truly step foot in Guqin Valley. Yet, Yi Futian's song managed to move the Guqin Valley instead. It would have been anyone's guess how Lian Yuqing, the one known to be the best in the art of the Guqin in the low rank, felt. Lian Yuqing's eyes were locked on the figure who just left the site. His expression changed as he took to the air, chasing after Yi Futian. He wanted to see yet again if he would be able to make it into Guqin Valley. Yu Sheng, Hua Jiyu, and some others flashed and took to the air, going after Yi Futian. Many in the sparring place looked funny as one figure after another left. Despite the event of the day being sparring sessions, Yi Futian practically stole the event's thunder. With Guqin Valley resonating with Yi Futian, many went after him, and that rendered things rather awkward for the event itself. Shall we continue or just pause it for now? Many turned to look at Hua Fan. At that very moment, an elder said while standing in the air, "Those who wish to leave are free to do so, but it is probably something that has nothing to do with you. Those who stay, continue the sessions." They left as soon as the announcement was made. Some others were seen leaving, but most elected to stay behind. That practice was indeed inappropriate. Since Yi Futian proved his point to be true, we shall just abolish that round of events in further sessions then, said a voice. Many turned to look at the one who spoke. It was Do Kuan from Battle Sage Palace, and Yi Futian was considered his junior. Do Kuan was ranked second on the low rank. Many went silent at his words. While there was no absolute right or wrong, Yi Futian had beaten Lian Yuqing, and it was only natural that his points were right. From that battle, it was obvious that Yi Futian's ranking on the low rank would have made a considerable leap. This will be my last time hosting the sparring sessions. The future sessions will be in your hands. The sessions for newbies in the future shall be restricted to the difference of 2 planes at best, and they should be held mainly to provide guidance, Hua Fan said calmly. The battle of the day spelled more than Lian Yuqing's defeat, it was also the defeat of obsolete rules. Yi Futian broke it as a newbie. If there was a day where he would end up as the champion of the law rank, it was something that had to be acknowledged regardless of what everyone else thought of him. Hua Fan did not make one thing clear, however. There was a huge possibility that the future law rank would have been overseen by Yi Futian, and that was probably something that would happen within just a few years. Continue, Hua Fan cleared his thoughts as he said. He felt immensely moved. Many prominent figures appeared from every generation, and the ones to emerge from the younger generations were destined to best the ones who came before them. The Guqin Valley was one of the many relics within the Shangdao Palace, and a famous one at that. Lu Guangxing's illustrious reputation was one of the reasons. Another was that no one had been truly able to touch Lu Guangxing's Guqin in the Guqin Valley and get his approval. This was indicative of the kind of character Lu Guangxing was. True to the meaning of his name, he lived wildly, and even after his death, none of the palace's talents had been able to impress him. The entrance of the Guqin Valley was a stone cave. Many people were gathered here, and at the head of them was Yi Futian. He was holding a Guqin in his arms, playing continuously. If Yi Futian were to stop playing, the resonance between him and the Guqin Valley may be disrupted. Yi Futian could feel the incredibly powerful energy of musical will within this valley. He walked through the stone doors into the valley. It was a whole new world on the other side of the arched doors. Startlingly bright and cheery, it was like a private little world of one's own. There were green plains and strange jagged rocks, mountains, and springs. It was a world filled with life, and an invisible energy seemed to inhabit the space as well. Those were the musical notes that danced in time to Yi Futian's music. Behind Yi Futian, many people walked out into the valley as well. Unlike Yi Futian, they felt a sort of pressure, one that surrounded them from all directions in the Guqin Valley. It was as if the musical will was seeping into their minds, making them feel incredibly uncomfortable. It was as though they were about to lose their minds. Let's wait outside, Yi Wuchen whispered. Hua Jiyu and Yu Xing nodded, and they all retreated. Suke, Zhengli, and many others had come as well, but they too went outside the Guqin gardens to wait. Only Lien Yuqing followed Yi Futian in, similarly holding a Guqin in his arms and playing. However, the musical notes were relentless still in their invasion of his mind. In the past, even if one was not a musical sorcerer, they would still come to the Guqin Valley in order to train their spiritual will. But to him, this place held a different significance. Furthermore, regardless of who came here to train, they would not come before the Guqin in the Guqin Valley. Lien Yuqing lifted his head to gaze into the distance. The ground was higher there, and the surroundings elegant. A Guqin lay quietly on a smooth large rock. At this very moment, the Guqin was actually playing itself, and the musical notes that spread across the space were resonating with the Guqin in Yi Futian's arms. Lien Yuqing saw with his own eyes how Yi Futian walked forward until he was right before the Guqin. This Guqin had become famous because of Lu Guangxing, and was hailed as an iconic Guqin in the barren state. It was called the Soul Guqin. Lien Yuqing's Guqin was peaceful and calm, just like his own inner state. He had always wanted to experience just how proudly defiant the enchanted Guqin of Lu Guangxing's was, though it was a pity that he never actually got the chance to. Now he watched as the newcomer to the Holy Ji Palace, who had been first in the law battle, walk before the Soul Guqin and sit down, crossing his legs. He felt a twinge of jealousy towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian had stopped playing by now, and he glanced at the Guqin in his hands. He remembered how this Guqin from the ancient Lulan in the ancient barren world had been unwilling to follow him back then. Now it seemed like he would never have any use for it in the future. However, Yi Futian would keep the Guqin with him as a memento. Since he had already walked all the way over here, he could predict what would happen next. It was a form of acknowledgement that the musical notes had drawn him here. It would also be a form of inheritance for him as well. Yi Futian sat down on the ground and looked at the Guqin before him. The words Soul Guqin were carved into the side of the Guqin. It was probably the name of this Guqin. He reached out and touched the Guqin lightly. In an instant, the strings of the Guqin moved, and Yi Futian's fingers danced along with the strings as well. The surroundings were immediately filled with musical notes, which floated into Yi Futian's mind. Yi Futian closed his eyes and immersed himself within the experience, quietly feeling the musical notes that were floating into his head and remembering every single note, burning them into his memory. An image surfaced in Yi Futian's head. A middle-aged man sat right where he was, playing the Guqin with both hands. It was the previous owner of the Soul Guqin. As Yi Futian listened to the music, he felt a hint of Guqin spirit within the Soul Guqin. This was the resonance created between him and the Guqin spirit, which had also laid down a musical boundary around the Guqin Valley to seal the Guqin here. If Yi Futian was not playing the Yukio song, he would not have been able to even set foot into this place. The music playing in Yi Futian's mind felt wild and unrestrained to him. He had never learned such a wild song before. Back then, he had learned songs like The World and A Chaotic Nation. Those were songs that had moments of magnificence and solemnity. But the only word that came to mind as he listened to the song was wild. It was as if the song had taken on a form of its own and was on the level of a grandmaster. At this moment, Lien Yuqing was still struggling outside the musical boundary, trying to get to where Yi Futian was. However, he realized that he was slowly losing his will. If he were really to force his way through the boundary, he may very well lose his mind. Finally, Lien Yuqing stopped and sighed as he looked towards Yi Futian. He then turned to leave. He would remember everything that had happened today as a point of motivation for himself. Once he got back, he was going to train his state of mind as well as his abilities in the Guqin path. Yi Futian stayed in the Guqin Valley for many days. Yushang, Hua Jieyu and the rest waited outside for him throughout. By this time, the sparring sessions had come to an end. The real sparring had started after Yi Futian left, with powerful individuals clashing against each other. Even those at the top of the low rank had gotten involved as well. But the fight that Yi Futian had walked out of remained the most shocking battle of this series of sparring sessions. On the last day of the 10,006th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar, many of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples left to visit home. Those who didn't leave kept busy with their training. The new law rank was now carved onto the stone wall in the law battle platform area. Once the sparring sessions ended every year, there would be great changes to the law rank. However, this year, the biggest change in the law rank was attributed only to one person. Many people were gathered before the law rank. Zhu Guxing, Xianxia, Yunfeng, and the others were all there, staring at the new rankings. Shockingly, Yi Futian's name was at the top. He was 10th in the law rank. Despite only being a grade 8 noble, he had made it to 10th place. This was practically a miracle in the Holy Ji Palace. Of course, no one dared to question this ranking. Yi Futian had already displayed the potential of someone who would rank first in the law rank from his performance in battle. Furthermore, his skills in sorcery and martial arts were all outstanding, and he had defeated Lien Yuqing in battle using the Guqin path. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Futian was still at a lower plane, and was not as physically strong, he may have ranked even higher. Other than Yi Futian, Yu Shang had entered the lower rank as well, though he was further down the list. But it seemed like the two names who would eventually be on top had already appeared within the law rank. People made it a point to remember Yi Futian's name. Where the relics were, there were many people training everywhere as well. Some occasionally had their eye on the Guqin Valley as well. Hua Jieyu was waiting outside the stone doors of the Guqin Valley. Today was the last day of the year, but Yi Futian was still training inside, refusing to come out. Just then, a handsome figure walked out from the valley. All smiles, he gazed towards the countless people waiting outside the Guqin Valley for him. A smile appeared on Hua Jieyu's face. Walking up to him, she first threw him a sharp glance before asking gently, "How's your training?" "There was the inheritance of a senior within the Guqin Valley," Yi Futian replied. "I managed to obtain several superb songs and the senior's Guqin." He then chuckled. "Did a day without me feel like an eternity?" Hua Jieyu pouted at him. She thought he was being incredibly thick-skinned. "I thought you weren't going to come out," Hua Jieyu said softly. "Why wouldn't I? I'm planning to welcome the new year with my wife-to-be." Yi Futian laughed, before looking at Yi Wuchen. "Wuchen, call Qinyu over. Let's find a place to sit." "Sure," Yi Wuchen replied. "Where shall we meet?" "Up there." Yi Futian pointed to a mountain. "That's the highest point in this place. We should get a pretty good view." Yi Wuchen nodded and turned to leave. "Yu Xing, I'll get little Condor to bring Xianxia over. Let's head there first." Yi Futian smiled. Yu Xing nodded and they set off towards the tall mountain. At the peak of that mountain, one could get a bird's-eye view of the area. Staring down at the many relics below, Yi Futian laughed. "Just training in the law power zone alone has taken me half a year, and there's still plenty of resources left for me to train with for a good while. There probably are still places like the Guqin Valley among these relics. Seems like I'll be able to train well in the palace for the next few years." After the sparring sessions, no one would be picking a fight with Yi Futian, which was good, since he had come to the palace in order to train and ascend to higher planes. "We're still going to be training here for a few years?" Xianxia clenched his teeth. He was thinking that he wouldn't be able to take it. "Seventh brother, if you're going to be so lazy, I'm going to have a chat with second sister when I get the chance." Yi Futian grinned at him. "You think that scares me?" Xianxia glared scornfully at Yi Futian, but he still seemed a little unconfident. "Yuan Zhan, why didn't you go back to Mount Taihang?" Yi Futian turned to Yuan Zhan and asked. "The old man had me follow you," Yuan Zhan replied, gazing into the distance. "But you didn't have to stick with me all the way." Yi Futian rubbed between his eyebrows, marveling at how rigid these demonic beasts could be. Soon, Yu Wuchen, Lu Qinyu, the Black Wind Condor, Yi Qingxian, and Lulan Shui arrived at the mountain peak at the same time. Yi Futian smiled at Lu Qinyu. "Qinyu, you've become prettier. Looks like our Wuchen has done a good job taking care of you." Lu Qinyu had been training in the palace as well. As she transcended to a higher plane, her aura became even more outstanding as well. "Who is Yun Shuixin, and why have I been hearing things about her even at the sword pavilion?" Lu Qinyu looked towards Yi Futian, seeming to ask in all seriousness. Yi Futian blinked and looked at the stunning figure before him. "I was in the wrong. This woman is ruthless," he thought to himself. "It's the last day of the year already, let's not argue today." Yi Qingxian walked up to them, smiling gently. "Qingshuan's right." Yi Futian nodded. "Why does it feel like we're missing something, like roasted meat or whatnot?" As he spoke, Yifutian's gaze landed on the black-winged condor, and the condor jumped up hurriedly, speaking up woefully, "Boss, if there's anything you want, just give the order and I'll go get it done." The condor was wary of the others having any funny ideas about it. It spooked him. "Does anyone want alcohol?" A voice rang out. Yifutian turned to look, and saw Zue Qianzhou walking over with Suke, carrying a pot of wine with him. "Sure." Yifutian smiled and nodded. This situation was perfect for drinking. "Looks like I have no choice but to bring out the good stuff." Zue Qianzhou seemed a little pained. From a storage ring, he took out many wine cups. There was a great variety of cups, with some made of gold and others of jade. Yifutian was dumbfounded at how exquisite Zue Qianzhou's taste was. Everyone sat together, and Zue Qianzhou poured them all a cup of wine, chuckling. "Despite being alive for so long, I haven't actually had the chance to welcome the new year with people who aren't my master. To fate, which brought us all together." Suke chuckled, thinking to himself that life really was interesting. He had thought himself a person who did not get along with the rest, but after arriving at the Holy Ji Palace, he had discovered people he didn't mind, like Zue Qianzhou and Yi Wuchen. Yifutian and Yu Xing seemed like interesting people too. Perhaps this really was the workings of fate at play. To fate. Yifutian laughed and everyone raised their cups and drank. The sparring sessions a few days ago were really satisfying. Suke grinned. "How long do you all think it will take for us to take over the lower rank of the Holy Ji Palace?" Most of those who would predictably be at the forefront of the rankings were here at this gathering. "Probably 3 years," Zue Qianzhou replied. 3 years. Yifutian looked towards the Holy Ji Palace. "I've never thought about conquering the law rank." Zue Qianzhou and Suke were taken aback for a moment and glanced over at Yifutian. Then they both chuckled. Indeed, they had forgotten that not everyone had their sights set on the law rank. The rankings meant little to Yifutian. Then what about the Barren Sky ranking in the Barren State? Suke looked towards Yifutian. Yifutian was still staring off into the distance. He thought about the Barren Sky ranking in the Barren State. A smile then appeared on his face, but he did not reply. In years to come, when Suke recalled this memory again, he would finally understand the meaning behind Yifutian's smile. It was now the 10,009th year of the Divine Prefecture calendar. 3 years had passed, and now something big was happening within the vast Barren State again. The assessment for admissions to the Holy Ji Palace, which was held once every 3 years, would be happening soon. The younger generation of the Barren State had set foot onto the 9 divine roads and was preparing to conquer the roads and enter the Holy Ji Palace. Just like 3 years ago, many young talents had gathered at the divine roads, heading towards the Holy Ji Palace. Powerful individuals from all across the land had also arrived in large groups at the foot of the palace, preparing to watch the final battle from there. Among them, there were many influential characters who had come in support of their disciples participating in the assessment. Within the Holy Ji Palace, the disciples were busy training. At this moment, there was a crowd gathered before the law rank, staring at the rankings carved into the stone wall. After 3 years, immense changes had occurred within the law rank. About 2 years ago, after the sparring sessions had ended, Hua Fan entered the Sage Palace and emerged from his training as Sage. Afterward, Dokuin and the person who was third in the law rank entered the Sage Plane as well. Even then, they had not been replaced by the 4th and 5th person in the original rankings. Instead, the top 3 positions had been taken over by those who were lower down in the rankings. The batch of disciples from 6 years ago had already advanced to be at the peak of the noble plane. This put them ahead of many disciples in the batch from 9 years ago, who had not entered the Sage Plane yet. It was a large leap to get to the Sage Plane, which made it difficult for people to break through into the plane. As such, it was common that disciples from 2 different generations would clash with each other in the lower rank at this particular plane. Such occurrences had happened throughout the years. Even within the disciples that had entered 3 years ago, there were many whose names had already appeared within the lower rank. Furthermore, there were many whose positions were especially eye-catching. The person who was 10th in the low rank was especially prominent. His rank was not especially high, but he had steadily held that position for 2 years in a row. About 2 years ago, Yifutian had made a name for himself through a battle during the sparring sessions and become 10th in the law rank as a grade 8 noble. Afterward, he had maintained that rank without any changes happening. He did not increase in rank, but neither was he replaced by anyone. It was as if his position was fixed. Those who ranked lower than him skipped 10th place when they rose in ranking. Those who dropped in rank also fell beneath Yifutian as well. Once, there had been a person in 11th place who rose in ranking to take over the 9th place. The person originally in 9th place should have become 10th instead. But that did not happen. Yifutian remained in his rank and the person dropped directly to number 11 in the rank instead. It was strange. However, those in the Holy Ji Palace were not fazed at all by this occurrence. Over the past 2 years, Yifutian had not participated in any more battles. He had even been absent from the sparring sessions for the past 2 years. Under these circumstances, even if one wanted to have Yifutian's ranking in the lower rank shifted forward, it was unclear where he should be placed. As a result, a strange occurrence happened within the lower rank where Yifutian remained in the exact same ranking for about 2 years. "What plane is that guy at now?" someone asked quietly, looking at Yifutian's name on the ranking. Those next to him knew exactly who he was talking about. In truth, there were many who were curious about Yifutian. Someone else answered from the side, "I thought he would have participated in the sparring sessions a few months back. In the end, he still wasn't interested." What a character. But even without participating in the sparring sessions or any other battle, his name is still getting more prominent within the palace. They continued. He's someone who broke through many relics continuously, and he even helped many of those entering the Holy Ji Palace in their training. It's no wonder he's well known. He has an extraordinary capability in understanding things. We've already seen that back at the sparring sessions over 2 years ago. Today, whether it's sorcery, martial arts, or the Guqin path, he probably has outstanding achievements in all of them. Even those talents from the batch 3 years ago were willing to head to the Battle Sage Palace in order to ask him for training advice. Many people chattered before the low rank about how Yifutian had become a legendary character among the Holy Ji Palace disciples. Despite his unconventional ways, he was still outstandingly capable. They predicted that if Yifutian were to actually participate once, there would even be the possibility that he could leap straight into the top 3 from being 10th in the low rank. It had been 2 years already. With his current abilities and his potential to become first in the low rank, it was absolutely possible that he would be able to enter the top 3. Over at the sky-reaching tower area, shouts were heard, and there was a ruckus both within and outside the tower. Entering the 18th level? This guy's crazy good. Some people were exclaiming in jealousy. Who entered the 18th level? Someone asked outside. Who else could it be? It's Yu Sheng, of course, someone replied, walking out of the tower. Many people headed for the sky-reaching tower in a blink, and they saw the hulking figure on the 18th floor of the tower. Many felt a twinge of jealousy in their hearts. Yu Shen was probably only a grade 4 noble. Even if that was one of the peak states in the noble plane, there was still a ways to go before he would be considered a superior noble. However, one usually had to be a grade 1 noble in order to enter the 18th level of the sky-reaching tower. Even if one was physically powerful, they probably still had to be at least a grade 2 noble in order to enter successfully. Yu Sheng was only a grade 4 noble. What kind of body did he have in order to be able to enter the 18th floor? He was a monster. The batch from 3 years ago already had Yifutian with his strange ways and Yu Sheng, who was an absolute monster. Many people wondered if these two would be the ones to fight over the top position in the law rank in the future, and if so, who would prevail? However, they also understood that these two fellows didn't seem to have any interest in the lower rank at all. If not, they wouldn't have ignored all the opportunities to battle. They were only concerned with training and improving their own abilities quietly. They hadn't even participated in the sparring sessions. They wondered what those at the Holy Sage Pavilion would think if 2 disciples from the Battle Sage Palace were to become number 1 and 2 in the lower rank in future. It would probably be humiliating for them as the top palace in the Holy Ji Palace. Throughout history, it had always been a disciple from the Holy Sage Pavilion who stably held the first position in the law rank. The current disciple at the top of the law rank was a disciple from the Holy Sage Pavilion as well. The Holy Sage Pavilion was the top palace of the Holy Ji Palace. Situated within the northern parts of the Holy Ji Palace, the Holy Sage Pavilion towered over the land. At this moment, a person walked out from an ancient hall within the Holy Sage Pavilion. While this person had absolutely no aura, the sight of him standing there gave one the impression of grandeur. He lifted his eyes to look at the skies, and his gaze seemed as though it could penetrate through the sky. Assistant Palace Lord, an elder from the Holy Sage Pavilion, bowed and greeted him from aside. This person who had just walked out was the second most powerful man in the Holy Ji Palace and was third in the Barren Sky ranking. It's time for the next batch's assessment, isn't it? The Assistant Palace Lord spoke in a low tone. Yes. The other man nodded. Are there any good seedlings in this batch? He asked. There are a few, came the reply. They are pretty talented, but they may not be as strong as the disciples from the previous batch. Bai Zai's already considered pretty good in terms of capability, yet in the previous assessment he was crushed by two other participants. It was a huge emotional blow to him, and I don't think he's walked out of the shadow of that event yet. Training is an individual responsibility. When it comes to one's emotional state, no one else can help him but himself. If he can't let that event go, he's destined to remain average for life, the Assistant Palace Lord mused. Then he asked, what about those two from the Battle Sage Palace? How far have they come along in their training? They're both at the peak of the Grade 4 Noble Plane, the elder answered. It's not clear how their battle abilities are at this moment, but with their performance so far, it seems like they'll be very powerful. They're both rare geniuses that you can only find once in a blue moon. Perhaps they'll be of great help to Luli in future. It's just that a senior of theirs from the eastern region of the Barren State seems to have some disagreements with Luli. As you cultivate, you train the heart as well. If Luli can disregard the animosity between Bai Zai and himself, then hopefully he'll be able to look past these affairs between seniors, the Assistant Palace Lord said. The Battle Sage Palace will nurture them properly. When they reach the peak of the Noble Plane in the future, then we'll gather the Pavilion Lords for a discussion to permit their entry into the Sage Palace to train. The man at his side nodded in response. Many of the disciples in the Holy Ji Palace thought that the Holy Sage Pavilion would be concerned that Yi Futian was becoming so prominent. This was but an underestimation of how gracious the elders in the Holy Sage Pavilion could be. They were not concerned with the internal competition between the 6 palaces. The competition between disciples was a way to motivate them in their training, and the palaces would not interfere in that. Time's beginning to run out. It's about time to put the marriage between Luli and Zhuge Mingyue on the agenda, the Assistant Palace Lord whispered. The Barren State had to have a saint. Many top individuals had failed in the past. Even their senior had failed. Bai Luli was to be their new hope. At the Battle Sage Palace, a few people had appeared by the Golden Cliffs. Yi Futian was there as well and was sitting opposite an incredibly beautiful woman. That woman was Phoenix from the Daozong Palace. Next to her, white flames hid her figure from sight. A strange area of wool fell upon her, making it feel as though she couldn't even move her body. Sage Daozong once mentioned in his lecture that when we reach the plane we're in right now, integrated energy should come from areas of will. Since everyone has a different perception of energy, the new areas of will created would all be different as well. This is the area of will that I've perceived, Yi Futian said, looking at Phoenix. He then took back his energy. Thank you. Phoenix nodded at Yi Futian in gratitude. Over the past 2 years, Yi Futian had entered many of the relic's secret realms. This had not escaped the notice of people, and many came to him for training advice. It was just surprising to Yi Futian that Phoenix, who was reticent in nature, would come to him for advice today as well. Phoenix's plane was higher than his. No problem, we can help each other to become better. Yi Futian smiled. I'll take my leave now. If the chance arises, I'll come seek your advice again. Phoenix stood up and turned to leave. Her sleeves fluttered as she moved, adding to her loveliness. Brother Yi, seems like you've got pretty good luck with the ladies. At this moment, a figure moved through the sky towards him. It was Zhongli, another talent who had entered the Holy Ji Palace at the same time as him. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Futian chuckled and shook his head. Yeah, I'm talking nonsense here. Zhongli laughed and threw a glance at the beautiful woman next to Yi Futian. In Yi Futian's second year at the Holy Ji Palace, Mu Zhiqiu had come to the Holy Ji Palace's core island from the 1,000 Holy Islands through a selections process. Since then, she would often meet Yi Futian to discuss their training in the celestial way. They come here for the same purpose as you do, Yi Futian explained. Over the past 2 years, he had also gotten closer to Zhongli. Got it, got it. Zhongli chuckled before coming to Yu Futian's side to seek his opinion on problems he had faced during training. Though they could turn to the elders for guidance should they meet with issues during their own training, they found that sometimes hearing about Yu Futian's own experiences in training could inspire them, given that Yu Futian was a peer whose plane was not far from theirs. At the side, Mu Zhiqiu watched Yu Futian and Zhongli quietly. After 3 years in the Holy Ji Palace, the young man who had once come to the Xianxia house in order to claim the divine destruction polearm had now become someone who had an incredibly high standing among the disciples of the palace. She knew that within the palace, there were many disciples who declared that Yi Futian would indisputably become first in the low rank in the future. Younger brother, Qi Jie called out, walking towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked up at him and responded, "Older brother, is anything the matter? It's now the assessment period for admissions to the Holy Ji Palace." Qi Jie smiled. Those going through the assessment have already stepped out of the divine roads, and many of them are outside the Holy Ji Palace now. Someone asked me to convey a message to you. Who? Yi Futian asked. Your older sister, Qi Jie replied. A smile twinkled in Yi Futian's eyes, and he asked, What did older sister ask you to say to me? She said to tell you that you were a rascal for not thinking about her for the past 3 years, and that you better go and see her tomorrow. Qi Jie spoke, his expression caught in the middle of seriousness and mirth. Yu Futian was speechless. He blinked before breaking out into a grin. His second older sister was coming. It had been 3 years since he last saw her. Having spent 3 years in the Holy Ji Palace, he was excited to find out how everyone else had been while he was away. The next morning, strong cultivators gathered outside the Holy Ji Palace like clouds. Big figures from all over the barren state came over. Strong cultivators of the pavilions lined the sides of the stairs too. At the foot of the Holy Ji Palace, there were even more people. Today was the day of the final battle. The talents of the 9 holy roads would fight below the Holy Ji Palace and fight to the end. Who would be the most brilliant figure this year? Countless people were discussing it. Many of the names were already familiar, but everyone was thinking whether the winner would be an underdog just like last time. Yi Futian had swept all his opponents as an underdog last time. He'd embarrassed Bai Zhe, second young lord of the White Cloud City, and defeated Huang Zhouge in the final battle. Under everyone's shock, he'd taken first place and entered the Holy Ji Palace, becoming Sage Dozhan's personal disciple. This year was a new round. They wondered what cultivation plane Yi Futian, who had entered the pavilion 3 years ago, would be at now. He'd been at grade 9 then. Would he be a mid-level noble now? In the crowd, Chen Yuan, chief of the Divine Sky City Starry School, arrived as well. He'd come to see how Yi Futian's cultivation these 3 years had been, and also see if Starry School disciples could enter the Holy Ji Palace once again. Long Mu and Gu Yunqi's group joined this trial, journeying down the Holy Road. 3 years ago, they'd followed Yi Futian. Now, they were grade 7 nobles and could hold their own. They traveled down the Holy Road to hear. Long Mu, Yunqi, how confident are you? Chen Yuan asked the ones beside him. Long Mu was the descendant of his disciple Long Yitian. Chen Yuan had high hopes in him. It was just that Yu Futian had appeared and outshone the other disciples. Long Mu seemed to have been affected by the Holy Road last time. He worked harder on his cultivation and had improved greatly. I will try my best, Long Mu answered. He gazed at the vast battlefield. 3 years ago, he'd watched Yu Futian get first place. He knew he couldn't do it, but he'd worked hard to see Yi Futian's back. Grandpa Chen, why don't you ask about me? A bright voice asked. Chen Yuan looked over and saw a pretty girl beside Long Mu. Affection filled his eyes. You want to join the fun with your cultivation plane? Mother, Grandpa Chen is being mean. The girl complained to the woman beside her. Is Grandpa Chen wrong? Madame Long said, smiling. The 18-year-old girl was Long Linger. She'd grown up and was beautiful while still being filled with youth. You all bully me. Brother Futian is the best for me. Long Linger thought of Yi Futian and smiled brightly. Mother, do you think Brother Futian can recognize me? Maybe not. Madame Long found it funny. How is that possible? Long Linger made a face at Madame Long. I don't believe it. I might have gotten prettier, but I'm still easy to recognize. Ah yes. Madame Long shook her head and smiled helplessly. This girl was a lot to deal with. But she was very relieved that this girl could exit the Holy Road peacefully. Long Linger was also in the Upper Arcana Plane, but Long Mu had experienced how dangerous the Holy Road was. Last time, Yi Futian had been there, but this time, Long Mu and Gu Yunxi had taken good care of Long Linger. Thankfully, nothing had happened. Otherwise, she would regret letting this girl go on the Holy Road. Zhuge Mingyue had already arrived on the steps. She was standing in the same spot as before. This year, the Zhuge family still had people in the trial that was still extraordinarily talented. Of course, that wasn't why she was here. She'd come to the Holy Ji Palace to get some air and see Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu. After all, they'd already cultivated in the pavilion for 3 years. Senior sister, what plane do you think Junior is in now? Beit Ang Xingyo asked Zhuge Mingyue. We can ask them after he comes. Zhuge Mingyue smiled. Second senior sister, a voice called from afar. Zhuge Mingyue looked up towards the Holy Ji Palace and saw a group flying over. It was Yu Futian's group. Yu Futian and Hua Jiyu came hand in hand. Yi Shaoshi, Yu Shang, and Lulan Shui were behind them. Yi Futian soon arrived and Hua Jiyu smiled as she called, Senior sister. Seems like you're living well in the pavilion. Zhuge Mingyue smiled at them. Yi Futian and Hua Jiyu looked great and happy. I'm okay. I just miss second senior sister a lot, Yi Futian said emotionally. Stop acting. Do you still remember me when Jiyu's here? Zhuge Mingyue gave a half smile. It's been 3 years and you never came to see me. Senior sister, I was busy cultivating, so I can protect you sooner, Yi Futian said with a timid smile. Then what cultivation plane are you now? Can you protect me now? Zhuge Mingyue asked. Pinnacle of the Grade 4 Noble Plane. It won't be long before I reach the upper-level Noble Plane, Yi Futian said. Not bad, Zhuge Mingyue said, smiling. Then she looked at Hua Jiyu. What about Jiyu? Senior sister. I'm on the same plane as him, she said. Shaoshi, why are you hiding? You don't know me anymore? Zhuge Mingyue asked Yi Shaoshi, who was in the back. What plane are you on? Senior sister, I was waiting for Junior to finish reporting. I'm grade 3, Yi Shaoshi said. Junior is catching up. How are you cultivating in the pavilion? Zhuge Mingyue grinned at him. It's the problem of talent, you know? I work really hard in the pavilion. If you don't believe me, you can ask Junior. Yi Shaoshi glanced at Yi Futian and fluttered his lashes. Yes. 7th senior brother works really hard, Yi Futian said, nodding. Yi Shaoshi let out a relieved breath. Zhuge Mingyue looked at them with a half-smile, making the fatty's heart pound in fear. His senior sister's gaze seemed to suspect that he'd been slacking off. Senior sister, is there news about 3rd senior brother? Yu Futian asked. Dead. Zhuge Mingyue's smile disappeared. Yu Futian blinked and saw Beit Ang Xingya shake his head. Yu Futian felt awkward and resentful. Had 3rd senior brother really disappeared for 3 or 4 years? Or if he hadn't contacted 2nd senior sister ever since he left the Eastern Barren Territory, how many years had it been? How could Zhuge Mingyue not be resentful then? 3rd senior brother must be cultivating crazily, so he can go to the Zhuge family with honor. Maybe it's really dangerous outside, Yi Futian said weakly while studying Zhuge Mingyue's expression timidly. As expected, Zhuge Mingyue's expression softened a bit, but she said softly, Don't mind him. Cultivate well and don't be like Shuiyi and Luofan. What happened to 4th and 5th senior brother? Yu Futian asked. Don't mention them, Zhuge Mingyue said. Yi Futian became much more confused. What had happened to them? Futian, a voice said below them. Yi Futian looked down and saw Chun Yuan's group. Senior sister, I'll go see Chief Chun now. Jiyu can stay with you, Yi Futian said. Zhuge Mingyue nodded and Yi Futian walked out. Lulan Shui also followed. She saw an extremely familiar figure behind Chun Yuan. Chief Chun, Madam, Yu Futian called while walking over. Yunxi, you're also here for the trial? Yes. Gu Yunxi nodded and smiled brilliantly at Yu Futian. Long time no see. Long time no see, Yu Futian said. Then he looked to the pretty figure on the side. He studied her and asked, Who is this? You can't recognize me? Long Linger fluttered her lashes. Her clear eyes seemed a bit nervous. PSH. Yi Futian knocked against Long Linger's head. Little girl, you've grown up and gotten prettier. Ah, you tricked me. Long Linger jumped up and rushed into Yi Futian's arms. Brother Futian, did you miss me? Hey, you're an adult now. Aren't you embarrassed? Yi Futian stared speechlessly at Long Linger. The girl was 18 years old now. She was a slim and graceful girl. Linger, you still make trouble even after growing up, Madame Long said, glaring at Long Linger. This is my brother. It's okay, Long Linger said, upset. Right, Brother Futian? Seems right. Yi Futian shook his head with a dry smile. Long Linger had been a little demoness when she was little. Now she was even scarier. Futian. Someone came to the Starry School asking for you. So I brought her with. Chun Yuan looked to the figure behind him. She was another beautiful woman with an extraordinary temperament. Lulan Xue had already walked before her. This woman was the Empress of Lulan. Empress, Yi Futian called, walking up. Yi Futian, come with me. I have something to say, the Empress said before turning to leave. Yi Futian followed with Lulan Xue behind him. The Empress led them away from the crowd. Then she turned and stared coldly at Yi Futian. Empress, why are you looking at me like that? Yi Futian asked. How is my daughter not good enough for you? Empress, what do you mean? Yi Futian asked. You have a girlfriend, but when I sent Lulan Xue to Book Mountain, I'd already said that you can even take her in as a mistress. Now, she's been by your side for so many years. How come she's still only on the side? Have you really ordered her around like a maid? Why are you humiliating her like this? The Empress asked coldly. She was the Empress of Lulan, and Lulan Xue had the high status of a princess. She could give Lulan Xue as a mistress, but Yi Futian still didn't think she was enough. This was definitely humiliation. Yi Futian looked at the Empress, confused and speechless. What kind of mother was this? Thinking of this, he became more upset. You forced Lulan Xue into Book Mountain back then, but I'm the one who mistreated her. Hearing this, the Empress became even more furious. Coldness radiated from her and enveloped Yi Futian. Don't get angry. If we really want to fight, you're not my match anymore, Yi Futian said coldly. Everyone had a temper. You, the Empress roared. A cold storm arrived instantly. A frightening cold spear shot towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian stood there quietly, allowing the icy spear to pierce him without moving. Now, his physical body was very strong. Even if the Empress was a grade 2 noble, he wasn't afraid. However, ancient Lulan's nobles were much weaker than the Holy Ji Palace's nobles, even if she was the Empress. If you keep attacking, I won't be polite anymore, Yi Futian said coolly. The Empress shook in anger, her chest rising and falling. This bastard, she thought. Lulan Xue, come back, the Empress said in anger. Don't serve him anymore. Looking at her mother, Lulan Xue shook her head. What do you mean? The Empress stared at her. He's humiliating you like this and you'll still follow him? You're the princess of Lulan. He's really treating you like a servant and you throw yourself onto him. Mother, I'm doing this willingly. It has nothing to do with him, Lulan Xue said softly. The Empress looked at her, speechless from anger. Then she said coldly, then I won't have a failure like you as a daughter. With that, she really turned to leave. Lulan Xue ran over, but the Empress waved her hand. Don't run after me. Just follow him. Lulan Xue stopped. She stood in her spot, eyes a bit wet. The Empress' body flashed and quickly disappeared. Her eyes were also damp. She'd asked for Yi Futian's news in Book Mountain and learned about the Divine Sky City's Starry School, so she went there. Then she came all the way to the Holy Ji Palace and learned about Yi Futian's achievements over the years. She didn't bear to do this to her daughter, but she was clear about Yi Futian. He would only go further and higher. In this case, she would just let her daughter go. She could only help Lulan Xue to this point, and she hoped the girl would understand her intentions. After the Empress left, Lulan Xue remained in her spot, staring at her back. They hadn't seen each other in years. Would she just leave after scolding her? Lulan, don't think too much. It's not how you think, Yi Futian said. The Empress isn't as heartless as you think. She did all that for you. Lulan Xue froze and looked at Yi Futian with her silver eyes. For her? I've truly been ordering you around these years, and I've gotten used to it. I'm sorry. If you want to leave someday, you don't have to worry about me. Yi Futian sighed and turned to leave. He knew how calculating the Empress was. He could obviously see through her intentions. The Empress had already planned to make him feel guilty about Lulan Xue, so he would treat her well. She wanted Lulan Xue to keep journeying with Yi Futian. This way, she could see a bigger world. Her current cultivation plane was catching up to the Empress. The Empress obviously knew about this. Thus, she decided to let go completely and let Lulan Shui fly with him. But she was worried Lulan Shui would be treated badly, so she yelled at Yi Futian. Looking at Yi Futian's back, Lulan Shui quickly realized this. Then she looked to her mother's back and sighed inwardly. Had she disappointed her mother? Yi Futian returned to the foot of the Holy Ji Palace. As strong cultivators from the 9 holy roads arrived gradually, Yi Futian arrived beside Zhuge Mingwei on the stairs. Futian, Jieyu, you'll watch the trial battle with me today, Zhuge Mingwei whispered. She looked forward. The battle would last a few days. Today was only the opening. Yi Futian's pupils constricted. His second senior sister rarely called his name. Something seemed off with her today. Second senior sister, is something wrong? Yi Futian asked. Zhuge Mingwei turned towards him. What are you thinking? How can anything be wrong? Really? Yi Futian didn't believe her. Zhuge Mingwei glared at him. Yi Futian's eyes moved away and then back. Second senior sister, if anything's wrong, you can tell Jieyu and me. We can help share your troubles. Zhuge Mingwei reached out to pat Yi Futian's head. Smiling gently, she said, Kid, just work hard on cultivating and reach the sage plane soon. Yes, I will. Yi Futian nodded. These 3 years, I never left the pavilion. I've been cultivating every second of the day. 3 years ago, I was down there. 3 years later, I'm watching the trial with senior sister. I believe that it'll only be a few years before the Baron Sky ranking has my name, not for the fame but to prove some things. Zhuge Mingwei smiled at Yi Futian. She knew what he was talking about. Bai Luli had become 10th on the Baron Sky ranking soon after entering the Sage Plane. Gu Donglu had challenged him once and lost. Bai Luli also had a complicated relationship with Zhuge Mingwei. Yi Futian wanted to prove some things to the world. Of course I trust you. Zhuge Mingwei's smile was warm. You're 25 years old now, right? I still remember how you were only 18 when you came to the cottage. You were so cute. Yi Futian was speechless. Cute? So Zhuge Mingwei had thought he was cute when they first met? Yes, I'm 25. Senior sister, I didn't awaken my life spirit and start cultivating until I was 15. Yi Futian said while looking in the distance. It's been 10 years. These 10 years I went from the beginning stage to now. I'm only a grade 4 noble now, but if I'm serious, I can be at the top of the Holy Ji Palace's rank. If I enter the top-level noble plane, no nobles here dare to say they'll defeat me. His voice was extremely confident. Zhuge Mingwei looked at the handsome side profile and her eyes shone brighter. She knew that Yi Futian wasn't bragging. He just wanted to tell her. Seems like Junior has grown up, Zhuge Mingwei murmured. The 3 years passed in a blink and she could feel that Yi Futian had grown up. The 18-year-old who'd entered the cottage was now mature. A poem says, if only life can remain how it was at the first meeting, but it's nice to see you grow up bit by bit. Zhuge Mingwei patted Yi Futian's head. Feeling Zhuge Mingwei's gentle hands and affectionate eyes, Yi Futian was speechless. She said he'd grown up, but she was still treating him like a kid. Where was his image? Senior sister, who's the most popular for the battle this year? Yi Futian's gaze moved to the examination grounds. There were countless people now. Most of them would be eliminated. Zhangzhou City's large forces all have talented figures in every generation. It's the same this time. Amongst them, the Shiman clan and the Thunder Courtyard both have one very talented figure. People have high expectations. Other than that, the Yanjiu that you defeated last time has a sister. She's even more talented than Yanjiu and she's here. The Zhuge family and White Cloud City also have powerful figures. Zhuge Mingwei smiled and continued. But no matter how talented they can't surpass the last round. Of course, Yi Futian said, smiling. Look at who was in the last round. Zhuge Mingwei smiled at Yi Futian with pride. She left after the first day. Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu stayed beside her the whole time, and Yi Futian felt keen that something was wrong. He said many things to her. Some of them seemed arrogant. But Zhuge Mingwei must have understood his intentions. Yi Futian continued watching the other battles because Long Linga was there, along with Long Mu and Gu Yunqi. Long Mu had truly improved greatly these past 3 years, perhaps motivated by Yi Futian. Long Linger was only 18 years old, but she'd already shown her shocking talent as a dragon master. She was even more talented than Long Mu. The battles this year were still spectacular. There weren't any underdogs like Yi Futian and Yu Shang who reached the end, but many talents were still very shocking. Shimin Gu of the Shimin clan was first while Yan Qingyan of the Sword Saint Mansion was second. She was Yan Jiu's sister. Her swordsmanship was precise and graceful. She'd added her own thoughts to the 9 swords of the Celestials. Third was a pride from the Thunder Courtyard. Last time, neither the Shimin clan nor the Thunder Courtyard had been able to enter the top 10. This time was a boost to their ego. Shimin Gu entered the Holy Sage Pavilion and Yan Qinggu entered the Sword Pavilion. 3 years ago, the Sword Demon hadn't wanted Yan Jiu, but he was impressed by Yan Qinggu. When the strong cultivator on the steps announced the end of the battle, the vast space fell into an uproar. Some were happy while others were upset. Yi Futian walked down to Chen Yuan's group. He looked at Long Linger and saw her grinning. "Brother Futian, how was I?" "Yes, the Daozong Pavilion made an exception for you. Seems like little Linger has grown up." Yi Futian patted Long Linger's head. At 18 years old, she was only in the upper Arcana plane, but Sage Daozong had personally made an exception to accept her. Clearly, her talent had been very impressive. Sage Daozong also knew Long Etian. Coming from the Divine Sky City of the Eastern Barren State, Long Etian had been on the Barren Sky ranking. He'd been incredible and shone for a while before passing like a shooting star. He saw yet another Dragon Master in Long Linger. Of course, Long Linger was a bit proud. Xin Yuan and Madame Long were also happy. They'd thought Long Linger wouldn't achieve anything and never thought the Daozong Pavilion would make an exception for her. It was a great surprise. "Long Mu, you did well," Yu Futian said to Long Mu. He'd entered an island on the 1,000 Holy Islands. This counted as entering the Holy Ji Palace too. "I'll catch up to you." Long Mu looked at Yi Futian. The disdain still existed, but it had become his motivation to keep improving. He was especially affected when he saw Yi Futian get first place 3 years ago and had cultivated crazily. "Then you better work hard," Yi Futian said, chuckling. He'd moved on from the past conflicts. Madame Long smiled at these juniors. Her smile was just as beautiful as when she was young. She was obviously happy seeing the juniors like this. Long Mu had finally grown up. In the future, he could be a good and reliable man like her brother, Long Etian. "Are you going back with me or entering the palace directly?" "Madame Long, I'm not going back." "Mother, tell father that I didn't disappoint him this time," Long Linger said. "Okay." Madame Long nodded. "Your father's strictness was for the best of you. Now that you and Long Mu have entered the Holy Ji Palace, you must cultivate well." "I will," Long Linger said. "Mother, don't worry. I have brother Futian and sister Jiu here." "Futian, you'll have to take care of this girl," Madame Long said. "Madam, don't worry. I won't let anything happen to Linger," Yi Futian said. "I obviously don't worry with you." "All right, go on now," Madame Long said. Yi Futian nodded and looked to Gu Yunxi. "Yunxi, don't be disappointed. You can cultivate well in the Starry School too." "Yes, I will." Gu Yunxi nodded. But how couldn't she be disappointed? She'd already worked hard, but it still wasn't enough. "Chief Chun, madam, I'm going now." Yi Futian bid farewell to everyone and took Long Linger into the Holy Ji Palace. It wasn't just them. Many entered the palace directly instead of going back. With Yi Futian and Hua Jiu, there was no need for the guards to lead the way. The group soared in the sky. "Linger, I'll take you around the palace," Yi Futian said. "Okay." Long Linger's eyes glowed with curiosity and excitement. Yi Futian brought her around the pavilion's law power zone. Long Linger looked down and said, "What is that?" "It doesn't look like a cultivation area. There are so many people there. That's a law power zone. Some disciples plan battles there. Many enter the law rank there. You newbies are usually more interested in them," Yi Futian said, chuckling. "Law rank." Long Linger was interested. "Brother, I want to go see." "Okay." Yi Futian smiled. The group landed before the law rank and Long Linger rushed to the front. "Brother Futian, you're number 10, she exclaimed. Many people looked towards Yi Futian. The older disciples also looked at him. He'd already entered the rank more than 2 years ago. If he fought again, he would definitely be higher up. Many newbies were looking at him. Was this the winner of the last pavilion battle? You're Yifutian? A sharp gaze looked towards Yifutian right then. Yifutian glanced over and saw a pretty girl dressed cleanly. Her entire body radiated with sharpness, giving her a different kind of beauty. This was Yan Qinwu, second of the battle and Yan Jio's sister. Yes. Yifutian nodded with a smile. It's because of you that my brother returned soulless that year. Someday, I'll challenge you, Yan Qinwu said. I'll be waiting, Yifutian said, smiling. He didn't mind. His mindset was completely different from 3 years ago. Number 1 from the last round? Someone muttered, standing before the lower rank with his back to Yifutian. It's a pity I wasn't in the same year. Many people looked at the speaker. It was Shimingu, the winner of this year. Was this newbie challenging his senior? Yifutian glanced at him. He was really arrogant, but Yifutian didn't mind. The winner of the battle would definitely be arrogant. If you're in the same year, you won't be anywhere near number 1, Long Linga said. Shimingu turned around. He looked at Yifutian and then gazed at Long Linger. Chuckling, he said, You're Long Linger, right? Yes. Long Linger looked at Shimingu, not liking his eyes. Look at who's number 1 on the low rank, Shimingu said. Long Linger looked and saw that the name at the top was Shimin Hanjiang. Shimingu continued. My brother entered the Holy Ji Palace 6 years ago, and he was first in his pavilion battle. I entered this year and I'm first in my battle. He chuckled before walking away. If you pretty girl wants to find someone to kiss up to, you can come to me. You! Long Linger looked at his backside. Her expression changed slightly. Yifutian glanced at the low rank. Shimin Hanjiang was a strong competitor. If he could be first on the low rank, he was naturally very talented. The Shimin clan had produced 2 winners of the pavilion battles. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. Wait, Yifutian uttered. Shimingu paused and looked up at Yifutian. Yes. Apologize, Yifutian said nonchalantly. Shimingu stared at Yifutian. Though Yifutian continued to turn his back on him. 2 people who had been first in the admission examinations of their respective admissions batch actually got into a conflict on their first encounter. And the reason was the newbie provoking the senior. The crowd all had befuddled expressions. It was common for the seniors in the Holy Ji Palace to bully the newbies, but it was uncommon for the reverse to happen. However, Shimingu was the first in the admission examination and his brother Shimin Hanjiang was also the first on the law rank. As such, he had nothing to worry about, and he arrogantly provoked the previous batch's first ranking in the admission examination, Yifutian. Of course, Shimingu might not understand Yifutian, but the people from the Holy Ji Palace understood him very well. This was an indomitable person who dared to face all the disciples in the sparring session in his first year as a Holy Ji Palace's disciple. Moreover, he defeated Lian Yuqing as a grade 8 noble, causing the 5th on the law rank to keep a low profile while cultivating in the future. In the next 2 years, Yifutian had not clashed with anyone, so his ranking on the low rank was still 10th. Now, there was someone who was provoking him? Moreover, that person was Shimin Hanjiang's younger brother. This made many people thrilled. It seemed like something exciting was about to happen. The prideful fellow had not fought anyone in 2 years. How could he possibly allow Shimingu to belittle him? What if I don't apologize? Shimingu looked at Yifutian and said. He was not worried and was even a little exhilarated. Although Yifutian's cultivation level might be higher than his and Futian was definitely stronger than him, he felt that it was a good idea to fight him and experience the strength of the previous batches first. As for the other repercussions, he did not consider them. After all, although Yifutian was 10th on the law rank, Shimingu's brother was at the top of the law rank. Yifutian turned and looked at Shimingu, smiling and saying, If you're unwilling, I don't mind teaching you some respect. Shimingu looked at Long Linger who was standing beside Yifutian, then smiled and replied, Is that so? But I don't see anything wrong with what I said. As he finished, the entire area froze up and became exceptionally quiet. Many people's gazes landed on Yifutian. He was not someone with a good temper. No problem, Yifutian smiled and replied. He then raised his hand and stretched it out in Shimingu's direction. In an instant, an exceptionally violent aura descended upon him. It was the strength of combined wills. The heavens rumbled and a spiritual chi storm started brewing, sand flying around Shimin Gu's body. Shimin Gu immediately released his spiritual will, but in the next moment he felt a horrifying will descending upon him. His body hardened and he was unable to move. Shimin Gu's expression became panicky and he attempted to break free from the spiritual will. However hard he tried, he was unable to do so. It was as though the area around him had completely frozen and his body was completely suppressed. Yi Futian stepped towards Shimin Gu gradually. Although his speed was slow, the crowd behind him was all startled. After more than 2 years, Yi Futian had finally fought someone again. But what was this overwhelming spiritual will? It was like a horrifying force had been created by combining spiritual wills. Shimin Gu was in trouble. The Holy Ji Palace doesn't have strict rules, so the seniors often bully the new disciples. When I entered the palace, I kept a low profile because I knew that I was unable to defeat them, so I hate it when the seniors bully the newbies. Today, I am going to do the thing that I hated. Yi Futian looked at Shimin Gu and said calmly, that is because some people really deserve it. As his voice landed, he swung his palm outward and the wind started billowing and turned into a palm print. With a giant smack, it landed on Shimin Gu's face and sent his body flying, a distinct palm print on his face. Silence. The first in the admission examination, Shimin Gu had been slapped by Yi Futian on his first day in the Holy Ji Palace. This was a feat that probably nobody would ever achieve again. Shimin Gu stood up and wiped the blood around his mouth. He raised his head and stared cruelly at Yi Futian. You humiliated me intentionally? Shimin Gu clenched his fists and growled. It looks like you understand how it feels to be humiliated. Yi Futian had no pity for him and did not feel that he had gone overboard. It did not matter how arrogant the first in the admission examination was, since he was arrogant as well. However, he had dared to say such humiliating things to Longlinger and had no remorse. He could only let Shimin Gu feel the impact of his actions. Shimin Gu laughed mockingly and said, "You're a senior. Since you said that the Holy Ji Palace has no rules, it's fine if you humiliate me. However, have you thought of the consequences?" As he said that, he looked derisively at Longlinger, who was standing beside Yi Futian. He would remember this slap. It looks like you haven't learned your lesson, Yi Futian said calmly. Then his arm stretched forward and a giant palm appeared in the air, grabbing Shimin Gu by the neck. Shimin Gu wanted to dodge, but his body could not resist. The giant palm lifted Shimin Gu's body across the air and slammed him into the ground. With an ear-splitting crash, Shimin Gu's body was violently smashed into the ground and his body shuddered vehemently. Yi Futian, you dare bully me like this? My brother will not let you off, Shimin Gu said ruthlessly. However, as he finished, the earth started to shake. A figure ran wildly from the distance and many people raised their heads to look at the person. They saw a burly figure land beside Shimin Gu and grab him by his shirt. Shimin Gu lowered his head and saw a pair of emotionless eyes with beastly rage in them. The expression in those eyes was as though they were looking at a dead person. Shimin Gu felt his body go cold. What kind of eyes were those? However, this was the Holy Ji Palace. Who would dare treat him like this? When they saw the figure appear, many people grieved for Shimin Gu. He had just entered the palace and had not understood Yi Futian before provoking him. What a tragedy. In the next moment, Shimin Gu felt his body being flung, and with a giant crash, his organs felt as though they had shattered as he was crushed vigorously into the ground. Moreover, the other party did not stop and smashed him into the ground repeatedly. Many people could not bear to continue watching. Shimin Gu was probably the most tragic first in the admission examination in the history of the Holy Ji Palace. He had barely been in the palace for a couple of hours and he had already been brutally defeated. Blood streamed from Shimin Gu's mouth and his brain stopped functioning. On his first day in the Holy Ji Palace, his views had been flipped upside down. How could this be? He was the first in the admission examination, the most outstanding among this batch's disciples. His brother was the first on the law rank. How could the other party humiliate him with no reservations? He did not understand. "You Shang," Yi Futian shouted. If that fellow continued, he might really disable Shimin Gu. Yu Shang heard his voice and stopped, then threw Shimin Gu on the ground and walked over to Yi Futian. He did not mention Shimin Gu but said, "Teacher wants us to go over." "Okay." Yi Futian nodded and then said to Hua Jieyu, Jeyu, you bring Linger to the Daozong Palace. I won't be sending her. Okay. Hua Jeyu smiled and nodded. Yi Futian walked over to Shimin Gu's side and said softly, you can go and tell your brother about today's incident. If he wants to look for me, that's fine. I'm just going to remind you, if you dare to insult Lingo again like you did today, I will make sure that you were unable to stay in the palace. After saying that, he looked towards Long Linger and said, Linger, your cultivation is the weakest in the palace. If anyone bullies you, come look for me. Long Linga nodded her head solemnly. Big brother Futian was more handsome than before, big brother Yushin as well. She had not noticed that he was this handsome in the past. She would have another idol from now on. Yi Futian left with Yuxing, and Hua Jiyu also flew off with Long Linger. The surrounding crowd looked at the figure lying on the ground. After 2 years, they had finally seen Yi Futian and Yushang in action again. How overbearing. That tone, it was as if. Many people reeled in shock. Did Yi Futian's words mean that he did not fear Shimin Hanjiang? Now, Shimin Gu was probably doubting his entire life. Tough luck, he had provoked Yi Futian. In the crowd, Yan Qinggu watched the incident with an equally stunned expression. Was this how things were in the palace? Was that the Yi Futian who defeated her brother back then? What a deep impression he left. In the Battle Sage Palace, Yi Futian and Yushang made their way to the Battle Sage Hall. Master, the two of them shouted as they saw Sage Dozhan. 3 years, not bad. Sage Dozhan looked at the two of them and smiled. He then asked, Yushang has already made it to the 18th level of the sky-reaching tower. Which level can you reach now? Yi Futian? The 17th level, Yi Futian replied. How many acupoints can you open from the incomplete Heavenly Manual's 7-star acupoints? Sage Dozhan continued asking. The same as Yushang, for acupoints, Yi Futian replied. That's more than me. Sage Dozhan smiled and looked at his 2 disciples. He then said, teaching disciples is not my specialty. Although I've taken you 2 in as disciples, the truth is that all your cultivation is your own effort. Now, I will teach you 2 a body-enhancing technique for battle. It is extremely strong, so make sure to learn it properly. Yi Futian, I've heard that you specialize in all elements. However, Yushang, you will have a chance to enter the same plane with body refining. Don't waste your potential. Yushing nodded. He also knew that his physique was superior to others and was a natural warrior. Body refining was indeed very suitable for him. Prepare yourselves. The eye-in between Sage Dozhan's brow chakra opened again, and a gleaming light emitted from it, heading straight towards Yi Futian and Yushang's brow chakras. Following that, images flooded into their brains. In their heads, they saw what looked like a god. Sage Dozhan stood in the air naked. His frame appeared to be bigger, like an ancient god. What was even scarier was the gleaming light around his body. An unparalleled shadow appeared. It was an imposing golden figure. The Dozhan body can create a martial arts body and provide astonishing power. It is an unstoppable offensive ability, a voice sounded in their heads. Next, the cultivation method and things to look out for were all imprinted into their brains. Yi Futian and Yushang closed their eyes, taking it in silently. The incomplete Heavenly Manual combined with the Dozhan body created Sage Dozhan, who is 7th on the Barren Sky ranking. Your potentials are both higher than mine, so your achievements will definitely surpass the 7th on the Barren Sky ranking. Sage Dozhan looked at the 2 of them and said softly. He had high hopes for both of them. The Holy Ji Palace was refreshed by the addition of new students. The news of the champion of this year's law battle being humiliatingly crushed by Yi Futian and Yushang within a mere 2 hours after entering the palace spread far and wide like wildfire. The prestige of being the champion of the law battle had originally been unspeakable. Even though they might have suffered some oppression or bullying due to being a lower plane, none had ever suffered what Shimin Gu had been through, getting trashed after being there for just 2 hours. Shimin Gu was then ridiculed as the most pitiful champion of the law battle in the history of the Holy Ji Palace. Many felt rather excited at the news, as both Yi Futian and Yusheng had not been seen in action for 2 whole years. Many wondered if their first battle after all that time to teach Shimin Gu a lesson would earn them the wrath of Shimin Hanjiang, the one who ranked first on the law rank. Everyone thought it would be interesting if Shimin Hanjiang were to avenge Shimin Gu. Were Yi Futian and Yusheng trying to provoke Shimin Hanjiang? Their action of trashing Shimengu was a sign saying they gave no face to the champion of the low rank, Shimen Hanjiang. Shimen Hanjiang eyed his brother while they were in the Holy Sage Pavilion. His eyes looked rather cold doing so. Other than Shimen Hanjiang, there were also other students of the Holy Sage Pavilion present, such as Bai Zhe and Zhuge Xing him again. Bai Zhe's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If anyone was said to hate Yi Futian the most, it would have been none other than Bai Zhe. We were preparing to welcome Shimengu. We never thought, Zhuge Xing said as he saw Shimengu lying there in a bloody mess. He really showed no mercy at all, just as arrogant and reckless as he has always been. Brother, crush him, Shimen yelled as he looked at his older brother. You, shut up. Shimen Hanjiang berated him coldly. You dare pick fights with the low-rank disciples of the latest batch as soon as you get in the palace? Did you really think you were invincible just because you're number one? He knew how terrifying Yi Futian was. Yi Futian had been a grade 8 noble all those years before, but he displayed immense talent like none other. While he did not actually fight with anyone, there was no doubt about his talents, be it martial arts, sorcery, or music. All were immeasurably superb. It was anyone's guess how powerful he had gotten now that he had become a grade 4 noble. Shimengu's picking a fight with Yi Futian, as soon as he got into the palace, was little different from trying to make a death wish come true. I said little more than 2 lines. I never knew those two could have been so vicious. Shimengu's eyes were practically filled with hatred. 2 lines, you said? Shimen Hanjiang retorted coldly. You deliberately insulted a girl, and you didn't see that to be an act to provoke him? You said you wanted to know how powerful the champion of the last batch was, and now you know. Tell me, how does it feel? Shimengu was speechless. He had meant to provoke Futian after all. Let what happened this time to be a lesson for you. Put your pride aside from here on out when you're in the palace and be diligent in your training, Shimen Hanjiang said coldly. Shimengu's knuckles went white. So that's it? Take him to rest, Shimen Hanjiang said to someone around him, and Shimengu was carried away from where he lied. Shimen Hanjiang looked in the direction of Battle Sage Palace. While there was no doubt that Shimengu was indeed the one at fault, it was also true that Yi Futian went too far. Brother Shimen, are we going to just let this slide? Bai Zhe asked as he looked at Shimen Hanjiang. Since he is already at such a level now, it'll only be a matter of time before we clash. He probably won't miss this year's sparring sessions, Shimen Hanjiang said calmly. His main objective at the moment was to make it into the ranks of saints, as he was already at the pinnacle of noble plane. The fact that Shimen Hanjiang was not nominated by the Sage Palace was an obvious indication to him, saying that he, despite being the one ranked first on the low rank, was not someone of exceptional caliber like Hua Fan of the previous generation. He failed to prove himself worthy of entering the Sage Palace. No one else said much after that, but Zhuge Xing quipped, Alchemy City is inviting forces from all over Barren State to witness their ceremony. Are any of you seniors interested in going? I'm preparing to train behind closed doors. As such, I won't be going. In the case of all of you, however, this would prove a great chance for you to train and get exposed, as mighty ones of all kinds will gather in Alchemy City, Shimen Hanjiang said. The Holy Ji Palace was a comprehensive, self-sufficient place in itself. Most nobles simply trained within the palace and rarely made contact with the outside world. However, if an opportunity presented itself, the Holy Ji Palace's members were free to venture outside. Alchemy City was highly renowned and held an important status in the Barren State. The city never participated in the Holy Ji Palace's selections, and the city served as the symbol of the southwestern region of Barren State. Many nodded lightly. The trip to Alchemy City this time was indeed seen as one worth making. Mighty ones from all sorts of places in the Barren State, other than the Holy Ji Palace and the Ice Temple in the southernmost regions, would probably gather in Alchemy City. The members of the Holy Ji Palace felt rather disappointed, however, that the predicted fight between Shimen Hanjiang and Yi Futian was not going to happen. They had, after all, been anticipating a clash of the titans. However, the news that Alchemy City was about to hold the Alchemy Conference spread out from the palaces and pavilions, taking the entire Holy Ji Palace by storm. Yi Futian knew the news through the mouth of Sage Dozhan. Alchemy Conference? Yi Futian eyed Sage Dozhan in the temple. Indeed. The Alchemy Conference is the largest armorer competition in Alchemy City, and everyone below the Sage Plane is invited to the event. It is held only once in 10 years. Forces from all over the barren state are invited by Alchemy City, and the Holy G Palace is, of course, among the ones invited. However, as Alchemy City never bothered participating in the Holy G Palace's selection processes, the elders of the Holy G Palace saw no need to give them face. You people, however, are free to visit them, Sage Dojan said. I'm not an armorer. What is the use of me attending the event? Yi Futian said, showing that he had little interest in it. The armorer competition will be a gathering of mighty ones from all over the barren state. You have been training in the Holy G Palace for more than 3 years. Don't you want to go outside and have a look at things? Sage Dojan smiled as he said, finding it impressive that despite Yi Futian's youth, he was hardly bothered by loneliness. Do you wish for me to go, teacher? Yi Futian asked Sage Dojan. I do indeed. Sage Dojan nodded. I will make the trip then, Yi Futian answered with a smile. Very well. Sage Dojan smiled. The act of cultivation through the refinement of one's body is a lifelong process. This isn't to say that one stops developing their physical body upon becoming a sage. Rather, the higher you go, the steeper the requirements will be on your body. By then, even the resources the Holy Ji Palace are able to provide will not necessarily fulfill your needs. Furthermore, it isn't possible for you to just keep staying in the Holy Ji Palace. Alchemy City has the finest armorers in all of the barren state. You will be able to find powerful body-refining implements in Alchemy City, and so it will do you good to make friendly relations with the people of Alchemy City. It was obvious at that point that Sage Dojan had other intentions. Yi Futian felt rather speechless at his teacher's blatant intentions and plans for Alchemy City. Teacher, I heard that the City Lord of Alchemy City is ranked 8th on the Barren Sky ranking. But why is it that Alchemy City has such a prestigious status in Barren State? Yi Futian asked out of curiosity. First of all, that would be attributed to their prowess as armorers. Forces everywhere probably have needs that can only be fulfilled by the city. Second, it would probably due to the city itself housing many super ritual implements. While the city lord of that place might only be ranked 8th on Barren Sky ranking, the additional kick provided by ritual implements might have just made them someone few dare touch. Needless to say, no one dares invade the city's territory. Alchemy City is where it is today due to all of those reasons. Sage Dojan elaborated. I can find holy ritual implements there? Yi Futian's eyes sparkled with an unusual sheen. There had been saints throughout the barren state, and the 3 great schools were of the lineage of a saint. The Holy Ji Palace's Sage Palace was probably no exception. You will indeed. Sage Dojan nodded. Yi Futian came to understand why Alchemy City's status was so prestigious. Besides, as Alchemy City has invited the Holy Ji Palace to participate in the event, all 6 palaces and pavilions have informed their students about it. Many of our students will probably head there, Sage Dojan added. All right, Yi Futian nodded. I'll ask around and see if anyone wants to make the trip with me. Yes, you should, Sage Dojan said. The news of the armorer competition from Alchemy City spread far and wide in the Holy Ji Palace. Many came asking about Yi Futian, and the news of Yi Futian's participation of the event soon reached everyone's ears. Many mighty ones gathered at the Battle Sage Palace that day. Yi Futian, Yu Xing, Yi Wuchen, Yi Xiaoshi, Yuan Zhan, Su Kei, and Zui Qianshou were all present. The silhouette of 3 girls made their way through the air, and everyone's eyes sparkled. All 3 were top-class beauties, and they were none other than the 3 beauties from Daozong Palace. Hua Jieyu, Yun Shuixing, and Phoenix. With the exception of Xianxia, 3 out of the 4 were present. So, it seems like Sister Yun and Phoenix will be going to Alchemy City as well, Hua Jieyu said with a smile to Yi Futian. As fellow students of Sage Daozong, it was natural that all 3 of them had become familiar with each other over the past 3 years. Welcome, Yi Futian said with a smile. While he and Yun Shuixing had a rocky start, their feud was long over. Yun Shuixing was still unable to break into Sage Plane even after working at it for 2 years, and it was only natural that she had wanted to go outside for a bit. Wait up, Brother Yi. A few more figures were seen coming through the air. It was Zhongli and the others, fellow students who entered the Holy Ji Palace with Yi Futian. All of them had been helped by Yi Futian one way or another in their training over the past 2 years, and they all gathered at Battle Sage Palace. "Are you going, Zhongli?" Yi Futian asked. "Yes, indeed. My place is near Alchemy City, and I'm rather familiar with the area," Zhongli answered with a smile. Zhongli came from the Zheng clan of the Separation Road, which was near Alchemy City. "Let's head out together then," Yi Futian answered with a smile. Yi Futian was among the ones of the lower rank in their current party. He was the one with the lowest plane when he entered as a grade 9 noble. 3 years had passed and he became a grade 4 noble, but the others were training as well. There were grade 3 nobles among them, and the stronger ones had even become grade 2 nobles. Yun Shuixing had been at the pinnacle of the noble plane all that while. The party was indeed a fearsome one, as many hailed from top forces from all over Barren State. They leaped into the air and quickly vanished into the clouds. Sage Dozhan and Sage Jingang stood looking in Battle Sage Palace after they left. Sage Jingang was seen with a smile, saying, "That batch from 3 years has indeed become quite formidable. This time it's no longer the Holy Sage Pavilion being the center of things, but Yi Futian. That guy really has a way with things." Yi Futian was the one with the lowest plane among his party. However, the current way things went spoke volume of his natural prowess and talent as well as his charisma. Shiman Hanjiang is far from capable of such feats. He lacks the decisive advantage which allows him to make those of the same batch submit to him. Hua Fan, however, accomplished something like that. Yi Futian will probably succeed Hua Fan. Maybe he will someday become like Bai Luli, a symbol of one whole generation in the Holy Ji Palace, Sage Dozhan elaborated with a smile. The western region of the Barren State looked vast and endless. The place was filled with many magnificent cities, and there were 2 that were the most renowned among all: Alchemy City and White Cloud City. While other major cities were also very, very influential, none were able to match those 2. White Cloud City reigned supreme in the northwestern region, while Alchemy City was situated in the southwestern corner. Alchemy City's influence encompassed all surrounding areas. Many top forces forged amicable relations with Alchemy City. Alchemy City was also immensely grand and luxurious. It was as if the entire city was made out of ritual implements. The designs of the buildings there differed greatly from those of other regions. In Alchemy City, many buildings served as ritual implements themselves. Intensely thick spiritual qi was found within Alchemy City, and the concentration of metal and fire elements were especially strong. Countless mighty ones gathered at that incredibly old and renowned city. Many more kept arriving in the city by air. With the armorers' competition held once in 10 years about to commence, it was a grand event comparable to the Holy Ji Palace's recruitment. Top forces throughout the Barren State gathered there, and the ones from southwestern regions were particularly eager to participate. The finest armorers from all over Barren State also gathered at the city to show their mettle. It should be known that the prize of every armor competition ever held had been incredibly terrifying. Many were even given the chance to become the direct disciples of the city lord of Alchemy City, and the one individual who reigned supreme was even given an opportunity to marry a princess of the city lord office. As such, many flocked to participate in the event. However, the ones ranked in the top 3 in every armor competition ever held mostly consisted of the top forces of Alchemy City, and there had even been ones emerging from the city lord office. While the number of people who specialized in making armaments was comparatively low in the Barren State, but the sheer size of the Barren State meant that there was still a considerable number of them gathering at Alchemy City. The armor competition was seen to be, without a doubt, the most prestigious event for armorers in Barren State. There was simply no other event comparable. A line of mighty ones appeared in the airspace of Alchemy City. They were members of Nantian House. While Nantian House was quite a distance away from Alchemy City, the trip was seen to be a must. The godly spear of Nantian of the Nantian House was renowned throughout the Barren State, and the very spear among the godly spears held by the Lord of Nantian House was crafted by none other than the armorers of Alchemy City. As such, it was only natural that members of Nantian House participate in the event. Many of the top-class ritual implements throughout the Barren State, like the godly spear of Nantian, originated from Alchemy City. As such, many top forces respected Alchemy City. Members of Mortal World arrived as well in their air warships. The sovereign family of Xianxia arrived to participate in the alchemy conference event. Needless to say, the Sacred Fire sect, the Zheng clan, and others who originated from the southwestern regions all arrived early in Alchemy City. Many mighty ones also came for another reason: to see if there were useful divine arms and ritual implements to be traded in Alchemy City. There was no doubt that the ritual implements from Alchemy City were the best in the barren state. 2 more figures were seen flying into the city in the air. Both of those figures were at the pinnacle of the noble plane. One looked dashing and handsome, and the other exuded a rather pompous aura. "Fourth brother, are you really planning to participate in the competition?" one of them asked. "Not me, us," the other answered. "But we can't make stuff?" The one who started the conversation shrugged. "But you are good with fire, aren't you?" "There is little difference between cooking and making things. I have read a lot of books and tried to catch up. I will know what to do," the one called fourth brother answered. "Are you messing with me?" "How can that work, fourth brother? We have come so far and there is nothing else I can do. We'll have to participate whether we like it or not. But you're the one pulling all this, not me." "Fourth brother, you can't just rope me into this. Luofan, if you weren't the one egging me on, I wouldn't have made such a huge mistake." "Are you really trying to sit around and do nothing?" These 2 were of the Eastern Barren Territory Cottage, the 4th disciple, Shuiyi, and the 5th disciple, Luofan. "Shuiyi, how can you say that?" Luofan glared at Shuiyi. "Well then, why don't we just go beg second sister then?" "To hell with that." Shuiyi glared at Luofan. "I don't have the gall to do that, and besides, what good would that do? If you're not going to participate, I'll smack you down right here, right now." "Fourth brother, you're too much," Luofan said rather dejectedly. "How can you bully someone like that? We are brothers, no? We share the credit and blame and we sink or swim together." Shuiyu tapped Luofan at the shoulder as a consoling gesture. Luofan turned and looked at Shuiyi dejectedly, saying, "But you sure didn't have me around where there was credit to be had." "Credit? Hell no," Shuiyu cursed at Luofan. Luofan sighed and lamented at his fate. Yifutian's party had arrived at Alchemy City, flying in Alchemy City's airspace, tall and proud. "Zhongli, does all of Alchemy City fall under the influence of the City Lord office?" Yifutian asked. He knew little about Alchemy City and was able to see so far that it was a city of magnificent prestige and influence. "No. Other than the City Lord office, there is another powerful force with substantial influence in this most renowned place in the southwestern region," the Emperor family, Zhongli elaborated. "They call themselves that?" Yifutian looked rather funny as he asked. "The Emperor family of Alchemy City has influence on par with that of the sovereign family of Zhongzhou City." Zhongli added, "It's said that in ancient times, the ancestor of the Yu family, which is the City Lord clan, was best friends with the Emperor family. They were both saints and armorers when they came to Alchemy City. In later days, the Yu family retained the armorer lineage and talents of the ancestors, while the Emperor family emphasized the cultivation of their own powers, leaving their armorer lineage behind. Both forces maintained very good relations and competed with each other, ruling the renowned city in the barren state together. Their relations stayed amicable even to this day, and it was common for members of both families to marry. The City Lord of Alchemy City ranked 8th on the Barren Sky ranking, while the head of the Emperor family ranked 12th. Both forces never bothered participating in the Holy Ji Palace's selection processes. They made it out solely on their own. Zhongli continued, "Furthermore, exceptionally talented individuals emerged frequently from both forces, and it was said that one of the exceptional talents, capable of going against the heavens, has emerged. Rumors sat that person rivals the likes of Bailuli, and the Emperor family has pinned great hopes on them, hoping that they will one day to become a saint." Yifutian nodded. The barren state was a vast place, and while the Holy Ji Palace was a sacred ground in the barren state, it was not the only one. Huang Zhoga of the sovereign family refused to train in the Holy Ji Palace. The likes of Alchemy City and the Ice Temple made it on their own as well, and mighty ones emerged one after another from their ranks. They thought themselves to be able to meet many excellent armorers participating in the event this time. "Will many forces from barren state come?" Yifutian asked. "Many will." Zhongli nodded. "The armorer competition is a festival for armorers of the noble plane like none other. Some of the best armorers will stay behind in Alchemy City, but there will also be a substantial number of great armorers being bought away by outside forces with hefty prices, becoming their personal armorers. When they become sages one day, those armorers will go on to craft something befitting of their status and power. Understood. Yifutian nodded. It was only natural that any top forces lacking good armorers wanted to recruit from here. The event will be held in several days. Anywhere else we can go? Yifutian asked the members of his party. We'll go see if there are any good ritual implements for sale, and have a look around since we're already here in Alchemy City, Suke said with a smile. Ritual implements were what Alchemy City was most famous for, after all. You have a point. Yifutian nodded with a smile. He glanced at Hua Jiu beside him and thought of finding something to give to her as a gift. However, while the stock of spirit stones on his person was indeed substantial, it would still probably be inadequate as it was still the best sage ritual implements they were talking about. But many of the ones around him were known to be incredibly rich. Should I just go all out and leech on them? But wouldn't that be rather inappropriate for someone as principled as I am? Futian thought. There are few renowned spots in Alchemy City. The two most famous ones are the Sky Treasure Tower, established by the City Lord, and the Alchemy Casino. The Sky Treasure Tower houses many top-class ritual implements to be bartered for. The Alchemy Casino also houses much powerful stuff, but the interesting part about the place is that it is still a casino. Every ritual implement can be acquired by betting something of equivalent value, like powerful spells, techniques and methods, other precious ritual implements, and so on. They can be used to trade in gamble fights. Zhongli then added, the casino was the most popular place in the city in every armor competition. Won't we end up emptying the place if we were to participate? Yifutian asked, looking rather shocked. Zhongli glanced at Yifutian without saying a thing. Just what is with this guy? Easy for you to say. The rules of gamble fights are determined by the casino, as they are the house after all. As such, they almost always end up being the winner. But those who gathered here for the event were all incredibly confident people, Zhongli said with a smile. Yifutian nodded in acknowledgement. Looks interesting. Yifutian looked at everyone around him, and some looked interested. The casino it is then. Very well. Zhongli nodded with a smile before taking the entire party there. The Alchemy Casino was located at the center of Alchemy City. It was indeed the most popular place in the city, and it was said to have very powerful backing. The City Lord office and the Emperor family, as well as many clans and forces, were rumored to be the ones backing the place. As such, no one ever dared kicking up a fuss with the casino, as it was no ordinary casino. The Alchemy Casino was incredibly lavish, grand, and magnificent. One step into the place and one was able to tell it exuded the bearing of a royal palace, flocked to by countless people. They kept moving forward and saw many flocked to their left side. There were 3 ritual implements placed on a piece of rockery seemingly made of jade. A short sword, armor, and a long whip. All 3 exuded aura of sage ranks. All ritual implements found in the Alchemy Casino are sage ones? Yifutian asked with a rather shocked expression. Indeed. Zhongli nodded. Noble ritual implements have no appeal to truly mighty ones, and anything of equal value is nothing the casino would bother forking out. As such, everything found here are sage ritual implements. Yifutian felt rather interested. The sage ritual implements were simply placed where they were without any concern about them being stolen. That fact alone spoke volume about the casino's confidence, and that in turn meant that their backing was very terrifying. Everything found as they moved forward was tremendously precious. They were not even allowed to go near them, as there were matrices to keep them aloft. Yifutian saw a fearsome golden spear before him, which seemed to have whipped up an appalling storm. The tip of the golden spear emanated light of destruction, where one could somehow see a terrifying black hole. No one dared go near the weapon. Many gathered around the spear, and everyone lifted their heads to look at the weapon that exuded destructive powers. Their eyes burned with a tinge of passion, and it was obvious that the spear was an incredibly precious ritual implement. There is a magical bell. In another corner, a large magical bell was levitating in the air. The light spilled out of it contained terrifyingly destructive powers, and many gathered around the magical bell as well. Yifutian swept his gaze around and found the place littered with powerful ritual implements. His eyes sparkled. What a nice place to be. Jieyu, if you see anything you like, just pick it out. Wuxia needs a sword as well. Qingxian and Chunyuan don't lack anything. So there is nothing for them here. Yifutian's eyes continued shining. Everyone's eyes froze and they stared at him speechless. Is this guy actually behaving like he owns the place? Yifutian, I see that you've come to Alchemy City. A group of people arrived in the air, staring down at Yifutian's party. They were members of Nantian House. Nan Hao, Nan Feng, Nan Yu, and all the others were there. Let's go. Yifutian kept going forward without paying them any attention. Can't you hear what I said? Nan Yu's expression turned rather sour seeing Yifutian ignore them. Yifutian spared a glance at Nan Yu and said plainly, Who do you think you are? Talking down at me like that and whatnot? You! Nan Yu pointed at Yifutian, his face livid, never expecting to be insulted in front of everyone. He was, after all, still a member of the Nantian House and was of the noble plane. He never thought Yifutian would have grown even more arrogant and contemptuous. Nan Hao and Nan Feng eyed Yifutian coldly, thinking that the law battle champion had indeed grown increasingly arrogant. He deliberately refrained from making a move against Yifutian on the Holy Road due to wanting to see where Yifutian would end up with Hua Jieyu after they made it out of the Holy Road. Nan Yu had never expected him to defeat Zhuge Xing and crush Bai Zhe, emerging as the ultimate dark horse by becoming the champion. Yifutian then entered the Holy Ji Palace and became a couple with Hua Jieyu. Furthermore, many who entered along with Yifutian were by his side, even Su Yu, who had defeated him. Yifutian spared a glance at Nan Yu and saw that the elders of Nantian House were there as well. However, he did not care about their presence and continued to eye Nan Yu sarcastically. Nan Yu was all high and mighty as he deemed others to be below him, and now Yifutian thought it best to have Nan Yu taste his own medicine, humiliation and ridicule. Yifutian, the law battle champion to enter the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago. Many turned their eyes to look at them, mainly Yifutian. They were guessing if the incredibly handsome young man was Yifutian or not. He was able to beat Bai Zhe and Huang Zhuge 3 years ago, earning his place as the law battle champion. 3 years had passed since, and he should have grown even stronger. Many mighty ones who were browsing ritual implements far away came near them, and Yifutian expectedly found many familiar faces among those people. There were Bing Yi and Chu Shang from the mortal world, Yan Jiu and his entourage of Sword Saint Villa, and even Xie Ji from the Sacred Fire sect. All of them had participated in the battle to enter the Holy Ji Palace, and many came to the Alchemy Casino that day. The air turned rather peculiar in an instant with their presence. Bing Yi, Xie Ji, and Yan Jiu, after all, lost to Yifutian once. The students of the Holy Ji Palace are here. Many more came and laid eyes on Yifutian's party. The eyes of the spectators all burned with brimming brilliance, speaking of their extraordinary bearing. The Holy Ji Palace was considered sacred ground in the barren state. While many top forces did not participate in the examination battles of the palace, the students of the Holy Ji Palace proved to be quite an attraction no matter where they went. Yifutian scanned the crowd and smirked before taking his steps forward again. Everyone around walked with them. The only reason the students of the Holy Ji Palace are here is definitely because of the ritual implements and to get the prizes in the Alchemy Casino. These students need to do battle. With that said, will we all be getting to see the Holy Ji Palace students fight? Many wondered. Yifutian kept walking around for a bit before stopping somewhere. Wuxia had his eyes on a short sword floating in the air before him. The weapon felt like a shadow, shimmering in and out of existence and emitting dazzling light. It was a ritual implement capable of containing a life spirit. Wuxia's life spirit was none other than a small silver sword, and it was only natural for him to halt there. I want that sword. How do I go about with the gamble fights? Yifutian pointed at the sword and said. A group of people came by. They were all in golden attire, and the leader was an elder of immeasurable strength. His eyes turned to look in another corner, seeing a swordsman from the Sword Saint Villa standing right there, exuding terrifying will of sharpness all over. The Sword Saint Villa intended to take the sword as well. If you want to go on with the gamble fight, one of you needs to do battle with the one from the Sword Saint Villa. So, who is up for this? The elder explained with a smile. A battle between the Holy Ji Palace and the Sword Saint Villa would surely bring a crowd. Yifutian looked at the other party and came to suddenly realize what Zhongli said. The rules of the gamble fights were set by the casino, and it was impossible for the house to lose. For instance, the battle between them and the Sword Saint Villa. Both sides needed to pledge something of equal value to the sword, which would then be measured by the house. What they both would offer would have to be something the casino would like more, which meant the value of whatever was offered needed to exceed the value of the sword. As such, if they were to reach an agreement with the Sword Saint Villa, the casino would still emerge as the winner, regardless of who won the battle. Furthermore, the battle between the Holy Ji Palace students and the students of the Sword Saint Villa would surely attract attention. Yifutian cast his gaze at Yan Zhou and smirked. You want to try again? Yan Zhou eyed Yifutian with eyes as sharp as a sword. While Yan Zhou had improved a lot over the past 3 years, there was no way Yifutian would have been sitting around doing nothing. Yan Zhou was not sure of his chances of winning. Both disciples of the Tingxue swordsman and the Wuji swordsman were unable to fight previously. How about? The elder opened his mouth with a smile as he eyed on Su Ke and Yan Zhou. Yifutian glanced at the elder. A cunning old fox indeed. If those two disciples of the great swordsman were to fight here, it would surely cause quite a fuss. I'm fine with anything. Su Ke shrugged. Yan Zhou eyed Su Ke. He looking for a sure win in gamble fights like these, and there was no certainty he would emerge as victor if he was to be pitted against Su Quebec. How about you pick between me, Su Ke, and Yushang? Yifutian intervened. He did not bother asking about Yan Zhou's plane level. He resorted to make his own measurements with things. As the heir of Sword Saint Villa, Yan Zhou's results from training for 3 years would be formidable. Yi Wuchen's chances would be slim if he were to fight, as Yi Wuchen's plane was definitely lower than Yan Zhou's. I'll pick Yusheng, Yan Zhou said as he pointed his finger at Yusheng. He lost to Yifutian back then, and Yusheng lost to Su Quebec. Yusheng's combat capacity was utterly terrifying, but Su Ke had been able to fight Yusheng and win by combining his speed with sword techniques. Yan Zhou's sword attacks were as fast as lightning, and he deemed himself of being able to accomplish what Su Ke did back then. Deal. Yifutian smirked. Yusheng glanced at Yan Zhou plainly, his eyes colored with a tinge of ridicule. The sword was something forged by a sage, a high-class sage ritual implement. What do you offer as a bet? The elder looked at Yifutian's party. The Guqin score of Lu Quangshan, the 9-fingered Guqin devil, mesmerize, Yifutian said. That will do. The elder nodded with a smile. The 9-fingered Guqin devil was a senior from the previous generation. His song, Mesmerize, was notorious in all of Baron State, as many top-class figures fell under the song. It was deemed a worthy bet, and it seemed that Yifutian was incredibly confident about the battle. Please, if you would. The elder led the way. Yifutian and his party moved, and everyone around them began to move in the same direction. Someone beside the elder asked the elder, how about we make a bet on the fight? That is a given. The elder's eyes sparkled. There was no way that there would be no bets with one such battle. The odds. 2-1 if Yushang wins, 1-2 if Yan Zhou wins, the elder said with a smile. Wah! The pupils of the eyes of everyone around dilated. You have that much faith in Yushang? Yan Zhou was famous, and that was further compounded by the fact that while Yushang was formidable, he had lost to Su Quebec. Such odds would have had most betting on Yan Zhou. If Yushang lost, they would have lost a big one. Relax. The elder then left with a smile on his face. He deemed that there was no way that Yusheng would lose. The odds he put were simply to have people bet on Yan Zhou. As the game was set, many in the alchemy casino bet on Yan Zhou in a crazed rush. Yan Zhou was a top-class genius and the heir of the Sword Saint Villa. While he did lose to Yifutian, Yifutian's emergence as number 1 in the battles meant that there was nothing surprising about Yan Zhou's loss. While Yusheng was indeed formidable, he ended up losing to Su Quebec. As such, the odds of both people should have been even. However, since the odds were set in such an imbalanced manner, most would have bet on Yan Zhou. Of course, there were still quite a number of people who refrained from betting. The casino was clever, and they deemed it wise to be on their guard. There were definitely reasons for them to place so much faith on Yusheng. The alchemy casino had specialized platforms for holding gamble fights. Both Yushang and Yanzhou stepped onto the platform and found themselves surrounded by countless people. There were many who were unable to personally witness the fight for entry into the Holy Ji Palace, and it was only natural they were now excited to witness Yushang, who was already studying in the palace, fight Yanzhou. Those scum from the Alchemy Casino, the members of Sword Saint Villa, looked livid hearing about the odds. Are they trying to insult the Sword Saint Villa? 1 to 2 and 2 to 1. The difference was 4 times. Yanzhou knew of the odds. He stood covered with intense sword aura on the platform, sporting very cold looks. Please, the person hosting the fight said. The sword aura covering Yanzhou burst, covering the entire platform in his sword might. As a superior noble, he was far stronger than he used to be. Incredibly dazzling swords were conjured in the air, and each and every one shone with golden light. Their collective weight seemed comparable to mountains as they floated above Yushang's head. It was as if they were going to fall on him. Such strength. Many of the spectators were excited. While it was common for sages to fight in the casino, fights between top-class geniuses were rare instead. The fearsome sparkle of swords flashed in Yanzhou's eyes as he pointed his finger. 9 tremendously heavy swords fell straight down at Yushang. Yushang looked up. Layers of light burst from his body shortly after, as if piercing through his body. He stomped on the ground and his body rumbled in response. Gloomy and ruinous star acupoints opened, drawing out terrifying power from his body, as if dark golden storms whipped about. Boom! A heavy sword was seen coming for Yushang. He took the sword with both his hands. Many trembled at the sight as the heavy sword got closer and closer, but was surprisingly stopped by Yushang's hands. He held his ground as the clothes on his body burst from terrifying sword aura. A tremendously stout bronze-colored body was seen, brimming with intense power. Many saw Yushang simply pick up the sword and fling it away, hitting the other 8 swords falling onto him. Wah! Many witnessed the scene in shock, and those who bet on Yanzhou began to have a bad feeling about things. Rumbling sounds of explosions sounded out as the heavy swords were destroyed one after another. Flashes of swords shot out from Yanzhou's eyes, and beams of dark and light swords zipped through the air. Yushang's stout body was, however, covered in dark golden demonic armor. The swords tore through his armor, yet his physical body was like armor as well, as it went on to withstand the onslaught from the swords without budging. Yanzhou's swords of light and darkness were tremendously fast and ferocious. While their damage potential was not as strong as the heavy swords, their sharpness was such that they were still capable of cutting down foes with one slash. However, they failed to pierce through Yushang's defenses and physical body. Yanzhou's eyes continued to glare at Yushang. He did not expect Yushang to have grown so much over the past 3 years. Yanzhou's expression turned serious as he accelerated the flow of sword will around him. His body became like a sword as his sword spirit appeared behind him in a blinding flash. His 9 swords swirled around in the air as countless sword aura rushed and turned them into 9 dazzling swords. The swords hummed as Yanzhou took to the air and pointed his finger forward. 9 extremely blinding flashes of swords zipped through the air in an instant, heading for Yushang. The sword aura flowed like a great river, completely covering the space between them. Yushang stomped his feet on the ground. The light around his body shone in an even more dazzling manner as he reached out for one of the giant swords. The sword headed for him with the full intention of piercing through him. However, it ended up stopping in its tracks, caught between Yushang's hands. The tremendously sharp sword aura tore through everything around him and hummed loudly as if it was trying to tear his hands apart. Yushang's hands seemed to have conjured another pair of giant palms. The dark golden-colored palms pinned the sword in its place. Both hands seemed to have gone through the entire body of the sword as they did so. That is some sheer brute force like none other. The hearts of many were stunned. That is the body refinement techniques of Sage Dojan. The art opened up the 7-star acupoints. The ruinous star, flirting star, gloomy star, and the other acupoints enable power to permeate 7 major points of the body, including both of the user's arms and legs, allowing the use of sheer power like no other. Some powerful sages looked at the battle thinking to themselves that despite being sages, this was a battle to be noted in all seriousness. Terrifying sword aura tore through everything in its path as it headed for Yushang, and then attempted to pierce through him with incredible force. However, the sword aura still failed to cut through Yushang's physical body. Back then, Suke had been able to make Yushang submit by using sword techniques in conjunction with intricate body movements. Yan Jiao had wanted to imitate what Suke did, but then discovered that Yushang's body had developed to become much more sturdy and powerful than it had been back then. Boom! A fearsome light was seen. It was the light conjured by Yan Jiao's sword, which Yusheng threw back at him with his bare hands. It was indeed a show of brute force like no other. The platform shook in response. Yusheng made his way to Yan Jiao by stepping onto the swords. Sword flashes like none other flowed about Yan Jiao's body. A giant sword that seemed to be out to destroy the space between them and crush the earth appeared in a dazzling flash, cutting the sword that was thrown back in a single, clean stroke. Yan Jiao's body seemed to have become part of that cleaving sword itself as he swung at Yushang, who was heading for him. It was the embodiment of sword and swordsman cutting everything in its way. Boom! Yushang's body seemed to be covered by the shadow of a devil devouring all spiritual qi around him. His body burst into dazzling brilliance as he lifted his arms and reached out for the giant sword coming his way. Many in the audience stood up at the scene, stunned by Yushang's strength. The very next moment, Yusheng's hands trapped the sword swung at him. The giant sword cut through the air with a force capable of splitting the earth, yet it was stopped dead in its tracks by Yusheng's hands. It was as if the devil was holding up a godly weapon. It was a stunning scene like none other. Cut him! Yan Jiao yelled in fury. Sword aura gushed about as the giant sword attempted to finish its job, yet Yusheng seemed entirely unperturbed. His hands slid along the sword as he moved forward, and in one single step, he descended upon Yan Jiao like a bolt of lightning. Yan Jiao looked utterly dejected as he threw away his sword and turned into a sword flash, backing away. However, Yusheng's movements seemed to be faster than a lightning bolt. He descended upon Yan Jiao in mere moments before he lifted his fist up high and brought it down on the swordsman. Bam! The dark golden fist tore through the space to reach its target, and the attack landed hard on Yan Jiao, sending him flying. Yan Jiao slammed down on the platform, spitting blood from his mouth as he yelped. Yusheng landed on the ground with a spectacular boom, looking as if a devil had descended upon the platform. He lifted his head to look at the elder and asked, "Where is the sword?" "Fetch the weapon," the elder said. A figure was seen holding the sword in both arms, walking onto the platform and handing it to Yusheng. Yusheng took the sword and walked down from the platform, returning to Yi Futian and handing the weapon to Yi Wuqian. "Good work." Yi Wuqian took the weapon without any hesitation. "You are indeed giving away ritual implements." Zhongli, who was standing nearby, was rendered speechless. It was no wonder why Yi Futian had been so confident. What Yan Jiao did was no different from handing them their prize indeed. However, many eyes coldly looked in the party's direction, especially those from the Sword Saint Villa and those who had bet against Yusheng. How is it possible for that asshole to be so powerful? He became even more terrifying. The mighty ones from Mortal World and Nantian House noted to themselves as they looked at Yusheng. The young man's mastery of the demonic arts had made him a formidable being 3 years ago. That, coupled with the newly learned body-refining techniques, allowed Yusheng to simply take Yan Jiao's sword head-on. Ha ha ha! A laugh came from the elder from the alchemy casino. He looked very pleased with himself at the moment, smiling from ear to ear. The one who benefited the most from that battle was not the victor, Yusheng, but the elder's casino. While the sword that was traded away was a high-class sage ritual implement, the price the Sword Saint Villa paid was just as valuable. The gamble that he set up with the spectators earlier also made him quite a lot of money. That was spectacular. A battle truly befitting of the status of the students of Sage Dojan and Wuji swordsmen. While Mr. Yen lost the match, the strength that was demonstrated definitely held up well to the reputation of the Sword Saint Villa. The elder said in an attempt to make the outcome seem less embarrassing for the Sword Saint Villa. The alchemy conference is about to begin and many mighty ones will come, even cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace. Shouldn't the casino show a token of appreciation or something? Someone from the crowd quipped. The elder smiled and replied, "There are still many top-class sage ritual implements in the casino. Would you all like to have a look? Well, bring them out already." The eyes of many sparkled. Just wait for a moment. I will make the trip myself. The elder flashed and left the place, returning after a while. Several other elders followed him, all of whom had an incredibly fearsome aura. One walked onto the platform and waved, conjuring a ritual implement in the air above the gamble fight platform. It was a scepter of coldness. When the ritual implement was unveiled, a terrifying will of coldness swept through the air, covering the entire platform in a cold, white frost. The currents of cold continued to emanate from the scepter, making their way into everyone's bodies. Yifutian's body was seen covered with a layer of frost, and he was able to feel the coldness seeping into his mind. The Hail Scepter, a ritual implement capable of assaulting one's mind and obstructing the casting of spells. It is also an item with very potent control abilities. The elder introduced the weapon, and the eyes of many burned with excitement. The ritual implement showcased on the platform was then put away, before another walked onto the platform and unveiled another ritual implement. It was an article of clothing as thin as the wing of cicada. It was a clear, dazzling, and brilliant. A girl who was dressed skimpily went up and put the ritual implement on. It covered her white skin in an instant as if having melded to her skin. A layer of brilliance shone about her. The elder who stood beside her used a palm attack on her. While the girl was sent flying, many were able to see that the ritual implement conjured layers of dazzling light screens, which looked as if the majority of the power of the attack was being absorbed. It is a defensive ritual implement crafted with extremely painstaking effort. It is capable of dispelling most of the force dealt onto it, be it spiritual attacks, spells, or physical attacks. Many looked on with excitement, especially with the girl showcasing it. It was a defensive ritual implement with very high practical value. The third ritual implement was unveiled later. An incredibly dazzling green bead. Threads emanated from the bead as it spun in the air. Its radiation permeated the space, encasing everyone within the vicinity and making them feel as if they were under a very powerful control spell. The only difference was that no one was in control of that spell. The telekinesis pearl, the most valuable treasure for spirit elementalists, especially those specializing in the use of telekinetic control. The item amplifies one's mental powers, granting a huge boost to abilities of both offensive or defensive nature. The elder finished his introduction. His people packed up all the introduced ritual implements. The excitement in the crowd is obvious, as all three treasures were indeed top-class sage ritual implements. The elder spared a glance at Yi Futian before turning to look at Hua Jieyu, who stood right beside him. His intentions were unreadable. The telekinesis pearl would have served as a huge boost to a divine spiritual sorcerer, especially one at such a level. Yi Futian took note of the elder's eyes. Is that old guy trying to lure me into fighting a battle myself? The casino would begin another game. If Yi Futian, a law battle champion 3 years ago, were to fight, the house would then find an opponent who was of great popularity. It was anyone's guess how many would bet on that game. Yi Futian had thought himself able to profit at another's expense when he heard of the alchemy casino. He came to believe himself to be naive, as no casino would have been able to become the largest in Alchemy City if it was run by fools. There are still other treasures that have yet to be unveiled. The three were but a preview, a taste for mighty ones who came from near and far, especially the students of the Holy G Palace who have come to Alchemy City. I will make these treasures available tomorrow for gamble fights, and I welcome all to try their hand, the elder smiled and said. That old fox. Many people cursed under their breath. No one had expected the gamble fights for those treasures to be held the next day. It was obvious by then that all that had happened before this was simply a marketing maneuver. It was not hard to imagine what the place would look like when more mighty ones flocked to the casino. The number of competitors would shoot through the roof. All are still welcome to tour the casino today and see if there is anything to your liking. If you see anything you like, you may inquire, the elder elaborated gallantly. Yi Futian spared a glance at the elder, thinking him to be a sly one. In that case, we will come back tomorrow. Yi Futian rose and smiled, before turning around to leave. As anticipated by many, what happened in Alchemy Casino that day spread through all of Alchemy City like wildfire. The interests of many were piqued hearing about the arrival of students from the Holy Ji Palace. Yushang, who had become a student of the palace, went on to crush Yanjiu in the casino. Many thought the Holy Ji Palace lived up to its reputation as the sacred ground of the barren state, as Yushang's improvement was evidently far greater than Yanjiu's. So then, just how powerful have Yifutian and Suke gotten? Furthermore, what the casino had just showcased made many people's hearts pump. However, it was also obvious that only those with immense talent and those of top-class forces, or powerful sage-level figures, would have had the privilege of participating in such gamble fights. Common people would not be able to offer anything of equal value as bets. The alchemy casino clearly targeted the geniuses or figures of the highest levels. Top-class sage figures would not participate easily in gamble fights. As such, only proud sons and daughters were deemed capable of drawing mass attention. As anticipated, mighty ones from all walks of life arrived at the casino the next day. Even mighty ones from the sovereign family in Zhongzhou City were there, and Huang Zhouge was among those people. He looked incredibly dashing and eye-catching as he walked into the casino. It was anyone's guess how powerful he had gotten in the past 3 years. The alchemy casino was livelier than before today. Many people were gathered somewhere, looking towards the front. There were 7 top ritual implements there, including the 3 from before. The alchemy casino had a good background, so they obviously could bring out ritual implements of this level. But taking 7 out at once was extremely generous. They were preparing to make the biggest trade-off since the alchemy conference. They wanted to use these 7 top ritual implements to trade for treasures of the same level from the big figures of top forces. After all, the alchemy casino didn't lack ritual implements. They maximized their interest through betting on battles in the casino. Yesterday, news had already started spreading and it caused a commotion. Today, many top forces of Alchemy City arrived gradually. Some very powerful sages had arrived too. After all, even sages would be tempted by treasures of that level. But they knew that the alchemy casino's target wasn't them. It was the descendants of the top forces. Senior sister, hail scepter suits you. The strong cultivators of the mortal world stood together in the crowd. Chu Shang told Bing Yi, "Go for it." When the elder had taken out the hail scepter yesterday, she'd thought that it really suited her senior sister. 3 years ago, Bing Yi had been embarrassed at the pavilion battle and lost to Yifutian. Later, Yifutian won first place. This proved that it wasn't because Bing Yi wasn't talented enough. Instead, Yifutian was too powerful. Bing Yi nodded. That hail scepter indeed suited her, but there were too many strong cultivators here today. They came from the east of the Zhongzhou lands while this was the west. This wasn't their main city. The top forces of the west were all here. "Zhiqin, which treasure do you want?" "I'll give it to you," someone in the crowd said. His tone was very arrogant. He had long fiery red hair and looked handsome and domineering. Seeing him, no one found his words strange. He was qualified to talk like that. The woman beside him was indeed Xianxia of the Holy Ji Palace. Looking at the handsome man by her side, she said, "I don't need anything. Zhiqin, if your brother-in-law wants to give you a gift, just accept it. Choose any of the treasures here and he'll figure out how to get it." The beautiful lady beside Xianxia said. She looked similar to Xianxia. Dignified and beautiful, she was on Xianxia's level. However, compared to Xianxia's youthfulness, she looked more mature. This was Xiangxian, the other princess of the Xiang Kingdom. She'd already married Li Futu of Fire Mountain's Fire Emperor Palace. The handsome red-haired youth by her side was indeed Li Futu. He'd come from the vast Fire Mountain and was one of the West's top prides. He was in the top 3 of his generation in the West. One could imagine how powerful he was. Then that shirt. Xianxia pointed at a beautiful women's ritual implement shirt instead of saying anything. She'd heard the Yifutian's group had arrived as well. Yifutian had unmatchable talent in the Holy Ji Palace. She didn't know how her brother-in-law would compare. The sovereign family has arrived. At that time, many eyes looked over and saw the sovereign family walking in the crowd. Is Huang Zhouge the most talented of this generation from the sovereign family? He was second in the pavilion battle 3 years ago, but he didn't cultivate in the Holy Ji Palace. Many eyes fell upon Huang Zhouge. The sovereign family. A young man's eyes fell upon Huang Zhouge at this time. He smiled. The sovereign family calls themselves the descendants of the queen, but they couldn't even get first place in the battle. He lost to someone of a lower cultivation level. I think it's just empty talk. Everyone turned to focus on him. Who was brash enough to mock someone from the sovereign family of Zhongzhou City? But when they saw the speaker, it made sense. It was Di Zhou of the emperor family. They were the emperor family while the Huangs were the sovereign family. Thus, many in the barren state would compare the two. The emperors were famous in the west, the sovereigns in the central region. Huang Zhouge gazed at the youth and asked indifferently, "Who are you?" Di Shou, the youth replied. "Never heard of you," Huang Zhouge replied arrogantly. Di Shou didn't mind. He just smiled and said, "You've at least heard of the emperor family's Di Gang, right? The one who's known as the once-in-a-century genius of the emperor family?" Huang Zhouge said nonchalantly. Di Gang was known as #1 of the alchemy city. Even Li Futu of the Fire Emperor Palace shone dimmer compared to him. "Seems like you know him." Di Zhou chuckled. "Yes, but we haven't fought before. I don't know if his talents meet his reputation." Huang Zhouge replied coolly. He was a descendant of royalty and they were both proud. So what if Di Gang was famous? "You're probably not enough," Di Zhou said nonchalantly. "If my brother participated in the pavilion battle, no one else can be first. I heard that Shimin Hanjiang of the Shimin clan is first on the low rank. I wonder if he'll come to Alchemy City." He used big words, but Di Gang was indeed an extraordinary figure. Everyone in Alchemy City knew him. This was also the emperor family's territory. Right then, commotion sounded at the back of the crowd. Many people turned around and saw a group walking over. It was Yi Futian's group. Even with the emperor and sovereign families, the Holy Ji Palace was the true mecca of cultivation in the barren state. It gathered the top prides to cultivate together. Yi Futian's group were the geniuses of the Holy Ji Palace. They would obviously be the center of attention. Even Di Zhou and Li Futu couldn't steal their spotlight. Only Di Gang could if he came. The winner of the battle 3 years ago has come too. Interesting. Many people looked at Huang Zhouge. With Yi Futian here, the first and second place of the battle were both here. Yi Futian walked into the crowd and he also saw Huang Zhouge. Smiling, Huang Zhouge said, "It's been 3 years. How's your cultivation?" "Grade 4 noble," Yi Futian said. "What about you?" "I entered grade 2 not long ago. You won't be able to win against me anymore," Huang Zhouge said, smiling. He seemed extremely confident. "Really?" Yi Futian said nonchalantly. "That's not definite." Many people came from the Holy Ji Palace. Di Zhou gazed at Yi Futian's group. "Other than Yi Futian, who are the others?" Someone beside him said, "Yu Shang, Hua Jieyu, Yi Wuchen, Su Kei, Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi, Huang, that one might be Yun Shuixing. They all entered 3 years ago." Yi Futian glanced at the other. This man knew them quite well and could recognize them all. "How are their abilities?" Xiang Jian asked Xiang Jiqin. "All very strong," Xiang Jiqin said. "Yi Futian hasn't fought in a long time, but 2 years ago, he defeated everyone at the Holy Sage Pavilion's battle podium. After that, he only cultivated. He's only a grade 4 noble, but his true fighting abilities might be at the top of grade 2. I heard that Yusheng defeated Yan Jiao yesterday. He hasn't fought in 2 years either, and he can't be weaker than Yi Futian. The Holy Ji Palace is the mecca of the barren state," Xianxia said. "They're all very powerful. This group entered 3 years ago, and they seem to have all matured. But it's okay if they don't take the treasures we want." Li Futu had his eyes on 2. One was for himself. The other, he wanted to give to his sister Xiang Jiqin. He didn't care about himself, but his sister was cultivating in the Holy Ji Palace. There were tons of talents and the pressure must be high. At that time, Yi Futian scanned the treasures with a hot gaze. These were all sage ritual implements. This trip wouldn't be a waste of time. Alchemy City was the top armory city in the barren state. "Which do you want?" Huang Zhouge asked from the side. "All of them," Yi Futian said, smiling. These were all top sage ritual implements. There wasn't one that he didn't like. He picked up a brilliant pearl and said, "Jiayu, this telekinesis pearl will suit you well. And this defense shirt too. The Hail Scepter too." Everyone stared at him in shock. Was he really spoiling his girlfriend like this? This was crazy. These were top sage ritual implements. Of course they all suited her. Which one wouldn't if he just chose randomly? But was he going to give it all to his girlfriend? Even the ones from the Holy Ji Palace stared at him, speechless. Was this possible? Hua Jiu fluttered her lashes. Seeing everyone looking at her, she couldn't help but get shy and kicky Futien. This guy. Many people were dazed. This must be divine spiritual sorcerer Hua Jiu. She was just as shockingly beautiful as rumored. Beside her, Huang and Yun Shuixin were all beauties of different styles. There were also the Xiang siblings and the group of girls in the other direction. Today, the Alchemy Casino was a battle of the prides and a competition of the beauties. And if Yu Futian wanted everything, what did he make of the other prides here? Many top figures were present, such as Li Futu, Di Zhou, and Yu Ming, who was extremely talented in armory. There was also a group of strong cultivators from the west and figures from all over. It was difficult for someone to take even one ritual implement with the current setup of the Alchemy Casino, let alone take them all. It was basically a fantasy. The telekinesis pearl must be very helpful for those who cultivate spiritual energy. I like it too, a gentle voice said right then. Many people looked over to see a beautiful girl. She seemed as gentle as water and was movingly beautiful. People could be mesmerized by one smile. This was Su Hongxiu, the virgin of the goddess pavilion. I'll give it to you, a voice said. The speaker was Yu Ming, the top armorer. He would attend the alchemy conference and was known as one of the top 3 competitors. His abilities were evident. He was infatuated by Su Hongxiu, but so were many people. The girls of the goddess pavilion were also beautiful and powerful. Many prides had fallen for them. Not just Yu Ming. Li Futu wants to give a ritual implement to Xianxia, his wife's sister. Yu Ming wants to use the telekinesis pearl to win over the beauty. Yi Futian wants everything, and there are top figures from other places as well. This will definitely be a good show. Many people were impressed by the Alchemy Casino's tactics. Yi Futian looked around. Other than the top forces that he'd seen before, there were many that he didn't know. They were most likely from the western region. In the southwest, Alchemy City was the largest city. Other than that, there was the powerful Inferno City. Fire Mountain was in the west and its influence reached outward, so many fire elemental forces arose in that area. The armorers of Alchemy City, the people of the main houses, the Sacred Fire Sect, and the Fire Emperor Palace were all skilled in the fire element. On the other hand, the Southern Ice Temple was obviously more skilled in water and ice. It would be hard to take away these top ritual implements. Haha. Bright laughter sounded right then. The elder from before brought people over again. Seeing all the strong cultivators gathered here, his eyes smiled. Just as he'd predicted, these people would definitely come here to compete if he prepared 7 top sage ritual implements. The people of the top forces were all very confident. They also clashed with each other rarely. Thus, they wouldn't miss a chance like the alchemy conference that gathered them all in Alchemy City. He had to exchange his ritual implements for the treasures of the top forces. Plus, they'd also gathered a lot of information and had judged these people beforehand. Setting up the bet like this, they could earn a lot. You are all top prides. Gathered in my alchemy casino, I am so honored, the elder said with a smile. Yesterday, I already introduced 3 ritual implements. There are 4 more today. This sword is the Ghost Shadow Sword. It's the sword that Ghost Sword used. It's thin as a cicada's wing and slices gold as if it's butter. It contains frightening sword intent. As he spoke, he looked towards Yi Futian's group. Ghost Sword's disciple had entered the Holy Ji Palace and was still there. He didn't believe that they didn't want the sword. Hua Jiu would definitely try for the telekinesis pearl too. This way, the Holy Ji Palace disciples would have to act. The elder pointed at another ritual implement. This is a sun crown. It contains fire essence from the 3-legged gold raven, the sun god's bird. Feel its power. The sun crown hovered in the air, releasing frightening sunlight. Many fire elemental cultivators would compete for this. The wolf fong bat weighs thousands of pounds and is a martial arts ritual implement. The thorns on it are indestructible. It's used to rip through spells and martial arts defenses. It is extremely mighty. This is a golden tripod. It glows with golden light and can transform into countless golden tripods to destroy everything. It can even shatter someone's spiritual energy and contains double attacks. The elder pointed at a huge golden tripod. The 7 ritual implements were all very powerful. They were top sage ritual implements. Now I will bring these 7 to the battle platform. Those who want it can come fight for it, the elder said, smiling. Welcome. Everyone's eyes flashed. The 7 ritual implements were brought out at once today. The crowd all walked towards the battle platform. The scene was very impressive. The ghost shadow sword is your master's? Yifutian asked Xianxia. When I met my master, he was already disabled and didn't have his sword, so I've never seen it. But if the alchemy casino said that, I'm sure it's true. Something flashed past Xianxia's eyes. He had to get his master's sword back. The alchemy casino is the top gambling location of Alchemy City, Zhongli said. It's also the biggest ritual implement trading center. The most important rule here is honesty. They definitely won't lie. They all keep their words. It's the same for us. If we don't give up what we gamble, you won't be able to leave, no matter who you are. Yifutian nodded. We must get the ghost shadow sword. The golden tripod suits Zhongli as well as the sun crown. As for the wolf fang bat, Yuan Zhan should be able to use it. Everyone looked at Yifutian with strange faces. These were all top sage ritual implements and they were a big group. Each one would suit at least someone. Do you really want them all? Suke stared strangely at Yifutian. If we don't take it, others will. Let's not waste. Yifutian said to Su Quebec. That makes sense. Suke nodded. But Yu Sheng defeated Yan Jiu yesterday, Zhongli said. The alchemy casino probably has a different judgment of our abilities now. They won't let us win so easily anymore. Our opponents won't be weak. Since they lured us here, they clearly hope we'll place bets and fight, Yifutian said. They won't make things too hard for us. After all, if it's the same as yesterday, the alchemy casino will choose the talented opponents of top forces who are the same as us. This way, no matter who wins, they'll just trade a ritual implement for a treasure. As for the strengths of the two sides, they only worry about the bets. Zhongli and the others nodded. It was true. The 7 ritual implements hovered above the battle platform. They were very attractive. The elder looked to the crowd and said, The alchemy conference is about to start. It's rare for the top forces of the Barren State to be gathered here. Today, the alchemy casino brought out 7 ritual implements for everyone to bet and fight for. If you want something, please stand before the ritual implement and I will arrange for a fight. Of course, you must agree to it. As expected, many people's eyes flashed. This battle was designed for the figures of the top forces. These people were the best at attracting the spotlight. Many people walked onto the platform. Bing Yi walked to the Hail Scepter. She didn't know who she would fight with, but she had to try for it. Bing Yi, Virgin of the Mortal World, someone said. Yanjiao of the Sword Saint Mansion lost yesterday. He doesn't seem satisfied. Yanjiao walked out of the crowd at that time and walked to the Ghost Shadow Sword. Xie Ji of the Sacred Fire Sect. Another person walked out. It was Xie Ji going to the Sun Crown. Li Futu of the Fire Emperor Palace and his wife walked out together. One went to the Sun Crown while the other went to the beautiful armor shirt. Clearly, the couple wanted 2 ritual implements. Su Hongxiu of the Goddess Pavilion went to the Telekinesis Pearl. Yu Ming also went there, saying, Hongxiu, I'll help you get it. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Su Hongxiu's voice was extremely gentle. One could drown in it. What about the Holy Ji Palace? The elder said, looking at Yifutian's group. Today's setup was to make the talents of the Holy Ji Palace participate. They couldn't be missing, even Li Futi had walked out. We want all 7 of the ritual implements, Yifutian said. The elder froze and then smiled. This was the best. Such a big appetite. Di Zhou scanned Yifutian. The emperor family had stocks in the alchemy casino, but this Yifutian wanted all 7 ritual implements. Could he really take it all? In that case, I'll have to arrange the battles with much consideration, the elder said, smiling. No need to make it so troublesome, Yifutian. Since we want all the ritual implements, we'll definitely give treasures of the same level. You only need to find 7 people who can give treasures of the same level to participate in the battle and arrange one battle. 7 is too complicated. Everyone's chests tightened and their eyes flashed. Yifutian was very ambitious to want to take it all for himself. So you mean you want a group battle? The elder asked. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. We can send 7 people with no problem. Interesting. Dizhou chuckled. In that case, count me as one. I'd like to experience the Holy Ji Palace's abilities. With that, he stepped out to the battle platform. He wanted to participate. Me too. Hearing Yi Futian's words, Nan Hao of the Nantian house also walked out. Yi Futian actually wanted a group fight. He couldn't miss this chance. Everyone's eyes focused on the battle platform. The setup there now was frightening. Li Futu and his wife Yuming Xieji Yanjiu, Nan Hao Dizhou Su Hongxiu, and Bing Yi were 9 powerful cultivators. The elder gazed at them and said, There are only 7 ritual implements. If you all wish to participate, please choose the ritual implement you want. Hongxiu, leave it to me, Yuming said. Su Hongxiu nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you, Mr. Yu. With that, she stepped off. Then Nan Hao went to the golden tripod. Dizhou walked to the wolf fang bat that no one else chose. There was still one extra person. Both Li Futu and Xieji wanted the sun crown. Xieji, don't compete with me. You can't win, Li Futu said emotionlessly. Xieji's eyes hardened. He truly wasn't Li Futu's opponent. Fine, I won't compete for the ritual implement, but I still want to be part of the fun. I'll participate in this battle for another ritual implement. Are there any? Xieji asked the elder. Of course. Then you'll gamble for another top ritual implement. If you win, you can choose anyone you wish. If you lose, you'll have to give up a top-level sage ritual implement, the elder said. How is this oral vow? Good. Xieji nodded. The conditions are the same for everyone else. Agreed. The elder looked to Yi Futian again. Agreed. Yi Futian nodded. In that case, what will you all gamble for this battle? The elder asked. The soul guqin of the 9-fingered guqin devil, musical piece Mesmerize, my polearm of divine destruction, the sun scripture, and the shadow scripture, Yi Futian said. Anything else? The elder asked, smiling. The sword ghost's techniques, Zue Qianxiu said. He wanted the ghost shadow sword this time, so he had to bet something as well. The phoenix pill that my master created, Phoenix said. The elder's eyes flashed. The undying old man's phoenix pill was extremely valuable. Is that enough? Yi Futian asked. Yes, enough. The elder smiled. He was very satisfied with these wagers. Then he looked to the people on the battle podium. They all reported their wagers, making the elder's smile grow brighter. The surrounding people were all shocked. They'd all invested fortunes. Finally, both sides of the battle must agree. The elder looked back to Yi Futian's group. Yi Futian looked at the gamble fight arena and said, I want to know the cultivation levels of all the people here. All right. The elder commanded them, you all, say your cultivation levels. Immediately, the 8 experts on the gamble fight arena reported their cultivation levels. Of the Li Futu couple, one of them was a grade 1 noble, the other was a grade 2 noble. Yuming, grade 1 noble. Dizhou, grade 3 noble. Xieji, Yanjiu, Nanhao and Bingyi. The 3 of them had taken part in the admission examination battle 3 years ago, so Yi Futian knew a little about them. Li Futu is from the Fire Emperor Palace and is extremely strong. In the region around Alchemy City, only D Gang's reputation exceeds his. Yuming is an elite armorer and specializes in matrices. Be careful. Li Futu's wife is Xianxia's sister and Dizhou is D Gang's younger brother. Although he is only a grade 3 noble, he is also rather formidable. Zheng Li introduced them to Yi Futian. There are 2 grade 1 nobles in the gamble fight arena while we only have 1 grade 1 noble. Moreover, only Su Kei is a grade 2 noble, the rest are grade 3 and grade 4 nobles. We are in too much of a disadvantage in our cultivation levels. I would like to borrow the strength of someone else, is that all right? Yi Futian looked at the elder and asked. Who? The elder asked. Huang Jioga, Yi Futian replied, and his gaze landed on Huang Jioga. He smiled and asked, We're already at the Alchemy Casino? Aren't you interested? Huang Jioga had a shocked expression. He was surprised that Yi Futian would invite him as an ally in battle. He looked at the people on the gamble fight arena. He also wanted to try it out, so he replied, Sure, I'll join you in battle, but you have to settle the wager yourself and accept the result of the battle. Of course, if you still wanted the spoils of victory. I wouldn't have looked for you. Yi Futian smiled brilliantly. Huang Zhouge was speechless. Was this how wretched this guy was? What about the other people participating? The elder asked again. Mi Yushang, Su Ke, Huang Zhouge, Yun Shuixing, Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi and Phoenix, Yi Futian replied. 1 grade 1 noble, 2 grade 2 nobles, 3 grade 3 nobles, and 2 grade 4 nobles. Do you have any objections? The elder asked the people on the gamble fight arena. None, Li Futu replied nonchalantly. Sure. Yu Ming also nodded his head. The others had no complaints as well. They had 2 grade 1 nobles, Li Futu and Yu Ming, giving them a huge advantage. Li Futu's battle ability was undisputed and Yu Ming was an expert in matrices. Xianxia was also very strong. Coupled with the other 5, they felt that their lineup was extremely strong. Then it is settled. I will give all of you 2 hours to plan your tactics. The battle will begin in 2 hours, and the victor will be able to take all the ritual implements with them. The elder smiled and said. Many people snorted at his words. Giving them time to plan their tactics? More like giving the casino time to open up their betting house. However, this match was really something to look forward to. Out of these 16 people, half of them were geniuses from elite factions while the other half had 7 Holy Ji Palace disciples and Huang Zhouge. A battle of such grandeur got the crowd really excited. Who would win this battle? The elder walked to one side and had a quiet discussion with some people. This battle was a group battle and was extremely complicated, so they needed to seriously consider the odds. On the surface, Li Futu's group had a stronger lineup with higher cultivation levels. The most prodigious duo from the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian and Yushang, were only grade 4 nobles, but their battle strength could definitely not be considered the same as a normal grade 4 noble. Huang Zhouge, Su Ke, Yuan Zhan, Yi Shaoshi and Phoenix could be compared with Di Zhou, Yan Zhou Xieji, Nan Hao and Bing Yi. The former 5 should be slightly stronger, but the difference would not be that big. If Xianxia was added to the latter 5, it would be enough to make up the difference. What would be left was Li Futu, Yu Ming, Yi Futian, Yushang, and Yun Shuixing. Li Futu's battle ability should be higher than Yun Shuixing. After all, Yun Shuixing was not that famous in the Holy Ji Palace. Yu Ming was a matrix sorcerer. Apart from his own battle ability, he could set up matrices to boost the battle ability of his entire team. If his whole team's strength went up a notch, it would immediately resolve Di Zhou, Yan Zhou, and the other 3's weakness and turn it into an advantage. Therefore, Li Futu's lineup was likely to be stronger when considering the entire picture. What was left would operate the betting house. Soon, the odds were released. The casino had offered a 1-to-1 payout for both sides. The whole casino was in an uproar and countless people rushed to place their bets. Although the elder in charge of the betting house was there were people repeatedly coming forward to report the situation. Today's match had attracted an innumerable number of experts and the bets would reach a shocking amount, which was why he had specially allocated an hour for people to place bets. 80% of the bets are on Li Futu's team. If Li Futu's team wins, we will incur a huge loss, the elder frowned as he thought. The initial opening of the betting house was to assess the situation. As he had expected, because the strongest 2 members of the Holy Ji Palace had the lowest cultivation levels as grade 4 nobles, the majority of the crowd did not favor them. Especially with Li Futu and Yu Ming's reputation in the Alchemy City region. In such a scenario, the casino needed to balance the odds well. If they felt that Yi Futian's team would win, it was worth the gamble. However, they did not feel that Yi Futian's team could win. This was different from Yusheng's fight with Yan Zhou. Adjust the odds, the elder said decisively. Soon, the news had spread that the odds had been adjusted. Li Futu's side had their odds adjusted to 2-to-1. While Yi Futian's side was 1-to-2. Evidently, the odds favored Li Futu's side heavily. These bastards. Those who did not manage to place their bets in time cursed. They had wanted to place bets, but they did not expect the odds to change so quickly, and it had changed to a difference of 2 times. It looks like the Alchemy Casino is also optimistic about Li Futu's victory. The majority of the crowd must be betting on them, even at a 2-to-1 payout. Many people thought as they continued to place their bets. After Li Futu's group heard about the odds, their expressions did not change. This was well within their expectations. However, Yu Futian's group was surprised. It looked like the majority felt that they would lose. As time passed, information continued to be transmitted to the elder. Soon, the odds changed again. Li Futu's group had changed to 4-1, while Yi Futian's group was now 1-4. Bastard! I'm not betting anymore, someone shouted in a rage. There was no point in betting on a 4-1 payout. There was too little to earn. Why not? A voice sounded. The person who had shouted raised his head and saw a handsome teen smiling at him. It was Yi Futian. 1-4, you can bet on us? Yi Futian smiled and said. His gaze then turned to the elder on the viewing stand and he asked, Senior, can we place bets as well? You can only bet on your own victory, the elder replied. This was to prevent people from losing intentionally. However, this was an uncommon sight for geniuses like Yi Futian. From a values standpoint, those who participated in the gamble fight were not allowed to place bets, but it was inevitable for participants to get others to place bets for them. Therefore, the Alchemy Casino would supervise the participants to ensure that they did not lose intentionally. If the casino found any such cases, they would not live to walk out of the casino. Yu Shang, seventh brother, don't you all have ritual implements? The opportunity has come. Yi Futian smiled and said. 1-4, it seemed like they would be able to be well equipped with ritual implements after this. Alchemy City is a good place indeed, Yi Futian exclaimed in his heart. If that is so, I will partake too. Huang Zhouge smiled and said. Did you not consider me when you allocated the ritual implements? Su Ke smiled and asked Yi Futian. You're from the Tingxue house, after all. Why would you lack ritual implements? Yi Futian replied, looking at him disdainfully. Then why did you ask me to battle? Su Ke saw Yi Futian reply with a matter-of-fact expression. Do you know how rare it is to get a chance to battle? I'm thinking of you. Moreover, you can place a bet now, Yi Futian replied righteously. Su Ke was speechless. As expected, it was impossible to reason with a shameless person. He could only place bets using his own treasures. Does anyone have something good that I could borrow to place bets? Yi Futian asked the people around him. Yun Shuixing glared at Yi Futian. Her impression of Yi Futian had gotten better, but now it had reverted to the first time they had met. Shameless. I'll lend you this, a gentle voice sounded. A brilliant flame illuminated beside Yi Futian, and the cries of a phoenix could be heard occasionally. A horrifying aura was released and countless gazes looked towards Phoenix. At that moment, Phoenix was covered in an exceedingly beautiful phoenix feather dress that perfectly fit her body. It got further from her body bit by bit and eventually flew into a storage ring which Phoenix then passed to Yi Futian. Little sister, Yun Shuixing shouted. Aren't you scared that he'll lose your treasure? Isn't it just 1-4? If I lose, I'll pay for it. If I win, I want a portion of the winnings, Phoenix smiled gently and said. Thanks. Yi Futian nodded, then turned to the elder and asked, how much is this ritual implement worth? You can pick 4 ritual implements from the Alchemy Casino, the elder replied. Okay. Yi Futian nodded his head. The Alchemy Casino had a gargantuan organization behind them and its wealth was beyond imagination. Alchemy City was definitely the richest place in the Barren State. The surrounding people were all watching, and as they saw Yi Futian confidently betting all his treasures, many people started to waver. Let's just gamble that they can win. Many people thought this as they continued to place their bets. 2 hours passed by quickly and the elder nodded after hearing the final report. After the 2 rounds of changing the odds, the situation had been reversed. With the bets that the casino had taken in now, if Li Futu's team won, the Alchemy Casino would earn a huge sum, but if Yi Futian's team won, the casino would incur a huge loss. Evidently, the Alchemy Casino expected Li Futu's team to win. The Alchemy Casino knew about Li Futu and Yu Ming's strength. Moreover, Di Zhou was also very strong. Li Futu's team had no reason to lose this grand gamble fight. Please take your places. The elder looked at both parties and said. Immediately, Li Futu's group stepped onto the gamble fight arena. Yi Futian's group also moved rapidly into the arena. The group of 16 people. The geniuses from the Holy Ji Palace versus the prodigies from all over the Barren State. Everyone got into position in an instant. Li Futu, Yanjiu, Nan Hao and Di Zhou stood at the front and were responsible for the assault. Bing Yi, Xie Ji and Xianxia stood into the middle, supporting the team with their spells, and Yu Ming stood at the back, preparing his matrices. Yi Futian's group also got into their positions. Yuxing and Yuan Zhan stood at the front, Su Kei on the left, Huang Jiuge on the right, Yi Xiaoshi, Phoenix and Yun Shuixing at the back. Yi Futian's position was right in the middle. In the battle arena, the 16 experts took their places. The Alchemy Casino had Sage Plane experts creating defenses around the area. Although the arena was huge, battles of such scale would often cause huge damage to surrounding areas. Even if both parties controlled their attacks, it would still reach their surroundings, so it was natural to set up barriers. The geniuses of the Holy Ji Palace versus the elites of the Barren State. Who would be the victor of this battle? Countless people held their breaths and stared at the battle arena. This battle would definitely cause a commotion in Alchemy City. It was extremely rare for a battle of such a scale to take place before the Alchemy Conference. Li Fudu's reputation was renowned in the region. Di Zhou was the younger brother of Di Gang. Although he did not have as much potential as Di Gang, he was still extremely strong. Yu Ming was one of the favorites for this time's Alchemy Conference, and the others were also experts who had taken part in the Holy Ji Palace's admission examination. On the other side, the first and second in the admission examination 3 years ago, Yi Futian and Huang Jiuge, as well as the savage Yusheng, the Dingxua House's Su Quebec. This match was really a sight for sore eyes. As ray after ray of brilliant light glowed, the spiritual qi in the air started to rampage, multiple colors illuminating the area. Everyone released their aura at the same time, and all kinds of powerful life spirits appeared. These elite geniuses were extremely strong in one-to-one combat, but they all held their positions and did not move recklessly. Evidently, they would not underestimate their opponents and knew that the people they were facing were also equally strong. Become chess pieces as you land. Yu Ming stepped forward. His life spirit was a huge golden chessboard, and the chessboard projected itself on the spacious battle arena. Golden lines intersected, turning the area into a game of chess, and the 8 of them on his team each took up a square on the board like they were pieces in a game of chess. The chessboard rapidly evolved and turned into matrices. Although they did not move, they felt as though they were moving simply by standing on the chessboard, due to the developments of the chessboard. Yi Futian's group felt dizzy, like they were constantly being displaced. It was as though they were battling on a moving chessboard. What a peculiar control-type life spirit, Yi Futian thought to himself. In front of him, his Guqin spirit appeared, and he sat cross-legged, strumming the strings on his Guqin. A melody sounded, giving off an unrestrained feeling. It was loud and clear and appeared arrogant, resounding in the air. Every melody appeared to have a unique power of its own, causing others to be drunk in the melody, and their spiritual energy appeared to be affected as it moved to the music. This matrix can change one's direction, causing our perception to be affected. I'll control this battle, Yi Futian said, continuing to play his melody. His team felt as though the melody caused them to integrate as one, as all of them were in the imagery created by the Guqin melody. The feeling was indescribable, yet felt especially apparent, like they were no longer individuals, but an entity with Yi Futian as the core. He actually has that kind of ability. Huang Jiuge was surprised. Was this the charm of a musical sorcerer? As he thought that, he no longer resisted the intrusion of the melody but assimilated into the imagery. He naturally trusted the strength of someone who had defeated him once. To doubt Yi Futian's strength was to doubt himself. As for those who followed Yi Futian from the Holy Ji Palace, they were also the same. The melody was thundering and had a haughty undertone, with the courage to take on the world. Huang Jiuge and the rest felt their spiritual energy becoming stronger, as though they had been stimulated by the melody. The blood in their body was boiling and their aura became even more robust. Even their perception was becoming sharper. What an arrogant piece! What is that piece? Sage Plane figure stared at Yi Futian and asked. The Holy Ji Palace has a Guqin Valley, which was where the 9-fingered Guqin demon Lu Quangxing stayed when he was alive. Yi Futian had once wagered the Guqin demon's Guqin and Guqin piece, so this means that he had received Lu Quangxing's inheritance. If I didn't guess wrongly, that Guqin piece should be the Hai Song. There was a Sage Plane figure who was extremely well-learned and managed to guess the name of the piece. Hai Song, the rumored Guqin piece that can allow people to share their spiritual will and spiritual energy to strengthen all of their abilities. the first Sage Plane expert asked. That's right. Under the Guqin melody, the 8 of them have become one, was the reply he received, causing many people to have glints in their eyes. If that was so, was Yi Futian using his Guqin to repel Yu Ming's chess matrix? Li Futu and his team could also feel that the accumulation of might had ended. They started to launch their attacks. Bing Yi's ice spell descended upon the other team, a frigid aura enveloping them, turning into an ice dimension. It attempted to drag the other team into an illusion of a world filled with ice. As the Guqin melody sounded, Phoenix could feel Yi Futian's intentions through the melody. She made her move, and with a crisp sound, a shadow of a brilliant divine phoenix appeared, blocking out the sun. The shadow formed a veil around the 8 of them and kept the frost out. Following that, Xieji's destructive flame lotus assailed them along with Xianxia's thunderbolt spell. The 2 spells rushed towards them, striking the protective veil wildly, shattering it. The thunderbolt and flame lotus reached them at the same time, but at that moment, Yun Shuixing shut her eyes and a frigid will engulfed the area, causing the area to freeze and the flame lotus to turn into an ice lotus. The thunderbolt spell was also greatly weakened. The edgeless greatsword, Yanjiu bellowed as 9 blades crashed down towards them. At the same time, numerous blinding spears shot out from behind Nanhao. Behind Dizhou, a golden space appeared and many terrifying tripods appeared, striking towards Yi Futian's team. Li Futu raised his hand and made a huge palm print appear. The flaming red palm print melted everything in existence, crushing down on Yi Futian's team and attempting to destroy them. Yi Futian continued to play his Guqin piece, but it was like his team could understand what he was thinking. Yi Xiaoshi flew into the air and his Emperor's Vine rapidly sent vines forward while Suke wielded his sword and slashed forward, using offense as a defensive measure. Yu Sheng let out a roar and his body wildly absorbed spiritual qi, creating dark golden devil halberds that pierced forward. Yuan Zhan also used a terrifying rod technique while Huang Jioga struck out with his fist, which crunched through the air like a battle chariot. In an instant, the 2 forces collided and an exceedingly horrifying destructive current swept past, causing the air to look like an explosion had occurred. The chessboard matrix under both teams' legs glowed even brighter. Next, Huang Jioga and the rest could feel their bodies changing positions like the ground below them was moving. Not only that, but there was also a dreadful force that was constricting them, causing them to feel especially heavy. Attack, Yuming said. The matrix had shown its might. As he finished, Li Futu's team launched an attack again. Yi Futian's Guqin melody acted like strands of wire, connecting the 8 people on his team, causing them to gather near him. The 7 of them did not attack this time, but set up defenses in the area around them, allowing the enemy's attacks to land. Open a path, Yi Futian said as he played the Guqin. As his voice landed, Huang Jioga's Renhuang Bao life spirit emerged and 9 arrows shot forth with blazing light as though they had Yi Futian's spell enhancement on them. They flew with the wind, tearing through the air like 9 bolts of lightning. Li Futu raised his arm and caught 2 of the arrows. Yan Zhou slashed out with a stroke of his sword. Nanhao pierced forward with his spear and blocked the remaining arrows. However, at that moment, Suke's body rushed towards them like the wind at breakneck speed. At the same time, Yu Shang and Yuan Zhan also stepped forward, causing the earth to quake. They actually initiated the clash. The experts in the crowd were stunned. Both parties originally occupied one side each, but now Yi Futian's side was not content with simply defending and initiated a clash, daringly breaking the deadlock. Matrix change, Yuming said. In an instant, a gold veil surrounded the people on his team. Rise, Yi Futian said. As his voice landed, his body flew into the air. In front of him, Suke, Yu Shang, and Yuan Zhan stepped into the air above the other party. Huang Jioga, Phoenix, and the rest also leaped into the air, and they promptly reached the area above the other team in the same formation. Li Futu raised his head and looked above him. He stretched out both hands, each with a formidable flame force. On his right hand, there was a golden flame with a dreadful destructive ability. On his left hand, there was a black flame that was rapidly devouring the spiritual qi in the air around him. A huge pair of flame wings appeared behind him. It was a pair of brilliant spiritual vermilion bird wings. His crimson-red hair swayed and his body floated in the air. It was as though his extreme destructive force could erupt at any time. The other people also prepared themselves. Once the defenses were breached, they would attack vigorously. In the air, Huang Zhouge held the Renhuang sword and slashed downwards. Su Kei's blade then sliced through, following the path that he had made. In an instant, a crack appeared in the veil, then blasted open the next second. A figure flew upwards, then towards Yu Futian at lightning speed. That lone individual rushed towards them with no fear. This arrogant feat could only have been made possible by Li Futu. Behind Yu Futian, a figure stepped forward and the area was immediately covered in frost. The surrounding people felt as though time had stopped still. The flow of air, blood, and the burning flames all seemed to have slowed down in that instant. Yu Futian was shocked. He had not given Yun Shuixing any orders, but she had already stepped forward. Yu Futian had no choice but to assist her with his Guqin melody. A robust spiritual energy rushed towards Yun Shuixing, causing a fearsome snowstorm to appear around her. Her palms headed straight for Li Futa's flame palm prince. No intention of avoiding him. Asking for trouble. A thought appeared in Li Futa's head as their palms collided. The two of them were then knocked back. Li Futu looked at his palms. The flames had been extinguished. On Yun Shuixing's end, the horrendous flames had not burned her and had only torn her sleeves apart, revealing her fair skin. "Descend," Yu Futian said. They descended amidst their opponents' forceful attacks. The location they chose to land at was where Yu Ming was. They want to take down Yu Ming first. The crowd saw the actions of Yu Futian's team and immediately understood what they wanted to do. Yu Ming used the chessboard as a matrix and would affect their battle. As long as they took down Yu Ming, the rest of Li Futa's team would be split up and unable to act as a whole. Yu Ming looked at the air with a cold expression. The brilliant chessboard on the ground flew into the air, turning into a defensive ability that spread out across the air. In the air, Yu Futian continued to play his Guqin piece. The high song became even more thundering, and the aura on the 7 people beside him became stronger, as though they had all entered a state of rampage under the influence of the Guqin piece. Behind Huang Zhouge, the Renhuang body life spirit appeared. He was like a descendant of the Renhuang with the Renhuang sword in his hand, slashing down towards the ground. A blade of light that penetrated the heavens appeared and struck the chessboard. The chessboard slowly split and Su Kei moved as well. With a graceful arc, the blade in his hand sliced down, splitting the chessboard in two. With a blinding glow, the chessboard disappeared. At the same moment, the attacks from the experts on the ground landed again. Yun Shuixing looked down, and a frost will surrounded her body with extreme coldness. Frost surrounded the air, and the icy intent permeated every expert on the ground. They could feel their movements becoming slower and their blood felt as though it was about to stop flowing. Their spells were all being delayed and frozen. Only Li Futa's body was bathed in endless flames, and he flew into the air, the terrifying flames burning in the air, expelling the frost intent. Yi Xiaoshir's vines rushed wildly towards the people on the ground with rustling sounds. At the same time, Huang Zhouge and Su Kei moved towards Yu Ming. Yu Ming's expression was ruthless. The chessboard life spirit behind him lit up glaringly and shone onto Huang Zhouge and Su Kei, slowing them down. "Kill!" Huang Zhouge fired arrows which tore through the air. However, Yu Ming's expression did not change as he stretched out his hand and waved it. The chessboard moved and caused Huang Zhouge's arrows to deviate from their original path and miss him. Su Kei's blade landed, yet Yu Ming's body turned into a shadow. He was like a piece on the chessboard, always in motion. It was as though he could predict all of Su Kei's moves on his chessboard. No matter how fast Su Kei was, he could not escape Yu Ming's perception. Wanting to deal with him first? Dream on. An even more terrifying glow was emitted, and using the heavens as pieces, Yu Ming looked at Yu Futian, who was in the middle of the team, and revealed a mocking expression, chanting, "Ground restriction." As his voice landed, the chessboard that had projected onto Yu Futian's team surrounded them, trapping them within like a prison cell. "Li Futu, it's up to you now," Yu Ming said. He had controlled his matrix to seal Yu Futian's team within his chessboard. Li Futa's body flew into the air, his vermilion bird wings sparkling brightly, covered in inextinguishable flames. He stretched out his palm and a golden flame current rampaged wildly. Gradually, the flames transformed into a vermilion bird and flew out from his palm, shadowing the heavens and attacking Yifutian's team. The vermilion bird's wings slashed downwards, the flames burning even the heavens. While Yifutian's group was trapped, Li Futu's ritual implement Yanjiu's sword, Nanhao's spear, and the other experts fired their strongest attacks simultaneously towards them. As expected of Yu Ming, many people thought Yifutian's team wanted to deal with the Matrix sorcerer, Yu Ming, but they had not expected to be trapped between a rock and a hard place. At that moment, Huang Zhouge, Yun Shuixing, and the rest did not resist and stood still, allowing the Matrix to trap them within. They released their formidable spiritual energy, which combined with the Guqin melody to form a terrifying spiritual energy resonance. Yifutian, who was standing in the middle, was immersed in a brilliant light. At that moment, his spiritual energy flooded the entire battle arena. With his fingers strumming the Guqin, Yifutian lowered his head and continued playing without looking at the attacks descending from the sky. The chessboard's matrix surrounded them, and it seemed like the attacks were about to land on them. The vermilion bird dived towards them, destroying everything in its path. However, at that moment, a formidable force appeared around Yifutian's body, surrounding his team within. A veil of light that resembled starry brilliance encompassed them. Although the veil was invisible, the divine vermilion bird was unable to break through it. The sword and spear reached as well, rushing towards Yifutian. But the moment they reached the veil, they were unable to progress. All attacks appeared to falter before the veil. What an intense zone force, some strong sage plane figures said, while looking at Yifutian's surroundings. They could only see a handsome figure playing the Guqin. The 8 figures appeared to have combined into one at that moment, all of them encompassed by the imposing light. "Break," Yifutian said. Immediately, his body was surrounded by countless bolts of lightning. In the next moment, thunderstorms appeared and tore through everything, resembling the rage of the thunder god. The heavens shook in response, and the thunderbolts appeared to have multiple colors: green, golden, purple. All the thunderbolts turned into dragons and serpents, and frantically devoured everything around them. The vermilion bird was struck by lightning and howled in agony, his huge body pierced by the lightning. Its limbs were all surrounded by dreadful lightning, and its body was completely torn apart. All the other attacks were also nullified, and even the chessboard was destroyed by the thunderbolts. Spiritual energy resonance, using the Guqin melody as a medium for spiritual energy to cast spells. "Is this Lu Quanxing's Guqin piece?" many people commented as they watched. At that moment, the resonance was still active, and Yun Shuisheng had a glint in her eyes. The frost in the heavens descended onto the battle platform, and she stretched out her palm, and the snowstorm landed on the other team. Yanjiu, Nanhao, and the rest of the other team were all buried within the snowstorm, and their consciousness started fading as their thoughts came to a halt. "Go," Yifutian said. As his voice landed, the people surrounding him flew forward, and Huang Zhouge headed directly for Yu Ming. Yuxing launched off the ground, pouncing towards Yanjiu, a terrifying golden glow surrounding his feet as he stomped down. Yanjiu growled in anger and broke out of the ice. His sword slashed forward, tearing through the air. Bang! The footprint crushed the sword strike that had yet to reach its maximum power. Yuxing then stepped on Yanjiu's chest, pummeling him into the ground, crushing numerous rib bones in the process. In another direction, Suke headed for Nanhao, his figure like a sword, dripping with a thirst for blood. Nanhao was already affected by the frost spell and was unable to deflect Suke's sword. Blood trickled from his arm, and his spear fell to the ground. There was even a trace of blood on his throat. He fell to the ground, unable to continue battling. Phoenix flew towards Xie instead. The divine phoenix shadowed the heavens and devoured the opponent's destructive flame lotus and sent Xie flying. Yuanzhan assaulted Dizhou, the two of them trading blows crazily. Dizhou repeatedly fought back, and under the Guqin melody, Yuanzhan attacked bravely in a flurry of strikes. Xiaoxia flew towards Xianxia, his vines rushing madly at her. The sudden reversal caused many people to be stunned, especially the crowd who had bet on Li Futu's team. They were flustered that they were going to lose. However, those who had bet on Yifutian's team in the last round of betting had sparkling gazes. A 4-to-1 payout. If Yifutian's team won, they would be the biggest winners. Bing Yi looked at the battle arena, saw that her team had been dominated and was at a loss. She fired her spells and flew forward, but saw Yu Shang, who had just dealt with Yan Jiu, walking towards her like a demon. Total annihilation. Li Futu also had a grim expression when he saw the situation in the arena. He released his life spirit, a vermilion bird spirit, and an immensely huge flame figure. The golden flame figure looked like a god. Following that, a golden flame armor appeared on Li Futu's body, making him look as though he had been possessed by a god. His body contained a huge amount of destructive force. Bam! He stepped forward, his body flying into the air, heading in his wife's direction. When Xiaoxia's Emperor's Vine engulfed them, Li Futu stretched out his palm, golden flames spewing from it, burning the vines to ashes. Li Futu's eyes turned golden, and the giant vermilion bird behind him swayed, causing the flames to burn even brighter. The vines were all incinerated, and Li Futu's body flew towards Xiaoxia like a ray of light. Retreat. Xiaoxia heard a voice in his head and he backed off immediately. Li Futu continued to charge forward even when he saw Su Kei's sword slashing towards him. He grabbed the sword with his bare hands. Although the sword sliced towards him, his golden palm appeared to have hardened beyond belief and burned Su Kei's sword. Li Futu continued stepping forward and delivered a punch. Su Kei's body turned into a flash of lightning and retreated. Li Futu's offensive ability was terrifying after he flared up. Countless gazes stared at Li Futu. Could the Fire Emperor Palace's elite genius reverse the situation with his own ability? An imposing frost current descended and prevented Li Futu from continuing forward. Yun Shuixing landed in front of him, covered in a frost armor. Her slender arm stretched forward, colliding with Li Futu's seemingly godly flame arm. When their palms clashed, the image that most people expected did not appear. Yun Shuixing was not burnt. Although her body was weak, she stood firmly without moving an inch. Around the two of them, a terrifying storm brewed. A storm of ice and fire, each trying to erode the other. The storm continued to expand in the air, the flames burning through space and the snow permeating the skies. The crowd could see the flames invading Yun Shuixing's arm. The golden flame was extremely overbearing and attempted to melt the ice on her body. Similarly, the armor on Li Futu's body had been invaded by the frost and it was making its way into his body. Li Futu stared at the figure in front of him. He came from the fire mountain and his flames and body had been tempered by the mountain's flames thousands of times. Yet, the girl in front of him could withstand and resist it. Was the Holy Ji Palace really such a scary place? The flames on Li Futu's body exploded outwards, and a dazzling vermilion bird rose into the sky, bathed in golden divine flames. As it flapped its wings, the golden flames shot towards Xiaoxia, who was battling Xianxia. This forced Xiaoxia to retreat continuously in order to avoid the flames. Then the vermilion bird soared through the sky in a brilliant curve towards Yi Futian. Flames of a divine bird descended from the heavens, covering the sky with it. A cultivator of the noble plane was able to send their life spirit out of their body to attack their opponent. As a top-notch noble, Li Futu was definitely able to do just that. Yun Shuixing's expression changed slightly and she retreated. But Li Futu followed after her. There was no way he was going to let her escape. The space surrounding them was set alight, and golden flames raged around the two. An icy world appeared around Yun Shuixing, protecting her from the flames. Meanwhile, the terrifying vermilion bird charged straight for Yi Futian and countless gazes turned towards him. Yi Futian was not participating directly in this battle. Instead, he was managing the situation through his guqin. However, it was clear to everyone that this Yi Futian, who had been the first in the law battle 3 years ago, was the crux of this fight. The guqin music increased the offensive power of everyone's attacks and allowed their spiritual wills to resonate, making everyone stronger in general. If Yi Futian was taken down, there was a real possibility of their opponents turning the tide against them. However, it was like this realization did not register in Yi Futian's mind. The message he sent everyone was to pay him no mind and continue fighting. Right then, a frightening spiritual will surrounded Yi Futian and radiated through the space. The entire sky seemed to be filled with the terrifying energy of that spiritual energy. When the vermilion bird rushed down towards Yi Futian in all its fiery might, Yi Futian's fingers began to dance even more intensely across the guqin strings. and the spiritual will in the air activated at the same time as the spell he cast. In the next moment, the space around him seemed to freeze, and the vermilion bird was slowed down in the sky as if it was being pushed back by invisible energy. Frightening golden flames shot out from its eyes towards Yifutian, but the energy controlling the surroundings grew stronger as well. Powerful spiritual qi accumulated in the space, and as it was let loose, the space seemed to freeze even further. The vermilion bird's large body seemed to slowly become immobilized as it started to slow down even more. This was a spell that Yifutian had created. Through combining multi-elemental sorcery and martial arts will, he had manifested a unique new spell, the sky freezing technique. With a roar of thunder, purple and golden lightning appeared in the space. The violent lightning energy turned into the wrath of the thunder god spell, which shot straight for the vermilion bird. This was also a spell he had created. By improving on the original spell, Punishment of the Thunder God, Yifutian had created Wrath of the Thunder God. As the wrath of the Thunder God descended upon it, the vermilion bird shook violently, and it let out a mournful cry as it seemed on the verge of being destroyed. Right then, Lifutu, who was battling Xianxia, spat out a mouthful of blood. His breathing turned weaker, and his face was pale. With his life spirit under attack, Lifutu would naturally be greatly affected as well. After all, the life spirit was at the heart of a mandate sorcerer's abilities. If it was badly damaged, the sorcerer's spiritual energy would take a terrifyingly immense hit as well. "This battle is about to end," someone commented. At the sight of Lifutu's condition, many people who had placed large bets on him turned pale. They had originally banked on Lifutu being able to use his life spirit to shift the battle in his favor. It came as a shock to them that Yifutian would use guqin music to borrow the spiritual energy of others, resonate with it, and cast an incredibly strong spell that trapped Lifutu's life spirit, allowing Yifutian to launch an attack that caused him great damage. Many people looked over to the other side of the battlefield where Huang Zhouge and Yuming were. Other than Lifutu, Yuming was a grade 1 noble as well, possessing incredible power. Now that Lifutu was being held down in battle, it was anyone's guess whether or not Yuming would be able to break through in this fight. However, Huang Zhouge then began to launch a particularly savage attack on Yuming. His spiritual will turned into a frightening illusory world, seeming to summon into being countless warriors and chariots, turning the surroundings into the setting of a terrible battle. Even while facing Yuming, who was of a higher plane, Huang Zhouge continued to attack fiercely, refusing to back down. Is Huang Zhouge that strong as well? Many people wondered, surprised by the sight. Sovereign light emanated from Huang Zhouge. Taking on the Runhuang body, Huang Zhouge looked like Runhuang himself, wielding the Runhuang sword and commanding the battlefield. The martial will illusion in the space became scarier still, with a hulking presence appearing in the battlefield, tearing through the sky in a chariot. Yuming's expression was tense. He had not known that the man who had come second in the law battle 3 years ago would be so scarily powerful. The violent attack plowed through Yuming's defenses, and he was sent flying, sustaining severe injuries in the process. He had been defeated. At the sight of Yuming being taken down, many onlookers understood that the conclusion to this battle had already been set. There would be no doubt as to how things would turn out from here. As expected, while the seriously injured Lifutu was still a strong force to reckon with, Xianxia was no weakling. With the support of Yifutian's guqin music, she launched a series of rapid attacks on Lifutu. Lifutu intended to continue fighting but was called by his wife Xianxia to admit defeat. She did not want to see the man she loved under attack again. When the fighting stopped, the vermilion bird flew back into Lifutu's body. Yifutian and the rest remained in their previous formation, while the other 8 people opposite them were injured to various degrees. The party from the Holy Ji Palace had won this battle against the alliance of various powers with an absolute advantage. Those from the Holy Ji Palace may have been lower in plane as a whole, but they had displayed the glorious might befitting disciples of the Barren State's holy grounds in this battle. Of course, other than the 7 disciples of the Holy Ji Palace, Huang Zhouge had shown in the battle as well. Coming in second in the law battle 3 years ago, he was second only to Yifutian. "You've gone easy on us," Yifutian smiled and said politely, taking back the guqin spirit. On the opposing side, everyone's expressions were tense. Li Futu, who had come from the Fire Emperor Palace on Fire Mountain, had finally witnessed the power of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples for himself. His wife, Xianxia, was considerably shocked as well, especially when she thought of how her younger sister Xianxia was training with such a group of people. It was as if Yanjie, Nanhao, Xieji, and Bingyi didn't even exist. Back then, they had lost during the law battle. And now as they faced those who had entered the Holy Ji Palace to train, they still faced the inevitability of losing. Yuming looked somewhat disappointed. Walking off the battle platform, he walked towards Su Hongxiu from the Goddess Pavilion and said, "Hongxiu, looks like I've lost this time. You did your best. There's no need to blame yourself." Su Hongxiu's gentle smile belied a great tenderness that could melt one's heart. The people around her did not dare to look at her. Women from the Goddess Pavilion may be beautiful, but it was still better to restrain oneself when interacting with them. There was the risk of finding oneself trapped in love, as proven by many before. Even a brilliant cultivator like Yuming had been deeply attracted by Su Hongxiu's charms. These women were naturally attractive, and with the special skills they trained in, they were bewitching figures. Li Futu and the rest began to walk off the battle platform as well, but Dizhou remained. He glanced at Yi Futian and his party before chuckling. "Interesting. However, your advantage came only from the fact that you had the Guqin music to increase everyone's powers in a group battle. If you ever come by the Emperor family residence, I'll have you meet my older brother." As Dizhou spoke, he turned and left the battle platform. Everyone's eyes glinted at his words. Perhaps only Di Gang would be able to suppress these Holy Ji Palace disciples in battle. Walking off the battle platform, Xianxia came face to face with her younger sister. Xianxia smiled and shook her head. "Older sister, this doesn't indicate an issue with you and brother-in-law's capabilities. Looks like I won't be able to give you the ritual implement I promised you," Li Futu said. "It's all right. I feel bad that you'll have to pay for losing this bet," Xianxia replied. "If you're going to gamble, you have to be prepared to lose," Li Futu spoke calmly. On the other hand, Xianxia asked, "Xichin, are Yi Futian and the rest considered outstanding in the palace?" Xianxia looked towards the battle platform and thought of the things that had happened 3 years ago. Back then, when Yi Futian had first entered the palace, his lack of inhibition had irked her to no end. But looking at Yi Futian again after 3 years, she realized that he had long surpassed her. "Yes, they're very outstanding." Xianxia nodded. That much she had to admit at this point. Right then, Yi Futian was smiling at the elder walking towards him on the battle platform. "Elder, about the ritual implement." "Take it," the elder replied calmly, tossing the storage ring containing the ritual implement at Yi Futian. The elder had judged the situation wrongly this time, not expecting that Yi Futian's party would actually defeat Li Futu and the rest. The elder had planned today's gamble fight so that there would be many powerful individuals betting at the Alchemy Casino today. He had expected that Li Futu and the rest would win and had manipulated the odds to lure bettors to bet on Yi Futian's party. But things had not gone according to plan. This time, the elder had suffered a huge loss. As for those who had bet on Yi Futian's party, they were over the moon with their winnings. The only regret they had was not betting more at the start. "I don't think this alone is enough, senior. We did place our bets after all." Yi Futian flashed a radiant smile at the elder. "I'll collect their bets first before taking you to select your ritual implements." The elder threw a sweeping glance at Li Futu and the rest before ruthlessly collecting the items they had wagered. These people had caused them to suffer a massive loss after all. Yi Futian took out the ritual implements. Smiling, he handed them back. "Yuanzhan, here's your wolf fang bat. This cauldron's yours. Zhongli, and the ghost shadow sword belongs to Chen Chou. Phoenix, your sun crown. This hail scepter shall go to you then," Yi Futian declared, giving it to Yun Shuixing. She looked at Yi Futian with a hint of reluctance. "These clothes and the telekinesis pearl belong to Jeyu, so I'll take them." Yi Futian grinned radiantly at everyone, who threw him a dirty look but naturally had no objections. "Are you going to treat your older brother like that?" Xiaoshi blinked and stared at Yi Futian accusingly. "Don't be mean, older brother. Didn't we let you place a bet?" "I want to share," Yi Futian declared, staring back at Xiaoshi. Get lost, Xianxia shot back despondently. Yi Futian was really taking advantage of him. We're definitely taking our share. Yi Futian was not holding back out of courtesy at all. He continued, Yu Shang, let Qingxian pick some good stuff from your bets. I still have some ritual implements here for you all to take. Wuchen, you can pick a treasure for Qinyu later. Phoenix, you take one too. Here's your ritual implement back. Phoenix took the ritual implement, and everyone stared at Yi Futian, speechless at what he was doing. Those who had bet on Li Futu would have loved to tear Yi Futian apart in that moment, while even those who had bet on Yi Futian were tempted to hit him. As for those from the alchemy casino, they were incredibly tempted to kill Yi Futian, that despicable fellow. It was too much that Yi Futian was openly discussing how to split the ritual implements from the alchemy casino. Did he not consider how they would feel? But of course, Yi Futian didn't care about their feelings. Right now, his only thought was that all this was super awesome. Yi Futian and the rest left the alchemy casino after making sweeping gains for themselves there. Everyone had gotten ritual implements for themselves and couldn't help but grin as they exited the casino. When the elder walked them to the exit, he had asked Yi Futian and the rest when they would come back for a gamble fight. Yi Futian had declined, stating that they had enough ritual implements already. He then thanked the elder for their generosity. The anguish in the elder's eyes was unforgettable. The elder was pained to the core. He had thought highly of the disciples from the Holy Ji Palace, but with Li Futu's party as the opposing side, the elder had underestimated the abilities of Yi Futian and the rest, causing him to make an erroneous judgment. If he had been able to judge that Yi Futian and the rest would win, they would have followed the odds of 1-to-1. If the elder had done that, they would have made a windfall. It was regrettable. News of this battle spread through Alchemy City very quickly and attracted much discussion. Li Futu from the Fire Emperor Palace had allied with people like Yu Ming, yet his party had still lost to the group of disciples who entered the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago. The Holy Ji Palace indeed deserved its reputation as the top sacred grounds for training in the barren state. Many people wanted to catch a glimpse of these people. Some of the powerful individuals who had arrived at Alchemy City were also interested to see for themselves these disciples' abilities in a fight. Of course, discussion over this battle was soon overshadowed by far more important news. It would soon be the day when the Alchemy Conference would begin. Today, the atmosphere in Alchemy City was electrifying. A sea of people moved along the streets, headed in the direction of the City Lord office. Divine arms whistled through the sky and the roars of demonic beasts could be heard. Many were discussing the Alchemy Conference. It was said that many important people within the southwest region of the barren state would come to watch the Alchemy Conference, which was held once every decade. After all, Alchemy City was an important city within the region, and its city lord was one of the more powerful men in the state. As the 8th in the Barren Sky ranking, he was equally formidable in both cultivation and ritual implement crafting. If he were to fight with ritual implements, no one in the top 10 of the ranking would be willing to face him in battle. Yu Qi, the city lord of Alchemy City, was still the most powerful man in the southwest region of the barren state. As such, even powerful individuals from other parts of the state would show him some degree of respect. Additionally, many regions in the barren state would send people to the conference to watch. They were all interested to see how things would unfold there. A staircase stood outside the entrance to the City Lord office. Below the stairs was a vast space. 8 alchemy pillars standing tall within, with smelting furnaces burning on top of them. The space contained within these 8 pillars was where participants of the alchemy conference would craft their ritual implements. The spectator areas were at the top and the 2 sides of the staircase. Seats were lined along the top of the staircase outside the City Lord office. Those seats were only for the most important and powerful attendees of the conference. The areas at the 2 sides of the staircase were also reserved for invited guests only. Normal attendees, even those of the Sage Plane, could only watch the conference from the back. Right now, a huge crowd had gathered in the outer area of the conference. Many people had come down to Alchemy City to witness this great event that was only held once every decade. Even if they weren't interested in ritual implement crafting, today was the day where powerful and important individuals they normally would not be able to see would appear in the city. Furthermore, many of these individuals were powerful people within the Barren Sky ranking. At the bottom of the staircase, many people from the City Lord office had arrived to maintain order in the venue. Those who had come to participate in the alchemy conference entered as well. Walking into the crafting area, they found a spot for themselves and waited. Many top armorers from various places would gather here to put their crafting skills against each other. This was their stage, and today they would be under the scrutiny of the entire Baron State. The Liu family is here, and the head of the family has even come down personally to watch, someone observed, watching the group of people move through the sky towards the place. The Liu family was a prominent family within Alchemy City. Though they were not as influential as the City Lord office or the Emperor family, they still held a significant amount of power nonetheless. The young master of the City Lord office went to greet them. The head of the family and the more important family members were seated at the top of the staircase, while the younger family members remained at the two sides of the staircase. "The Zhou family is here as well," came the cry, heralding the arrival of another important family. Like the Liu family, the Zhou family was another prominent family within Alchemy City. Afterward, many people began to filter into the venue, even including those from Inferno City. Several prominent figures had come out of the City Lord office to personally welcome guests, though the City Lord himself had not made an appearance yet. With his status, there were few in the Baron State who would merit a personal greeting from him. The Sacred Fire sect has arrived, that's the leader of the sect. Many people turned to look at the group moving through the sky. At the front of the group was an elder with an incredibly commanding aura. The leader himself had personally come to the conference, and he moved straight to the top of the staircase to take his seat. Right then, another group of people walked out of the City Lord office. The man in front was clad in long golden robes. Middle-aged, his features were angular and chiseled, and he moved in great style. The many important guests who had arrived at the event stood up to greet him. "The City Lord has come out." Many people stared at the man who had just walked out. Now that many important people from all over the Baron State was arriving, of course, Wuxia had to make an appearance soon, in his capacity as host and the City Lord. "Good morning, everyone." Wuxia greeted the guests who had come. Before walking to the main seat in the middle of the area, he stood there, surveying the endless crowd. Everyone in the sea of people clasped their hands and greeted him in a sonorous roar. Wuxia waved a hand and spoke. "Today is the day of the Alchemy Conference, and I'm definitely not the star of this event. Those who intend to participate in the conference, you can enter now." At his words, more people entered the venue. "City Lord Yu, I hope you've been well," a voice called out. Just then, a frightening flaming beast appeared in the sky with a group of people on it. The man at the front of the group had a magnificent demeanor. His eyes seemed to be a fiery red, and his hands were clasped behind his back. "It's Yan Jun," someone announced. Everyone stared at the newcomers. Yan Jun was the Palace Lord of the Fire Emperor Palace and ranked amongst the most powerful of the Baron Sky ranking. Li Futu, who stood next to him, was a prominent young talent whose reputation was second only to Di Gang of the Emperor family in this region. While there had been news of Li Futu suffering a loss a couple of days ago, it was not his fault. It had been a group battle after all. In addition to Li Futu, his wife Xianxia and disciple of the Holy Ji Palace Xianxia had come as well, descending from the sky towards the venue. "Yan Jun, how have you been?" Wuxia asked after the newly arrived guest. "How well could I be on top of those flames? I've come to join the fun." Yan Jun chuckled heartily. "It's good that you've come. A couple of the old guys are here too. Have a seat," Wuxia replied, before turning to Li Futu. "I've heard that the son of Yan Jun is overpoweringly talented. Seeing you now, indeed, you're just like your father. You don't have to go to the side of the staircase. Stay and watch the conference from here." "Thank you, senior." Li Futu joined his hands and thanked Wuxia. "It's embarrassing to mention, but this fellow has been a good-for-nothing guy, suffering a loss a few days back at Alchemy City and all," Yan Jun commented. Li Futu and Xianxia stood behind him, while the others went down to the two sides of the staircase. There were limited seats, so not every one of the younger guests could stay up here to watch. But that was a group battle, so it wasn't young Master Li's fault. "Why blame the young one like that, Yan Jun?" A gentle, alluring voice rang out from afar. Just the sound of it alone made one feel as though one could get lost in it. Instantly, many people knew who had arrived. Only one person in the entire southwest region of the Baron State could have this level of charm. In the sky, a group of women carried a sedan over. Those women were all in white and were as beautiful as fairies. Even the famously gorgeous Su Hongxiu was only standing to the side of the sedan. The chair blind of the sedan was pulled apart, and a woman descended from the sky. Beautiful as a Jotian goddess, many people were instantly enamored at the sight of her. The woman had hair that cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and her bright, soulful eyes had an endless charm to them. One couldn't help but be drawn to the delicate curves on that alluring figure. Wearing a long dress, the side of her leg appeared in flashes, and one could not tear their eyes away from those lovely long legs. Her skin was clear and smooth as jade, almost as delicate as a young girl's. However, her most beautiful features were still her eyes and face. They were so perfect there was nothing to pick on, and just a look from her alone could have one utterly smitten. This woman was Chu Ji, Pavilion Lord of the Goddess Pavilion, and the most beautiful woman in the southwest region of the Barren State. As cultivators grew stronger through training, their lifespans would increase and their features would remain unaged. But Chu Ji was probably the only woman of her kind in the Barren State. As she trained, she grew even more beautiful. Even Su Hongxiu, a great beauty, paled in comparison standing next to her. The two looked about the same age. It was almost like they were sisters. Furthermore, Chu Ji was frightening not because of her beauty, but because of her charm. Su Hongxiu was already incredibly charming, yet she was still far from Chu Ji's level. Chu Ji was the kind of woman who could have someone enthralled with her forever with just a glance. Even Yan Jun did not dare to look at her for too long, only giving her a calm glance and grunting coldly, "Chu Ji, don't you flaunt your glamour sorcery before the young ones." Yan Jun knew just how scary Chu Ji's charm could be. There was no way the younger guests would be able to withstand that. Right now, many people were watching Chu Ji from below, astounded at how such a stunningly gorgeous woman could exist in this world. Was this the Pavilion Lord of the Goddess Pavilion talked about in rumors, the most beautiful woman in the southwest region of the Barren State? Sure. Chu Ji smiled and her aura changed instantly. She had stood there elegant and unattainable as a goddess, but in a flash she had changed her aura to give off a completely different impression. At the sight of this, many sighed to themselves that a beautiful woman could be trouble, and this woman was definitely a disaster of epic proportions. In the sky, more people began to arrive, and many eyes were on them. "It's the Emperor family," someone announced. Di Kai, the head of the Emperor family, is here. Di Gang has come along with him as well, someone else added. Many people gazed towards the descending figures. One of them was Di Kai, another powerful being within the rankings of the Barren Sky ranking. The other person, Di Gang, was said to be the most talented within the southwest region of the Barren State and was unmatched within his generation. A loss is a loss. Since Li Futu was there at the fight, he has no right to distance himself from it, Di Gang said calmly upon arriving, shooting Li Futu a cold glance. It was evident that he was responding to Chu Ji's comment about how Li Futu's loss in that battle was no fault of his. Li Futu's gaze hardened, and he looked at Di Gang before replying, "Indeed, since I was there, I definitely had a part to play in it. A loss is a loss." Di Gang looked upon Li Futu with new admiration. Li Futu's humility made him worthy of his reputation. What a proud fellow. Chu Ji chuckled lightly. Di Gang did not look at her. He had definitely heard of her, and he did not want to be affected by a woman, especially a woman as insanely powerful as she was. "I, Bai Luli, hereby pay my respects to you, seniors." A figure appeared from afar, and countless gazes turned in its direction to see a handsome young man stepping through the sky towards them. It was Bai Luli, who was said to be the most prominent figure in his generation. While he was probably the lowest in plane amongst everyone in the Barren Sky ranking, he was 10th in the ranking, unmatched in the entire Barren State. In Alchemy City, which was in the southwest region of the Barren State, Di Gang from the Emperor family was considered the best of his generation in terms of talent. And the standard against which he was measured was Bai Luli. Countless gazes, including those of the important figures of Alchemy City, landed on the handsome young man. Among all the powerful figures present, Yu Qi, the city lord, was the only person who ranked above Bai Luli in the Barren Sky ranking. As such, no one could really treat Bai Luli as a junior, even if they were older. "Have you come as a representative of the Holy Ji Palace or White Cloud City?" Yu Qi asked. Bai Luli had two important identities, one of them being his position as the young city lord of White Cloud City. It was also highly plausible that he would be in charge of the Holy Ji Palace in the future, which meant he definitely had the right to represent the palace as well. I've come as a representative of White Cloud City. Of course, the Holy Ji Palace treats the alchemy conference with utmost importance too, which is why many top talents from our palace have come to watch as well. Bai Luli replied politely, a smile on his face. Since he had not received any instructions from the Holy Ji Palace, it wasn't in his place to represent the entire palace. But the second half of his speech had been immaculately polite. Right? Yuqi nodded lightly, before continuing. You may be young, but you've already made it to the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking. Please have a seat. Thank you very much, City Lord Yu. Bai Luli smiled and joined his hands together in thanks before walking into the area on top of the staircase. D-Gang stared at Bai Luli. Both of them were from the western region of the Barren State, with Bai Luli being from White Cloud City, and D-Gang being from Alchemy City. These two main cities in the western region of the Barren City had seen the rise of the two of them respectively. Even if Bai Luli was currently within the top 10 of the Barren Sky ranking, D-Gang didn't see himself as being inferior to Bai Luli. The other man was but a target he was aiming to surpass. The crowd that had gathered at the bottom of the staircase was excited. It was just as they had expected. Many important people like Di Kai from the Emperor family, Yan Jun from the Fire Emperor Palace, Chu Ji from the Goddess Pavilion, and the leader of the Sacred Fire sect were all here. There were prominent figures from the younger generation as well, like Bai Luli, Di Gang, Li Futu, and Su Hongxiu, among other famous names. These were people one did not usually get to see in person normally, and they were all gathered here at the Alchemy Conference. At the same time, many influential figures from all over the Barren State were coming to greet Yu Qi before taking their places at the two sides of the staircase. Yu Futian and the rest had arrived as well. After reporting to the guard, they entered the spectator area and found a spot to stand. Yi Futian looked up at the area on top of the staircase where many important guests had already arrived, Bai Luli included as well. I am Yu Futian, a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. I have come with my peers to observe the conference. I hereby pay my respects to all the seniors present. Yi Futian joined his hands in greeting, his gaze directed towards the top of the stairs. He had come to this conference as a disciple of the palace. As such, he definitely had to display the appropriate manners. I am Huang Jioga from the sovereign family. I have come with my family members to watch the conference. I hereby pay my respects. Huang Jioga greeted the seniors present as well. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Yi Futian. Just a few days before, Yi Futian and his friends had defeated Li Futu's party at the Alchemy Casino and made sweeping gains for themselves. That was an incident that had been hotly discussed by many, and now the main character of that story had appeared in person. Yu Qi, Yan Jun, and the rest looked towards Yi Futian's party. Yi Futian had been training in the Holy Ji Palace ever since he enrolled. While Yu Qi and the rest would not know much about incidents that occurred as the younger people trained within the palace, they would have at least heard about how Yi Futian had emerged first in the law battle 3 years ago. In the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian was an iconic figure within the generation that came after Bai Luli, and was definitely positioned to one day reach the top in the Barren State. These people were definitely a cut above the rest. Even in the face of such a large-scale event, their expressions were calm, and they handled themselves with grace. Are the boys from the Holy Ji Palace all this handsome? A coquettish voice chuckled. Bai Luli was a handsome young man, with his good looks backed up by substantial talent. Now that Chu Ji looked at Yi Futian again, he too was incredibly good-looking, with well-defined features that looked as though they were carved out of marble. He could definitely be said to be a pretty boy. Among the ladies, Hua Jiyu, Yun Shuixin, and Phoenix were all incredible beauties in their own right. Chu Ji thought they were even prettier than some of the women in the Goddess Pavilion. Yi Futian looked towards Chu Ji, the pavilion lord of the Goddess Pavilion, and felt as though he was about to drown in those gorgeous eyes that were as clear as water. Her gaze was mysteriously attractive in a way that made one lose themselves in it. That, in addition to Chu Ji's features and figure, made Yi Futian catch himself with great determination and avoid looking directly at her. She's an absolute stunner, the thought appeared in Yi Futian's mind. This woman was so unbelievably beautiful. She definitely was trouble. Big sis, are you a goddess from heaven? A glance at you has me wanting to stare at you longer, Yifutian said, smiling. While he seemed relaxed, he was actually exerting a lot of willpower to control himself. Hua Jiu took a good look at the woman as well. Yifutian used to teasingly call her Fox, as a way to compliment her beauty. And yet this woman before her was truly a foxy lady. It wasn't just a matter of looks. Hua Jiu was in no way inferior to her in terms of beauty, but there was a constant seductive charm this woman had that ensnared others within her spell. Big sis. Chuji blinked and let out the sweetest smile. Everyone found it hard to resist that charming smile of hers and felt as though they were about to embarrass themselves soon. Yifutian's back was also cold with sweat at the sight. Chuji, let the poor boy off, Yuchi spoke up. The corners of Chuji's lips turned upwards slightly, and she restrained some of her charm. This made Yifutian and everyone else feel a little more at ease. But even then, just Chuji's face, aura, and figure alone were enough to make any man fall head over heels for her. She had only held back some of that unique charm of hers. Chuji is the pavilion lord of the goddess pavilion. She's a spirit elemental mandate sorcerer. The glamour sorcery she specializes in is incredibly terrifying and could cause disaster throughout the land. The girl we saw just now, Su Hongxiu, is her direct disciple. Zhongli transmitted his voice to Yifutian and the rest, who nodded furtively in response. It was no wonder Chuji's charms were so hard to resist. After all, it was glamour sorcery born of spiritual energy. Furthermore, she had already integrated this glamour into her own aura, making her endlessly charming. Are you interested, little brother? Do you have a girlfriend? Would you like Big Sis to introduce you to a few girls? Chuji smiled at Yifutian. Hua Jiu looked warily at her and reached out to hold on to Yifutian. Yifutian chuckled and replied, "Thank you, Big Sis, but I already have a girlfriend." "That's a pity, I was still thinking of introducing some of my disciples to you," Chuji said, all smiles. Yifutian glanced at Su Hongxiu, who was behind her, and wondered if that would even have been possible. Everyone else stared at Yifutian. Is this really Yifutian, the guy who came in first in the law battle 3 years back and defeated Li Futa's party a few days ago? Why does he seem to be so shameless? The important figures present rolled their eyes at the exchange between Chuji and Yifutian as well. This guy probably doesn't have the good fortune to enjoy your kind intentions, Pavilion Lord Chu. A chuckle was heard. Someone was riding a ritual implement over to where they were. Yifutian looked in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful woman standing on a ritual implement. "Older sister," Yifutian called out. He had not expected that his second older sister would attend the alchemy conference as well. There really were many people who had come to watch the conference today. Zhuge Mingwei glanced over at Yifutian cheerfully. She was surprised that Yifutian would dare to engage with Chuji like this. Was he not afraid of losing himself in her charms? Zhuge Canyang had arrived as well, and the siblings walked forward to greet those on top of the staircase, joining their hands together. "We, Zhuge Canyang and Zhuge Mingyue, hereby pay our respects to all the seniors here. Ah, our guests from the Zhuge family have arrived. Please have a seat," Yuqi responded. Not only were the two newcomers of the Sage Plane, but they were also representatives from the Zhuge family as well. They definitely had the right to a seat at the top of the staircase. Bai Luli smiled and nodded at the two, while Zhuge Mingyue looked towards Yifutian. Yifutian's smile faltered. He was curious as to why his older sister would attend the alchemy conference. Right then, Zhuge Mingyue turned to look at the people who had come to participate in the alchemy conference. Her gaze then landed on a particular area of the crowd and a half-smile appeared on her face. Yifutian glanced over, somewhat confused, and saw two people with their heads bowed in the crowd, afraid to look at Zhuge Mingyue. Fourth older brother and fifth older brother. Yifutian stared at the two in shock. Back then, his two older brothers had gone off in search of second older sister. He had asked about them not long ago, and his older sister had told him not to mention them. So why was fourth older brother and fifth older brother here? Furthermore, were they going to participate in the alchemy conference? Since when did my two older brothers learn to craft ritual implements? This was all news to him. Could it be that they had been hiding their talents back at the cottage? Older brother, you see, older sister still cares about us. She's even come down personally, Luofan whispered, his head lowered. Older sister probably wants to kill me, Shui Yi replied glumly. Older brother, you've already come this far. Does it matter? Either way, we're still going to die, Luofan whispered back. Younger brother, you're so loyal. Shui Yi was touched. Don't drag me into this, Luofan shot back. I miss older sister. How about I go over to where she is? Shui Yi was speechless at Luofan's words and itched to pummel the rascal. Younger brother, I remember you saying something about second older sister not being the romantic type and third older brother being a block of wood. Shui Yi sighed quietly. Older brother, I was in the wrong. Luofan was anguished at his misfortune of having such an older brother. Younger brother. Now that youngest brother has a bit of fame and is training at the Holy Ji Palace, do you think he'll be able to help us? Shui Yi spoke up again. He had not missed Yi Futian's appearance at the alchemy conference. Don't even think about it. With what you're asking for, even the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace himself won't be able to save you from City Lord Yu. Either way, you're going to die. Why don't you just accept your fate? Luofan sighed, bemoaning his own tragic circumstances. Shui Yi sighed too. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gone to Fire Mountain to train. Then I wouldn't have met her there. Are you blaming me? Luofan hissed back, scandalized. What did I even make you do? Didn't you encourage me to chase the girl? Shui Yi glared at Luofan. Did I tell you to cause this trouble? Luofan shot back, unwilling to back down. Who can control love between two people? Who knew she did it on purpose? Who knew her identity? This life of mine is in her hands now. Shui Yi lamented, sighing over how it was rare for a great guy such as himself to even like a girl. At the beginning of this romance, he had felt so lucky as to have met an absolute beauty like her. Who would have thought that this would turn into a tragedy? It is one's greatest fortune to die for a beautiful woman, Luofan commented gloomily. He had made a bad judgment. He thought he was going to help his older brother win back his woman, but he had not expected to be trapped in this situation. It was tragic. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Shui Yi and Luofan. He wore a strange expression as he pondered if those two were up to something. Is there anything they aren't telling anyone? He was puzzled as to why his two seniors came to the alchemy conference. His fifth brother definitely had some skills with cooking, but crafting was probably out of his league. More and more mighty ones gathered around, and even some very renowned master armorers arrived as well. The alchemy conference allowed the participation of anyone below Sage Planes, and all of those master armorers were capable of crafting top-class noble ritual implements. If they were to advance into the Sage Planes, they would then become capable of crafting Sage-level ritual implements. Yu Ming, whom Yi Futian had fought several days before, was among the crowd. His eyes were locked onto Su Hongxiu, who was standing behind Chu Ji, never bothering to hide his affection for her. Other than Yu Ming, there were also several other extremely renowned master armorers around. One of them was Yu Tu, a genius armorer from the City Lord office, and Gong Sun Yi, the #1 among the younger generation of armorers. There were also two others who were the focus of this year's alchemy conference, Qi Lian and Master Muo. However, the City Lord office definitely did not wish for Master Muo to become the champion of this year's alchemy conference because of his advanced age. Due to his inability to break into the Sage Planes, he had been crazed in his study of the armorer's art, which resulted in his mastery of the art. However, the champion of the event would be offered the chance to marry the City Lord's daughter. While it had been an age-old tradition of the event, the City Lord nonetheless would not want his young daughter to marry an old guy. This time, the hand of the girl whom the City Lord office was to offer was one who was very well known throughout Alchemy City. Yu Shi, a girl who was known for her exceptional appearance and talent. It was a given that should the one who reigned supreme in the alchemy conference end up a member of the City Lord office, he would not be marrying the daughter of the City Lord. In such cases, according to the precedents set by the previous events, the City Lord was to marry his daughter off to the one ranked second or third in the event instead. Countless gathered under the 8 armorers' pillars. Figures from top forces throughout the entire Barren State gathered in the grandstands on two sides to witness the event. Those from Nantion House, Mortal World, Sword Saint Villa and others arrived, and they all took to their respective corners. Wuxia, the city lord, sat at his designated place on top of the front stairs. He took a look at the sun hanging in the air. He stood up and took his steps forward, with 2 elders following him, moving down the stairs and stood beneath the city lord. Wuxia silenced the entire scene with a wave of his hand. Countless eyes were set on one spot, the one where Wuxia, the city lord, stood. The alchemy conference is held once every 10 years. Today, we see people from all walks of life throughout the barren state gather here to witness the event, and we also have tens of thousands of proud armorers participating. This is my honor. Wuxia addressed the crowd eloquently with a powerful and firm voice capable of reaching far away, enabling everyone present to hear him clearly. While the alchemy conference this time is a competition between armorers below Sage Plains, but all who participate will be the future of Barren State's armorer world. What will be showcased in this alchemy conference will become the standard of armorers for Barren State in the future. As such, I hope everyone who is participating will give their all. Wuxia's voice remained loud and firm as he continued. As with the event held in the past, the top 100 will be allowed to join any armor factions in Alchemy City to their liking. The top 10 will be offered the chance to learn armor's art from me. The top 3 will be tutored by me personally, and I will craft a ritual implement for each of the top 3. The champion will be offered the hand of my daughter, Wuxia. Of course, the one offered these options are free to take it or leave it. There is no obligation. Many laughed. The event held once in 10 years would no doubt showcase the highest standards for the current generation. As the representative of the armor world, the City Lord Office of Alchemy City would also offer their best to hold the event. As such, the daughter whose hand was to be offered would need exceptional qualities. There was no one in Alchemy City who did not know of the name Wuxia, and one would have to be a fool to refuse to marry her. What happens next is all up to you. Wuxia finished his speech and went back to his seat. The 2 elders at the middle of the stairs looked at the crowd. One of them lit incense and placed it before the stairs. The other announced, "You all have until the incense burns out to craft superior noble ritual implements. There will be no restrictions on the type of items crafted nor the methods used. The ones who succeed in crafting will be allowed to stay, and those who fail will be eliminated. You may begin." Many moved at the same time. The very second the elder finished his announcement, the air was filled with heat in an instant as everyone took out their own smelting furnaces to begin working on their items. While the ones who participated in the event were ones who were confident of themselves to certain extents, there were also those who wanted little more than to experience the event firsthand. As such, the first one served well to eliminate all those who were only there for fun and those whose art were not up to standards. Any who managed to stay was deemed to be an elite in the world of armorers. Yifutian had little interest in crafting items, and it was not an area he had any measure of expertise in. He turned his eyes to Luofan and Shuiyi and asked in a low voice, "The alchemy conference allows 2 individuals to work together?" "It does. Some who are talented in the armorer's art happen to be people who do not have good fire powers, or they need others to support them in other areas. There are many great armorers who have their servants around, but the number is limited to 2. Zhongli elaborated in reply. Yifutian nodded in acknowledgement. He looked at the thing Luofan took out for smelting and blinked in disbelief. Can that work? The thing that Luofan took out was a common furnace used for cooking, not a proper one for smelting. Those 2 are seniors of yours? Zhongli could not help but look at Shuiyi and Luofan, as he recalled hearing Yifutian calling them senior. He was just as surprised as Yifutian. "I don't know them." Yifutian slapped his hand on his head and said jokingly, "This is embarrassing. How could one have seniors like that? Don't go join the event if you don't know how to make stuff. Dishing out a common furnace on the alchemy conference for smelting, just what?" It was fortunate that there were too many people in the competition at that point, and few noticed them among the large crowd. Most eyes were set on the top-class master armorers, and there was hardly anyone who bothered looking at those 2. Of course, even if people actually took notice of Shuiyi and Luofan, they would not have time to be bothered with them. They were busy at the moment, after all. "The fire needs to be hotter. This is not going to smelt anything," Shuiyi said. "Get the matrix ready," Luofan said. This is not how it is written in the books. The steps are wrong, and so is the order of smelting. Who cares? It's all good stuff here. It's just the same with cooking, throwing everything into one pot, that is. So long as you get the matrices right, no one can tell you that it's not a ritual implement. No shaping needed? Can you call something like that a ritual implement? Shui asked. How about you do it instead? Luo Fan glared at him. Well, I'll leave it to you. The duo was extremely busy, yet they never stopped talking. The ones around them got fed up and asked, Can you two just shut up? Just what kind of armorers are those two? Cooking? At a time like this? If you can't cool yourself down, then by all means quit. The alchemy conference didn't say anything about restrictions on talking. Did it? Luo Fan glared at the one who asked provokingly. He had no expertise in making things, but it was something else altogether when it came to fights. He was at the moment very frustrated. Asshole. The other person cursed under their breath and went back to work. Yi Futian looked distraught and furious as he watched his seniors going about. Geniuses, both of them. Definitely not people from the cottage. Your seniors are interesting. Even Phoenix, who sported a deadpan face most of the time, cracked a smile. Luo Fan and Shui were definitely the two most special ones of all who were competing. I sure miss my old seniors. Yi Futian felt rather dejected at the sight. All those years ago when he was being bullied in the Qin dynasty, his fifth brother was practically leaking awesomeness. His third and fourth brother were there to hold the Qin dynasty's door shut, looking equally as awesome. He admired those two seniors back then as idols, yet now, the incense eventually burnt out, and the host of the competition went on to announce, Time is up. Everyone, cease what you were doing immediately or you will be eliminated right away. Everyone stopped what they were doing almost at the same time. Some looked relaxed, some looked disappointed. There was another voice heard right after. Those who failed to make something, back away and leave the area. One figure after another retreated. Most who participated earlier left. The time for that first round was very short, and it was to make sure that only the elite stayed behind. After everyone who was supposed to leave left, many from the city lord office came to inspect the ritual implements crafted by the ones who stayed. The seniors managed to stay? Yi Futian saw Shui and Luo Fan and both stood where they were calmly waiting for those from city lord office to inspect their work. The inspector came by their side and asked, What is this ritual implement that you made? This is it. Luo Fan pointed at the furnace. The inspector took a look inside and saw an irregular shape sitting inside. It did not look like any known weapon, and the inspector did not know of anything like it. Am I the one who knows nothing here? And why does this smelting furnace look so much like a common furnace? What is this? The inspector asked. Some ritual implement I invented myself. It does not have the usual shape of a ritual implement, but it is full of surprises and is very powerful, Luo Fan yapped away. Something you invented yourself? The inspector looked funny as he asked. While the piece of whatever did not look like a ritual implement, there were many participants who were of a peculiar breed, and what Luo Fan said seemed to make some sense. The ritual implement did not resemble any known item. It was only a twisted board of some kind, and it would not have attracted any attention. As such, it might have turned out to be full of surprises. That's bullshit. With all due respect, those two don't know anything about the armorer's art. They just did whatever they thought about doing. The youth beside them quipped in a very irritated manner. The elder was stunned. Did I just get played? The inspector elder's expression turned severe as they exuded an imposing bearing. Shui took out the ritual implement they made and said, Have a look. As soon as he finished, spiritual qi gushed into the ritual implement and dazzling lights emerged in an instant, pulsing with destructive powers as lightning whipped about in terrifying might, out to tear everything apart. Blinding lights unfolded in the space they were in. This is indeed a ritual implement. It was just that we didn't follow the usual method, Shui explained. Shut up if you know nothing. Who are you to say that this is not a ritual implement? Luo Fan glared at the one beside them. You asshole actually went to tell on us. You. That person pointed at Luo Fan and continued, I beg your pardon, senior. Those two indeed know nothing about making ritual implements. They were just messing around. The inspector elder looked rather amused before saying, but it did exude the power befitting of a superior ritual implement. They pass. He left as soon as he finished. Luo Fan looked at the one who told on them in a provoking manner, before turning, his expression cold and cursed. Yi Futian placed his hand on his head. Well, those two are still my seniors, all right? Some work they've done there indeed. The first round of the alchemy conference ended, and only about 3,000 people were left within the vicinity of the alchemy pillars. Most of the participants were eliminated in that round. While many who made it there were capable of crafting superior noble ritual implements, it was another story to be able to do so within the time of an incense burning. The requirements for crafting such items were tremendously high, as the process of melting the materials required for crafting the ritual implements was already very time-consuming. If the fires used were of insufficient heat, it would be impossible to melt the materials down within said amount of time. Many among the audience came to notice Shui Yi and Luo Fan. Those two behaved very peculiarly. However, as none of the participants were common folk, nobody said much. So long as everything was done without violating any of the rules, there would have been no trouble for anyone. Split up and take your places, the elder at the stairs said. 3,000 people split up to take their spots within the vicinity of the alchemy pillars. The space between one participant and another became noticeably wider, and it became far easier to track everyone. Everyone on the grandstands and the seats above the stairs was able to see every single participating armorer. As such, no one would have been able to escape the scrutiny of the top-class figures above the stairs. You all will be given 2 hours in the second round to craft your item. Anyone capable of crafting top-class noble ritual implements will be allowed to remain. Begin now, the elder announced. While the time given in that round was considerably longer, the requirements also grew considerably higher. Top-class noble ritual implements were required, and that would serve as a watershed as it would be a reliable measure to determine the overall standards of the master armorers. All 3,000 participants began working at their craft. They then seemed to be more careful as the crafting of ritual implements carried a certain risk of failure. If they were to craft a top-class noble ritual implement within 2 hours, the wiggle room for errors was incredibly small. Everyone needed to give their all while being incredibly careful in their respective tasks. U2 is indeed the heir of the City Lord office. Great demonstration of crafting there. It isn't every day you see a master at work at such a young age. Yan Jun commented as he looked at U2 from above the stairs. Gong Sun Yi is doing well himself. That is some incredible fire he whipped up. His speed at melting down the materials is second to none. Di Kai, head of the Emperor family, quipped as he looked at a slender young man at work. The young man was incredibly composed and he had great prowess at controlling fires. Furthermore, the fires he conjured were very fearsome. Not only were those top genius armorers exceptionally adept at the art of armorers, but they also possessed incredible prowess in related areas. Gong Sunyi, Yu Tu, Qi Lian, Yu Ming, and many others had great reputations, especially Gong Sunyi. He was so well known that he was deemed second to none. Even one as formidable as Di Gang of the Emperor family. Alchemy City was like a world of armorers in itself. Gong Sunye's formidable prowess at the art would have earned him incredible prospects if he were to work and study under Yu Qi of the City Lord office. Muo is incredibly adept. Too bad he is so old now, someone quipped as he looked at Muo. While his capabilities were undeniable, his talents were limited, and as such, his achievements paled in comparison to others. True top-class master armorers were required to have exceptional cultivation talents, for they would not have been able to reach the pinnacle otherwise. Yu Qi was ranked 8th in the Barren Sky ranking due to his incredible talents in both cultivation and armor talents. It was also the very reason that he was able to become a symbol of Alchemy City. The spectators scanned the armorers at work, and some mighty ones took notice of Shui Yi and Luo Fan, wearing peculiar looks as they did so. Just what the hell are they doing there? Many others turned their attention to those two as well. They saw Shui Yi going all out with crafting matrix patterns while Luo Fan kept dumping materials into the furnace to be melted. The furnace looked like one meant for cooking, and both did not look like they knew what they were doing. It looked as if they only knew the theories of crafting ritual implements, but had not done so themselves. Was that how they made that thing? Many had bewildered looks on their faces. From the looks of things, what they crafted was not some peculiar invention, but proof of their ineptitude at the art. They were totally inexperienced at crafting ritual implements and were only able to follow what they learned from books to the letter, with the end product being some junk of unknown use or origin. Chu Ji of the Goddess Pavilion chuckled as she said, "I never knew there would be some interesting ones among the participants. Are they seriously participating in the competition knowing only that much? Are they really coming to participate in a grand event held only once in 10 years? Armed with such amateurish skills at the art of armorers? Are they really hoping to make it to the top 100 armed with such mediocre skills?" Yifutian heard the voices from above the stairs far away. He was speechless, thinking of how people had taken notice of his senior's ineptitude. You have to give it to them, though. While they may know nothing about crafting ritual implements, they are nonetheless good at what they are doing. At the very least, that fire is indeed something, and that ability at making matrices is decent. If those two really dedicate themselves to the art of armorers, they might actually be something in years to come. Someone commented with a smile. What they are doing now serves well to entertain the spectators, I'd say. But to really compete in the alchemy conference with those skills? They are asking to be insulted, Di Kai said plainly as he watched those two buffoons moving about. Just what were those two doing at the alchemy conference? The alchemy conference is an event where all who are adept at the art of armorers are welcome to participate. It is no surprise that you find all sorts of people here. Zhuge Mingyue and Zhuge Kenyang said nothing. Shui Yi and Luo Fan visited the Zhuge family before. They were never seen doing anything in public, they were not top-class figures. As such, it was only natural that no one knew them and no one knew of their connection to Zhuge Mingyue. They're geniuses, someone was heard saying. Many turned to look at the one who gave the comment, Yifutian. He added with a smile. They know little about crafting ritual implements, so it is a given that they are amateurs who just got acquainted with the art. But it is remarkable to see someone able to go that far while they are still new at the art. I'm not an armorer, but I can see that they are geniuses that you don't see every day. If they were to dedicate themselves at honing the art, they would one day become one of the top armorers. Many looked at Yifutian with their mouths ajar. Many were ridiculing their level at the art, yet Yifutian went calling them geniuses. Geniuses like that exist? Yifutian paid no heed to what the spectators thought about anything. Regardless of why Shui Yi and Luo Fan were participating in the alchemy conference and their utter ineptitude displayed in the competition, Yifutian ignored the ridicule of others. It was, after all, his seniors who were competing and he felt compelled to side with them. Di Gang looked at Yifutian and said plainly with a smile, "So, you are a genius like that?" He heard from Di Zhou a few days ago that the party from the Holy Ji Palace led by Yifutian defeated Li Futu and his people. As such, Li Futu was deemed a loser for fighting that battle as soon as he got there. The Holy Ji Palace was known as the sacred ground of the Barren State, and the likes of Bai Luli had emerged from there. Yifutian was able to reign supreme as the champion of law battle 3 years ago as a grade 9 noble. It was a given that he was seen as an exceptional being. However, Di Gang believed that he would be the one who shined the brightest in their generation, even compared to the likes of Bai Luli and Yifutian. Yifutian turned his eyes to Di Gang. He never saw Di Gang before, but he was able to see the arrogance and contempt in his eyes. It is as if he was an ant to be stomped on. Yifutian smirked as he guessed the other party's identity. Di Gang of the Emperor family, the one with the most exceptional talent in all of the southwestern region. "I'm not an armorer," Yifutian replied with a smile. "I heard the Yifutian from the Holy Ji Palace was able to merge everyone's spirits into one with just a single song. The champion from the law battle in the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago and one who is adept in many fields," Di Gang continued. "I'm doing okay." Yifutian kept the smile on his face. It is a pity, however, that a jack of all trades will easily become a master of nothing. Why not dedicate all your efforts into perfecting one area instead? Di Fang added, "Just like those two. They may have exceptional talents at the art, but entering a competition with skills means that whatever they craft will be junk." "How is your little brother, Di Zhou?" Yifutian asked with a smile. "He is doing okay. While not very exceptional, one can say he is still a genius," Di Gang replied. Di Gang of the Emperor family is indeed humble. Yi Futian smiled and continued, while I train in many areas and I'm not a master in any of them, I'm still able to beat the geniuses you speak of, even in their respective areas. As such, thank you for your concern, but it won't be necessary. You need not concern yourself with the armorers either. I suggest you focus on your own matters. Many turned their attention at the two young men and looked amused. One was the brightest star within the sphere of influence of Alchemy City, while the other was a renowned figure in the Holy Ji Palace. It was apparent from their words that sparks were flying between them. What Yi Futian meant was obvious. What Di Gang said to be junk was still better than whatever his little brother would have been able to come up with. As such, it was best for Di Gang to stop sticking his nose into other people's business and focus more on his own people. Yi Futian still wore a smile on his face. While Di Gang was known to be the most talented in Alchemy City, the other party was someone who came from the Holy Ji Palace, and that meant there was no place for Di Gang to throw his weight around. The very reason why Yi Futian brought Di Shou into the conversation was because he was unhappy with Di Gang insulting his seniors in front of everyone. Since Di Gang was not being nice with his words, it was only natural for Yi Futian to retort with a sharp tongue. What do you mean? Di Shou, who was behind Di Gang, asked with a cold look, knowing well that Yi Futian was insulting him specifically. The Alchemy Conference welcomed anyone who called themselves armorers to participate. The results of their work would then be measured with set rules, and there is no need for others to be noisy about their performance. Furthermore, since when is a noble qualified to judge anyone who participates in the event? Yi Futian elaborated with a smile, and many around them looked stunned. Is he trying to confront Di Gang right here and now? Furthermore, they are my seniors, Yi Futian said with a smile. Many turned their eyes to the two at work as soon as Yi Futian spoke before turning their eyes back to Yi Futian. Yi Futian looked composed. The well-known young genius of the Holy Ji Palace declared those two to be his seniors with pride, without any regard for their foolish and inept performance. It was easy to understand why Yi Futian retorted. So that is why. Are they from the Holy Ji Palace? Di Gang asked with a funny look on his face. Seniors before I entered the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian replied. Interesting. Di Gang smirked hearing Yi Futian's reply. It's a pity that your plane is a little bit on the low side. If Yi Futian's plane had been somewhat higher, equal to his, things would have turned out more interesting. A chuckle was heard from somewhere. Many turned their attention and saw Zhuge Mingyue's beaming smile, and she said that guy became a law battle champion as a grade 9 noble, went to rank 10th in law rank as a grade 8 noble, and had the alchemy casino pay a hefty price as a grade 4 noble. If his plane were any higher, would there be anything left for other nobles in the barren state? What do you think, little brother? Zhuge Mingyue smiled at Yi Futian. That rascal sure learned the annoying habit of defending one's shortcomings from the cottage well. Many turned their eyes at Zhuge Mingyue and came to understand something. Rumor had it that Zhuge Mingyue came from the Eastern Barren Territory and Yi Futian was his little brother in training. With those two who were competing in the Alchemy Conference being Yi Futian's seniors, it would then stand to reason that they were her juniors. The little brother part practically gave their relationship away, and it was no surprise that she showed up then. So that line, would there be anything left for other nobles in barren state, would also include Di Gang then. Interesting. Since we have the Alchemy Conference going on, how about we add a martial arts competition to it? Chu Ji chuckled. There sure are a lot of young proud sons and daughters from all over barren state here today. Martial arts competition? Di Gang smirked. Given his current plane at Cultivation, he deemed it rather pointless to join a competition meant for those of his generation. Many were able to tell from Di Gang's reaction that he felt rather indifferent. However, it was a justifiable reaction, as Di Gang's talents and plane meant that competition among nobles was rather meaningless to him. His current goal was to become someone like Bai Luli. Chu Ji, you might have underestimated my son a little too much. Di Kai, head of the Emperor family, said. He knew his son better than anyone. Di Gang was a prodigy of exceptional talents, and he would have achieved great things given time, surpassing even his father. He might even actually become a saint and step foot into that plane told in legends. The Emperor family, one of the two top forces of Alchemy City, cast off their ancestral armorer tradition to focus on cultivation. Yet none from D Kai's generation was able to overpower the Yu clan. However, D Gang showed promise of being the one capable of accomplishing such a feat in the future, enabling the Emperor family to replace the Yu clan and become the symbol of Alchemy City. Whenever anyone talked about Alchemy City, they would first think of the Emperor family. I have heard of D Gang's talents, but the younger generation from all over Barren State here are all proud sons and daughters, and the cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace were even known to be gods among men. As such, it would be obvious that I'm not underestimating anyone. If you, D Kai, find it unpleasant, just pretend that I never said anything then, Chu Ji elaborated. There were many on the grandstands who looked eager to test their mettle. Seeing the alchemy conference underway, they grew rather restless as well. The Holy Ji Palace was known to be the #1 sacred ground for training in the entire Barren State. With the students of the Holy Ji Palace there that day, many were eager to find out personally how capable the students of said sacred ground actually were. When the alchemy conference is over, the youngsters can have it their way, Yu Chi said, his eyes forward. Many turned their eyes away. The day was still meant for the alchemy conference, and since the City Lord office was the organizing party, it was only proper that the alchemy conference was to be given top priority and everything else came later. Yi Futian shifted his eyes back on his seniors. He was still speechless seeing them work. While he felt compelled to defend his seniors in front of strangers, their performance was indeed a horrible one compared to others. Is the fifth brother cooking or crafting? Is he simply trying to dump everything into the pot and cook it up? Yi Xiaoxia found the scene rather unbearable to look at as well. It was their fifth brother who cooked for them back in the cottage, and he was undeniably good, so much so that his dishes tasted better than a lot of the so-called exquisite dishes outside. However, they were supposed to be crafting ritual implements, and fifth brother seemed to have just let the pot simmer after dumping everything inside. What actually looked different was how Shuiyi, their fourth brother, was seen helping out by absorbing spiritual qi in a crazed manner to craft matrices on their product. While it was obvious he learned everything demonstrated there in a crash course, he was still able to show that he learned a lot and some things he did actually made sense. However, what they were doing still had people wondering if they were actually capable of crafting any ritual implement worth mentioning. The base of crafting ritual implements lies with the matrices crafted. That brother of yours seems to be decent at it, but the ways the physical object is prepared are just, well, let's just say that he is bad at the simplest process of it all, shaping. Zhong Li knew something about crafting ritual implements, and he went on to comment at their work with a flabbergasted look. So long as they can actually make something. Yi Futian felt dejected as well. He was puzzled as to why his seniors wanted to participate in the alchemy conference to begin with. One participant after another stopped what they were doing, and many finished powerful ritual implements were seen before them. Top-class noble ritual implements, pulsing with terrifying auras. 2 hours were almost up by then. Shuiyi and Luofan were still fumbling about. Yi Futian felt nervous and concerned on their behalf. Time is up. Stop whatever you're doing, a voice was heard eventually, and Shuiyi and Luofan breathed deeply as they finished in the nick of time. They had actually made it. Anyone who failed at creating a top-class noble ritual implement, please leave immediately, the elder from the stairs announced. Many were seen looking at things laid before them, sighed, and left. More and more among the initial 3,000 were seen leaving, and there were about 300 left on the stage before long. The space where the competition was held looked rather empty by then. Lift your ritual implements up and unleash their powers, the elder continued. Everyone did as they were told, unleashing the powers of their respective works. Devastating powers filled the air of the stage. There was no one left who were simply doing things for fun. The finished products of everyone who stayed behind all proved to be of top-class noble ranks. All of them were considered elite masters. What was most baffling, however, was that Luofan and Shuiyi were actually capable of crafting top-class noble ritual implements. While their end product was simply an irregularly shaped brick, the aura exuded from it said that it was still a top-class noble ritual implement nonetheless. Seemed to me that those two actually worked their asses off to learn the art, Yi Futian commented with a smile. Those two seniors of his had always been cynical and buffoonish in their antics, but it was still undeniable that they truly dedicated themselves to learning the art. The very reason why they never learned how to shape their works was because they dedicated their efforts to learn the most important aspect of the art, the matrices. The elder deliberately spared a glance at both of them and said nothing. He went on to announce, "In the next round, we will be providing the materials and smelting furnaces. All furnaces are of the same make, and you are free to choose the attributes of the materials given to you. However, every single material provided, regardless of attribute, is of the same level, and you will be limited to picking only 3 materials at most. Under similar conditions, the 100 who are able to craft their pinnacle noble ritual implements will be listed in the top 100. One figure after another entered the arena as soon as the announcement was finished. All of them women, and all of them carried various kinds of crafting materials to be chosen by the participants. They were also people who set the smelting furnaces in their places, and every single one indeed looked identical. As such, no one was deemed to have any obvious edge against the other. With the elites selected from the first 2 rounds, the next round was all about standards of finished products crafted under the same conditions. It was the true test to pick the ones worthy of becoming the top 100. Those top 100 were free to join any forces in Alchemy City of their liking. All 300 participants spread out once again, each taking their spot in front of a smelting furnace and having their selected materials laid out. The air felt tense. Many looked on feeling serious. The next round of crafting would be the key, and the winners would then make it to the top 100. "Little brother, give it all you got in this one and don't mess anything up," Shui said in a soft voice. They were the slowest among the 300 in the previous round. However, they needed to be fast in the next one, and as such they were required to make the simplest ritual implement they were able to come up with. But then again, it was nonetheless a challenge to make a simple ritual implement with the power of a top-class noble ritual implement. "Since when did I mess anything up?" Luofan asked in a puzzled manner. "Begin." The elder announced the start of the next round of crafting. Everyone became busy in an instant. Luofan and Shui were especially serious, sparing no time to talk and focusing only on what they should be doing in silence. Time passed and finally, there was someone who finished their piece. "It's done." That person was none other than Muo. He crafted a very simple dagger, but it was a dagger that shimmered throughout, exuding terrifying air of sharpness. Many nodded in silence. Muo was indeed very experienced at his art, and it was no surprise he turned out to be the fastest. Qi Lian was the second one who finished crafting. It was a sword. Lu Wei of the Lu clan in Alchemy City was the third person to finish crafting, followed by Zhou Shang of Zhou clan. All of them were renowned figures in this event. More and more people finished crafting their ritual implements, and more became anxious. However, Gong Sunyi, Yu Tu, and Yu Ming went crafting their works in a very focused and composed manner still. It was as if they were pursuing an artistic flair in the works instead of making things simply to win the competition. The standards of the participants became even more apparent when they were forced to craft high-level ritual implements using the same materials. Yu Tu crafted a pair of gloves which were incredibly intricate. The gloves conjured terrifying shadow of a dragon and filled with an appalling sense of power as soon as he put them on his hands. "An heir of the city lord indeed," some quipped with an impressed tone. Gong Sun Ye's work seemed not to be inferior as well. He went to craft a pair incredibly dazzling rock wings, which shimmered with golden light, emanating incredibly sharp aura when the wings were melded with one's body. It was an apparatus with both offensive and defensive properties, and it amplified the speed of the wearer as well. It was an astonishing feat for someone to be able to craft one such ritual implement in such a short time. "We're done." Elated voices were heard. Shui and Luofan looked at each other and smiled. The end product was still a brick. Terrifying might emanated from it as Shui held his hands on the brick. It pulsed with the frightening power of lightning and packed highly destructive powers. Everyone was rendered speechless. Their end product looked almost identical to what they had crafted so far. Were they simply trying to get more familiar with their processes in the last round? While there were no rules forbidding such an act, it was nonetheless deemed baffling and shameless for them to craft a similar piece in 2 consecutive rounds. Just how such losers manage to get so far in the alchemy conference. This is an insult, Dizhou said coldly. As Yifutian did not play nice with him before, he had no intention of being polite to him. Slightly inferior standard at the art compensated with strategy. Good move. Yifutian praised them loudly. You call that a strategy? Many looked at Yifutian, finding him to be just as shameless as his seniors. 100 mighty ones finished crafting pinnacle noble ritual implements soon and went on to unleash their powers as soon as they were done. The elder at the stairs, however, did not stop the competition. There was still a need to eliminate those who did not make the cut. As such, the competition at that round would have truly come to an end when 120 participants had finished crafting. Those who were not able to finish looked at Luofan and Shuiyi with disgusted eyes. They would have done the same if they knew that would have worked. One's face was cheap when they had the chance to be among the top 100. There was still the inspection of the ritual implements to be considered. The items crafted by the first 100 who finished did not seem to have any problems, and all of them were pinnacle noble ritual implements, including what Shuiyi and Luofan crafted. As such, they were able to make it to the top 100. Those who failed to make the cut left the arena one by one. All of them looked rather dissatisfied. Countless kept their eyes on the 100 at the front. They were the ones who were to compete in the final round. The elder at the stairs looked at the remaining 100 and said, "The next round will be the final round of the alchemy conference. There are no set limitations in this round. You will be crafting your best works using your own furnaces and materials. There will not be a time limit. Your time will be up when you have finished crafting your ritual implement. No recraft will be tolerated, and finally, your rank will be entirely dependent on the quality of the ritual implement crafted." The next round of crafting battle was no longer an elimination round. Unlike martial arts competitions, all participants were allowed to craft at the same time. The rank would depend on the quality of ritual implement crafted. You all will have 1 hour to rest and prepare yourselves, as well as to think what you would be crafting next, the elder continued, and the air in the stage felt different once again. In the next hour, the ritual implements crafted by the participants would decide the highest standards of the future generation of the world of armorers in Barren State. Everyone occupied a space of their own within the vast crafting area. Most were getting some shut-eye, getting their mental state to peak performance in order to participate in the final round of ritual implement crafting. This round was incredibly important. At the top of the stairs before the area, an elder walked towards Yuqi and took a dazzling golden scroll from him. A flash of recognition shot through the eyes of many, and they stared at that golden scroll. "It's the alchemy rank," someone said. The people spectating from afar seemed to be agitated at the revealing of the golden scroll. Now that the alchemy rank had been taken out, these top 100 armorers had received the right to have their names written down in the rank. The following round would then decide their exact ranking within the alchemy rank in this year's competition. This ranking could potentially affect the future of the participants. Should they be able to rank high in the alchemy rank, their prospects would be greater. All the top powers in the Barren State would support them with various training and ritual implement crafting resources. It would be an endless supply, and they wouldn't have to worry about finding their own resources. This was how valuable talents in ritual implement crafting were. Each influential organization had its own armorer, and they invested a lot of resources to have these armorers work for them. The many armorers present took a good look at the alchemy rank. However, Shuiyi and Luofan did not seem to be the least bit bothered by the rank. They did not sit down to rest but were pacing in the side of the area. Many people were looking at the duo, wondering what they were up to. However, it was break time after all. They were well within their rights to do whatever they wanted. Shuiyi and Luofan walked over to the spectator stands, which was on the right, and came before Yifutian. Fourth older brother, fifth older brother. Seeing the two men come over, Yifutian smiled and greeted them. Xianxia greeted the two as well. "Little brother, have you and little Shir come over to Alchemy City for the trials as well?" Shuiyi asked. "Yeah, I came here to have a look around and I got myself some ritual implements to use too." Yifutian nodded before asking, "Older brothers, what are you participating in the alchemy conference for? If you want ritual implements, we could get them from the alchemy casino." Those who heard Yifutian's words from a distance away frowned in disapproval. What did this rascal take the alchemy casino for? For Yi Futian to speak of the alchemy casino like a place to simply get ritual implements, did he think the place belonged to him? We haven't seen each other for a few years, but little brother, how do you still not have any pursuits? Luo Fan replied, looking at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was taken aback. If you're not here for ritual implements, then are you really preparing to enter the City Lord office to learn ritual implement crafting? That seemed like a good idea to Yi Futian. If his older brothers were to learn ritual implement crafting from the City Lord office, then it would be way easier for him to obtain ritual implements in the future. No. Luo Fan shook his head lightly. We're aiming for first place. Yi Futian blinked and stared at Luo Fan wordlessly before turning to look at Shui Yi. With their abilities, it was already beyond lucky that they could even be in the top 100. And now, they wanted to be first in the alchemy conference. Are these two idiots? Dizhou cursed from afar. To him, something was definitely wrong with the heads of these two. Even you two from the City Lord office wouldn't dare claim that he would be able to get first place in the alchemy conference. In this alchemy conference, there were so many powerful people awaiting the results of the alchemy rank. Older brother, are you serious right now? Yi Futian asked, perspiring from embarrassment. Yeah. Shui Yi nodded his head, the image of seriousness. We've got to be first place. I believe you, Yi Futian replied, somewhat lost for words. He said the word believe with special emphasis. Little brother, since when have I ever lied to you? Shui Yi said, looking at Yi Futian. Since I said I'm aiming for the top, of course I am going to go all in. Yi Futian looked at Shui Yi in confusion, wondering what the chances were that his older brother was really being serious about this. Yi Futian's eyes shifted about, and he looked at Shui Yi somewhat warily before whispering. I heard that the one who wins first place at the alchemy conference will be able to marry the daughter of the City Lord office. Could it be that older brother has his eye on that family's daughter? Smart guy, you finally got it, Luo Fan praised. Little brother, if a man as talented as I were to be out and about, it's no wonder I'd attract the attention of a lady that's as equally amazing as I am. Shui Yi sighed. Yi Futian was speechless for a while before he said, in some awe, older brother, you're amazing. Little brother, little sure, how has your training been at the palace? Shui Yu asked. 7th older brother and I are doing well. I'm a grade 4 noble now, and 7th older brother is a grade 3 noble, Yi Futian replied. That puts me at ease. Looks like you two aren't too far from becoming top-notch nobles. The Holy Ji Palace has many training resources. Make good use of this opportunity to train well, Shui Yi advised nicely. I understand, older brother. Yi Futian nodded. Work hard, little brother. You're a smart man, maybe we'll need your help in future when it comes to 3rd older brother and older sister's affairs, Shui Yu continued speaking. Right? Yi Futian began to feel a little strange at his older brother's words. He wondered what his older brother meant by telling him all that. Well then, I'll head over to prepare for the ritual implement crafting, Shui Yi announced. All right, Yi Futian nodded, and the two men left together to head back to their places in the area. An hour passed very quickly, and when the elder announced the start of the ritual implement crafting from the top of the staircase, the vast space instantly became deafeningly quiet, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. An endless crowd had gathered at the conference, but no one spoke. Even the important guests had stopped their discussions as well. Everyone was intently watching the 100 people craft ritual implements. No one made any noise to not disturb those at work. This was the respect people showed towards the alchemy conference. At this moment, U2 was bathed in frightening flames. The flames were golden and filled with an overpowering elegance. It took on the form of a dragon and became the divine fire of the 9 dragons, which rushed into the smelting furnace. As the golden flames of the 9 dragons, the spectators thought to themselves. The flames that were passed down a branch of the Yu family had incredible might. U2's life spirit was even beaming with the flames. 9 golden fire dragons could be seen, bathed in the endless flames. It was an incredibly elegant sight. Furthermore, a pure gold material was sitting within U2's smelting furnace at this moment. It was a golden asteroid, an incredibly rare material to use in ritual implement crafting. It was especially tough, even top-notch nobles would not be able to smash this golden asteroid into pieces if they tried. This material was often used in crafting sage-level ritual implements. It could either create ritual implements with incredible attacking power or defensive ritual implements. Yu was offering up his ultimate skills in this round. Gongsun Yi was also putting up a spectacular display. A dazzling matrix appeared beneath his feet, and a scroll floated within his smelting furnace. A large amount of worldly spiritual qi flowed above the furnace, and many ritual implement crafting materials were melting on the scroll, dripping bit by bit into it. Afterward, 7 shadow figures appeared, in the likeness of Gongsun Yi. Standing on top of the scroll, they lifted brushes and began inscribing. "That's Gongsun Ye's Dharma body," someone whispered. Everyone watched him work. While many people had given their all to enter the top 100 in the alchemy conference, to an armorer like Gongsun Yi, it was not necessary for him to go all out in order to reach this round. All he had to do was reveal just a part of his true abilities. But this round was where the real battle was, and he was going to craft a ritual implement that would trump all. Yu Ming was crafting a chess set, while Qi Lian was crafting a dueling sword. Muo seemed to be crafting a magical orb, and everyone else was doing all they could to craft their respective ritual implements. Zhou Sheng and LV Wei both had equally incredible ritual implement crafting processes. Yi Futian's eyes swept across all the armorers present. Though he had little knowledge of ritual implement crafting, he could still feel the incredible skill present. The Alchemy Conference was the highest-level ritual implement crafting competition in the Barren State. Naturally, it was of a different caliber, with the Barren State's best armorers of the noble plane all present. His gaze then landed on his older brothers. The duo was uncharacteristically solemn. The ritual implement they were crafting seemed to be the same as what they had been doing. Something that looked like a giant brick. Yi Futian wore a baffled expression at the sight. However, his 5th older brother Luofan seemed to be cutting the brick into smaller pieces. His knife skill was akin to that required in cutting vegetables. The small pieces were all neat. The seriousness of his 2 older brothers had Yi Futian very confused. He began to suspect that his older brothers were genuinely serious in their attempt. Could it be that one of his older brothers had really fallen for the daughter of Alchemy City's City Lord office? However, everyone else at the Alchemy Conference was obviously very skilled in ritual implement crafting. Even if his 2 older brothers joined forces, it was impossible that they would gain victory over the rest. The crackling of flames was practically the only sound that could be heard in the quiet space. Gradually, the sound of clanging metal could be heard as well. This round of ritual implement crafting was the slowest, with 4 hours gone already and still no one having completed their ritual implement yet. In this final round, everyone was making use of their best skills in hopes of crafting a top-notch ritual implement. Whether it was ingredients or difficulty in crafting, the competitors were bringing only the best to the table, which meant the process was time-consuming. However, the ritual implements they were working on were beginning to take on their initial form. After 2 more hours, a ritual implement was fully formed. It was a very thin sword, thin as gossamer, and was dazzling silver. Like a silver thread, it flew about in the air, possessing a frightening penetrability while being almost as formless as the wind. A good ritual implement, many people praised. It was indeed rare to see such a delicate crafting technique. Afterward, more people began to complete their ritual implements. Each one was sublime in their craftsmanship. Frightening energy drew everyone's eyes in its direction. Over at Qi Lian's side, a giant dueling sword that was branded with magnificent streaks of gold along its body was slowly ascending into the sky. The sword gave one the impression that it was incredibly heavy. However, the tip of the sword seemed to be unimaginably sharp, and a scary glint gleamed from the ritual implement. Muo's ritual implement is almost done as well, someone commented, and many people looked towards him. A single orb spun in the air, clear and dazzling, yet still releasing frightening surges of energy. Such delicateness in weapon crafting could probably only be attributed to an armorer of Muo's experience and skill. Yutu's smelting furnace rose into the sky, and a precious cauldron of the 9 dragons appeared, turning slowly in the sky. It was a magnificent sight to see. Gongsun Yi had crafted a catalog, within which the images of various people seemed to appear. Though it wasn't fully formed yet, it had already impressed many people. Seems like it's a given that Gongsunyi, Yu2, Qi Lian, and Muo are going to be in the top 10, someone guessed. The ritual implements may not have been completed yet, but many people were already predicting the final rankings of the alchemy rank. The ritual implements that Gongsunyi and Yu2 had crafted also seemed to be at the level that deserved a ranking within the top 3. Right then, someone looked in Shui Yi and Luo Fan's direction. They were wondering how these two rascals, who had muddled their way into the top 100, would do this round. They probably were going to come in last this time. However, the brick they had created was already cut into small pieces and even melted into something that looked like paper for a scroll. A dull metallic shine could be seen still, and Shuiyi was continuously inscribing a matrix quietly. What's that thing? A book? Many people looked confused at the sight. They didn't quite get what the two were trying to do, but what they were crafting now at least seemed more legitimate than whatever they had created in the past rounds. Luo Fan, are you ready? Shuiyi whispered, his voice solemn. Older brother, should we just give up? We can always beg older sister. Maybe there'll be another way out. Luo Fan's voice was equally as low. I asked you if you were ready, Shuiyi hissed sternly. Luo Fan glanced over at him and replied, Shuiyi, you better think this through. Didn't I already clear things up with you before we came? I'm going to start, Shuiyi responded, and at his words his life spirit flew out. An ancient book appeared and turned into an endless number of scrolls that danced in the sky. The pages from the ancient book shimmered and flew towards the small pieces of brick that lay on the smelting furnace. Let's do this, Shuiyi declared solemnly. Luo Fan was quivering slightly. While he had previously been relaxed and chatty, Luo Fan was now nervous beyond measure. He took in a deep breath and revealed an uncharacteristic seriousness. The flames suddenly turned incomparably violent and rushed towards the pages, melting them into the ritual implement. In an instant, the brick which had been cut into tiny pieces began to glow, emanating a dazzling golden glow. The matrix the two had inscribed previously began to glow intensely as well. The brick was no longer a brick but a golden book. Rascal! Zhuge Mingwei suddenly stood up, her gaze steely. Staring at Shui Yi, she ordered, Shui Yi, stop right now. The influential characters around her were slightly taken aback as well. They knew what Shui Yi was about to do. He was going to insert his life spirit into the ritual implement as an offering. However, was this something Shui Yi was capable of doing? Only top armorers of the Sage Plane would dare to do such a thing. Shui Yi was obviously someone who had just picked up the art. He probably had only just read a few books on the subject. The consequences of pulling such a trick were dire. They included having one's powers destroyed, or even death. What is he doing? Wondered Chu Ji of the Goddess Pavilion. Was it necessary to put so much on the line just for the alchemy conference? Is he crazy? The large crowd now had their attention on Shui Yi. They were no longer making fun of him. Now he was actually serious and not being his usual shameless, joking self. Shui Yi was frightening. Fresh blood was trickling out the corners of Shui Yi's mouth, and a desolate expression surfaced on his handsome face. Looking at Zhuge Mingyue's expression, he said, Second older sister, you're so pretty, even when you're angry. No wonder third older brother is so smitten. But I've finally met someone he likes after training for so long. Of course, I have to let myself do something crazy just this once. Luo Fan, stop all this right now. Zhuge Mingwei then turned to Luo Fan, who was standing next to Shui Yi. Second older sister, I don't have any choice, Luo Fan replied haplessly. Zhuge Mingyue began to walk forward, but Yu Qi then spoke. My niece, it is not permitted for anyone to interfere while the alchemy conference is ongoing. As he spoke, invisible energy surrounded Zhuge Mingyue. Yu Qi's gaze turned to Shui Yi as well, a ripple of emotion appearing in his deep-set eyes. This rascal really is being audacious, he thought. Second older sister, now that we've come to this point, you can't stop me anyway. If something really happens to me, tell third older brother that while he might have been very strict with me previously, I'll still be his younger brother in my next life, Shui Yi whispered. Of course, I won't forget about you, my pretty second older sister. Fourth older brother, Yi Futian murmured, finally understanding what was going on. He stood up and stared at Shui in disbelief that he had actually been serious about something that sounded like a joke. Little brother, remember what I said to you just now. Remember to take care of things between second older sister and third older brother. You may have been the last to become a disciple, but everyone knows that you are the cottage's true hope for the future, Shui said, looking at Yifutian. Older brother, there are other ways out, Yifutian replied seriously. Shui chuckled and turned away without saying anything further. Luo Fan then asked, do you have nothing to say to me? Get lost, Shui scolded him. You better not let me meet you in the next life, you unlucky star. The next life's too far away. You better think this through. If you die, then someone else is going to take care of our sister-in-law, so you better not die. Luo Fan sighed leisurely. If Shui wasn't busy crafting the ritual implement, he would have killed Luo Fan with a slap. In Alchemy City, a woman stood quietly at the top of an extremely tall ancient hall. She gazed into the distance in the direction of the place where the alchemy conference was. When she saw Shui offer up his life spirit to the ritual implement, her body trembled and a flash of emotion shot through her eyes. However, she composed herself again almost immediately. Afterward, she walked out and stepped through the air in the direction of the City Lord office. Over at the alchemy conference, everyone was moved by Shui and all eyes were on him, even more so than on people like Yu Tu and Gong Sunyi. Who was the woman who he had claimed to like? Who was the woman Luo Fan had called sister-in-law? Could it be that Shui had come here to craft ritual implements for the woman he loved? Shui and Luo Fan had said that they were aiming for first place in the alchemy conference. The winner would be able to marry the daughter of the City Lord office, Yushi. Just as everyone was busy pondering this question, a pretty figure walked out from within the City Lord office. Walking forward, she came to the top of the staircase, standing near City Lord Yu and the rest. When the woman appeared, countless gazes fell upon her. She was dressed in loose, long robes that hung off her body in a way that made it hard to see her figure, but one could tell that she was tall and slim. She had an air of elegance about her, and there was a cold aloofness to her beautiful features, creating a sense of distance between her and other people that they did not dare to cross. This was a lady whose looks were not inferior to those of Su Hongxiu, though she did not have the natural charisma that Su Hongxiu had, only pure beauty. This lady was Yushi, the daughter of the City Lord office. Her gaze landed on Shui. Shui glanced up at her and chuckled. You're here. Why are you doing this? Yushi asked Shui. Her tone was cool, making it hard to guess what she was feeling. Go back, Yuchi ordered calmly, turning to his daughter. However, Yushi ignored his words as though she had not heard anything. This made many people speechless. Yushi was probably the only person in all of Alchemy City who would dare ignore the City Lord Yuchi in this way. No one else would have dared to do the same. I'd like to give myself a shot at this. Shui grinned at Yushi. No wonder. The crowd thought to themselves, surprised at this new development. So it turned out that Shui and Luo Fan had already known Yushi from before. Shui had come to participate in the alchemy conference despite not actually knowing how to craft ritual implements because he had fallen in love with Yushi, the daughter of the City Lord office. That was the reason he had come here, with the goal of winning first place, even at the expense of his own life. I don't have any feelings for you. Get out now, Yushi said coldly to Shui. Oh, Shui smiled. That's all right. It's enough for me that I like you. Besides, I'm not going to leave. As he spoke, his life spirit, the ancient book, continued flying rapidly into the ritual implement. The golden book ritual implement grew brighter still, and everyone else finally understood what he had been doing by crafting those ritual implements from the previous rounds. He had been preparing for this very moment. In this final round, he was turning that long brick into pages in order to make a book out of them. His life spirit carved matrices and integrated itself into the ritual implement, resonating with it before being crafted into one. It was the process of offering up one's life spirit to the ritual implement. Older brother. Yifutian stood there, staring fixedly at the scene happening before him. His older brother used to be so irreverent, but now he was suddenly throwing even his life away in order to craft a ritual implement. This sudden change was too much for Yifutian. Was this all just to marry Yushi? Yifutian wondered what his older brother had been through these few years, and what exactly he had gone through with Yushi. Hua Jieyu stood up as well, and held Yifutian's hand tightly. She was equally shaken by the sudden shocking change in Shui. The scene happening before Hua Jieyu's eyes made her think about her own past with Yi Futian. She also likes older brother Shui Yi. Hua Jieiyu glanced over at Yuxi. Yuxi seemed aloof and emotionless, but Hua Jieiyu could instinctively sense that Yuxi was struggling internally, suppressing her own emotional turmoil in order to remain calm. Bright red blood trickled out continuously, staining Shui Ye's top red. It was shocking to see. Shui Ye's breathing grew increasingly weak, as if he were a lamp about to go out. His life spirit was being refined, his very soul being integrated into the ritual implement. However, Shui Yi continued, urging his spiritual energy on. He was intent on completing the ritual implement. Since he had already come so far, he was going to finish the task no matter what. He was prepared to pay any price for it. Frightening energy was burning, and everyone felt the energy around Shui Yi suddenly increase wildly. Despite the state he was in, the amount of energy around him was only increasing and getting stronger as well. He's burning his own spiritual energy and releasing it at full capacity. What a crazy fellow, Yanjun commented, looking at Shui Yi. It did take courage to go this far with one's spiritual energy. However, he was doing it all just for a woman. Even if that woman was outstanding, with beauty that was absolutely stunning, was it really worth going this far? Yushi's slim fingers quivered slightly, and it seemed like her cold gaze was on the verge of melting as well. A hint of redness appeared in her eyes. That's enough, Yuxi ordered, her fists clenched. You still care? Shui Yi smiled, looking at her. You idiot, Yuxi spat coldly. You liar. Shui Yi was still smiling. At that, tears finally fell from Yushi's eyes. Gleaming tears rolled down her cheeks smoothly, leaving tear after tear on her beautiful face. The sight of Yushi's tears moved everyone. So, there actually had been something going on between these two. There was no way Yuxi would shed tears for some random person. It was evident that the two had known each other from way back. Words like idiot and liar made it seem as though they were scolding each other. But it also felt like a sort of affection. The winner of the alchemy conference would receive the right to marry Yuxi, but it seemed like Yuxi had already been in a relationship with someone else before the conference. If the person who won first place wasn't Shui Yi, then what was the winner supposed to do? It was for that reason that Gong Sunyi, Qi Lian, and the rest who had not completed their ritual implement yet were wearing such ugly expressions. They were not the only ones. Even Yu Qi, the city lord, was frowning as well. This sort of affair was sure to put the city lord office in a difficult position and damage its reputation. However, the alchemy conference, which was held once every decade, was a tradition upheld by the Yu family for generations. If they were to host the alchemy conference, they would make sure that it was the talk of the entire Baron state. As such, Yu Qi would have to pick the best woman for the competition. It didn't matter whether or not he could bear to offer up his own daughter. In any case, this also concerned the future of the city lord office. The winner of the alchemy conference would always be a person with exceeding talent in crafting ritual implements. They would make the best husband for a woman from the city lord office. However, his daughter Yuxi had an especially fiery temperament. She had gone all out to resist this arranged marriage and created this huge mess today. Just then, a surge of incredibly savage energy was released. Over at Gong Sunye's side, his Dharma body was rapidly inscribing matrices that were even more powerful onto the scroll. It didn't matter to him whether Shui Yi was offering up his life spirit to the ritual implement. For a beginner in the art of crafting ritual implements to go all out and win first place in the alchemy conference was madness. Even if Shui Yi paid with his life, it would be all in vain. Gong Sunyi was infuriated this very moment. He had believed firmly that he would be the winner of the alchemy conference without any hiccup occurring in his plans. He was going to enter the city lord office, marry the city lord's daughter Yuxi, and inherit the city lord office and everything it owned in future. Everything that had happened thus far made him feel extremely humiliated. Is he recrafting his ritual implement? Everyone wondered, their eyes flashing at the sight of Gong Sunye's actions. Gong Sunye had yet to complete his ritual implement yet despite being close to it, which was why he could afford to recraft it. Now, it seemed like Gong Sunye had been spurred to create an even more powerful ritual implement. Many people could secretly relate to how Gong Sunye felt. Gong Sunye was an immensely talented armorer from a great family of armorers. He was well known in the world of armorers. He was comparable to D Gang in terms of how much sway his voice held, and if he were to be ranked first in the alchemy rank, then he would be Yushi's future husband as well. Now that there were hints of him potentially becoming a cuckold, he naturally could not stand it. Yu2 glanced over at Gong Sunyi, wondering if it was possible for the ritual implement he was crafting to be any stronger still. If that was so, then there wasn't much hope left for Yu2 anymore. Yuqi was hoping that Yu2 would win first place so that the winner of the alchemy conference wouldn't have to marry Yuxi. If that was the case, then it would be easier for Yuqi to take control of the situation. However, it didn't seem like there was much hope left for Yu2 to win. With a grunt, Yu2 completed his ritual implement. It was a cauldron lifted up by 9 dragons, which glinted with a frightening glow. Powerful energy wafted from within the cauldron before the 9-dragon cauldron sank towards the ground and landed before him. Shi Lian had also completed his dueling sword along with a growing number of people who were also wrapping up their work. However, Shui Yi and Gong Sunyi were still continuing until they were the last 2 people left still working on their ritual implements. Shui Yi's breathing was growing weaker still, and his spiritual energy seemed to have run out as well. The ritual implement floated before him, the golden pages shining with a brilliant dazzle. However, Shui Yi's face was deathly pale, barely a hint of blood in his cheeks. His life spirit had been completely integrated into the ritual implement. Finally, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell backward as he became unable to support himself. As he fell, he managed to say, "I'm counting on you now." After speaking, Shui Yi lost consciousness. Zhuge Mingwei stared unflinchingly in his direction while Yu Futian and Hua Jieyu held each other's hand tightly until sweat formed in between their palms. Yuxi's face was filled with tears and she shivered slightly. "You are the real unlucky star here. It's my misfortune to have an older brother like you," Luo Fan murmured. Afterward, his spiritual energy seemed to burn as well, urging the flames to burn at their strongest in order to complete the task Shui Yi had not managed to finish. He was going to complete the ritual implement. The golden pages danced in the air, with each page carrying the heart and soul of the 2 people. Finally, the pages joined together to form the book from beginning to end, and streaks of light that were even more dazzling were released from the completion of the book. Luo Fan smiled before plopping down onto the floor and looking at Shui Yi. "Older brother," Luo Fan said to Shui Yi, "you could say I've put my life on the line for you. When you get married, remember to help introduce to me a woman that's as good-looking as my sister-in-law. All right?" Many people were speechless at Luo Fan's words. These irreverent people really were optimistic about everything. Right then, an even stronger flash of light was released. In front of them, Gong Sunyi had also finished crafting his ritual implement. Within the alchemy pillars, 100 armorers had all finished crafting their ritual implements. Now, 100 ritual implements had appeared within the area, each ritual implement being a noble-level ritual implement of the highest quality. Whatever happened next would determine their rankings in the alchemy rank. However, the only question on everyone's mind was, who would be the winner of the alchemy conference? Yuqi looked towards the crafting area and announced, "Time's up. Next, we'll be determining the order of the ranking." "Understood," the elder standing on top of the staircase replied. He looked towards the crowd below, announcing, "We will check each ritual implement to test its strength and display it before everyone. Then we'll determine the ranking to be entered into the alchemy rank. Finally, the ranking will be judged by the city lord and the heads of the various clans in Alchemy City. Only when there is no more dispute over the rankings will the alchemy rank be announced publicly." After he spoke, 3 elders walked into the crafting area. They started with the competitors at the back of the area. The elders walked up to the first competitor to be tested, asked his name, and then took the ritual implement. Spiritual energy and spiritual chi flowed into the ritual implement. It was a ruler, colored a bloody red as if stained by fresh blood. When spiritual chi flowed into it, the ruler let out a frightening blood-red glow. It possessed immense flaming energy, and the temperature of the surroundings instantly became unimaginably hot. It's a ritual implement with top-quality offensive power. It may have strong offensive capabilities, but only a single type of attack can be used. It has mid-level offensive martial arts capabilities, and it neither has any defensive power nor offensive spiritual energy capabilities, the elder commented. The other 2 elders checked the ritual implement too, and they did not dispute his judgment. Afterward, they began to test the second ritual implement. It was a clock with mid-level offensive martial arts capabilities, defensive capabilities, and offensive spiritual energy capabilities. It was evidently a very well-crafted ritual implement. Impressive, many people praised. It was impressive that a ritual implement could be so well-balanced in its capabilities. Even though the ritual implement was judged as being only of a medium level, it was still a very well-crafted item nonetheless. The City Lord office was very strict when it came to the judging of ritual implements. While these ritual implements were all noble-level items of the highest quality, they would still be separated into the following 4 grades: lower level, mid-level, upper level, and superior level. If not, it would be very difficult to judge the differences between all the ritual implements crafted here. After all, the 100 people here had all created top-quality noble-level ritual implements. The ritual implements went through the elders' tests one by one, and countless gazes were fixed upon them. As the elders checked the power of each ritual implement, eventually an upper-level ritual implement emerged. LV Wei presented a ritual implement that had upper-level offensive martial arts capabilities, upper-level offensive sorcery capabilities, and mid-level defensive capabilities. It was a very well-rounded ritual implement. Then the elders came before Luo Fan and Shui Yi. Luo Fan was still sitting on the ground while Shui Yi had lost consciousness. Since his life was not in any danger, he was left in the crafting area to await the final results. This ritual implement has a life spirit integrated into it. It's a treasure book that contains many techniques. Please have a look at it. Luo Fan reminded them gently. The elders nodded. Taking the ritual implement, they injected their spiritual energy and spiritual chi into it. Immediately, the pages of the treasure book released a dazzling glow. Immense power flowed from each page in the book. In no time, the elders announced the results of their judging. This ritual implement possesses a multitude of offensive techniques. It has upper-level offensive martial arts capabilities, upper-level offensive sorcery capabilities, upper-level defensive capabilities, and upper-level offensive spiritual energy capabilities, the elder announced. At the elder's words, there was a flurry of discussion. This ritual implement had upper-level capabilities in all aspects. These two were just beginners in the art of crafting ritual implements, yet they had crafted a powerful ritual implement that was balanced in all aspects. If they were to train for a few years, they could potentially become highly skilled. Yi Futian clenched his fist lightly. His older brother's ritual implement had achieved an upper-level grade in all aspects. Hopefully, that would be enough to help him win first in this alchemy conference. He wouldn't have risked his life for nothing. Throughout the whole process, Yushi stared at Shui Yi. Tears remained in the corners of her eyes, but her expression and gaze became aloof and determined again. One would not be able to tell what she was feeling if not for the tears on her face. After Shui Yi and Luo Fan, there were many geniuses from Alchemy City who had managed to craft upper-level ritual implements as well. However, none of those could beat the ritual implement that the two had crafted. Everyone waited with bated breath. Even Yu Futian was getting nervous as he waited for a miracle to happen. It's Qi Lian's turn now, someone said. Everyone stared at the 3 elders, who walked before Qi Lian to test the dueling sword before announcing the results. Superior-level offensive martial arts capabilities and upper-level defensive capabilities. A strong competitor, many people thought approvingly. A dueling sword with superior-level offensive capabilities was no doubt a work of Qi Lian's. However, it was still unknown if Qi Lian's ritual implement would beat Shui Yi's. It's Yu Wei's turn. Everyone held their breath. His ritual implement was a chess set, and the results were upper-level offensive martial arts capabilities, upper-level offensive sorcery capabilities, upper-level defensive capabilities, and with the hidden potential for controlled attacks. Afterward, the elders walked towards Mu O and tested the magical orb he had created. The final results were upper-level offensive sorcery capabilities, upper-level offensive spiritual energy capabilities, with the hidden potential of defensive spiritual energy capabilities. As expected, things turned out the way many people had thought. While Mu O was skilled, he was restricted by the limits to his abilities in cultivation. He was not as strong as those top-notch talents, which restricted the quality of the ritual implement he crafted. Next up was Yu-Tu's 9 Dragon Cauldron. In the end, it was judged to possess superior-level offensive martial arts capabilities, upper-level defensive capabilities, and upper-level offensive spiritual energy capabilities. It was even stronger than Qi Lian's dueling sword and had the hidden potential to carry out spiritual energy attacks. The treasure book that Shui Yi and Luo Fan had created was indeed magnificent. It did not pale in comparison to the ritual implement you two had crafted. The last person to be judged was Gongsun Yi. Yi Futian was especially nervous at this very moment. While the ritual implement you two crafted had been outstanding, his older brother's creation had been no less impressive. Furthermore, it didn't matter if you two came in first anyway. It all depended on that one last person. Gongsun Yi stood waiting quietly for the elders to come to him. There was no hint of emotion in his expression. The elders took the scroll he had crafted before injecting spiritual energy and spiritual qi into it. Instantly, the scroll expanded such that it seemed to cover the sky itself. On the scroll, pictures seemed to come alive, and it seemed like there were matrices within the scroll as well. The matrices swallowed up the worldly spiritual qi in the surroundings, and spiritual qi from the 7 elements surged into it as well. The 3 elders lifted their heads to look around at the surroundings, their hearts shaken by the sight. This catalog has the power of many matrices that you can combine at will. It swallows up worldly spiritual qi in order to create frightening offensive spells. It even has the hidden potential of a sage's might within. This is a ritual implement with superior-level offensive sorcery capabilities, superior-level offensive spiritual energy capabilities, and upper-level defensive capabilities, the elder declared. Everyone's gaze froze upon Gongsun Yi upon the elder's judgment. This judgment seemed to have predetermined the outcomes of this competition. It seemed like Gongsun Yi's ritual implement would undeniably make him the winner of the alchemy conference. He would rank first in the alchemy rank. Gongsun Yi's remained unaffected. He didn't feel happy at all, only rage at how Shui Yi and Luo Fan thought they would be able to surpass him just by offering up a life spirit to the ritual implement. They were fools on a wild goose chase for success. Gongsun Yi thought that they should have given up by now. Yet he still couldn't find it in him to be happy. Luo Fan, who was sitting on the ground, smiled. But his smile was somewhat depressed. Looking at Shui Yi, who was next to him, he said, "Older brother, you put your life on the line in this gamble, but we've still lost. After all, they were only beginners in the craft. Having only started recently, they weren't at all familiar with the ways of crafting a ritual implement. If it wasn't for Shui Yi offering up his life spirit to the ritual implement, there was no way they would have come this far. Even then, they still weren't good enough to triumph over that monstrously talented armorer. So, they've lost." Yi Futian was shaken. His older brother had gone to such lengths, but still he had lost. Since his older brother was in love with Yu Shi, it was a loss as long as he had not won first place. Zhuge Mingyue was somewhat upset as well. When she had first found out about the incident, she had been especially furious. She had never been so furious before. This was because Shui Ye's actions were akin to looking for death. Even her father, who was the head of the Zhuge family, would not be able to help Shui Yi, much less her. He would not help him either, because with the huge mistake he had made, there was no way the city lord of the alchemy city was going to let him off. And now, since Shui Yi had gone so far with this competition, there was nothing else she could say. In the end, he still had not managed to create a miracle and rewrite fate against all odds. Yushi's expression was calm as ever. She just stood there quietly. The 3 elders were already in the process of creating the first draft of the rankings. They then submitted the draft to Yu Qi and the heads of the various clans in Alchemy City. After making a few small adjustments, Yu Qi inscribed the names into the alchemy rank personally. When Yu Qi stood up to announce the rankings in the quiet space, everyone perked up and listened intently. Every name on the alchemy rank could be a future legend in the world of armorers. Yi Futian didn't bother listening. He was not in the mood. Names were announced one by one, and Yi Futian only began to listen half-heartedly when Yu Qi was at the last few names. Muo was 6th, Yu Ming was 5th, and Qi Lian was 4th. Finally, it was time to announce the top 3. Yu Qi looked at the crowd before announcing 3rd in the alchemy rank, Yu Tuesday. Everyone was taken aback. Yu Tu, who was from the city lord, was only 3rd in the alchemy rank. 2nd in the alchemy rank, Shui Yi and Luo Fan, Yu Qi continued. Countless people looked towards the 2. Shui Yi and Luo Fan, who were lying and sitting on the ground, respectively, were 2 bleak figures. Though they had won second place in the alchemy conference, everyone only felt an atmosphere of despair about them. First in the alchemy rank, Gong Sun Yi, Yu Qi continued announcing. Being first in the alchemy rank was an immense glory. One was a shining star in the eyes of others, the next legend of the armorer world. But when people looked towards Gong Sun Yi, they could not feel his excitement. Everyone knew that the reason for this was Shui Ye's relationship with Yu Qi. It would have been better if he had not gotten first place. Today's events had proven that Gong Sun Yi had the abilities to be first in the alchemy rank, and he had attained first place, but now that he was first, the woman he was supposed to marry had now publicly revealed that she was in a relationship with another man. How was he supposed to save face now? Marrying Yu Qi, the daughter of the city lord office, Yu Qi's daughter, and a talent in her own right, was supposed to be a good thing desired and envied by many. But now it didn't really amount to much at all. As a result, this edition of the Alchemy Conference ended on a rather strange note. None of the people in the top 3 were actually satisfied with their placement. Yu Tu was probably very disappointed with his own ranking. We've now come to the end of the Alchemy Conference. The City Lord Office will be hosting a banquet to welcome our guests from all over the Barren State and the top 100 armorers, Yu Qi declared. Everyone understood that only top-notch individuals from all over the Barren State would deserve to be invited to the banquet. There was no place for commoners there. During the banquet, the top 100 armorers shall receive their just rewards as well. Please follow me into the City Lord office, Yu Qi spoke again before he turned to leave in the direction of the office. The influential characters around him followed after him into the building. Yi Futian and Zhuge Mingyue moved towards where Shui Yi and Luo Fan were in a flash. Yu Qi went to go there as well, but she was blocked from doing so by 2 elders. In the end, she could only turn and go into the City Lord office. Upon seeing this, Gong Sun Ye's expression turned darker. The two had been in a relationship and Luo Fan even called Yu Qi his sister-in-law. Could anything have already happened between Shui Yi and Yu Qi? He was going to see how Yu Qi, a representative figure of the Barren State's world of armorers, was going to account for this incident. In Alchemy City, Yi Futian and the others gathered around Shui Yi and Luo Fan. Zhuge Mingyue checked Shui Ye's injuries. Senior sister, how is he? Yi Futian asked. Very weak, Zhuge Mingyue said. He's used up all his spiritual energy and used his life spirit. He must have damaged his vitality. We won't know the result until he wakes up. This idiot. He's indeed an idiot, Luo Fan also said. I'll take care of you later. Zhuge Mingyue glanced at Luo Fan, making him smile wryly. Let me see, a gentle voice said right then. Yi Futian looked over at Phoenix and said, Phoenix is the disciple of the undying old man. Senior sister, let her look. Okay. Zhuge Mingyue made room for her. Phoenix walked to Shui Ye's side and released her spiritual energy. Green light flashed instantly, enveloping Shui Ye's body. The thick aura of vitality oozed out. Green light seeped into Shui Yi bit by bit. His vitality is greatly damaged and he's hurt his core. He'll be disabled by the time he wakes up, Phoenix murmured. Yi Futian paled instantly. Is there any way to save him? Yes. Phoenix nodded. She reached out and took a pill from her storage ring. This is the pill my teacher gave me, she said. The Phoenix pill. The Phoenix pill that is said to bring people back from the dead. Zhuge Kanyang's eyes flashed. This medicine was extremely valuable. It could be traded for a sage ritual implement. Even sages dreamed about having that pill. Having it could save their lives. Was this woman going to give it to Shui Yi now? Yi Futian obviously knew how valuable the Phoenix pill was. Earlier, Phoenix had used it as her wager at the casino alchemy, and the others were all shocked. Yes, but it's not that miraculous. If someone is truly dead, he can't be brought back. However, he's only a noble. This pill is able to replenish what he used up today, Phoenix said. Then she put the Phoenix pill in Shui Ye's mouth. The pill melted immediately and Shui Yi glowed brilliantly. He seemed to be blanketed in some miraculous power. The Phoenix pill's powerful medicinal effect was mending his body. Gradually, Shui Yi was covered in light. Luo Fan blinked. Girl, do you have more? I'm hurt badly too. Shut up. Zhuge Mingyue glanced at Luo Fan. Senior sister, I was just joking, Luo Fan said with a trembling smile. Your injuries don't need the Phoenix pill. You just used up all your spiritual energy and didn't hurt your core like him. This pill will be enough. Phoenix took out another pill for Luofan, who accepted it with a smile. Thank you. If you need anything in the future, just ask my junior. Yifutian stared at this guy, speechless. However, he still had to thank Phoenix. Looking over, he said, Thank you. Didn't we receive many ritual implements earlier? It's not a loss for me. Phoenix smiled. Yifutian made note of her help. In reality, they weren't very close. Phoenix cultivated in the Daozong Pavilion with Jeyu. She'd only asked him some questions about cultivation before and hadn't really interacted until this trip to Alchemy City. A while later, Shuiyi opened his eyes. Various faces appeared in his vision. Result? He asked as soon as he woke up. Clearly, he was still worried about the ranking of the alchemy conference. Zhuge Mingyue glared at him. This guy cared about the ranking instead of his own life. Second, Luofan said. Who's first? Shuiyu asked. He hoped it was you Tuesday, Gong Sunyi. So we still lost? Shuiyi's eyes darkened immediately. Fourth senior brother, perhaps Gong Sunyi will give up because of your relationship with her, Yifutian comforted. Shuiyi sat up and noticed the strangeness of his body. Why am I okay? He asked. You really think that you can marry Yushi if you disable yourself and win first place? Idiot! Zhuge Mingyue scolded. If Junior's fellow disciple hadn't given you a pill, you'd be disabled right now. Thank you. Seeing that Zhuge Mingyue was looking at Phoenix, Shuiyi realized who'd saved him. He thanked her softly, thinking that his junior was very powerful. He always had beauties around him while Shuiyi couldn't even catch one. Since you're alive, let's go to the banquet in the City Lord's office. With your performance today, City Lord you won't kill you. Zhuge Mingyue's expression was still cold. Then she started walking towards the City Lord's office. The others all followed her. Second senior sister, senior brother is pretty miserable. Don't yell at him, Yifutian whispered. Yell? He gotten his life saved. Ask your asshole senior brother what he'd done. Zhuge Mingyue's anger hadn't subsided at all. Yifutian found this strange. He'd seen Shuiyi and Yushi's relationship. Why was Zhuge Mingyue saying this? Right then, Luofan patted Yifutian's shoulder and said telepathically, Junior, don't tell anyone. But fourth senior brother has already had sex with her. Yifutian felt awkward. And she has it already, Luofan added. Yifutian tripped and stumbled forward. He almost fell. Luofan grabbed his shoulder to steady him, but Yifutian's brain had almost stopped working. This guy. Yifutian finally understood why second senior sister was so angry. Even he wanted to kill his senior brother. Wasn't this suicide? Who was Yushi? She was the daughter of Yu Qi, the top armorer of the Baron State and 8th on the Baron Sky ranking. He'd already proposed to marry Yushi to the first place of the alchemy conference. Even so, Shuiyi had had sex with Yushi and even got her pregnant. This was no different from suicide. Yifutian finally understood second senior sister's reaction in the Holy Ji Palace. Indeed, she couldn't save Shuiyi. Even the Zhuge family's patriarch couldn't help. Shuiyi was looking for death. Yifutian felt that it was a miracle for him to live until now. What's wrong? Hua Jiyu asked. She found Yifutian's reaction strange. Nothing. Yifutian composed himself and stopped talking for now. He couldn't spread this news. Otherwise, Yu Qi might actually kill Shuiyi. Thankfully, Yushi's stomach was still small and no one could tell. Otherwise, no one could save Shuiyi. Now, they had to see if there was still a chance. Yu Qi had seen Shuiyi win second place in the alchemy conference. He'd probably consider forgiveness too. After all, this was a scandal and he wouldn't want it to spread. If Shuiyi could marry Yushi, the scandal would be covered instead of exposed. The City Lord's office had already prepared a grand banquet. After Yifutian's group arrived, the banquet began. They quickly found their seats and sat down. Many people looked towards them and especially at Shuiyi. Had he really woken up so quickly? Yu Qi also glanced at Shuiyi, but no one could tell what he was thinking from his calm expression. While making armory earlier, he'd acted as if he didn't even see Shuiyi. His endurance was terrifying. This year's alchemy conference is over, Yu Qi said to everyone. Since we are all here, the promise from before is still effective. All the lords of the major families of Alchemy City are here personally. The 100 of the alchemy rank can choose whichever family they'd like to cultivate in. Of course, You can also join the City Lord's office. Today's final battle was incredible, the family lord of the Zhou family said, smiling. It's even more impressive than the last one 10 years ago. If anyone is willing to join the Zhou family, we will definitely treat you well. We will provide the best cultivation and armory conditions. The same for the Lu family, the respective family lord said. After that, the other families all spoke out, but they didn't say anything specific. Evidently, they couldn't compete so directly. However, this kind of invitation was tradition. The people could choose for themselves. After all, they should know that the top 100 were still weaker than the top 10. If they entered the City Lord's office, City Lord Wuxia still wouldn't have time to teach them, and they'd have fewer opportunities. There were many talents in the City Lord's office. The top talents of every decade joined it. If they joined the City Lord's office, they would be able to receive tips from the seniors there and have a good atmosphere. However, they wouldn't stand out and receive special training. Thus, not everyone would choose the City Lord's office. Of course, you don't need to rush. If the top 10 chooses the City Lord's office, they can practice armory with me. For the top 3, I will personally teach you my techniques. Wuxia continued. This was what he'd promised before. Of course, if you have other choices, I won't blame you. This is your choice. I'm willing to cultivate in the City Lord's office, Shui said first. Many people looked at him. This guy had an ambiguous relationship with Wuxia. He obviously wanted to cultivate in the City Lord's office. Wuxia scanned him indifferently but still nodded. All right. Gong Sun Ye's expression was extremely ugly. He stared coldly at Shui. Coincidentally, Shui looked up at him and said, Gong Sun Ye, I already knew Wuxia beforehand. You won first place in the alchemy conference, but if you can give it up, I would be grateful from the bottom of my heart. If you need anything in the future, I will help you. This guy. Many people looked at Shui intrigued. Was he publicly begging Gong Sun Ye? Everyone understood what he wanted Gong Sun Ye to give up, of course. Evidently, Shui had only won second place, but he still hadn't given up. He wanted to fight for it through Gong Sun Ye. Gong Sun Ye stared coldly at him. He felt insulted. You've already seen what's between my senior brother and Wuxia, Yi Futian said. It isn't fair to you, and it's my senior brother's fault. But things are already as they are, so why don't you just give them your blessing? If you have any requests, I will try my best. We will owe you in the future. Since Shui and Wuxia already had a child, he had to help fight for Shui. And there were only 2 options. Gong Sun Ye and Wuxia in reality. Gong Sun Ye was the only option. After all, if Gong Sun Ye insisted, Wuxia couldn't take back his words. Gong Sun Ye raised his head and sent a mocking glare at Yi Futian. Scram! Gong Sun Ye was totally pissed off. Wuxia's date with Shui Yi was a shame to him. At this moment, how could Shui Yi and Yi Futian dare to make this known to all and ask him to make a concession? Were they mad? He was first place in this alchemy conference. How could they treat him like this? He made great achievements both in martial arts and alchemy. People regarded him and Di Gang as the 2 top talents of Alchemy City. Gong Sun Yi had planned this for a long time before the conference. He was going to be the winner. Then Wuxia would enroll him as his first disciple. He was also going to marry Wuxia, the famous beauty of Alchemy City. He was going to be the next legend. He had waited too long for this day to come. But what happened on the alchemy conference had destroyed his fantasies. Everything he'd wanted had been tainted. Shui Yu took his woman away. Yi Futian was the winner of the pavilion battle 3 years ago. Who did he think he was to interfere with Gong Sun Ye's matters and make him stop? Owe him? He was the first of the alchemy rank. He didn't need Yi Futian to owe him. Yi Futian was only the winner of a battle that was held every 3 years. But Gong Sun Yi was the winner of the alchemy conference that was held every 10 years. He would definitely become a legend in the world of alchemy. Those top talents of the Barren State would respect him too. In the future, he wouldn't even need to care about the Holy Ji Palace. Wuxia, the Lord of Alchemy City, had never bothered to attend the battle held by the Holy Ji Palace. The word scram silenced everyone. Eyes all fell on Yi Futian. The big figures also became interested in the show held by the winner of the alchemy conference and the winner of the pavilion battle. Looking over and seeing Gong Sun Ye's eyes, Yi Futian knew it was impossible for Gong Sun Yi to concede now. From Gong Sun Ye's eyes, Yi Futian saw anger, coldness as well as pride. Obviously, Gong Sun Yi didn't think much about his status as a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. Gong Sun Yi turned slowly to Yu Qi and asked, "Sir, my engagement with you, she won't be changed, right?" Gong Sun Yi. At this time, Di Kai looked at Gong Sun Yi and exclaimed, "It is a tradition that the winner of the alchemy conference will marry the city lord's daughter. This is one of the greatest events in Alchemy City. Since Mr. Yu has promised, no one can change it. Please don't mind what just happened. The engagement won't be influenced." Gong Sun Yi, mind your mouth, one of his seniors warned. Gong Sun Yi was from the Gong Sun family, which was old and well known for alchemy. "I apologize for being rude." Gong Sun Yi took a bow and raised a glass. "I'll take 3 as punishment." Then he drank 3 glasses of wine. Shui Yi and Yi Futian didn't look well because they knew that Gong Sun Yi was going to marry Yu Shi no matter what. Gong Sun Yi. Yu Qi also turned to Gong Sun Yi. He stood up and said, "I'm sorry about what happened before. It's my fault. As the host of this conference, I should be responsible for this too. Now, I would like to tell you something. You are still the one to decide. Please follow me." Then Yu Qi stood up and walked away. Gong Sun Ye's eyes flashed. Was Yu Qi going to give him an explanation? He stood up too and followed Yu Qi to the distance. Many people looked in their direction curiously. Yu Qi's appearance probably embarrassed Yu Qi. He had to arrange this well. People were curious about what Yu Qi would say to Gong Sun Yi. Shui Ye's group was also looking at the same direction, but Yu Qi had separated the rest of them. Then he said to Gong Sun Yi, "Gong Sun Yi, since you are the ultimate winner of this conference, you can be my disciple if you'd like. I will teach you everything I know about alchemy. As for Yu Shi, I didn't teach her well. It's my fault. But before you make the decision, I have to make something clear in case you regret your decision." "Sir, what's it?" Gong Sun Yi felt there was something strange. Yu Qi had called him here for a personal conversation with him. Was there something wrong? Yu Shi is a rebellious girl. She isn't actually willing to marry somebody she doesn't know. That's why she once left home for a while. It was at that time she met Shui Yi. And they did something improper. Yu Qi didn't reveal too many details. He knew that his daughter, by doing this, was protesting his decision. Hearing Yu Qi's words, Gong Sun Yi turned pale. Something improper? He knew what it meant. If he married Yu Shi, it would mean that she'd already had another man before marriage. He clenched his fists tightly. His nails dug into his palms. Gong Sun Yi took a deep breath, trying to calm down. "I am responsible for this, but it has already happened," Yu Qi said. "If you decide not to marry her, I will make it up to you in other ways. After entering the city lord's office, you will get to know many other beauties of my family. Once you meet someone you love, I will let her marry you. What do you think?" He didn't actually have to make such a promise. It wasn't a big deal even if Gong Sun Yi knew the fact after their marriage. Yu Qi was only concerned that Gong Sun Yi, the winner of the alchemy conference, might hate him and Yu Shi. That wouldn't be a good thing for the family. That was why he chose to tell Gong Sun Yi the truth and promised that he would make it up to him. "If I concede like this, I will never be able to move past this mark on my reputation. I will become the subject of gossip." Gong Sun Yi was torn. He lowered his head and coldness flashed in his eyes. "Yu Shi, you'll regret it." Gong Sun Ye's heart was cold. He laughed and looked at Chiyu. "Sir, it's a little shameful, but Yu Shi is such a wonderful girl. I still want to marry her." Yu Qi looked at Gong Sun Yi meaningfully, as if he knew what Gong Sun Yi was thinking. "What if Yu Shi is pregnant?" Yu Qi continued. He didn't want to reveal this, but seeing that Gong Sun Yi still wouldn't give up, he had to tell the truth. Gong Sun Yi stepped back and trembled. His face turned paler. If Yu Qi wasn't here, Gong Sun Yi would have exploded. His fiancée was pregnant with another man's child. "Bitch!" Gong Sun Yi was furious and needed to vent his anger. "I won't change my mind," Gong Sun Yi said determinedly. Looking at Yu Qi, "Fine, as long as you don't mind. However, I want you to keep this secret. I don't want anyone else to know. You understand?" Yu Qi said slowly. Gong Sun Yi felt invisible pressure. He knew the consequence if he dared to tell others, even if he won first place. I understand, Gong Sun Yi replied. Okay, go back now, Yuqi said. I will give you a few days to think about it. You don't have to make the choice now. Yes, sir. Gong Sun Yi turned around and walked away. Seeing his back, Yuqi sighed inwardly. Gong Sun Yi was too proud. He wanted everything to be perfect, but he couldn't make it perfect this time. If Gong Sun Yi was willing to concede and spend all his effort in practicing alchemy, Yuqi would teach Gong Sun Yi everything he knew and give him a good wife. But Gong Sun Yi was like an extremist. Yuqi knew he would definitely mind Yuxi's pregnancy. So why did he insist? The two went back to the dinner as if nothing had ever happened. After a while, Yuqi announced, for those who have made the alchemy rank, I will give you 3 days to decide. I will support any decision you make. 3 days later, anyone that wants to join me can come directly. Everyone nodded. Top talents like Di Kai and Yen Jun raised their glasses too, feeling a bit curious. Why didn't Yuqi make them decide right now? In such an occasion, most people would definitely choose to stay in the city lord's office. 3 days was enough for other schools to draw these talents over to their side. Gong Sun Yi looked calm but was actually very upset. He knew the 3 days was for him. The conference has ended, but I still want to see more. Chu Jijiao smiled attractively and said, Today, we have so many talents here. It's a good time to have another competition. Isn't it? You have too many ideas, said Yen Jun. He looked at Bai Luli by his side and asked, How are the 2 headmasters of the Holy Ji Palace? They are well, Bai Luli replied with a smile. The 2 chiefs that Yen Jun had mentioned were number 1 and number 3 of the Baron Sky ranking, respectively. I've heard that the top chief hasn't come out for a long time. Is he still practicing in isolation? Di Kai asked. Our head chief is always mysterious like this. I have no idea either, Bai Luli replied with a smile. Di Kai smiled meaningfully. Others might have had no idea, but people like Di Kai knew that the number 1 on the Baron Sky ranking had been badly hurt. He didn't reveal the truth and just smiled at people. Among the top 10 on the Baron Sky ranking, other than number 2, the Ice Temple, the other 9 are all connected to the people here. You were right. Yen Jun scanned the crowd. The first and second were Bai Luli's Grandmaster and Master. The fourth was Bai Luli's father. Huang Zhuge's father was the 5th. Zhuge Mingyue's father was the 6th. The 7th was Yi Futian and Yu Shang's master. Qi Yu was the 8th. Su Kei, the 9th successor, was here too. Bai Luli was the 10th. Almost half of the 10 people were close to Bai Luli. Among people here, who will be the future top 10? Di Kai smiled and glanced at Di Gang by his side. Actually, they didn't know that the successor of the 2nd was here too. This meant that the Baron Sky rankings top 10 or their successors were all here. After the banquet ended, the crowd left. Yi Futian's group also returned to their inn, Shui Yi and Luo Fan following them back. Along the way, Shui Yi appeared to be depressed and Yi Futian naturally understood why. It was already late at night. In the yard, under the moonlight, Yi Futian told Shui Yi, Brother, there are still 3 days. The situation can still change for the better. You've already seen Gong Sun Ye's attitude. He isn't going to give up. The tradition of the alchemy conference has continued for many years. Moreover, Yuqi has personally promised him that as long as Gong Sun Yi doesn't give up, nothing will change. Shui Yu could not think of any means to overcome the situation. In today's alchemy conference, he had already tried his best but was unfortunately unable to come in first. During the feast, Yuqi took Gong Sun Yi aside for a period of time and gave him 3 days to consider afterward. City Lord, you must be wavering as well, and brother should know the reason better than me. You sacrificed everything when participating in the alchemy conference and came in second. Yuqi must be considering brother as well, Yi Futian said. Shui Yi looked at Yi Futian. Previously, he had nearly died at the hands of the people from the City Lord office. It was Yu Shi who had protected him without caring about the repercussions and asked him to escape to somewhere far away. Brother, what happened between you and Yu Shi? How could you be this foolish? Yi Futian asked, speechless. Luo Fan and I went to the Fire Mountain to cultivate. She was there as well, so we ran into each other. You know, your 5th brother and me, we were only messing around with her. But we did not expect her to be so passionate. After some time, I fell in love with her, but at that time I did not know her identity. When she gave herself to me, I swore that I would take care of her for life. For that period of time, we were very happy and freely cultivating together until we were found by the Alchemy City Lord Office's experts. It was then that I discovered she was the daughter of the 8th on the Barren Sky ranking. Yu Qi Shuiye's expression was pained as he continued. I know that she lied to me, but I am not a fool. I naturally understood that she really loved me or she would not have given herself to me. In that time I could feel her joy and cheerfulness. Although we did not interact for long, I understand her character. She is headstrong and dedicated. If she marries Gong Sunyi, I don't know what the outcome will be. Yi Futian nodded. Even though Yushi knew that she would be engaged to the first in the alchemy conference, she still had relations with Shui Yi, evidently because she was unhappy about having an arranged marriage. From this, one could see how headstrong her nature was. She was defying her father. Yu Shi is the daughter of the Alchemy City Lord, the 8th on the Barren Sky ranking. There is nobody who can help me. Even second sister is powerless to change the situation, so I could only take part in the alchemy conference. Shui Yi sighed as he said, however, nothing has changed. A lot has changed. From my perspective, if brother did not participate in the alchemy conference, there would truly be no hope. Yu Qi might even not let brother off the hook then. The situation now already has hope for reversal. Let us continue thinking. There will definitely be a way out, Yi Futian said. There were still 3 days. As long as the situation was not set in stone, there would be hope for change. Shui Yi nodded, but he still felt despair that it was impossible to change anything. Little brother, rest early, Shui Yi said as he left with Luo Fan. In the courtyard, only Yi Futian and Hua Jieyu remained. He raised his head and looked at the moon in the sky, his hands behind his back as he thought. How should he resolve the current situation? As he continued thinking, he felt irritated. If Gong Sunyi was unwilling to give way, it would be a dead end. He sat on the floor and took out his soul guqin and started playing. The guqin melody was harmonic and calmed him down. He knew how well the brothers in the cottage treated him. Back then, when he entered the cottage, he was only 18 and rash. At that time, everyone treated him like their own little brother and doted on him, especially second sister. His other brothers also protected him when he was surrounded by strong enemies and never allowed him to suffer. However, that day in the Holy Ji Palace, he wanted to tell his second sister that he was growing and becoming stronger. Now that fourth brother had such a situation on his hand, he naturally wanted to do his part, but there was no room for him to interfere. His fourth brother was willing to risk his life for it. Would he really have to personally witness the tragedy unfold? The guqin melody appeared insufficient to calm him down. Hua Jieyu walked to his side and leaned silently on his shoulder. She knew that he was in no state of mind to play the guqin right now. The guqin strings quivered gently and Yi Futian stopped playing, stretching out his arm to hug the beauty beside him. Fox, we are actually very lucky, Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu nodded gently, her head sliding down to Yi Futian's lap where she laid quietly. She said in a tender voice, although we've been through a lot, we are now together. However, I don't know if fourth brother can make it through this turmoil. He will, Yi Futian replied softly. 2 years ago, at the end of your sparring session, you wrote your entire life story in a tune. Can you play that tune for me again? Hua Jieyu looked at Yi Futian and asked gently. Yi Futian looked at the beauty before him and lowered his head, kissing her on the lips. He smiled and replied, sure. After saying that, he crossed his legs, bringing Hua Jieyu higher into his chest. Yi Futian strummed the guqin strings with his fingers and the guqin melody started again. From Qingzhou Academy where it all started, that one tune was all that mattered that night. The second day at dawn, a huge commotion started in the largest city in the southwest, the Alchemy City. The news from yesterday's alchemy conference had spread across the entire city. Everyone was discussing it, not just about the alchemy ranking but also about Shui Yi and Yu Shi. There were countless people who were there yesterday. The person who had left the deepest impression on them was not the first on the alchemy ranking, Gong Sunyi, but the second, Shui Yi. The impact that he gave them was too strong, from the first impression of just playing around to sacrificing his life spirit to create a ritual implement and coming in second. Moreover, he had a relationship with Wuxia. This kind of story was the kind that most people liked, so it had been spread by countless people. Many people were wondering if Gongsun Yi would give up and give Shui Yi and Wuxia his blessings. At dawn, another piece of news started circulating. Today, the emperor family was organizing a banquet and had invited all the experts on the alchemy ranking. As the two strongest factions in the alchemy city, the city lord office and the emperor family both wanted these experts. Since the city lord office had given them 3 days to consider, the emperor family naturally wanted to win them over as well. In the inn, Yi Futian was practicing his punches in the courtyard. Hua Jieyu sat beside him, her head on her knees with a mellow beauty. Her eyes had a tender look in them as she silently watched his figure. At that moment, Yi Futian was filled with vigor. Yesterday, when he played the Guqin tune, he unknowingly broke through his spiritual energy and entered the grade 3 noble in his sorcery, which was an unexpected surprise. Practicing his fists at dawn was a habit that he had long developed. He hoped that his martial arts could also break through together with his sorcery. Futian, at that moment, Yi Xiaoshi walked over and called out to him. Yi Futian looked at him and replied, "Good morning, seventh brother." Yi Xiaoshi stared at Yi Futian, feeling as though something was different today. The emperor family has organized a banquet today and invited those on the alchemy ranking. Not long ago, there were people who came to invite fourth and fifth brother. The two of them have made their way there, Yi Xiaoshi said. A glint appeared in Yi Futian's eyes. The emperor family also wanted to win over the top 100 in the alchemy conference. He suddenly thought though the emperor family and city lord office both resided in the alchemy city and their ancestors had good relations, over the years, even though they still protected the reputation of the alchemy city, competition was inevitable. If that was so, the emperor family would probably try means and ways to win over Gongsun Yi. Gongsun Yi would naturally be unhappy about fourth brother and Wuxia's matters. It was possible that he would involve the city lord office in his rage. If he joined the emperor family, what would happen then? As he thought about the possibilities, Yi Futian's mind became more active and he said, "Since they're inviting the people on the alchemy ranking, it's only natural for brother to go." Di Zhou from the emperor family said some unfriendly things yesterday. Moreover, Yi Xiaoshi paused, evidently worried. "Seventh brother, it's not like you can stop fourth brother from going to the banquet," Yi Futian replied. Yi Xiaoshi's gaze wandered over as Yi Futian continued. "Fourth brother is the second in the alchemy conference. Nothing will happen to him. Let's just wait and see how it goes." Yi Xiaoshi could only nod. "I'm going out for a walk," Yi Futian said as he left the courtyard, walking over to where Su Ke resided. "Is anything the matter?" Su Ke saw Yi Futian and asked, smiling. "Does the Xianxia house have informants in Alchemy City?" Yi Futian asked. He had heard that the Xianxia house's underground faction was all around the entire Baron state. "Yes," Su Ke nodded. "In today's emperor family banquet, can they monitor what is happening?" Yi Futian asked Su Ke again. Su Ke stared at Yi Futian, then smiled casually and said, "Sure. Do me a favor," Yi Futian requested. Afterward, Yi Futian left Su Ke and invited everyone to go to Alchemy City for a walk. They weren't sure if he did it intentionally, but he selected an area near the emperor family's residence. At that moment, it was exceptionally lively in the residence as all the geniuses had come to the residence. In name, the emperor family had only invited the experts on the alchemy ranking, but in reality, they had also sent people to invite many other geniuses in all regions of the alchemy city. The teenage geniuses from the southwest region of the Baron state had all gathered in the emperor family's residence. It was a sight to behold. At that moment, outside the glorious emperor family residence, Shui Yi and Luo Fan had arrived. "Brother, it's not a good idea for us to be here," Luo Fan said. "I know," Shui Yi nodded and continued. "But I still want to try. Why go through all this pain?" Luo Fan sighed. They had already avoided a calamity on the alchemy conference. Gongsun Yi evidently did not want to give in, as seen from yesterday's banquet. However, the guy was really a bastard. Since he had already gotten first in the alchemy conference, there was no need for him to be so fixated on it. Was it just because he did not want to lose face? In the emperor family residence, the crowd had arrived a long time ago and the banquet had already been prepared. During the banquet, There was good food and wine and even beauties performing dance and musical instruments. The geniuses who had come all took their seats, and the person in the first seat was not an elder from the emperor family, but the first in the emperor family's younger generation, D-Gang. Today's banquet was different from yesterday's. They had not invited sage plane figures from all around, but they had invited the experts on the alchemy ranking and the Barren States Southwest region's geniuses like Li Futu, the Xianxia siblings, Su Hongxiu, Xie Ji, and many others. Since they were all from the younger generation, it was inappropriate for elders to be present and it would make them more formal, so it was natural that D-Gang took over as the host for the guests. Moreover, D-Gang's identity held sufficient weight. Everyone knew that he would be in charge of the emperor family in the future, for this teen was reputed to be the #1 in the Barren States Southwest region. His position in the emperor family was the same as Bai Luli's position in the White Cloud City. When Shui Yi and Luo Fan arrived, many other people were already there. Luo Fan scanned the crowd and saw Gong Sun Yi. He was sitting right next to D-Gang, and the two of them seemed to be discussing some matters. Seeing the two of them arrive, the crowd stopped their chatter and looked towards them. "Have a seat." D-Gang smiled faintly, showing Shui Yi and Luo Fan to their seats. The two of them did not stand on ceremony, walked straight to a vacant seat. "Today, the emperor family has invited all of you as guests. Please do not act like strangers, and enjoy yourselves," D-Gang said. Melodious music played in the middle of the banquet, and a group of voluptuous beauties started to dance, leaving them in admiration. "We have beauties and good wine. How can we not enjoy ourselves?" Someone smiled and said, "The dancers in the emperor family residence are indeed outstanding. Today we have many renowned beauties with us. How can these dancers be called outstanding compared to them? If the goddess pavilion's Su Hongxiu dances, they would all pale in comparison," D-Gang said nonchalantly, glancing at Su Hongxiu. "I have also heard that the goddess pavilion can win over an entire city with just a dance. I wonder when I will be able to witness it." Gong Sun Ye's gaze also landed on Su Hongxiu as he said, "If everyone is so interested, Hongxiu will dance to hype up the atmosphere." Su Hongxiu smiled as she said. The crowd was immediately interested and someone said, "If we could have the honor of seeing Miss Hongxiu's dance, I will have no regrets coming here." Everyone knew Su Hongxiu's name, but it was rumored that she had never danced in public before. Could it be that they were about to experience a feast for their eyes? "Step down," D-Gang looked at the dancers and said. Immediately, they stopped. Su Hongxiu smiled and said, "No need, they can just assist me." "Please." D-Gang nodded his head and showed an inviting gesture to Su Hongxiu. It was rumored that back then when Chu Ji had danced, she had created a huge commotion in the Barren States Southwest region. He wanted to see exactly how much appeal the goddess pavilion's dance had. Su Hongxiu removed her outerwear, revealing a sexy skirt. Her snow-white skin was barely visible and she put on a mask on her face, then walked into the center of the dancers. She smiled at the crowd through her beautiful eyes, then started her dance regime. With just a smile, many people felt as though their souls were about to be sucked out of their bodies. When she started twisting her body, there was a mysterious power that descended upon them. Su Hongxiu's dance appeared directly in their brain as though she was right in front of them. As the wind blew in their faces, there was a fragrance in the air. As her sexy body wiggled around, every action attempted to seize their soul. Every expression was charming to the bone, causing everyone to shudder like their bodies were being electrocuted. It was as though her dancing body was the last thing left in the entire world. Luo Fan felt his breathing speed up and his body heated up. He closed his eyes, not daring to continue watching. With his will, he could feel that he was sinking within her dance, unable to maintain his composure. However, even after he closed his eyes, her figure continued to appear in his brain and would not leave. The banquet became exceptionally quiet. D-Gang's gaze could not move from her. He finally knew how terrifying the disciples from the goddess pavilion could be. Even he could feel himself losing control, as though her every movement, every smile had turned into a spiritual imprint and was embalmed into his brain. "Miss Hong, that's enough," D-Gang said. His voice had a mystical power in it as it rumbled in the crowd's ears. It caused many people to regain their sanity. Su Hongxiu did a slight twirl and stopped her dance. Smiling, she removed her mask, revealing her seductive face. At that moment, Many people felt as though they could not control themselves and wanted to surrender themselves to her. I hope all of you have enjoyed yourselves. Su Hongxiu bowed lightly and went back to her seat. Hongxiu. Yuming sat beside Su Hongxiu with an expression of infatuation. Winning over a city with one dance, entertaining indeed, Di Gang marveled. Many people had not yet recovered from the dance and were still looking at Su Hongxiu. If they could bring her home, they would be able to admire her every night. How joyful would that be? I will probably never forget Miss Hongxiu's dance for as long as I live. At that moment, Gong Sunyi said. He raised his cup towards Su Hongxiu and said, "A toast to Miss Hongxiu. Mr. Gong Sun is too kind." Su Hongxiu raised her cup and blushed, making her even more alluring. Gong Sunyi stared at her face. At that moment, he was thinking, Su Hongxiu is on par with Yuxi in looks, but she is more seductive and has natural charm. If I could get her in my bed, what a glorious thing that would be. As for Yuxi, that bitch. Gong Sun, you're about to marry a beauty. It's not appropriate for you to say such things now. It's better not to make City Lord Yu angry, someone said jokingly. That's true. Gong Sunyi smiled and nodded, continuing, I will watch my language. Are you really preparing to marry Yuxi? Di Shou looked at Gong Sunyi and asked. Why not? Gong Sunyi said. Of course, it's only natural. However, the person who came in second in this alchemy conference is also going to enter the City Lord office to cultivate. Di Zhou said, looking towards Shui Yi and smiling. He then said, Brother Shui Yi, if you enter the City Lord office, it's better to let go of your obsession and give them your blessings. Many people who heard Di Zhou's words had suspicious expressions. If Shui Yi continued to pursue Yuxi after he entered the City Lord office, it would be a disgrace to Gong Sun Yi who had married Yuxi. After hearing Di Zhou's words, Gong Sun Ye's expression became grim. I will not give up, Shui Yi said. He put down the wine glass in his hand and looked towards Gong Sun Yi, saying, Gong Sun Yi, you and Yuxi have never met each other and have no feelings for each other. Why force yourself? For you and Yuxi, this is unfair. You are the first in the alchemy conference. Even if you give up the marriage, you can still enter the City Lord office, become City Lord Yu's disciple, and be highly valued. In the future, you will become an influential figure in the world of armorers. Gong Sun Yi lightly sipped his glass of wine, his eyes looking downwards, avoiding Shui Yi. He had a grim expression. Gong Sun Yi, what my brother said is not wrong. Why force it if you have no feelings for her? There is no lack of outstanding girls that you can meet in the future, Luo Fan also said. Gong Sun Yi, I'm begging you, Shui Yu continued. Gong Sun Yi smirked and put his glass down. He said in a low voice, begging me? Then why don't you kneel? As he said that, he had a merciless look in his eyes as he stared at Shui Yi. Bringing this up in public to humiliate him? After yesterday's matter had spread, countless people in the Alchemy City were discussing the matter. His reputation had been completely ruined. There was no honor in being the first in the Alchemy Conference, only shame. All this was given to him by Yuxi and Shui Yi. Shui Yi's grip on his wine glass tightened, causing cracks to appear on the wine glass. He stared at Gong Sun Yi and said, If I kneel, will you agree to give her up? Brother, Luo Fan shouted. That depends on how sincere you are. Gong Sun Yi sneered as he said. Shui Yi glared at him. In his entire life, he had never knelt down to beg to anyone. However, Yuxi already had his child. If Gong Sun Yi were to marry Yuxi, he could not imagine what the consequences would be. Many people looked towards Shui Yi and saw his body shaking. Could it be that he was actually intending to kneel? However, that fellow had almost given up his life during the alchemy conference. It was probably possible for him to kneel as well. It looked like Gong Sun Yi bore a huge grudge. Shui Yi stood up. Luo Fan stared at Gong Sun Yi and said, Brother, can't you see that he's humiliating you on purpose? Even if you kneel, nothing will come out of it. Shui Yi clenched his fists. He knew as well, but he thought about Yuxi and he had no other choice. Gong Sun Yi, you're really pitiful. Luo Fan sneered and said, Even if you marry Yuxi, with my brother and Yuxi's relationship, you think that you'll dare touch her even if you enter the City Lord office? Crack. The wine glass in Gong Sun Ye's hand shattered. Luo Fan's words had hit a sore spot. Gong Sun Yi, you can enter the Emperor family and bring Yuxi out of the City Lord office. Di Shou transmitted a message to Gong Sun Yi. It was a good chance to win him over. Gong Sunyi suddenly smiled and stopped looking at Shui, instead indulging in his wine. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Shui, saying, I heard that she has your child. If he did not dare to speak about this matter, Shui was unlikely to as well. Whoever said it would die? Shui glared daggers at Gong Sunyi. The two of you have humiliated me like this. Very well. Gong Sunyi continued to transmit his message. In the past, I thought that the city lord's precious daughter Yushi was untainted and pure. But now, rest easy. Although she has already been deflowered, her looks are still top quality and her skin is fairer than snow. I will take good care of her for you and be gentle towards her. As long as she is my woman, she can't possibly resist me forever. And your child, I will take good care of him. Shui's expression became extremely cold in an instant. Gong Sunyi was unwilling to give up, not because of his feelings for Yushi, but because he felt that he had been humiliated and had a twisted mentality. He wanted to take revenge on him and Yushi. His thinking was not wrong. Gong Sunyi had exceptional potential and was a perfectionist, however, to him this matter was a huge humiliation. So he wanted revenge. One day, when she's lying under me, guess how I'll treat her? Gong Sunyi continued to transmit his message with a cruel tone. Bang! A wild aura erupted from Shui. He could finally not bear it anymore as Gong Sunyi revealed a cruel smile. If Shui continued to pester Yushi, he would lose face completely. Shui, what are you trying to do? As they felt his aura, many people looked towards Shui with amused expressions. Would he actually dare to fight here? This is the Emperor family residence. Di Zhou looked coldly at Shui and said, Brother, Luo Fan called out to Shui. What had Gong Sunyi said to his brother? Bang! A spell erupted immediately, engulfing Gong Sunyi. Unbearable. Not long after, Yi Futian, who was not far away from the Emperor family residence, received news that Shui and Luo Fan had injured others in the Emperor family residence and had been sieged, leaving them heavily injured. As Yu Futian heard Su Kei's words, he looked in the direction of the Emperor family residence, saying in his heart, Sorry, brother. Will everyone accompany me? Yi Futian looked at the people around him and asked. Sure. They all nodded. The group then moved in a flash towards the Emperor family residence. In the Emperor family residence, the banquet was already a mess and had suffered catastrophic destruction. Most of the people at the banquet had already stood up, looking coldly at the two figures sitting on the floor. They were Shui and Luo Fan. The two of them were sitting with their backs to each other. They were dyed in blood and had lost every semblance of strength. However, the strange thing was Luo Fan still had a smile on his face as he asked, Brother, do you feel better after venting? Shui raised his head and looked at the sky with a smile of self-mocking. This was the barren state after all, not the eastern barren territory nor the cottage. Here they felt powerless. You can still smile? Di Zhou walked forward and said ruthlessly. Luo Fan looked at Di Zhou and said, Why can't I smile? You can't possibly kill us. We came in second in the alchemy conference and have already agreed to enter the city lord office, assaulting and injuring others in our emperor family and ruining our banquet. Even if you've already entered the city lord office, you still need to give us an explanation. Di Zhou smirked as he said. Luo Fan looked at him derisively and turned around, ignoring him. Gong Sunyi, even if you make such a decision, you're just creating a lose-lose situation. Why go to such lengths? Luo Fan said indifferently. Gong Sunyi's expression became extremely grim. How impudent. Many people commented as they looked coldly at Luo Fan, including those who had participated in the alchemy conference. They were extremely unhappy with Shui and Luo Fan. Even though Shui came in second by sacrificing his life spirit to forge a ritual implement, he was ultimately not from the armorer world. Moreover, he had illicit relations with Yushi before this, which made them very unhappy. After all, before the alchemy conference began, nobody knew who would come in first. Impudent. Luo Fan's gaze swept across the crowd as he continued, I'm not referring to anyone in particular, but you all are trash. My brother and I have just mastered the foundation of alchemy, and we're already able to obtain second on the alchemy ranking. All you armorer family disciples still have the nerve to siege us. You're a group of idiots. Asking for trouble. Strong auras started to descend one after the other, and a palm slammed towards them, sending the two of them flying. Shui Yi and Luo Fan no longer had any strength to resist, and they both spurted out blood. They laughed and crawled up, continuing to sit there, looking coldly at the person who had struck out at them, Lu Wei from the Lu family. "Kid, I'll remember this," Luo Fan looked at Lu Wei and said. At that moment, Gong Sun Yi slowly stood up and looked at Shui Yi and Luo Fan, then said, "The alchemy conference has a tradition that the person who comes in first will win the hand of the city lord's daughter in marriage. It is a tradition that has been honored by countless generations and was also personally set by the city lord office. However, the two of you have committed a grave mistake before the alchemy conference. Moreover, the two of you have not repented and have repeatedly threatened me to give in and even injured me. Today, everyone at the banquet has witnessed it for themselves." "That's right. I can be a witness for Brother Gong Sun Yi," Zhou Sheng chipped in. Gong Sun Yi was the first on the alchemy ranking and would be a representative figure for the armor world in the future. Li Futu and the rest looked at Gong Sun Yi. What was he trying to achieve by saying these? "I can bear it no longer." Gong Sun Yi walked towards Shui Yi and looked arrogantly at him, saying coldly, "According to the past years, I will marry you, Shi. That is why I will no longer allow anyone to tarnish my wife's reputation. As long as you swear that you will never harass my fiancé for as long as you live, I will not pursue today's matter further and will let the two of you leave." Many people had interested expressions. Was he going to deal with Shui Yi? Moreover, using Yu Shi's reputation as a reason was indeed a great excuse. "What if I don't agree?" Shui Yi raised his head and asked Gong Sun Yi. "I have said it. I will not allow anyone to tarnish my fiancé's reputation." As Gong Sun Yi said that, a flame palm print raised Shui Yi from the ground and the terrifying flames rushed into Shui Yi's body, causing him to have an extremely pained expression. "That is why you better agree," Gong Sun Yi cruelly demanded. At that moment, everyone could feel the icy aura on Gong Sun Yi. He was really going to deal with Shui Yi. With his arrogance, he was unable to accept Shui Yi continuing to woo Yu Shi in the future. It would be a humiliation to him. "I did not expect you to be this despicable," Shui Yi told Gong Sun Yi in a scornful tone. Gong Sun Yi had probably enraged him to strike first to obtain the moral high ground to deal with him. However, how many people had participated in today's scheme? The emperor family who had organized today's banquet, were they also involved? It had turned out as Luo Fan had expected. The banquet had been a trap. More flames entered Shui Yi's body, causing his face to contort in agony. His entire body was turning crimson and he was in the utmost pain. However, Gong Sun Yi's expression was exceptionally calm and he had no emotion in his eyes. He said emotionlessly, "If you still do not agree, I take it that you will continue to tarnish my fiancé's reputation in the future. If so, I will have no choice but to permanently destroy your powers." "You're serious?" At the side, Luo Fan sat up and glared at Gong Sun Yi. Gong Sun Yi looked coldly at the other party and revealed a look of contempt. Nobody could fault him for taking action. He was the first in the alchemy conference. Even after he had destroyed Shui Yi's powers, nobody could touch him even if he chose to join the city lord office or emperor family. As for Shui Yi and Luo Fan, their support was the Zhuge family's Zhuge Mingwei. Zhuge Mingwei aside, even the Zhuge family could not interfere in the alchemy city's matters. When Luo Fan saw Gong Sun Yi's expression, he already understood. As expected, he was still too naive. This banquet was a trap set just for them. Di Gang sat quietly by the side watching everything unfold. He did not say anything nor stop anyone. At that moment, a person walked over quickly and said, "Yi Futian's group has barged in. Should we stop them?" Di Gang raised his head and looked at the person, then said, "Let them in." A similarly mocking expression appeared on Di Zhou's face. What a coincidence, he had just invited them over to the emperor family the other day at the alchemy casino. Surprisingly, they had come over today. Li Futu, Xianxia, and the rest raised their heads and looked in the distance. They saw a group of figures moving towards them quickly and the group soon reached. It was Yi Futian and the Holy Ji Palace's disciples. Yi Futian stared at Gong Sun Yi, cold killing intent flashing across his eyes. "Sister Yun Jioga," Yi Futian called out. The two of them understood his intentions and Yun Shuixing took out her hail scepter. In an instant, the frost intent filled the area and the temperature dropped to the point of freezing. An unending snow shrouded the world and the heavens. Gong Sunyi and Shui Yi's bodies were also the same. At that moment, Gong Sunyi felt as though his blood was about to freeze. At the same moment, Huang Zhouge took out a bow and fired it immediately. The arrow flew through the air and turned into a golden ray of light that assaulted Gong Sunyi. Instantly, Gong Sunyi felt an extremely dangerous aura. He felt as though his soul was about to be frozen, followed by an arrow that flew through the air, attempting to take his life. Under the terrifying frost intent, everyone's thinking appeared to slow down and their gazes were rooted on Yi Futian. He had dared to attempt to kill Gong Sunyi without saying anything. He had really wanted to kill Gong Sunyi right there. Gong Sunyi did not dare to continue dealing with Shui Yi, and his body suddenly ignited and turned into red-hot flames. His entire body was surrounded by a flame armor and he speedily retreated. While he was retreating, he raised his hand and fired a huge flame palm print. Bang! The flame palm print exploded and the arrow continued flying through the flames and landed on the armor, sending Gong Sunyi flying backward and vomiting blood. All this happened in an instant. From Yi Futian arriving and giving the order, there was no trace of hesitation or questioning. What arrogance! Dizhou shouted in anger. Many people took out their ritual implements, but they saw Yi Futian walking forward, holding the polearm of divine destruction in his hand and walking towards Shui Yi and Luofan like a gust of wind. Zhou Shang was very close to Shui Yi, and he had a brilliant flame armor on his body that looked like a divine vermilion bird, rushing towards Yi Futian. As he raised his palm and struck out, a giant vermilion bird claw descended from the sky. There was a terrifying vermilion bird shadow that appeared in the sky and its grip could tear a person to shreds. Yi Futian raised his head and looked coldly at the other party, raising his pole arm of divine destruction and striking out. With a violent bang, the entire area was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. At that moment, Zhou Shang felt that it was hard to even move. The vermilion bird shadow was crushed by the polearm and with a huge crash. The crowd saw Zhou Shang's body being forcefully slammed to the ground. He lay on the ground, twitching and vomiting blood. With that one strike, he would be lucky to be alive after that. He's gone crazy, many people thought, stunned. They were taken aback by Yi Futian's rod strike and stared at him blankly. Around them, figures started to appear one after another, and their horrifying auras descended upon them. In a second, the entire banquet area was surrounded and everyone could feel the suffocating pressure emanating from Sage Plane experts. "Take them down!" Dizhou shouted in a frenzy. His body was shaking and burning up with a raging fire. Yi Futian dared to be so insolent and do such a thing in the Emperor family residence. The moment he arrived, he did not ask to do anything and went on a killing rampage immediately. This was a slap to the face. The dreadful auras descended from the skies and surrounded Yi Futian's group. Yi Futian's expression became even colder and he stood beside Shui Yi, saying, "The Holy Ji Palace's Battle Sage Palace, Sage Dozhan's disciple, Yi Futian." The crowd was shocked and looked at Yi Futian. What did he mean? The other people understood his intentions. Huang Zhouge looked at the crowd around them and said, "The sovereign family, Huang Zhouge, Tingxua House, Suke." A lazy voice sounded. Bang. With a huge sound, Yuan Zhan stepped forward and howled, "The Taiheng Mountain, Yuan Zhan." The undying old man's successor, Phoenix also said softly. As the voices continued to sound, each voice made the crowd's heart skip a beat. They finally understood what Yi Futian meant when he shouted that out. "My brother was bullied in the Emperor family and no one stepped in. Now, I want to see if the Emperor family's Sage Plane experts dare to move," Yi Futian said coldly. Dizhou frowned and his gaze swept across their group. He only now realized that the factions behind this group of people were enough to rattle the alchemy city. Li Futu and the onlooking crowd all shuddered at the shocking scene. Yi Futian and Yu Shang, disciples of Sage Dozhan, the 7th on the Barren Sky ranking. Huang Zhouge from the Sovereign family, where the 5th on the Barren Sky ranking was from. Suke, the successor of the 9th on the Barren Sky ranking. The Taiyang Mountains King and the Undying Old Man were also in the top 20 of the Barren Sky ranking. Not to mention Sage Dozhan and the Sword Demon's disciples were also around. On the other hand, the Emperor family's Dekai was only 12th on the Barren Sky ranking. Those who had participated had ashen expressions. They did not care about Shui Yi and Luofan because the two of them did not have any backing. Their strongest background was only the Zhuge family's successor Zhuge Mingwei. Yi Futian was also only a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace. Moreover, in an argument between disciples, the Baron State's elders would not interfere. Therefore, even if he was a Holy Ji Palace disciple, they did not have any fear and had more competing emotions than respect. However, when Yi Futian and his friends shouted out those words, they no longer only represented themselves but had revealed their backings. This way, everyone would have to think twice before aggravating them. No matter who you are, coming to the Emperor family to create trouble is not allowed, a strong sage plane figure said from the air, his aura continuing to surround Yi Futian and his friends. Yi Futian looked at him coldly without any fear. Today, the Emperor family has organized a banquet, and my brother came to the banquet and was assaulted by a group. As the organizer of the banquet, the Emperor family allowed my brother to be treated like that, and nobody came out to stop them. I'm suspecting that the Emperor family did it intentionally. Yi Futian continued, if you want to interfere from now on, it's not me who is not following the rules, but the Emperor family bullying the younger generation. You can go ahead and try. D Gang sat there watching the scene quietly. He was rather surprised that this disciple who had entered the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago would be so overbearing in the Emperor family residence. He waved his arm and said, step down. A glint appeared in the sage plane expert's eyes as he looked at D Gang, then rapidly retreated. No matter who it was, since D Gang was here, they would not be able to do as they pleased. Your brothers broke into a rage, injuring others and ruining the banquet, so we naturally need an explanation. Today, we need them to stay in the residence, D Gang explained coolly. However, under his cool tone, there was unquestionable sovereignty. The Holy Ji Palace's disciple? Although he felt that a battle with another noble plane was pointless to him, since the palace's disciples had come, he did not mind. With him around, the interference of a sage plane expert was unnecessary. Yi Futian looked at him nonchalantly, then turned to his brother Shui and asked, Brother, what happened? Gong Sun Yi transmitted a message humiliating me and provoking me to fight. So I did, Shui replied. Who among them participated? Yi Futian asked again. The guy that you beat up? And him. Luo Fan pointed at a few people. The people he pointed at were all from the Alchemy City's clans and some of the geniuses from the Alchemy Conference. There were a few of them who had wanted to join the Emperor family and had fought to express their loyalty. Yi Futian's gaze swept across all of them. As they crossed gazes with Yi Futian, they felt a chill go down their spine. A noble plane figure actually made them feel fear as Zhou Xing was still on the floor, unable to move. When is it your turn to poke your nose in my brother and Gong Sun Ye's matters? Yi Futian smiled cruelly and his gaze swept across the crowd, a terrifying martial arts will erupting from his body. He then held his polearm of divine destruction in his hand and walked towards the Alchemy City's geniuses. Many people stared at Yi Futian. He actually dared to start trouble here? Yu Shang and Yuan Zhan stepped forward on his left and right. Huang Zhouge, Su Ke and the rest followed up as well. A terrifying aura engulfed the area. They had all gotten elite ritual implements in the alchemy casino, and they had all taken them out now. Those people who had assaulted Shui Yi were all aghast and looked coldly at Yi Futian's group, taking out their ritual implements as well. As the members of the Alchemy City's clans and strong armorers, they naturally had no shortage of ritual implements. One of the clan's genius held a dragon staff in his hand, a dreadful flame spiritual chi forming from it. Terrifying flame dragons shot forth from it, flying towards Yi Futian's group. Each flame dragon was unbelievably huge and covered even the skies and blocked out the sun. Yun Shuixin raised her head and looked into the air, her hail scepter appearing in her hands. As she cast her spell, ice rivers appeared in the air, freezing the area, and the flame dragons were also frozen into giant ice statues. How dare the Holy Ji Palace's disciples be so arrogant? Take them down, Di Zhou said coldly. There were hundreds of geniuses from all over the state here today, and just the Alchemy City had many members of elite clans here. Yi Futian's group was daring enough to declare war on them. After all, this was the Emperor family residence. Another figure stepped forward. This time it was an extremely rabid genius. He held a fire god broadsword in his hand and slashed out towards the heavens. The golden flames split the area open, cutting the ice rivers in half and heading straight towards Yi Futian's group. An elite noble plane figure using a ritual implement in an outburst of strength. Its strength was horrifying and the light blades swept across the air, cutting through everything. Yuan Zhan stepped forward, the wolf fang bat in his hand becoming larger. With a loud roar, his golden body walked forward and struck out into the air. It was the 9 heavenly attacks which could split the heavens. The rod strike collided with the light blade in the air, causing the air to vibrate violently. Yi Futian's body flew like a gust of wind towards a person that Luo Fan had pointed at. There were people who tried to attack from the side, but Su Ke and Yi Futian's body turned into afterimages, the sword shadow moving as fast as lightning, causing the people who tried to step forward to retreat. There were people casting spells from afar, but the arrows in Huang Zhouge's hands shot through the air and assaulted them at lightning speed. As he saw Yi Futian descending, the person quickly retreated, but what he felt the next moment was an unparalleled pressure and a force that made him feel like the air had frozen. His moments became exceptionally slow and even his thoughts had dwindled. He knew that it was a terrifying will assault. Next, he saw a brilliant rod striking towards him. He panicked and took out his ritual implement to block the attack. Crash! A deafening sound could be heard as he landed on the ground with his ritual implement. His ritual implement fell out of his hands and the impact had caused cracks to appear in the ground. God knows how violent that attack was. He spat out a mouthful of blood and felt as though all the bones in his body had been broken, then fainted, causing those watching the battle to be disconcerted. Yi Futian was too overbearing, barging straight into the emperor family residence and injuring people. Was he going to get back at all the people who had dealt with his brothers? Even Shui Yi and Luo Fan were stunned. After not meeting for a few years, their little brother was no longer the teenager that needed their protection. It was as if they had just realized that their little brother was the Holy Ji Palace's elite genius and many of the influential figure's successors in the Barren State were willing to be by his side. He had exceptionally high rallying power and dared to barge into the emperor family residence to stick up for them. While Luo Fan was touched, he also had a strange feeling. Why did he have a feeling of déjà vu? Back then, when Yi Futian was bullied by the Qin dynasty, it was he who had protected his little brother. Afterward, third brother and fourth brother Shui Yi had come down from the mountain and blocked the door of the Qin dynasty to stick up for their little brother. Now, it seemed that their roles had reversed. It was their little brother sticking up for them. What a tragic tale. At the side, Li Futu and the rest watched the erupting battle with unease. Was this the pride of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian? He actually had such a savage side. Lu family, Lu Wei? Yi Futian held the polearm of divine destruction in his hand and moved once again, landing in front of Lu Wei. Just now, Luo Fan had emphasized this person, so he must have done quite some damage to his brother. You dare to be so insolent? Lu Wei saw Yi Futian move towards him and his expression paled. Seeing the polearm of divine destruction covering the skies, he felt an exceptionally heavy force on him. He wanted to dodge, but an absolute pressure crushed down on his body, rendering him unable to move. He could only watch as the polearm of divine destruction got closer, and Lu Wei's expression became ghastly. Bang! With a giant impact, Lu Wei's defenses were shattered and his body was struck by the polearm of divine destruction. His body was flung towards the side and crashed rapidly into the banquet tables and chairs, blood streaming from his body, twitching as he laid on the floor. Many people looked towards Lu Wei. That strike probably left him half dead. Yi Futian did not stop. He continued forward, spells flashing and solidifying the air. The polearm of divine destruction swung repeatedly and bodies were flung left and right. In the blink of an eye, many people had been injured, especially those who had injured Shui Yi and Luo Fan. They were severely injured by Yi Futian and he did not pull his punches. Yi Futian would naturally not go easy on them. When was it their turn to interfere in his brother and Gong Sun Ye's matters and add insult to injury, bullying his brothers? Since they liked to bully others, it was time for them to face the music. This lunatic. Many people were appalled. Even those who did not participate were intimidated and stepped backward, not wanting to be dragged into it. This fellow was too violent. With his polearm of divine destruction, he was unstoppable and swept everyone. At that moment, Di Gang, who had been silent all the while, put down the wine glass in his hand. He stood up, and in an instant, a fearsome aura erupted from his body and the heavens howled. The aura in the air seemed to transform and become chilly. Li Futu and the guests looked towards Di Gang. Was the Alchemy City's #1 person among the younger generation finally going to step in? Di Gang stepped forward and flew into the air, his might surrounding the area. Behind him, a golden space appeared and unbearable heat and sharpness emitted from it. His life spirit transformed into Dharma and blinding rays of light fired towards where Yifutian was. With a huge crash, a brilliant phoenix shielded Yifutian. It was Phoenix's defensive spell, shielding him like the wings of a phoenix. However, the blinding rays penetrated the phoenix's wings and shot right through it, continuing forward. Phoenix's expression paled, but Yun Shuisheng had also come over. An imposing frost intent appeared from her hail scepter, finally blocking the blinding rays from continuing forward. Huang Jioga stepped towards Di Gang. His expression was sharp and a terrifying martial arts will erupted from his body. He wanted to experience for himself the strength of the barren state southwest region younger generation's #1. To be compared with Bailuli, how strong was he? His martial will transformed into a will illusion, creating battle chariots that rushed forward to assault Di Gang. Di Gang looked casually at Huang Jioga. In the golden area, a blinding glow emitted, and under the crowd's astounded looks, a sun chariot drove out from within. The imposing chariot dragged the sun along, the chariot itself forged out of razor-sharp weapons. It flew down from the air, crushing and burning everything in its way. The will illusion that Huang Jioga had released was shattered, and his battle chariots were all destroyed and burnt to nothingness. The sun chariot was simply too strong. Nothing could stand in its way, and there was even the divine bird Golden Raven within the sun. Li Futu stared at Di Gang. Was this the #1 person in the Alchemy City region? This was the first time he had seen Di Gang in action. Undoubtedly, Di Gang was stronger than him. The chariot should have been forged by assimilating his life spirit into his martial will. It had endless power, both in the burning power of its spell and the execution ability of its martial arts. Huang Jioga felt a tremendous pressure and released his life spirit. A shadow of the Renhuang appeared on his body, causing him to appear as though the Renhuang had descended, the Renhuang's sword in his hands. He slashed out into the air with the sword, and instantly, an even stronger force appeared. The horrifying martial will swept across everything, a destructive storm appearing in the surroundings and finally crushing the oncoming sun chariot. However, Di Gang's expression did not change. He stepped forward, and endless light rays surrounded his body, like a god. He personally directed his chariot forward, and in an instant, he had descended in front of Huang Jioga and used close combat techniques. At that moment, Di Gang appeared omniscient, as though he was God and could destroy everything. Huang Jioga raised his hands, and the Renhuang's sword slashed out. A tyrannical martial will appeared in the air, but Di Gang acted as though nothing had happened, riding his sun chariot and crashing down. The front of the sun chariot appeared to have an extremely powerful divine arms ritual implement on it, speedily rotating and crushing everything. His might continued downwards, and Huang Jioga was knocked back, not daring to face him. Yun Shuisheng flew through the air, the hail scepter in her hand, firing spells and freezing the area. However, Di Gang's life spirit also had a ritual implement assimilated into it. The golden raven in the sun did not fear any frost power, and a flame armor appeared on his body, completely unaffected by the strong freezing spell. Invincible, many people looked at Di Gang and thought he was too strong, as expected of the elite genius reputed to be the #1 in the Alchemy City region. At that moment, an illusion appeared. The crowd could only see a gray spot as an imposing killing intent burst forth. It was Suke. He appeared beside Di Gang. The sword in his hand slashed out. It was a spell-breaking, killing strike. Di Gang frowned, and his arm stretched forward. In an instant, his arm had transformed into a divine arms ritual implement, refracting blinding rays and grabbing Suke's sword. As screeching, scraping sounds sounded out, the sword slashed on his arm, sparks flying. Di Gang was unable to grab Suke's sword, but the sword was unable to sever his arm. The two of them crossed blows in a flash, as though nothing had ever happened. What a fast blade, what a strong defense. The crowd was amazed. However, both Huang Jioge and Su Ke were only grade 2 nobles. How could they hope to stand up to Di Gang, who was already at the pinnacle of the noble plane? Even if they were both elite geniuses, Di Gang's reputation was not inferior to any of them. Bang! With another huge thud, coupled by a scream of agony, Yi Futian's polearm of divine destruction had once again sent another person flying into the distance. Yu Shang and Yi Wuqian were standing guard next to him, clearing all obstacles for Yi Futian. Presently, Yi Futian was flying in the direction of Gong Sun Yi. Gong Sun Ye's expression was extremely grim. The ritual implement in Yi Futian's hands had overwhelming power. As he saw Yi Futian flying across the air towards him, the armor ritual implement on Gong Sun Ye's body covered him, and he saw Yi Futian crushing down on him with the polearm of divine destruction. At that moment, Di Gang had made his way over in unstoppable fashion. Shadows of chariots appeared in the area and descended in front of Yi Futian, but were all destroyed by the polearm of divine destruction. An exceedingly brutal aura erupted from Di Gang. He donned the golden raven armor, and divine sun rays shone from his body. As he rode his chariot, he was covered in divine light, and the golden raven grew to the size of the actual divine bird. Its wings sliced through the air as Di Gang raised his arm, the chariot crushing through everything and colliding with Yi Futian's rod. A destructive force swept the area and the divine bird covered the skies, its wings sweeping forward, knocking the polearm of divine destruction back and causing Yi Futian to fly backward and stand in the air. Yi Futian stared at Di Gang, Huang Jioge and the rest appearing by his side. True to his reputation, Di Gang's strength was indeed overbearing. Such a coward, first on the alchemy ranking? Yi Futian looked at Gong Sun Yi, who was hiding behind Di Gang. Gong Sun Yi's expression became ghastly. The first in the admission examination for the Holy Ji Palace 3 years ago was actually humiliating him. However, he did not have a ritual implement that could match Yi Futian's. The power that the polearm of divine destruction could release in Yi Futian's hands was unexpectedly huge. The Holy Ji Palace's disciples are just a group of people who rely on their ritual implements to flaunt their power? Gong Sun Yi replied coldly. Yi Futian smirked and replied, since you wanted to kill my brother's matters are my matters. 2 days from now, I will challenge you at the place where the alchemy conference was held to a no ritual implements battle to the death. If you are able to kill me, the Holy Ji Palace will not interfere. On top of that, my brother will leave Alchemy City. Gong Sun Yi, do you dare to accept? Gong Sun Yi looked coldly at Yi Futian. Yi Futian was challenging him. The first on the alchemy ranking with no ritual implements. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish. Gong Sun Yi replied cruelly. The battle will naturally have many influential figures observing. Alchemy City will be the judge. 2 days, I'll wait for you, Yi Futian replied coldly. He turned around and said, Brothers, let's go. Did I let you leave yet? Di Zhou said ruthlessly. Do you even have the right to stop me? Yi Futian turned around and looked at Di Zhou, then turned to the Emperor family's Di Gang and said, if you want to come as well, I will accept. After saying that, he turned around and left. Huang Jioge and the rest looked at the crowd, then smiled and walked out. Such a battle was highly anticipated. They naturally understood Yi Futian's intentions to invite the people from Alchemy City to observe. A battle to the death where the Holy Ji Palace and other factions did not interfere was the best way to settle Gong Sun Ye's matters. Di Zhou looked at Di Gang and heard him reply, 2 days later, I will be there. The crowd was astounded. Li Futa looked at Yi Futian's group as they left. The Holy Ji Palace's disciples were even more overbearing than he had expected. Xianxia similarly watched Yi Futian leave. This was the rising star of the Holy Ji Palace. 2 years ago, he had shot to fame in the sparring session. With his awe-inspiring courage and determination, he had brought his brothers out from the Emperor family and started a battle to the death. Gong Sun Ye's expression was extremely grim. He was previously struck by a sneak attack and was suppressed. He would use Yi Futian's life to wash himself of his humiliation. His previous crisis was because the other party had used his ritual implement. In a real battle, how could he possibly lose to him? At that moment, on the ground, many people let out groans of agony, evidently in a lot of pain. A few people had even fainted and could not be moved. Yi Futian. Those who had been injured had looks that desired revenge. There were also geniuses among the alchemy city who had cold expressions while looking at the figures who had left. These Holy Ji Palace geniuses were really arrogant, they had just come in and did as they liked. After Yi Futian's group walked out of the emperor family, he looked towards Shui Yi and Luo Fan and asked, "Brothers, are you all right? I knew that the feast was a trap all along." "Fourth brother was too rash," Luo Fan replied. "It's okay as long as you're fine," Yi Futian replied. "Little brother, you seem to come a little too quickly?" Luo Fan said with a questioning tone. Not long after the incident broke out, Yi Futian arrived. Why was it such a coincidence? How did Yi Futian know that they had gotten into trouble in the residence? Perhaps someone did it on purpose. Su Kei said lazily. "Did we fall into your scheme? We're all brothers here." Yi Futian smiled and replied. "So, our being injured was also part of your scheme?" Luo Fan looked at Yi Futian with a fake smile. "Nothing of the sort." Yi Futian would definitely not admit it. Luo Fan smiled and did not say anything more. This little fellow was getting more and more crafty. However, he naturally understood Yi Futian's intentions for doing so. He had probably guessed that Gong Sun Yi would intensify the situation due to his hate for Shui Yi. Only by doing so would he have a justified reason to kill the alchemy conference and alchemy rankings first, Gong Sun Yi. Once Gong Sun Yi was dead, there would be no stopping his fourth brother. What a bold and crazy idea. The alchemy conference was held once every 10 years. And the first on the alchemy ranking would be a symbol for that generation as the future of the armor world. However, Yi Futian wanted to kill that symbol. Yi Futian did not want to do that either. There was originally a peaceful method to settle this. His brother and Yushi already had feelings for each other, and moreover, they already had a child. If Gong Sun Yi gave in, the most that would happen to him was that his reputation would be mildly affected, but he would still remain as a shining star of the armorer world and be thanked by the two of them. However, Gong Sun Yi was too arrogant and prideful. He could not tolerate such a stain on his record, so he insisted on marrying Yu Shi even though he did not have feelings for her. Moreover, from Gong Sun Ye's attitude, he evidently involved his fourth brother in his anger and hated him too. Yi Futian did not stop his brother from attending the banquet to see how things would progress. He had seen Gong Sun Ye's killing intent. When the emperor family released the news, all of Alchemy City was in an uproar. Following up on the piece of news a few days back, when the Holy Ji Palace's disciples had defeated Li Fudu's team in the Alchemy Casino, Yi Futian had barged into the emperor family and sparked an astonishing dispute, injuring many of the clan's geniuses and brought Shui Yi out. He had also challenged Gong Sun Yi to a battle to the death and allowed D-Gang to be there as well. The time was 2 days later, which was exactly the timing that the Alchemy City Lord Yu Qi had given them to decide. The location would be outside the City Lord office, where the Alchemy Conference was held. This was so that everyone could watch the battle. What a crazy notion. Where did Yi Futian get his confidence from? He dared to provoke the two most outstanding individuals in the Alchemy City, the number one in the younger generation, D-Gang, and the number one armorer, Gong Sun Yi. The influential figures did not leave and their curiosity was sparked after hearing the news. Were the teenagers nowadays so arrogant and wild? The matter should have been because of Yu Shi. As expected, after Shui Yi had sacrificed his life spirit to forge a ritual implement that day, the matter had not yet ended. In an elegant courtyard in the City Lord office, the City Lord Yu Qi was there, looking at his daughter in front of him. She was extremely beautiful and did not wear loose clothing, so he could see her belly bulging slightly. "What are you here for?" Yu Shi's tone was frigid. Today, Shui Yi went to the emperor family to attend a banquet and was involved in a conflict with Gong Sun Yi and was injured, Yu Qi said. Yu Shi turned around and looked at her father coldly, replying, "Are you happy about that? I have given them 3 days. These 3 days are for Gong Sun Yi, but at the same time, they are also for him." Yu Qi looked at his daughter and replied, "However, he seems to be powerless to settle the issue, and his little brother has stepped in instead." He barged into the emperor family residence and brought them out and challenged Gong Sun Yi to a battle to the death. A ripple appeared in Yu Shi's eyes. Was it possible for the situation to change for the better? "In 2 days you can go watch the battle," Yu Qi said. "That battle would decide many people's fates. 2 days later, at the place where the alchemy conference was held, the region around the alchemy conference, countless people's gazes gathered once again. Today, Yi Futian would challenge Gong Sunyi to a battle to the death right here. Gong Sunyi, the number 1 in the decennial alchemy conference, first on the alchemy ranking. Not only was he an elite armorer, but he also had exceptionally high cultivation potential, a trait of an elite genius. Yi Futian had potential that would be envied by the heavens and was the rising star of the Holy Ji Palace. He had come in first in the admission examination 3 years ago with a cultivation level of a grade 9 noble. If it was merely a contest of potential, Yi Futian would win by a mile, but Yi Futian's current cultivation level was lower than Gong Sunye's. Therefore, the outcome of the battle was difficult to predict. At that moment, the crowd was in intense discussion. Yi Futian was a savage person, barging into the emperor family residence to save his brothers. Moreover, he had injured all the Alchemy City clan disciples who had participated in assaulting his brothers. There were some people who still had multiple broken bones and were recuperating in their clans. Even the elite clan's members dared not settle the score with Yi Futian. After all, they had teamed up to bully Yi Futian's brothers, and there was nothing wrong with Yi Futian getting vengeance for them. If their elders interfered, the nature of the issue would change. They had heard that when Yi Futian's group descended on the emperor family residence, there were sage plane experts from the emperor family who had tried to interfere. Yi Futian's group had revealed their identities and the sage plane experts had not dared to move. The people around Yi Futian did indeed have terrifying backgrounds. Gong Sunyi had arrived very early. He was sitting on an alchemy pillar, bathing in the flames with his arms behind his back, waiting silently. Since he was already here, Yi Futian would be here soon. Looking at the city lord office in front of him, the building that he had once resolved to step into, he dreamed of becoming a legendary figure who would be the benchmark for the entire armor world. He had been working hard towards his goal, and every step he took had been down to earth, even to the point of perfection. He had always felt that he was worthy of the best, and his woman would naturally be the best. The city lord's daughter Yushi had always been his ideal path companion and extremely suitable for him. However, the incident during the alchemy conference had embarrassed him, and Yushi's conversation with him had infuriated him. His pride had been trampled on. Therefore, he wanted revenge on Shui Yi and Yushi. He would make them repent for their actions. In the emperor family residence, he had wanted to aggravate Shui Yi and find an excuse to destroy his powers. However, Yi Futian's appearance had trampled on his pride once again. The Holy Ji Palace's disciple had barged into the emperor family residence in an overbearing fashion, ignoring all of them, and taken Shui Yi away, challenging him to a battle to the death in the process. He had no reason to reject, so here he was to kill Yi Futian. After Yi Futian had died, he would naturally not let Shui Yi off. Many of the emperor family's experts had come, including D Gang. That day, he had already witnessed the strength of the Holy Ji Palace's disciples. They were indeed very strong. However, he had not seen Yi Futian's true strength, as Yi Futian had relied on the strength of his ritual implement to dominate everyone. He was very curious how strong this Holy Ji Palace's rising star actually was. Li Futu, Yiming, Qi Lian, Su Hongxiu, and many of the Alchemy City's geniuses were also there. Following that, some influential figures came, some watching in secret. Bai Luli did not leave the Alchemy City. He stood on the steps, wanting to watch the battle. In the palace, Yi Futian had suppressed his younger brother Bai Zhe completely. The Sage Palace was considering allowing Yi Futian to enter the Sage Hall to cultivate in the future. This meant that Yi Futian had potential that was not inferior to Hua Fan. Entering the Sage Hall meant that Yi Futian would become an influential figure in the palace. In the future, he might even become a palace lord. Since he was also in the Alchemy City, he naturally had to witness the battle for himself. Zhuge Mingyue had naturally already made her way over a long time ago. The emperor family's Di Kai, Chu Ji from the Goddess Pavilion, Yan Jun from the Fire Emperor Palace, and many other influential figures who had not left Alchemy City appeared once again. Many people were stunned that a battle between two people from the younger generation could attract the attention of so many elite figures. Yi Futian and Gong Sun Ye's battle can be considered a battle between the Holy Ji Palace's most outstanding young disciple and the armorer world's elite genius. It seems to have some symbolic meaning, Yanjun said coolly. He had heard from Li Futu that Yi Futian was not easy to deal with. I heard the Yi Futian barged into the emperor family residence 2 days ago. Di Kai, what do you think about this little fellow? Chuji looked towards Di Kai and asked. He's not bad, Di Kai replied calmly. I heard that before he left the residence he threatened Di Gang to be here as well. How is Di Gang compared to him? Chuji smiled and asked again. Di Gang's future is that legendary plane. In the entire Barren State, there is only one person in his generation that can compete with him. By Luli? Di Kai replied nonchalantly and continued. If Yi Futian wants to obtain that right, he still needs to prove himself. How many years has the Barren State not had a Saint Plane expert? You should naturally understand what that legendary plane means. Chuji smiled faintly. If a saint appeared, he could command the entire Barren State. Let's watch and see. Di Kai replied casually, seeming to have a lot of confidence in Di Gang. Chuji smiled. A saint? Huh? How many people dreamed of that? How much effort had the Holy Ji Palace, the holy land of the Barren State, put into trying to achieve that? Bai Luli was reputed to be the person with the most potential in the Holy Ji Palace in many years. Would he be able to achieve the palace's goal? Suddenly a commotion started in the distance and a group of people walked over. It was Yi Futian's group. They're here, countless people thought as their gazes landed on Yi Futian. This genius from the Holy Ji Palace was not fighting for the palace today, but for his brother. However, regardless of the result, he still represented the Holy Ji Palace. Shui Yi is here as well. Many people looked at Shui Yi, who was beside Yi Futian. His fate lied with Yi Futian. Everybody understood why this battle came about. Little brother. Shui Yi looked at Gongsun Yi on the alchemy pillar region and said to Yi Futian, Fourth brother, after you enter the city lord office, you must remember to help me forge some weapons, Yi Futian said. Shui Yi was stunned and the serious atmosphere was no more. The battle was about to begin. What was this fellow thinking about? The deed isn't even done and you're already thinking about how to fleece your brother's ritual implements. Luo Fan was also speechless as he looked at Yi Futian. We were ordered by our master to come to the alchemy city, but in reality it was for ritual implements. We have gone to the alchemy casino and many people have gotten good ritual implements, but Yu Xing and I have not found ours yet. Brother, I'm depending on you. Yi Futian patted Shui Yi on the shoulder. In the future, his brother would be the city lord's son-in-law. He needed to sow his seeds first. The city lord will personally forge a ritual implement for the top 3 in the alchemy conference. No matter whether you win or lose, the ritual implement is yours. Shui Yi looked at Yi Futian and reminded him, Be careful. Brother, I'm going to take your word for it. Don't regret it. Yi Futian replied seriously. A ritual implement personally forged by the city lord. What a steal. His fourth brother would have the Barren State's best armorer as his father-in-law after he had married Yushi. Would he lack ritual implements? Robbing him was a must. No regrets, Shui Yi replied speechlessly. This kid. It's a gentleman's promise then. Yi Futian smiled and walked towards the alchemy pillars. When Yi Futian entered the alchemy pillar region, a group of figures walked out from the city lord office. The city lord Yuqi had come with his beloved daughter Yushi to watch the battle. However, many people were wondering who the city lord and Yushi rooted for. In name, Gongsun Yi was the alchemy conference's #1. He had already obtained the right to marry Yushi and could be considered her fiancé. However, Yushi was probably praying for his defeat. They did not know what the city lord's attitude was though. Yi Futian meets Senior Yu. Yi Futian bowed towards Yuqi and continued. A few days ago, in the Emperor family residence, Gongsun Yi and others combined forces to assault my brother, causing my brother to be injured even into today. Today, I am representing my brother to challenge Gongsun Yi in a battle to the death. If I die in the battle, it is because of my weakness and the Holy Ji Palace will not take revenge for me. My brother will also never step into Alchemy City. I hope that Senior can be the judge for this battle. Yuqi looked at Yi Futian. He was this confident? What about you? Yuqi looked at Gongsun Yi and asked. If I die in the battle, it is also because I am equally weak. My family will not interfere, Gongsun Yi replied. I will be the witness for this battle. Begin, Yuqi replied coolly. As his voice landed, Yi Futian looked in the air at Gong Sun Yi, who was on the alchemy pillars. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted behind Gong Sun Yi. He released his life spirit. It was a catalog, and it devoured the spiritual qi in the air frantically. Within the catalog, there were images being formed, and divine beings appeared in the sky, flying down from the alchemy pillars towards Yi Futian. In an instant, a giant vermilion bird figure appeared above Yi Futian's head, its wings slicing down like sharp blades towards Yi Futian. At the same time, it spat out destructive flames from its mouth. "Absolute territory," Yi Futian said in a low tone. Around his body, divine light surrounded him and turned into starry brilliance. At that moment, the brilliance flickered around him. When the vermilion bird wings slashed down towards him, it made a shrill screeching sound. The flames that could incinerate everything flocked towards him but was blocked by a starry light screen. "What a strong defense this little fellow has," Chuji said softly. Combined force of martial will, it was probably not one of Sage Dojan's methods. Yi Futian's body slowly flew into the air. Although the vermilion bird attacked him wildly, it could not faze him at all. Gradually, Yi Futian had reached the same height as Gong Sun Yi. Gong Sun Ye's expression paled. His life spirit catalog flew into the air, and a light shone on Yi Futian. In the next moment, a terrifying matrix appeared within the catalog and turned into multiple lights of punishment. In an instant, countless rays of light of punishment shot down like giant crosses attempting to tear his body apart. Yi Futian looked in the air, lightning appearing in his eyes. In the next moment, purple, golden, and green destructive lightning flew into the air. It was the spell, the wrath of the thunder god. The killing rays and lightning collided fiercely in the air, creating into a horrifying destructive scene. The cross-shaped rays continued to rain down, but they were unable to penetrate Yi Futian's defenses. "I don't know about being an armorer, but in martial arts, you're a far cry from me." As his voice landed, Yi Futian stepped forward, walking towards Gong Sun Yi. His arrogant figure made it seem as though the Alchemy Conference's #1 did not even have the right to battle with him. Countless were shocked to their cores hearing Yi Futian's voice. Isn't Yi Futian doing too much with his words? Is Gong Sun Yi really no match for him? Gong Sun Yi stood on top of the alchemy pillar, looking at Yi Futian with cold eyes. Yi Futian walked towards him, and each step seemed to carry immense pressure, as if Gong Sun Yi was being invaded by some kind of mental powers. He was a grade 1 noble, while Yi Futian's aura suggested that he was at most a grade 3. It was totally unexpected that Yi Futian would make the first move to attack him using spiritual will powers. It was deemed an insult like no other. However, when Gong Sun Yi felt the invading will coming at him, he was shocked to find himself almost paralyzed. An illusion was welling up in his mind, as if his body was being locked in place by some intense power, rendering him totally immobile. Gong Sun Yi had no way of moving his body, and even his blood seemed to stop flowing, rendering everything in him still. Boom! Violent flames burst forth all of a sudden. Gong Sun Ye's will seemed to have taken the form of some kind of fire god, attempting to burn everything in its path and dispel the power controlling him. Yi Futian extended his hand. Tremendously fearsome will and spells descended at the same time. He recalled from one of Sage Daozong's lectures that noble will could have been seen as some kind of area of effect power. The top-class genius cultivators were capable of creating their own areas of will by dissolving different types of area of effect abilities, which enabled them to conjure super powerful spells. Yi Futian had been capable of creating several types of abilities within the 3 years of training in the Holy Ji Palace. When he advanced to grade 3 noble plane, his areas of will became even more powerful, so much so that no conventional grade 1 noble wouldn't have been able to resist his powers. Gong Sun Yi was incredibly well known, but that was due only to his prowess as an armorer. Alchemy City placed incredible emphasis in the armorer's art, and talented armorers enjoyed prestige like no other. While there was no doubt that he was a magnificent armorer of the highest order, his martial arts competency was nowhere near that of his capacity as an armorer. At the very least, when compared to Di Gang, Gong Sun Yi was way behind, so much so that he was hardly on the same level as Di Gang in martial arts. Gong Sun Ye's exceptional talents at the armorer's arts made him incredibly arrogant and insolent, yet he failed to understand that the city lord of Alchemy City, Yu Qi, did not get where he was, being ranked 8th on Baron Sky ranking, due to his proficiency as an armorer. Wuxia was also an exceptional martial artist. If he had simply devoted all his time to hone his armorer's skills and let his mastery at martial arts rust, he would have never been able to get where he was. Wuxia would have simply been made a servant, crafting ritual implements for others. Due to having too much renown as an armorer and everyone around him hailing him as some sort of superior being, Gong Sunyi failed to realize his lacking competency in the martial arts. Freeze, Yu Futian uttered. Gong Sunyi felt everything around him go still in an instant. Even the flow of spiritual qi and his own thoughts threatened to cease moving altogether. The melding of powers was simply too strong, as the will and spell became one and resonated with each other. Gong Sunyi burst his most powerful aura out, attempting to touch that terrifying power holding him in place. The wings behind him flapped and he took to the air. However, he soon saw a massive number of vines, enough to block out the sky, coming at him. Yi Futian conjured explosively dazzling golden vines from his hand, holding Gong Sunyi still instantly. The vines coiled around Gong Sunyi, suspending him in the air. When Gong Sunyi's flames burned, golden flames jumped onto the golden vines, yet the flames failed to burn the vines. The fatal entanglement spell was evolved as well, and its power was several orders of magnitude higher than what it used to be. Countless eyes locked in one place as the hearts of many raced, bearing witness to what was taking place in the air at the moment. The one who ranked first on alchemy rank of Alchemy City and the champion of law battle 3 years ago clashed, and many have thought the fight to be one between two equally powerful titans, thus making it incredibly spectacular. No one would have thought the fight to turn out like this. It was slaughter. The unbelievably bright star of the alchemy conference, Gong Sunyi, was being slaughtered by Yi Futian, who was of a lower plane. At the moment, the prestigious rank of number 1 in alchemy rank felt incredibly cheap in front of the proud son of the Holy Ji Palace. Shui smirked at the scene and said in a lowered voice, "I sure as hell didn't expect our little brother to get this strong. Just in the past few years." Brother, you seem to have been played," Luofan mumbled. Their worries had been for nothing. Furthermore, the act of Yi Futian asking for a ritual implement was now seen like one robbing the blind. "I have no problem with that whatsoever," Shui said with a smile. He turned his eyes at the stairs, and his eyes met Yushi's. Both felt relieved as they knew that the fight left little to the imagination. Yi Futian stared at Gong Sunyi's pale face above the alchemy pillar and looked utterly remorseless for beating Gong Sunyi so mercilessly. He and both his seniors had asked Gong Sunyi to give up, yet Gong Sunyi simply told him to get lost. Gong Sunyi went so far as to attempt to cripple his senior in the emperor family's residence. From the words of his senior, Gong Sunyi had not truly wanted to marry Yushi, he had only wanted to exact his revenge. His immense pride drove him off the rails, making him go to insane lengths to get what he wanted. How did it turn out like this? Gong Sunyi asked himself. He was reluctant to believe what was happening to him at the moment, but reality was cruel. He had no means of resisting Yu Futian whatsoever. "How you ask?" Yu Futian looked at Gong Sunyi and added, "That is because you're weak." Yu Futian clenched his fist as he finished. Gong Sunyi's body shuddered violently, becoming stiff in the air without any way of freeing himself. He did not even have the right to fight back. "I'm the champion of the alchemy conference. I will train in the armorer's arts in the city lord office. Let me go, and I will give up." Gong Sunyi begged Yi Futian for mercy. Many looked at him startled. So even someone as prideful as Gong Sunyi fears death. "Since he is willing to give up, please just drop the matter," someone from the Gong Sun clan said. Yi Futian. "Gong Sunyi is the champion of this year's alchemy conference. You got what you came for. Just stop already," even D-Gang said from far away. Yu Futian's eyes sparkled. He heard a voice in his ear at the very moment, "Kill him." Yu Futian was stunned. The voice obviously came from Yu Qi, the city lord of Alchemy City. He came to realize that Yu Qi spoke with Gong Sunyi that day, and it seemed that Yu Qi was very irritated by Gong Sunyi. As Yu Qi gave the word, Yi Futian came to immediately realize what to do next. The golden vines were aimed at Gong Sunyi's throat, and Gong Sunyi yelled in response, "New!" Stab. Incredibly sharp vines were stabbed into his throat like swords. Countless people were shocked to their cores as they stared at the scene with dumbfounded eyes. Gong Sunyi was probably the most pitiful champion of the alchemy conference in history. Yuqi watched the scene without showing any emotion. Everyone was given opportunities to choose their fates one way or another. Yuqi gave Gong Sun Yi a chance to choose, and he would have treated Gong Sun Yi like a student, just like what Yi Futian had in mind. However, Gong Sun Yi was simply too arrogant. As he chose his pride over the other options given to him, it was only natural that he suffer the consequences of his choices. Gong Sun Yi's body dropped to the ground, and the members of the Gong Sun clan stared at Yi Futian with vengeful looks. Yi Futian dispelled his aura and looked at the city lord office. He was thinking about the 3 days that Yuqi gave them to think about things. It was a move to give Shui Yi an opportunity, and it was also one given to Gong Sun Yi. If Shui Yi indeed had all his cultivation destroyed by Gong Sun Yi in the Emperor family's residence that day, what would Yuqi have done? Yi Futian had no way of guessing what was going on inside the mind of the Mighty One, ranked 8th on Barren Sky ranking. As the city lord of Alchemy City and the symbol of the world of armorers, he needed to stick to the traditions set by his predecessors and recruit geniuses for the city lord office as well. The one who ranked first on the alchemy rank would have been the most suitable candidate for his daughter. As such, he probably would not have doubted any of his actions. However, Yuqi opposed and rebelled against him. He was not able to do anything against his daughter. As such, he deemed Gong Sun Yi disposable in order to protect the reputation of the city lord office and his daughter. It would have been the same for Shui Yi. As he said before, Gong Sun Yi was too arrogant and too insolent. They had spoken, and Gong Sun Yi refused to give up. That decision probably sealed his fate, one that was doomed to end in tragedy. Dekai glanced at Yuqi. He was curious as to what was going on in Qi Yu's mind at the moment. Does he feel any pity at the loss of the champion of Alchemy Conference? Di Gang was seen staring at Yi Futian. The Emperor family had decided to recruit Gong Sun Yi 2 days ago. With Gong Sun Yi defeated, there was a huge chance that he would have joined the Emperor family. However, Yi Futian showed no mercy. He went killing the one who ranked first on alchemy rank right there and then. Several days ago, you brought the students of the Holy Ji Palace and Huang Joga to invade the Emperor family's residence. You injured quite a number of our people. Since you proposed a fight to the death with Gong Sun Yi, the Emperor family left you to it. Di Gang said slowly as he looked at Yi Futian. Now that you have won the fight, I think it is due time to settle the matter of you invading the Emperor family residence. Many lifted their head to look at Di Gang. It seemed like Di Gang was incredibly dissatisfied at Yi Futian killing Gong Sun Yi. Furthermore, given that he had invaded the Emperor family residence, it looked as if Di Gang was ready to move against him. I said it that day, come and I will indulge you. Yi Futian turned his eyes at Di Gang. The air felt stiff once again. Rumors had it that something like that actually happened. However, seeing was believing, and the scene of Yi Futian provoking Di Gang still sent shivers down many spines. Is that unparalleled genius from the Holy Ji place really trying to pick fights with the top figure of the younger generation in the southwestern region of Barren State, right after he killed Gong Sun Yi, the champion on alchemy rank? Di Gang was not Gong Sun Yi. He was no armorer, and he was a fighter through and through. His proficiency in the martial arts were leagues above Gong Sun Yi's. It was said that his prowess was proven in the Emperor family residence that day. When Di Gang made his move, there was simply no one who was able to stand in his way. Di Gang looked at Yi Futian as he took steps forward, making for the alchemy pillar area. He said, well then, let me have a look personally at what the mighty ones of the Holy Ji Palace are capable of. Everyone who invaded the Emperor family residence that day fought using ritual implements. That is hardly considered a true fight. Let us go about it as how it should be done then, right now. Is Di Gang trying to fight every single person from the Holy Ji Palace? Many were breathing hard. Di Gang was indeed the #1 in Alchemy City. He remained just as overbearing even after witnessing what Yi Futian was capable of. Huang Jioga and all the others looked rather distressed. They were able to tell back in that day that Di Gang was indeed powerful. But fighting all of them all at once, all on his own? Is he trying to make a joke here? Yi Futian turned his eyes at Di Gang, who was taking his steps in the air, and smiled. You are welcome to test yourself against the students of the Holy Ji Palace, but you alone are not qualified to fight all of us at once. If you want a war, you need to bring your people with you. Di Gang did not mind at all. He actually went on to look at everyone below and said, If any proud sons and daughters of Alchemy City wish to test themselves against the students of the Holy Ji Palace, feel free to join the fray. I wish to do so. A voice was heard and a figure leaped onto the platform. It was Li Futu. Many were dumbfounded. Li Futu of the Fire Emperor Palace, whose reputation was slightly inferior to D Gang's yet was nonetheless someone of exceptional caliber. He was said to have lost in the gang fight in the Alchemy Casino. Was he trying to fight once again here? I'm not here to fight to the death. I want only to test my skills, Li Futu said. He apparently felt something was lacking in the fight back then and had been feeling rather displeased. As such, he walked into the alchemy pillar area and stood in the air, wanting to test himself yet again. I too wish to do so. Another figure walked out. It was Qi Lian. He crafted a heavy sword in the alchemy conference and ranked fourth on alchemy rank. He was very powerful. Many mighty ones from some of the renowned clans of Alchemy City walked into the alchemy pillar area, gathering around D Gang, eager to try their hand. Well, in that case, we too shall see what the mighty ones of the Alchemy City regions of the Barren State are made of. Yi Futian turned his head back toward his people and saw one figure after another step up. The air above the vast ground surrounded by 8 alchemy pillars saw the gathering of multiple geniuses and mighty ones of incredible prowess. It was truly a magnificent sight to behold. This fight will definitely be more spectacular than the last. No one had expected to be able to witness a showdown like this after the alchemy conference. D Gang, Li Futu, Qi Lian, and the others joined the fray as representatives of the Alchemy City regions while Yi Futian and his people represented the mighty ones of the Holy Ji Palace. It was the clash of titans between the best of geniuses and the fight was seen to carry great significance. Interesting. Suke smirked. Not only had he been able to get several ritual implements on this trip to Alchemy City, but he felt great that he was also able to see for himself what the top figures of Alchemy City had to offer. He planned to focus on making his way up the lower rank after returning to the Holy Ji Palace. When he became a Grade 1 noble, he would then focus on breaking into Sage Plains. The sky would be the limit once he became a sage. Huang Zhuge looked just as excited. He chose not to study in the Holy Ji Palace despite having participated in the palace's examinations, as his sole objective back then was to fight top-notch figures. He was equally as excited to be able to do the same again this day. Everyone from both sides took their own corners and unleashed their auras, enabling everyone to make clear of the planes of one another. One figure after another was seen flashing about, making their way at each other. Li Futu stepped out. A proud figure was seen coming at him. It was none other than Huang Zhuge. Qi Lian stepped out and the one who chose to fight him was Su Quebec. All the others selected their own opponents. Dazzling figures filled the air above the alchemy pillars as they went fighting each other. D Gang didn't move. Many turned their eyes at D Gang. He remained standing proud in the air, scanning the battlefield but not fighting himself. Yi Futian stood in the air in silence without moving as well. Yi Futian was able to connect the minds of everyone in that battle back in Alchemy Casino using music, resonating them with one another. He isn't doing something like that today, but simply let everyone fight their own battles. It is the same with D Gang's side. No matrices are used to boost anyone. It seems like all they want is to fight each other as they are without using amplification tools of any kind. Furthermore, both D Gang and Yi Futian seem to have isolated themselves from the fray. The battles there looked as if they had nothing to do with them. Many sported funny looks. Both of them seemed to have immense pride. The battles raged about in the area of the platform. Li Futu seemed to have been possessed by the vermilion bird, and Huang Zhuge looked like a descendant of Run Huang. Both figures clashed, and the space trembled violently in response. Qi Lian was a swordsman, and a golden dazzling greatsword seemed to have appeared between his hands. It went swinging about in the air in an attempt to cut everything in its way. However, Suke moved about like a mirage, clad in murderous intent, boasting incredible power. Yushang, Zue Chencho, Yi Wuchen, Phoenix, and some others found their own opponents, and each of their fights looked earth-shattering. It was especially so in the fight between Yushang and Dizhou. While Dizhou was formidable, he was being slaughtered by Yushang and sent flying all over the place. Dizhou spat up blood from his mouth and he looked pale. Despite the predicament with his little brother, D Gang did not intervene. He simply observed everything taking place in silence. The Holy Ji Palace is the sacred ground of the Barren State, and everyone who emerged from there is indeed the best the Barren State has to offer, many mumbled to themselves as they watched the battles taking place. While the students of the Holy Ji Palace suffered a disadvantage in playing, they seemed to have gained the upper hand in the battle. There was no doubt that Huang Zhoge was incredibly powerful. He fought Li Futu as a grade 2 noble. He was the first runner-up in the law battle 3 years ago. His tremendous capacity for combat seemed to once again speak volume of Yi Futian's powers. As the battles raged on, the ones at the side of Alchemy City began to see more and more losses, and it seemed like they were barely holding on. Di Gang, who had been standing in the air watching, swooped down on the battlefield. Blinding light was seen bursting from his body as he was clad in golden raven armor and a sun hung above him. The divine bird cried around the sun as it looked incredibly breathtaking. At that moment, Di Gang's body became covered in overpowering might. Beams of scorching hot sunlight shot out, covering the heavens and bringing incredible pressure to bear down on everyone. The golden raven armor. Many turned to look at Di Gang. His golden raven armor looked incredibly regal and proud. That was a terrifying battle tactic Di Gang had invented using his own life spirits. It was a form of limitless might and looked invincible. Rumor had it that in order to train and gain such battle form, he went searching for the golden raven at the edge of the demon world. The number 1 figure in Alchemy City was indeed a peerless one. "Everyone retreat," Di Gang said with an overbearing voice. Golden fiery beams shot out from his body as soon as he finished giving the order, heading for Huang Zhoge and the rest of the Holy Ji Palace students. Everyone was seen putting up a defense against the move. Many who heard Di Gang scattered. Li Futu frowned and thought of continuing his fight with Huang Zhoge, but Di Gang had no plans of letting him continue his fight. Di Gang descended on his opponents like a divine bird. He raised his hand and went for Huang Zhoge right away. At that very moment, Huang Zhoge felt as if he was facing a true divine bird of the sun. The tremendous divine bird loomed over him, and it looked far more powerful than Li Futu's vermilion bird. The golden fiery claws capable of tearing everything in their path came for Huang Zhoge. He retreated in a hurry but quickly saw the shadow of a divine bird pursuing him with lethal intention. Huang Zhoge saw no choice but to fight head-on. He brought his Renwang sword to bear, attempting to cut the bird into two. However, the shadow of the divine bird in front of him seemed to be unbelievably solid. The Renwang sword hit hard on the bird, and Huang Zhoge was quickly sent flying from the resulting shock. Boom! With a flap of its wings, Di Gang's body vanished. He went into another direction, which was where Phoenix was. An incredibly huge golden bird of the sun swooped down with its wings. Holy lights flashed down like blades, and every defense that Phoenix put up was completely shattered. With a loud rumble, Phoenix, who was a grade 3 noble, was pierced by some kind of attack and spit up blood. Di Gang vanished once again after landing the hit. Yu Xing, Yi Wuchen, Zheng Li and others were attacked one after another, and they were either cornered or injured. The unbelievably fast movements of Di Gang made it seem almost impossible to catch him. What incredible power! Many were stunned at the sight. Di Gang was indeed the number 1 in all of the southwestern region of the Barren State. Di Gang was so powerful that anything he pulled seemed to be a testament to his invincibility. Many were boiling with excitement. While many mighty ones from the Alchemy City regions were being crushed by the Holy Ji Palace students, Di Gang proved adequate to even the score. Everyone came to understand why Di Gang chose to have all of the students of the Holy Ji Palace fight. While he did allow the mighty ones from Alchemy City to fight alongside him, he had never once thought of relying on any one of them. He had been planning to overwhelm everyone from the Holy Ji Palace right from the start, proving himself to be the one befitting the title of number 1 in Alchemy City. It was also, at the same time, the price he intended to make Yi Futian and the others pay for invading the Emperor family residence. Everyone from Alchemy City felt excitement like no other. Their number 1 mighty one was so overbearing that no one was able to stand in his way. Di Kai, your son is indeed something, Yan Jun said. While his son, Li Futu, was also a top-notch genius, he had to admit after seeing Di Gang in action, that Di Gang was way more powerful than Li Futu. I've said it before, Di Gang will become a saint someday. In the ranks of the Holy Ji Palace, only Bai Luli would be able to stand against him. Even if the one ranked first on the low rank were here, D-Gang would run over him all the same. All those students here are no match for him, D-Kai said proudly. It was only natural for him to do so, having one such excellent heir to succeed him. He glanced at Bai Luli, who was watching the battles, thinking that when D-Gang became a sage, there would be a day when D-Gang would clash with him, who ranked 10th on Baron Sky ranking. This would decide who was the superior one among them. Yuqi was observing the battlefield as well. D-Gang's talents were indeed matchless in Alchemy City, and he would be able to achieve great things in the future. D-Kai was also feeling ambitious right then, having intentions of taking his place. Yi Futian had demonstrated his genius-level talents when he ran over Gong Sun Yi. But how will he fare against D-Gang? At the moment, Yi Futian burst forth with incredibly dazzling light as well. The wings of the rock spread wide and bright. He then addressed the battlefield, "All of you, retreat and leave it to me." He flashed and disappeared from where he stood as soon as he was done talking, appearing right before a mighty one from Alchemy City the very next moment. That mighty one felt Yi Futian's sharply exploding aura of intense might. But in the very next second, he was rendered completely stiff and unable to move. Boom! The wings swept and the body of that mighty one was sent flying, swatted away by the huge rock down to the ground below. Yi Futian's body disappeared yet again and appeared where Dizhou was. Dizhou intended to back away seeing Yi Futian coming, but Yi Futian's speed was so fast that he zipped by in a dazzling arc, and with a flap of the golden wings a deafening shriek was heard. Blood appeared on Dizhou's body as he hit an alchemy pillar hard. Many others were only able to see the rock zipping through the air afterward before one figure after another dropped like flies. The hearts of many were shocked at the scene, as all of the mighty ones from Alchemy City looked helpless before Yi Futian. He seemed to be making a statement that what D-Gang had just pulled, he was able to do the same. Seems like the head of the Emperor family jumped to conclusions a little too soon. That boy is a grade 3 noble, yet he is able to do what D-Gang just did. Chu Ji smirked sheepishly as she elaborated. D-Kai stared at the battlefield in all seriousness and said, "D-Gang will end his rampage right here." All of the Holy Ji Palace students on the battlefield, even Huang Jioga, retreated. They had all experienced D-Gang's powers firsthand, and he was indeed more powerful than they were. He was truly the genius of the highest order in the Alchemy City regions. His reputation preceded him, and he had what it took to back his immense reputation. His unbelievably exceptional talents for combat made it so that even those ranked high on the lower rank of the Holy Ji Palace would find him difficult to deal with. D-Gang proved himself to be the #1 genius in all of the southwestern regions of the Barren State. While rumor had it that the prestige of both Li Futu and Gong Sunyi were almost equal to his, the truth was that D-Gang's combat ability was several orders of magnitude higher than either of them. D-Gang stood proudly in the air, basking in the light of the golden raven and watching Yi Futian move, who was then attacking Qi Lian. Qi Lian ranked 4th in the alchemy conference. His combat ability was immensely high, and there was no way Yi Futian would be able to easily overpower him. The fire and golden light around Qi Lian burst in a crazed manner, and it seemed as if his body was being turned into a large painting. It was as if countless runes were coalescing into a matrix of sorts, forging a terrifying giant sword. Sword aura from all around him whooshed, and the golden light and fire resonated with the aura. The shadow of the rock descended upon Qi Lian, and at that very split second, the space around him felt frozen. He then felt a very strong, oppressive pressure bearing down on him, freezing the space around him. Boom, boom, boom. Incredibly terrifying golden fires exploded in the air in an attempt to destroy that power that seemed to be placing everything around him under lockdown. However, he still felt incredibly heavy and cold, as if all forces around him made it a point to pin him down, preventing him from moving. Sharp, high-pitched ringing noises were heard. An appalling light burst from the giant's sword, tearing everything around it apart. "Go!" Qi Lian uttered a single word with a cold voice. The giant sword, under his control, went about tearing apart everything in its path, making its way to the rock. Boom! The golden mirage was unbelievably quick as it zipped past the giant sword. At that second, the giant sword suddenly blew up into countless pieces of small rune swords, bursting with incredibly sharp sword will, attempting to tear apart the space. Despite his frightening speed, Yi Futian was unable to evade the attack. The countless rune swords went for him, yet clanging sharp noises were heard soon after. There seemed to be an absolute defense field with Yi Futian at its center. The rune swords zipped past the starlight, yet they were still unable to break his defenses. The rock soon descended upon Qi Lian. Qi Lian shouted. Using his body as the container, countless runes flashed about and spread all around. It was a dazzling scene to behold, like his body had been turned into a giant sword of alchemy. However, Yi Futian, clad in the shadow of the rock, remained unfazed as he attacked. The blow landed directly onto Qi Lian's body, and it seemed as if the attack hit the giant sword squarely as well. Intense, heavy power burst suddenly as the giant sword blasted countless shimmering runes, trying to defend against the attack in a crazed manner. Kaboom! Lightning of incomparable magnitude burst like the god of thunder himself was hammering on the giant sword in a rage. Cracking noises sounded out, and cracks began to form on the giant sword. The giant weapon was soon torn apart as dazzling lights flashed. Qi Lian's body was sent flying by the move. He spat out blood in the air and his face looked as pale as paper. Even Qi Lian, a grade 1 noble, was utterly incapable of defending against the attack. The hearts of many shuddered. While it was easy to say that what happened between Gongsun Yi and Yi Futian was simply due to everyone having overestimated what Gongsun Yi was capable of, what happened right there and then was a testament of Yi Futian's unparalleled capacity ability, which was deemed to be at the pinnacle of noble plane. There was no one that Yi Futian was unable to simply swat aside, other than Di Gang. That fellow! Su Ke watched Yi Futian with a startled look. He fought with Qi Lian before and knew well of Qi Lian's prowess. He was incapable to defend against Qi Lian's attack before, and that alone spoke volume of Yi Futian's current prowess. Not having fought for 2 whole years, Yi Futian's rank on the lower rank of the Holy Ji Palace remained at 10th place. However, everyone knew that he should have advanced a long time ago. Speculating Yi Futian's prowess happened very often in the Holy Ji Palace. That one battle enabled them to see it for themselves personally. The number genius of Alchemy City, Di Gang, stood before Yi Futian. You all back off. Di Gang addressed everyone who was being attacked by Yi Futian. Everyone retreated as told. Even Li Futu did so without hesitation. He knew if Yi Futian were to attack him, there was no way he would come out on top. That grade 3 noble from the Holy Ji Palace now felt like a demon god of some kind. Everyone else who had fought before retreated, with only 2 people left within the alchemy pillar area, Di Gang and Yi Futian. Both of them stared at each other. Di Gang was basking in the light of the golden raven, while Yi Futian was clad with the rock. Those 2 were deemed kings among birds. The upcoming battle was one that would reveal Yi Futian using his full power and how long he would last facing off against someone like Di Gang. Di Gang locked gazes with Yi Futian as he said, "You are a grade 3 noble, and as such it has not been my place to bully you. But you invaded the Emperor family residence and overpowered the Emperor family with numbers. As such, I see no other way than to fight you personally. However, I will only injure you very badly in this fight as penance for those you have injured that day. When you reach a higher plane in the future, I welcome a challenge from you again." Di Gang spoke with an incredibly prideful tone. Despite the immense talents like none other and combat ability second to none, Di Gang still deemed Yi Futian no match for him. Di Gang was at the pinnacle of the noble plane, and he was literally steps away from becoming a sage. His talents surpassed all others, and both his offensive and defensive capacities were mastered at uncommon heights. His life spirit was immensely powerful, and he reigned supreme in martial arts at the noble level. Besides Yi Futian, there was hardly anyone in the noble plane who was able to truly face him and come out on top in all of the barren state. It was not a statement made in arrogance but in confidence. He had thought for a long time, if Bai Luli was of the same plane as him, there would have been an epic battle between 2 nobles at the pinnacle of their training. There have been many who like you before, arrogant like none other. Be it Bai Zhe in the law battle 3 years ago, or Yan Jiu who is here today, or anyone you can think of, they all behaved in such ways. The end result of their arrogance, they know well themselves, Yi Futian said plainly, embarrassing Yan Jiu who was among the crowd. Yifutian obviously targeted him for humiliation, yet Bai Luli looked composed and there was little to be found from his expression. Yifutian was simply telling the truth. Bai Zai's prowess was far behind that of Yifutian, and Bai Luli saw no need to deny that. He made it a point to train Bai Zai harder when he returned to the Holy Ji Palace. As for you being of a higher plane than I am, there's no need to fret about that. If we were of the same plane, you would have no business being here. Yifutian added plainly, those who were of the same plane as I never stood a chance. They were nothing to me and they had no right to even speak to me. Well, everyone within earshot was rendered speechless by Yifutian's words. Di Gang was incredibly arrogant as he had what it took to back his claim. However, Yifutian's response proved even more insolent. He had no one of the same plane to fight against, as there was simply no one of the same plane who stood a chance against him. What he meant was he was invincible compared to everyone on the same plane in the barren state. No one of the same plane had the right to even think about lifting a finger against him. These were probably the most insolent words a martial arts cultivator could come up with. You brag without shame. Dekai, the Emperor family, said coldly, I have never seen one of the younger generation as insolent as you are. He became a law battle champion to enter the Holy Ji Palace as a grade 9 noble. And he came to sweep everyone aside in the Alchemy City regions as a grade 3 noble. All who he fought and defeated were people of a higher plane. As he put it himself, no one on the same plane as him stands a chance against him, Chuji elaborated with a smirk, finding the young man to be rather amusing. Humph. Dekai snorted. He will learn his lesson after this battle. Two distinctly terrifying auras permeated the battlefield. Di Gang said nothing else. There was no need for more words. If Yifutian was behaving in such a confident manner, Di Gang had to do nothing else but to overpower him with sheer force. Terrifying martial arts will burst out. Di Gang was standing very far away from Yifutian. However, when Di Gang lashed out with a clawing attack, the gold raven appeared, blocking out the sky and went straight for Yifutian with its fiery golden claws. Absolute territory. Starlight circled around Yifutian as it turned into a space of absolute territory. When the golden raven shadow came tearing at him, sharp, screeching noises were heard. The starlight around Yifutian seemed utterly impenetrable. Good defense. I specialize in martial arts and I have invented the offensive and defensive techniques of the golden raven armor. Are you ready? Di Gang stepped forward, flashing like the golden raven at a frightening speed, coming straight for Yifutian. Spell Sky Freezing, Yifutian said. Powerful areas of will permeated the space around him, seemingly freezing everything around it. It was a power that came with intense pressure, as even Di Gang's speed seemed to have been considerably slowed. Di Gang had a strange look as he came to feel such power firsthand. He was surprised to find it nearly impossible to tell what kind of elements were used to create such a fusion power. That meant that what Yifutian pulled surpassed his current plane limit and gave birth to some completely new area of effect powers. It was a talent like no other indeed. However, that trick still proved inadequate. Boom! Golden fiery wings spread and devastating power of flames burst in the air. An incredibly huge golden raven appeared and blocked out the sky. It seemed as if the space itself was being assailed by a pair of endless golden fiery wings, cutting the frozen space apart with a pair of wings like blades capable of cutting anything in its path. As Di Gang continued to come at Yifutian, incredible pressure soon bore down. Di Gang's imposing figure soon descended upon Yifutian, and the golden raven covering his body lashed out with a claw of unparalleled sharpness, bashing hard into Yifutian's absolute territory. Tremendously terrifying starlight orbited around Yifutian, yet Di Gang's attack seemed to have tremendous penetration power. The golden flames seeped into his defenses, flaring about in the screen of starlight. Cracking noises were heard as the defensive power of the absolute territory shattered. The golden raven cried as it continued to tear at everything before it, heading straight for Yifutian. Golden vines were seen bursting out, heading for the golden raven. The attack was, however, quickly torn apart, and Yifutian backed away like a bolt of lightning. Despite Yifutian being a genius like no other, the difference in planes still makes it so that it is impossible for him to defend against Di Gang's attacks. Many who were watching the fight noted to themselves, Di Gang's offensive powers were matchless among all nobles in Alchemy City, and he was second to none even when compared to all the nobles found in the barren state. D Gang stood proudly in the sky, clad head to toe in golden armor. A terrifying golden raven was by his side. This was the golden raven armor, which was incomparable when it came to offensive and defensive capabilities. Furthermore, when attacking, the armor could penetrate and tear through anything. As such, D Gang could even rip through Yufutian's constitution of stars. D Gang continued moving forward. Right then, a surge of power exploded from Yifutian before streaks of light passed through him and turned into 4 dazzling rays that shot up through his body. The energy surrounding his body then began to increase rapidly, becoming scarier than before. This is one of Sage Dojan's body refining formulas. He's awakening his body's potential, Yan Jun explained, his eyes on Yifutian. Sage Dojan was 7th in the Barren Sky ranking and the top body refinement practitioner in the Barren state. Yifutian and Yushang were his disciples. With a shout, for streaks of bright light shot out from Yifutian's body. The flirting star, ruinous star, finance star, and gloomy star acupoints were all activated at the same time. Instantly, the will energy in the surroundings grew stronger still. In Yifutian's 3 years at the Holy Ji Palace, he had managed to integrate the power of many new areas of will. Those areas of will were created through a combination of martial arts and sorcery wills. When he released the limits of his body by activating 4 of the 7-star acupoints, the strength of his will had increased as well. Not only that, but Yifutian carried immensely powerful energy within his core. His arms and legs contained explosive power too. He seemed ready to release all that energy in his body and battle it out. D Gang glanced over at Yifutian coolly. Expressionless, he stepped out in a bright flash of gold. Sky freezing technique, absolute territory, Yifutian uttered, and instantly, the atmosphere in the vast area became illusory and spiritual chi swirled about violently. The entire battlefield seemed to be filled with the power of Yifutian's will. It weighed down on everyone, and it seemed as though the sky itself would congeal. Split! D Gang spat coldly. As a peak noble, his willpower was immense. A word from him sent a gigantic golden raven tearing through the sky, covering the entire battlefield. Its boundless flaming wings tore apart everything in the battlefield, ripping the energy to shreds. The golden raven dove towards Yifutian in an attack. Yifutian may have possessed terrifying noble intent, but D Gang was not affected too greatly by it. Yifutian possessed the bulk of a dragon, the strength and agility of a divine ape, and the flexibility and grace of a rock. In the face of D Gang's attack, lightning moved along Yifutian's body, and with a crackle, an improved version of the fatal entanglement spell shot out towards his opponent. However, D Gang tore through the spell and ripped it to shreds, with the pieces of vine dancing fluttering through the sky in the aftermath. It was evident that D Gang was powerful. With a flutter of the rock spirit's wings on his back, Yifutian stepped out towards D Gang, his body containing power that was incomparable by its sheer amount. Then, he sent a fist flying in D Gang's direction. With a roar, the power of the Thunder God entered his punch, making it unbeatably powerful. He's actually going to clash head-on with D Gang? The crowd wondered to themselves. Their hearts were beating fast at the sight. It seemed like Yifutian was being overconfident. Yet, the energy rolling off him was terrifying indeed. It did not seem like the kind of energy that belonged to grade 3 noble. Even a noble at their peak would not be this impressive. Chu Ji from the Goddess Pavilion observed with a smile. He's created his own areas of will, crafted his own spells, combined martial arts and sorcery, and integrated the body refinement techniques he learned from Sage Dojan into his attacks. Looks like one more monstrously powerful individual with the likes of Bai Luli has emerged from the Holy Ji Palace. No wonder it's the best place to train in all of the Barren State. With her plane, it was natural that she would be able to intuitively see many things that were happening on the battlefield. The two men's attacks collided directly. The golden raven and the rock battled each other. A fiery golden light tore through and burned everything in its path, seemingly headed straight for Yifutian. Similarly, the explosive rage of the Thunder God had D Gang surrounded by streaks of lightning seeking to destroy him. D Gang had the golden raven armor to protect himself. If it had been Gong Sun Yi who was Yifutian's opponent this time, he would not have been able to withstand a single blow. With a thud, Yifutian was sent stumbling back. D Gang's arm vibrated from the blow as well. The light rolling off D Gang's body, neutralized Yi Futian's lightning, and Di Gang disappeared once again into an attack on Yi Futian. The rock spirit's wings fluttered, and Yi Futian charged towards Di Gang with no intention of retreating at all. As he lifted his arm to attack, a dazzling light emerged. With a crash, the sky rumbled, and Yi Futian was pushed back by Di Gang's attack. This time, Di Gang did not stop, but continued in his attack. He was going to see for himself just how long Yi Futian could sustain this battle with that body of his. The crowd looked towards the battlefield to see two bright streaks of light continuously clash with each other. Each clash made the sky rumble and the light grow brighter. Being forced back again and again by Di Gang's attacks, Yi Futian's blood was rushing wildly through his body, with cracking sounds appearing from within. But his impressive physical state allowed him to endure attacks of this frightening level and continue battling. Yi Futian's actually able to fight against Di Gang to this extent, exclaimed many people in the crowd in admiration. Just then, Di Gang paused his attack. His wings fluttered, keeping him in the sky. Staring at Yi Futian, who was a distance away, Di Gang spoke. "It's indeed impressive that you've been able to endure the attacks from my golden raven armor. You have good reason to be so irreverent. However, you're still far from my level." At his words, many golden ravens appeared on Di Gang. With a long cry, a humongous golden raven swooped down from the sky, its sharp claws headed straight for Yi Futian. The rock behind Yi Futian cried out into the sky as well and spread its wings. However, the golden raven's gigantic claws latched onto the rock's wings, keeping Yi Futian trapped where he was. At the same time, the golden raven's wings came swooping down, cutting off the space to isolate Yi Futian. Di Gang came before Yi Futian in a flash and launched a series of powerful attacks on him. Each blow contained destructive energy which rushed into Yi Futian's body, making him wheeze and feel as though his body was about to be torn apart by the attacks. 9-part attack, Di Gang shouted, and with the last blow, Yi Futian's body shook violently as though he had been pierced by the attacks, and he was sent stumbling back a good distance. Hua Jieyu and everyone else from the Holy Ji Palace watched the scene before them intently. The gazes of the powerful individuals spectating were equally sharp as well. They wondered if Di Gang had finally decided to get serious in the fight. This attack was probably enough to seriously injure Yi Futian. Yi Futian was almost pushed all the way back to the edge of the battlefield. A blindingly dazzling glow emanated through his body from the back, as if countless rays of light were shining through him. Yu Shang's eyes glittered at the sight. He guessed that this was. Members of the Gongsun clan watched coldly. They wanted Yi Futian to be killed. Many gazes gathered on Yi Futian. His head bowed slightly, and light swirled around him. After this attack, would he still be able to continue fighting? "Thanks for the help." A low voice rang out, and Yi Futian lifted his head after he spoke. Taking a step forward, Yi Futian's body quivered violently. Instantly, countless rays of light shot through his body, bathing him in a dazzling glow. Then, 5 streaks of light shot out from Yi Futian's body. The 5th of the 7-star acupoints, the Abundance Star acupoint, had been activated. Yi Futian had activated 5 acupoints in his body. Furthermore, the martial arts energy in his body was welling up as well, and an even stronger surge of energy flowed out, creating a frightening storm around him. He's broken through another plane in his martial arts. Many people looked towards Yi Futian in surprise. It was evident that Yi Futian was equally accomplished in martial arts and sorcery. The grade 3 noble aura he displayed just now had come from his sorcery skills. He was still a grade 4 noble in terms of martial arts, but he was only a step away from becoming a grade 3 noble in that aspect. Now, making use of Di Gang's power, Yi Futian had activated the 5th of the 7 stars acupoints and the potential within his body to break through another plane in terms of martial arts. He had finally become a complete grade 3 noble. Yi Futian trained using the incomplete heavenly manual. At the Holy Ji Palace, he had borrowed the power of the relics to train his body, and after much grueling training, his body had become incredibly strong. Now that he had reached the limits of his body and was one step to breaking through to the next plane, how could he not make good use of facing an opponent like Di Gang? As such, He had the intention to borrow the other man's power to try and break through to the next martial arts plane. And he had succeeded. Di Gang stared at Yifutian, and a cold glint flashed through his sharp eyes. He was a little angered now. Yifutian had made use of their battle to break through to the next martial arts plane. This was no coincidence. Yifutian had planned it from the start. "You're welcome. Things will still end the same way though," Di Gang responded coldly. The gigantic golden raven seemed to take on a real form then. That was the ultimate form of the golden raven armor. Di Gang was not going to play around with Yifutian anymore. A boundless fiery golden light emanated through the sky, with intense burning power. "Of course, things will still end the same way," Yifutian replied calmly. The two had very different ideas as to how this battle would turn out. Right then, a humongous rock let out a dazzling glow above Yifutian and seemed to become real as well. It was like an actual divine bird descending upon the world. At the same time, a giant shadow figure appeared within the divine bird. That shadow figure was created by Yifutian and it seemed to integrate into the divine bird. However, the real Yifutian remained where he was, shining with a dazzling glow. "It's a Dharma body," someone announced. "It's a Dojan body, a technique taught by Sage Dojan." The more prominent characters in the crowd knew more about what Yifutian was doing. Indeed, this was a Dojan body. The most basic form of the Dojan body was crafted based on the life spirit. The stronger the resonance Yifutian had with the world, the stronger his areas of will would become as well. Di Gang stared coldly at Yifutian's Dojan body. Once again, the giant golden raven slashed towards him. Yifutian's Dojan body, the rock, struck out with its sharp claws as well, clashing with the golden raven in the air. The next moment, Di Gang appeared before Yifutian in a flash again, aiming for another attack. However, blinding bursts of starlight appeared around Yifutian's Dojan body. The Yifutian within the Dojan Bodu raised his arms and concentrated an endless amount of energy within. As Di Gang charged towards him, he punched both fists forward and attacked. Instantly, countless fist shadows appeared in the space and descended like shooting stars, tearing through everything before them. Many people stared at the sky in shock. In a starry dimension, fist shadows were turning into shooting stars that flew down towards Di Gang. This was an offensive technique that Yifutian had previously learned. Now, he had injected immensely powerful willpower into it and activated the technique with his incomparably strong body. He would name this attack Comet.